This is a world where appearances reign supreme. Those deemed unattractive, especially without wealth, are stripped of even the most fundamental right to procreate. For those who are exceptionally unsightly, even riches fail to attract romantic companions. Shenlang epitomizes this unfortunate truth, being a man so disfigured that he lacks even the basic right to perpetuate his lineage. However, Shenlang's unattractiveness is not an inherent condition. Once, he was extraordinarily handsome, a student at the nation's premier medical university, the object of affection for many girls since elementary school, who pursued him with fervor. Yet, during his freshman year, calamity struck. An experiment went awry, resulting in a glass vial shattering and splattering concentrated sulfuric acid across his face and chest. The visage that had once been angelic was irrevocably marred, transforming him from an object of adoration into a figure of dread, so grotesque that onlookers were unable to bear the sight for more than 2 fleeting seconds. Having lost his once coveted good looks, Shenlang resolved to cultivate a noble spirit. Upon earning his master's degree, he chose not to pursue a doctorate nor remain in the comforts of an academic hospital. Instead, he ventured to the most arduous frontiers. For a decade, he dedicated himself to humanitarian efforts in the border regions, saving countless lives and garnering numerous accolades. Yet still, no woman was drawn to him. He felt that his deeds were insufficient to illuminate his existence. Determined to elevate his nobility further, he sought out even more perilous and challenging conditions, journeying to war-torn Africa, where he labored daily in makeshift hospitals devoid of operating rooms. For 10 years, he immersed himself in this tumultuous environment, earning even greater honors, including recognition from the United Nations. Each day was spent in the service of healing, each hour marked by surgical interventions. His reputation soared both domestically and internationally, becoming a symbol of struggle, sacrifice, and dedication. His disfigured face graced the pages of numerous newspapers and magazines, and while many women admired him, none offered him affection, leaving him solitary in his 40s. The loss of his parents deepened his solitude. Despite this, he continued to work tirelessly, often clocking in over 10 hours a day, his commitment to saving lives becoming second nature. At this juncture, Shenlang had been performing surgeries for an uninterrupted span of 27 hours, functioning almost like a machine. For more than 2 decades, he had dedicated himself to the noble cause of healing, scarcely allowing himself a moment's respite, akin to an Iron Man. The surgeries he had conducted and the lives he had saved were countless. Yet, the harsh reality remained. A man's nobility alone does not elicit the affections of women. Much like the protagonist of The Hunchback of Notre Dame, who was merely tolerated by Esmeralda, Shenlang found himself devoid of genuine connection. With meticulous precision, he undertook the delicate procedure of stitching a refugee's severed leg, his concentration unwavering despite the depths of his exhaustion. Then, a sudden whoosh pierced the air, accompanied by a tremor that resonated through the atmosphere. Shenlang instinctively recognized the ominous sound approaching overhead, yet he felt no fear or desire to evade it. Instead, a sense of relief washed over him, for he had grown weary of the relentless solitude life had imposed upon him. "I'm so tired, yet it feels regretful to leave this world without ever having known a woman," he mused. "If life were to grant me a second chance, I would embrace a life of leisure and comfort, where everything is effortlessly provided. I would never toil so hard again. Should the heavens restore my once handsome visage, I would promise to use it to woo the most beautiful women." In that moment, a solemn vow echoed within him. Instantly, his body was obliterated, along with the nearby X-ray machine and laptop, reduced to mere fragments. Then, as if conjured by fate, a luminous vortex materialized in the air, drawing everything into its swirling embrace. Chapter 2. I am the son-in-law, where am I? Was I not just obliterated? As Shenlang opened his eyes once more, he found himself enveloped in an entirely unfamiliar environment. He lay upon an exquisitely carved bed, surrounded by opulence. Most strikingly, the room was steeped in an ancient charm, devoid of any modern, earthly decor. Glancing down at his attire, he noted the fine silk garments, whose style belonged not to the contemporary world, but rather resembled the costumes of ancient dramas. Beside the bed stood a large mirror, its reflection not entirely clear. It appeared to be made of bronze. Summoning all his courage, Shenlang strained to look into the mirror. This was not without reason. Ever since his disfigurement, every glimpse of his reflection had been a nightmare, leaving him terrified. Upon seeing the visage in the mirror, Shenlang was first struck with astonishment, then overwhelmed with tears. Although the face appeared pale and haggard, it possessed an unparalleled beauty, closely resembling his own before the tragedy. Shenlang came to a profound realization: he had traversed realms, his soul having leaped into this unfamiliar, yet oddly recognizable man. After so long, he was reunited with a handsome visage. He gazed greedily at the reflection before him. Fate had indeed granted him a rebirth, restoring his striking features even in this strange world. This was splendid, after the loss of his parents. He felt no attachment to modern Earth. The sensation of a new life was exhilarating. At that moment, a torrent of complex memories surged into his mind. Remnants of the original owner's consciousness. This world was both familiar and foreign. Familiar because it bore a striking resemblance to ancient China, with similar culture, characters, and ethnicities. Foreign, however, as it was not Earth, its geography diverged significantly. This world possessed the 4 books and 5 classics, the works of ancient Chinese sages, the very foundation of Chinese civilization. Yet, there were no dynasties recognized, no Qin, Han, or Jin. This peculiar divergence in geography and history was puzzling. While the cultural essence remained the same, the history of this realm had experienced a great cataclysm, leading to a rebirth of civilization, with these texts meticulously unearthed, becoming crucial keys to the resurgence of culture. Consequently, the 4 books and 5 classics held an even more revered status in this world. Furthermore, martial prowess flourished here, far surpassing that of ancient China. The dynasty in which Shenlang found himself was known as the Great Yin Dynasty. This vast empire spanned over 14 million square kilometers, eclipsing any ancient Chinese dynasty. Unlike ancient China, this dynasty was surrounded by numerous vassal states, resembling the relationship between the Zhou king and his lords. Yet the central empire exerted far greater dominance, with all vassal states acknowledging the Yin emperor as the true dragon son of heaven. In terms of cultural development, the Great Yin Dynasty far exceeded the spring and autumn period of China, aligning more closely with the Tang and Song dynasties. The territory in which Shenlang resided was a prominent vassal state in the south, known as the State of Yu. Yu boasted 3 provinces, 45 counties, and a special administrative region, covering an area exceeding 590,000 square kilometers, with a population of over 10 million, thriving commerce, sharp-witted folk, and a flourishing martial arts culture. The Ning family had ruled Yu for over 4 centuries. Shenlang found himself in the Tiannan province of Yu, in the Nujiang County, within Xuanwu City. To his astonishment, he bore the same name as the original owner of this body, Shenlang. Remarkably, their appearances were strikingly similar, an unlikely coincidence shrouded in mystery. Upon delving into the memories of this body, Shenlang perceived that this alternate version of himself was a tragicomedy. He had grown up in Xuanwu City, in the village of Maple Leaf. His family had only recently settled there when he was over 2 years old. His parents were humble, self-sufficient farmers, and the mountainous terrain of Nujiang County yielded little arable land. Their family of 4 struggled with a mere 2 acres of farmland and 2 acres of mountainous terrain. Though his parents toiled diligently, their harvest barely sufficed for basic sustenance. Despite his humble origins and the fact that he was not the only child, his parents doted on him excessively, refraining from scolding or forcing him to work. Though their poverty was palpable, they still ensured he received an education, rendering him a scholar in a sense. However, his academic performance was dismal. After 10 years of schooling, he had barely learned to recognize 1,000 characters. This was not due to laziness. He was remarkably diligent, but rather a consequence of his low intelligence. His intellect hovered just above the level of a simpleton, akin to the character Forrest Gump, with slow speech, a blank expression, and sluggish reactions. Aside from his handsome appearance, he was virtually devoid of merit, earning a reputation as a good-for-nothing within hundreds of miles. His younger brother, Xinjian, had failed to achieve any success in his martial pursuits and had devolved into a complete scoundrel. As his parents aged, their circumstances worsened, leaving them truly destitute. Now at the age of 18, Shenlang had spent 9 years in town, yet his learning remained woefully inadequate. Some of his classmates had already achieved academic titles, while he remained in an elementary class, sharing lessons with children of merely 10 years. This was akin to others having graduated university while he had not even completed primary school. It was a source of shame for the academy in Hanchuan town, and the teachers were reluctant to instruct him further, deeming him too dim-witted and unworthy of their efforts. Consequently, he was expelled. His parents had coddled him excessively throughout his life. He was incapable of even the simplest tasks, unable to chop wood, let alone engage in farming. As the memories flooded back, Shenlang felt a pang of sorrow. Throughout his childhood, While he dined on white rice, his parents and brother subsisted on corn porridge. Occasionally, when his father hunted a wild rabbit in the mountains, he would sell it at the market, always leaving a leg for Xinlang to enjoy. While his brother Xinjian watched hungrily, gnawing on his bowl of corn rice. His parents indeed favored him, treating this less capable son as a precious gem, while his brother was regarded as mere weeds. Moreover, due to Xinlang's intellectual shortcomings, he had often been bullied, with Xinjian frequently intervening to protect him, resulting in numerous altercations. Such was the warmth and happiness of their family. Thus far, the memories had been filled with joy, despite their extreme poverty. They had shared a deep sense of happiness. However, one could not help but wonder why his current dwelling was so lavish, given their previous destitution. The answer lay in his marriage to an exceedingly wealthy wife. In truth, he had become a son-in-law to a family of immense fortune. Chapter 3. The aristocracy in the illustrious city of Xuanwu. The Su family thrived in the silk and textile trade, presiding over vast fields of mulberry and cotton, amassing considerable wealth. Su Qianqian, the beloved daughter of the Su family, was renowned as the epitome of beauty throughout Xuanwu, excelling in the arts of music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. Her talents distinguished her not only in Xuanwu but also among the elite of the entire Nujiang prefecture. From the age of 15, she assisted her father in managing the family business with remarkable acumen, forming connections with numerous daughters of nobility, which facilitated the Su family's seamless integration into the upper echelons of society in New Prefecture. Such a paragon of beauty, talent, and wealth became the object of desire for countless young men, yet the foolish and inept Xinlang was not among those fortunate suitors. Despite his striking good looks, he found himself worlds apart from Su Qianqian. However, no one anticipated that a year prior, Su Qianqian would fall gravely ill. Despite the efforts of every physician in the vicinity, her condition worsened, threatening her very existence. It was then that a mystic approached the head of the Su family, claiming that Su Qianqian was not merely ill but possessed by malevolent spirits. The only remedy, he asserted, was a marriage to transfer the misfortune and malignancy onto a husband. Though skeptical, the head of the Su family, faced with his daughter's impending demise, resorted to desperate measures, publicly seeking a suitor for Su Qianqian. In normal circumstances, countless young men would vie for such an opportunity, even if it meant marrying a dying woman, driven by the allure of the Su family's vast fortune. However, the purpose of this matrimonial call was to dispel misfortune, which deterred suitors, leaving them fearful of the consequences. In this alternate realm, Xinlang, though dim-witted, had once glimpsed Su Qianqian 2 years prior and had since been infatuated with her. While others admired her from afar, Xinlang revered her as a deity. Upon learning of her illness and the necessity of a marriage to counteract her plight, he unhesitatingly rushed to the Su residence, declaring his willingness to wed Su Qianqian without consulting his parents. Thus, Xinlang became the Su family's son-in-law, an unrefined village boy entering a world of opulence. Yet, Xinlang's motivations were not driven by a desire for wealth but rather a heartfelt wish to save his beloved Su Qianqian, even if the notion of marriage to dispel misfortune seemed absurd. Remarkably, after their union, Su Qianqian's health was restored, and her beauty flourished, leaving the Su family astonished and elated. Xinlang, however, bore no intention of claiming credit. He spent his days in solitude, immersed in books and art. The Su family's attitude toward him became increasingly complex. While they rejoiced in Su Qianqian's recovery, they also regarded Xinlang as a foolish, unworthy rural lad, unfit even to touch a finger of their daughter. Consequently, the servants began to gossip more openly, casting disdainful remarks about Xinlang. His meals grew progressively less appetizing. From cold to spoiled, and despite his humble beginnings, he found himself worse off than he had been in his modest home. Furthermore, he was relegated to a woodshed, with no bed but a mat on the floor. Xinlang, possessing a simple and innocent nature, never complained nor sought retribution for the mistreatment he endured. Upon discovering this injustice, Su Qianqian was incensed and ordered severe punishment for the servants who had wronged Xinlang, ensuring that any future offenders would be expelled from the Su household, though they had not shared a bed nor even a touch since their marriage. Xinlang found immense contentment simply in the presence of Su Qianqian, cherishing her voice and sight. However, half a month ago, Xinlang fell gravely ill. Su Qianqian sought the aid of esteemed doctors, yet none could diagnose his ailment, and he grew weaker by the day, teetering on the brink of death. It was only today that his spirit, belonging to the original Xinlang from Earth, seized this body. Thus, his brief existence had unfolded as a tragic farce, one of utter folly. With a sigh, Shunlang pondered the weight of his new reality. As he did, he realized that beyond the memories of the original Shunlang, there lay other enigmatic knowledge within his mind. Intrigued, he concentrated, eager to uncover this newfound mystery. Just then, footsteps echoed from outside. "This worthless fool must have finally perished," one servant scoffed. "It's remarkable he lasted this long. Good riddance. It saves us from further delays with Our Lady." Indeed, what merit did a dim-witted peasant hold in aspiring to marry their esteemed lady? Such a life was far beyond his grasp. Even in death, he had served a purpose, as the lady had shown kindness to such a simpleton, engaging him in conversation daily. Su Qianqian had decreed that no one should mistreat Shunlang or face expulsion from the Su family, yet with his demise imminent, the servants felt emboldened to mock him. As they entered, one servant held her nose in disgust, only to gasp in disbelief moments later. Shunlang, who had appeared to be on the brink of death just half an hour ago, was now sitting upright in bed, a flicker of vitality in his eyes despite his weakened state. "You're not dead?" the servant stammered. "Indeed, I am very much alive," Shunlang replied. The servants exchanged astonished glances, and the lead maid quickly exclaimed, "Hurry! Inform the master and the lady Shunlang is alive." They then hurriedly exited, eager to relay the unexpected news. Chapter 4. The Golden Finger is remarkable. Approximately 15 minutes later, a physician entered, brought in by Steward Su. He examined Shunlang's eyes and took his pulse for quite some time, then exclaimed in astonishment, "What a marvel! Such a severe illness, on the brink of death, has inexplicably resolved." Beside him, the steward inquired, "Dr. Li, is Shunlang truly well now?" "Yes, he is no longer in danger," Dr. Li confirmed. After a moment's hesitation, he added, "It seems this is merely serendipity." Steward Su advised, "Shunlang, you should take good care of yourself." He then escorted Dr. Li out of the room. Shunlang rose from the bed and stood before the mirror, scrutinizing his rejuvenated self. He was indeed extraordinarily handsome. Although still weak, he radiated youthful vigor. Previously, while Shunlang had been strikingly attractive, his eyes had been vacant and his expression dull, lacking charm, resembling a lifeless statue. Now, however, his eyes sparkled with vitality, and his countenance was animated and profound, a stark contrast to his former self. How wonderful it is to be reborn! After spending half an hour before the mirror, Shunlang sat at the table, picking up a book to peruse. Of course, he found it difficult to concentrate on reading. He was merely feigning interest. His mind was preoccupied with a singular question: what had changed within him? Besides the memories of two Shunlangs, there was something else, and he could not help but search his mind for answers. To his astonishment, he discovered an image of a computer screen materializing in his mind. This was utterly remarkable. The interface was familiar, resembling that of his Dell Alienware laptop, brimming with various files, books, games, and movies. In modern Earth, Shunlang had spent each day in surgery, leading a rather mundane life. Moreover, due to the poor internet connectivity in many parts of Africa, he had to download a vast array of literature and materials onto his hard drive. This computer had accompanied him through most of his leisure time. Within his mind, he casually opened a book, a movie, and a game stored on the laptop, and found them entirely accessible. How extraordinary! It felt as if the entire Alienware laptop had merged with his consciousness. Moreover, Shunlang experienced an uncanny sensation not in his mind, but in his eyes. He concentrated his focus on them, and even more astonishing events unfolded. The world before him transformed. He could see the scissors inside a drawer, the water within a vase, and the roots of a bonsai beneath the soil. Indeed, he could see through objects. However, this was not the kind of voyeuristic sight often depicted in urban novels. It was akin to X-ray vision, much like an X-ray machine in a hospital, capable of revealing the intricate networks of veins and organs, or the security scanners at train stations that could peer inside a suitcase. Then, Shunlang recalled the moment when the bomb exploded beside him. It shattered not only his body, but also an X-ray machine and his laptop. Astonishingly, they had traversed with him into this new existence. How miraculous! Yet, he wondered if any other peculiarities had accompanied him on this journey. Suddenly, an idea struck him. Since both the Alienware and the X-ray capabilities resided within him, could they be combined? Instinctively, he merged these two faculties and gazed at the table, instantly discerning its internal structure and texture. His mind vividly conjured details about the table, desk, made of purple sandalwood, weighing 157 kilograms. Vase, porcelain, dated 15 years. This was intriguing. The combination of these two abilities resembled a scanning device, capable not only of revealing internal structures, but also of providing analysis. At that moment, the door swung open, and a fragrant breeze wafted in, accompanied by a soft and enchanting voice. Shenlang, you are truly healed. I am so delighted. Shenlang turned to look. Initially, he perceived a slender figure with muscles and organs visible through his X-ray vision. Blinking, he returned to normal sight and beheld a graceful beauty. No wonder the former Shenlang had been captivated by a mere glance, willing to sacrifice himself to save her life. She possessed an unparalleled beauty, exuding elegance and a tranquil, scholarly aura, resembling not merely a merchant's daughter, but rather a noblewoman steeped in history. This woman was none other than Shenlang's wife, Su Qianqian. Upon seeing Shenlang, Su Qianqian was momentarily taken aback, slightly surprised, as she recognized the change in him, though his face remained the same. His spirit and aura felt distinctly different. She seated herself before him, saying gently, "It is a blessing that you have recovered, Shenlang." Shenlang replied. After a brief silence, Su Qianqian continued, "Your parents have visited several times. They miss you dearly and are quite worried. Your mother even knelt before me on multiple occasions, pleading for your return. Truly, the hearts of parents are pitiable." Shenlang noted the unspoken implications in her words, but he maintained his dull demeanor, causing Su Qianqian to feel that her initial impression had been a mere illusion. Seeing Shenlang's slow reaction, Su Qianqian felt somewhat troubled. If she were speaking to a person of wit, they would have understood her meaning by now. However, the Shenlang before her appeared entirely obtuse, leaving her at a loss for how to proceed. Bang! At that moment, the door was forcefully pushed open, and a remarkably dashing gentleman strode in. Approaching Su Qianqian and kissing her hair, mocking, "This fool cannot comprehend even the simplest of words. How could he possibly grasp your subtle hints?" Shenlang cast his gaze upon this striking figure, Zhang Jin, his expression revealing little emotion, his eyes devoid of sentiment. Zhang Jin declared, "If he cannot even understand that, let me make it more explicit. You, a penniless wretch, were merely a temporary fixture in the Su family to bring good fortune. Now that Qianqian's health has returned, you are unworthy even of her little finger. Henceforth, you are cast out from the Su family, and you and Qianqian shall have no further ties. For she is to marry me. Do you understand?" Shenlang's gaze remained fixed on Su Qianqian's beautiful face, as if seeking a definitive answer from her. Taking a deep breath, Su Qianqian said softly, "Shenlang, you are kind-hearted, but I am very sorry. We are simply not suited for one another." Shenlang did not respond to her so-called kindness. He thought to himself, "With my striking appearance, I do not require such sentiments." He continued to gaze at her, remaining silent. Su Qianqian felt a surge of irritation. This Shenlang appeared so dense. Her words had been abundantly clear. Beside her. The aristocratic Zhang Jin grew impatient and snorted disdainfully. Zhang Jin scoffed, "Your foolish mind is truly beyond salvation." He then embraced Su Qianqian's slender waist and exited the room. "In half an hour, vacate the Su residence or face the consequences," Zhang Jin warned coldly before striding away. Chapter 5, The Grand Undertaking Outside. The voice of Zhang Jin could still be heard. "We must act swiftly. The Zhu family is seeking a marriage alliance with the Xuanwu Countess estate. If Zhu Hongxue and Jin Mulan marry first, their esteemed statuses will overshadow our wedding." "The Jin Mulan of the Xuanwu Countess estate?" Su Qianqian's tone was somewhat complex. "Indeed," Zhang Jin affirmed, "she can be regarded as the princess of Xuanwu City." His tone grew even more intricate. He then inquired, "Do you see her often? Is she truly as beautiful, skilled in martial arts, and adept in military strategy as the legends suggest?" Su Qianqian replied, "This princess of Xuanwu City is quite proud. She has never attended our gatherings, not even when the governor's daughter invited her. After all, she hails from a family of nobility that has flourished for centuries. By the way, this matter is confidential. You must not speak of it to anyone," Zhang Jin cautioned. Su Qianqian softly replied, "I understand the gravity of this situation." After Zhang Jin and Su Qianqian departed, Shenlang returned to stand before the mirror, a sardonic smile gracing his lips. He was not the least surprised by the situation before him. While delving into the memories of this body, Shenlang had already discerned that over 2 months ago, Su Qianqian had been subtly hinting at various matters, such as the idea of fate and how her parents were deeply concerned for him. However, the previous Shenlang, lacking in intellect, had been oblivious to these insinuations, remaining blissfully ignorant within the Su household. All of Su Qianqian's hints had proven ineffective. leading to Xin Lang suddenly falling gravely ill a month ago, with the justification being that malevolent energies had transferred onto him. Yet, who could have anticipated that the Xun Lang from Earth would traverse through time, experiencing a miraculous resurrection? Perhaps out of reverence for the extraordinary nature of Xun Lang's rebirth, or for other reasons, the Su family chose not to resort to murder. Zhang Jin, the son of a powerful family, directly tore down the facade, compelling Su Chanqian to unveil her true intentions and expel Xin Lang from the Su family, thus severing their marital ties. It was also abrupt. After traversing into this realm, his life as a son-in-law had lasted but a brief hour. The Su family's support was no longer an option. It appeared he must seek sustenance elsewhere. Naturally, as a physician endowed with X-ray vision, sustaining himself and his family would be a straightforward endeavor. Opening a medical practice would suffice. However, in his previous life, he had tirelessly treated the ill, leaving him utterly drained. In this new existence, he yearned solely for the indulgence of wealth and a leisurely life. Having finally crossed into a new world, to continue as a doctor seemed utterly unambitious. With such a handsome visage, he could not let it go to waste. He must pursue a more distinguished match. Humph. You, Su Chanqian, disdain me as a waste? I, Xin Lang, would not even consider the likes of the Su family mere merchants. If I am to seek a partner, it shall be one of power and prestige. Yet, prior to that, he needed to carefully cultivate his reputation. Carrying the label of a fool would not attract the attention of an enchanting noblewoman, who, within several hundred miles, was the wealthiest and most influential unmarried lady? Jean Mulan, the daughter of the Xuanwu Countess estate. Indeed, she was the one. Su Chanqian had just mentioned that she was the scion of a century-old aristocratic family, the princess of Xuanwu City. With nothing belonging to him to collect from the Su household, Xun Lang prepared to depart. Time was of the essence. He needed to hasten his pursuit of a new life. Bang! The door burst open once more, this time with force. Steward Su, accompanied by 4 martial servants, stormed in. Pointing at Xin Lang and scolding, "You insolent Xin Lang. As a poor country boy who entered the Su family, not only did you steal our wealth, but you also harassed the maidservants. Such crimes warrant a death sentence, but out of the goodness of our hearts, we shall spare your miserable life. The master has decreed the annulment of your marriage and your immediate expulsion from the Su family." A smile flickered in Xin Lang's heart. This was to be expected. They needed a pretext to expel him, casting aspersions upon his character. Throughout his months in the Su household, he had not touched a single coin, let alone stolen anything. The accusation of harassing maidservants was even more ludicrous. For your own safety, and for the sake of your family, you should know what to say when you leave. Steward Su said coldly, "Do not forget, you are a fool. Remember clearly, after you leave, proclaim that you stole from the Su family and harassed the maidservants, which led to your expulsion. Misstep even a single word, and your entire family shall suffer. Understood?" "Understood," Xin Lang replied. "Get out," Steward Su commanded. "Ah, leaving already?" Xin Lang stepped outside. "Wait," Steward Su barked, "search him. This lowly scoundrel might be hiding something. Do not let him steal even a half coin." Several servants approached, searching Xin Lang, but he had nothing on him. "The only thing of value on you is your silk garments, worth a few coins, something a downtrodden wretch like you would never have the opportunity to wear. Consider yourself fortunate." Steward Su waved his hand. "Now, expel Xin Lang from the estate." Thus, Xin Lang was cast out of the Grand Su residence by the servants. As he left the Su family, maidservants pointed and whispered about him. "This waste has finally been expelled. He, a pauper, has eaten and drunk for free in the Su household for months. What a stroke of luck for him. The young lady is of such high stature. To have been nominally married to him for several months is a disgrace. Yet, he was undeniably handsome. What good is good looks? He is as foolish as a pig. Utterly useless." The Su estate was vast, spanning dozens of acres, and it took several minutes to traverse. Xin Lang staggered out through the grand gates of the Su family. Bang! The large door slammed shut behind him. Gazing up at the sky, a bright moon hung overhead. It was now evening. Reflecting for a moment, he recalled the direction of his home and set off toward the northwest. He would take his revenge, and swiftly, within 3 days. Furthermore, his retaliation would come in waves. For a gentleman avenges himself from dawn to dusk. Su Chanqian stood atop the highest tower, watching Xin Lang's retreating figure. "This lad is fortunate," a voice behind her remarked. That of her father, Su Guangyun, the head of their prosperous household. "Father, today's actions were too overt," Su Chanqian frowned. "Such behavior tarnishes my reputation." "There is no alternative," the Su patriarch replied. "Zhang Ji must witness this scene. For our family to thrive to this point, we need a formidable ally. Zhang Jin is the best match we can hope for. Pleasing him is of utmost importance. As for our family's reputation, it is inconsequential. Su Qianqian acquiesced. Though her brow furrowed again, she felt her father's words were inappropriate. After walking several miles, several figures suddenly blocked his path. 5 armed warriors surrounded him. 3 in front and 2 behind. Young Master Shen, please accompany us. A cloth strip was bound around his mouth, silencing him, while another strip covered his eyes. The 5 men led Shen Lang through the dense forest, twisting and turning for nearly a quarter of an hour. Moments later, they halted, and one of them removed the cloth from Shen Lang's eyes. Before him lay a cemetery, chaotic and disordered. 8 individuals stood there, all wielding knives. For we're digging a long, deep pit. Boss, the pit is ready. A hoarse voice commanded. Take young Master Shen to the pit and cover him with earth. Be sure to light candles and offer incense afterward, lest he depart this world in despair. This is an attempt to bury Shen Lang alive. A few individuals approached, intent on executing him. How could a handsome man like Shen Lang withstand the onslaught of these 9 formidable warriors from the martial world? His demise seemed inevitable. Halt! Shen Lang exclaimed coldly. Leader Tian, your days are numbered. Chapter 6. A deviation from the norm. Bound and gagged, Shen Lang's muffled cries were unintelligible to his captors, who paid them no heed. He fixed his gaze upon the leader, a hardened man in his 30s with scarred features, cruel eyes, and clad in soft armor. Shen Lang recognized him as Tian Hong, a notorious local gang leader and militia head, infamous for his brutality and extensive criminal enterprises. As Shen Lang was cast into the pit, an eerie calm settled over him, contrasting sharply with the fear one would expect. His unsettling gaze, almost as if imbued with X-ray vision, scrutinized Tian Hong, sending shivers down the gang leader's spine. Unable to bear the unnerving scrutiny, Tian Hong halted the burial. Approaching Shen Lang, he tore away the gag, demanding, "What are you looking at?" "There is a needle lodged within you," Shen Lang stated, "which, if not removed, will prove fatal." He spoke the truth. A nearly imperceptible silver needle was indeed lodged in Tian Hong's lung. Tian Hong was taken aback. Shen Lang continued, "The needle courses through your pulmonary artery. If it reaches your brain, death is certain." Astonishment washed over Tian Hong. "How could you possibly know?" he questioned incredulously. This was a secret known to none, not even his wife. "I can extract it," Shen Lang offered. Tian Hong studied Shen Lang intently. "You are reputed to be an imbecile, yet you seem anything but. The needle must be removed, or you will die." "I alone can do it," Shen Lang persisted. "In exchange for your life, I presume?" Tian Hong countered. "Do you not wish to know who ordered your demise?" Shen Lang shook his head. "I know full well who it was." Tian Hong's eyes narrowed. "You are far from foolish." He paused, then lamented, "Regrettably, I cannot accept your offer." Shen Lang's hopes dwindled. He had anticipated that the offer of life would outweigh any monetary incentive, yet Tian Hong remained resolute. "Your brother owes us a debt," Tian Hong explained. 3 months ago. To pay for your father's medical care, he borrowed 5 gold coins from my establishment. With exorbitant interest, the sum has now ballooned to 100. Shen Lang, however, was more concerned about his father's injury. "Since your family cannot repay the debt, I have been tasked with burying you alive," Tian Hong continued. "To add verisimilitude to the situation, we will raise your home and deal with your brother and parents." Shen Lang understood the situation. Someone had paid Tian Hong to orchestrate these events, using the debt as a pretext. "There is no animosity between us, and you are not as dim-witted as legend suggests," Tian Hong admitted. "Nevertheless, I must carry out my orders. Forgive me." He signaled to his men. "End his suffering. Kill him before burying him." As a warrior raised his blade, Shen Lang cried out, "Halt! How much were you paid to kill me?" "I will offer you 10 times that amount, 1,000 gold coins." The warrior paused, blade poised inches from Shen Lang's neck. Tian Hong was stunned by Shen Lang's shrewdness. "I am tempted," Tian Hong confessed, "truly tempted. However, your family is destitute, your father bedridden, and your brother crippled. You could not possibly produce a single gold coin, let alone 1,000. But you can gamble." Shen Lang countered. "If you succeed, you will gain a fortune. If you fail, you merely delay my execution by a few days, without forfeiting the 100 gold coins from the Su family." Tian Hong hesitated. Shen Lang pressed on. 10 days, 1,000 gold coins. Tian Hong relented. 3 days. That is all I can grant you." "Agreed," Shen Lang affirmed. "Dig him out," Tian Hong commanded. As the warriors complied, Shen Lang tore a strip from his silk garment, pricked his finger, and penned a debt note in blood, promising to repay Tian Hung 1,000 gold coins. Tian Hung accepted the bloody note. You are not the simpleton I was led to believe. He turned to his men. Let's go. Remember, Xinlang, Tian Heng's voice echoed. 3 days, 1,000 gold coins. Or your entire family will perish. Understood. Xinlang's mind raced. He devised a plan to amass wealth, protect his family, and exact revenge on the Su family. Chapter 7. A new perspective. It had been 3 months since his family last saw him, and one could only imagine the depth of their worry and longing. These two individuals would be vigilantly watching over Xinlang, leaving him no opportunity for escape. Stretching his limbs, he continued his journey homeward. The kingdom of Yu lay to the southeast of the Great Yin, characterized by its hilly terrain, where the mountains, though not particularly high, were plentiful. In such a complex landscape, the roads were surprisingly well maintained. Even the rural paths measured around 4 meters in width, allowing 3 horses to pass side by side. A remarkable feat compared to ancient China. As dawn broke, Xinlang encountered numerous farmers engaged in labor, their attire reminiscent of ancient Chinese garb. Yet their physical stature appeared somewhat superior, taller, and more robust. Along the way, he noticed sturdy stone fortifications in nearly every village, with militia patrolling, armed with knives and, in some cases, bows and arrows, which was quite astonishing. In most dynasties of ancient China, such weapons were strictly prohibited, yet here they were, brazenly present in the villages. The martial spirit of this world far exceeded that of ancient China. By noon of the following day, Xinlang arrived at Fingye village. Nestled in a valley with a population of over 600, the village also boasted a stone fortress guarded by a score of militia. Most villagers resided closely together, with hundreds of houses densely packed along both banks of the river, while Xinlang's home stood apart, isolated on the mountainside. His family, having moved here from afar over a decade ago, remained outsiders in this conservative and insular community. Xinlang's parents seldom interacted with the villagers, resulting in their continued alienation. As he ascended the mountainside, he beheld the dilapidated earthen house that was his home, now in a state of disrepair even worse than he remembered from 3 months prior. The yard, once meticulously maintained by his father, was now overrun with weeds. The earthen walls, battered by wind and rain, bore several gaping holes, and the roof was merely thatched, lacking even tiles. The severity of their poverty was truly staggering, providing inadequate shelter from the elements. Before he could reach the door, Xinlang heard the anguished cries of his mother, the harsh coughing of his father, and the pained cries of his younger brother. His mother lamented, "Old man, you've been coughing up blood and can hardly rise from your bed. How will we manage with Erlang's broken leg? Tomorrow, I shall go to the Su family. If they do not release Erlang, I shall throw myself against their door." She sobbed, "My eldest son, so honest and kind, must be suffering terribly in that den of wolves. I worry whether he is fed or clothed. My son, who has never endured hardship, has now been cast into such misery." Listening to her words, Xinlang felt a surge of warmth and an ache in his heart. His parents and brother were momentarily stunned, then overcome with uncontainable joy. His father, in a fit of excitement, tried to rise from the bed, only to be seized by a violent coughing fit, blood foaming at the corners of his mouth. His brother abruptly sat up, howling in pain. Xinlang nodded vigorously. "Yes. I will never return to the Su family." Good. That's right," his mother exclaimed, wiping away her tears with renewed vigor. His father joyfully declared, "My son has truly matured." Such was the extent of his parents' indulgence. Merely stating he would not return to the Su family was enough for them to believe he had grown wise. Quickly, Xinlang moved to support his father, focusing his spirit to assess his injuries. Indeed, his father bore internal wounds, with damage to both lungs and stomach, particularly severe bruising in the lungs and fractured ribs. Fortunately, the rib fractures had begun to heal over the past 3 months, albeit unevenly, with numerous bone spurs indicating just how brutally the Su family's servants had attacked him. Had his brother not borrowed 5 gold coins to seek medical assistance, Xinlang would have never seen his father again. 5 gold coins for treatment was an astronomical sum for an ordinary farming family. Yet even with such expenditure, his father's internal injuries remained far from healed. Without further treatment, his father's life would still hang in the balance. In an instant, Xinlang devised a treatment plan to make a minuscule incision in his father's lung to drain the hematoma, then apply herbal remedies to reduce inflammation and restore vitality. In a few months, he could achieve full recovery. "Father, I am unfilial, but I vow never to let you and mother worry again." As he spoke, he placed his palm upon his father's forehead, feeling the heat of fever indicative of inflammation. Immediate action was required to quell the fever, lest his father's life be endangered within days. His father's gaze remained fixed on Shenlang's face, suppressing his cough with great effort, his eyes brimming with profound affection. "Delang, you have become astute. A father's love is indeed keen." He immediately noticed the change in Shenlang. While his parents cherished him, they were also acutely aware of his previous shortcomings, his perceived lack of intelligence, which they were reluctant to acknowledge but knew deep down. His mother approached, cupping Shenlang's face in her hands, gazing at him for a while before exclaiming, "Indeed, my Delang has become clever. Your eyes are so captivating and full of life. Thank the heavens." Shenlang had initially pondered how to explain his transformation, but it was unnecessary. His parents' unconditional love left them overjoyed at his newfound cunning, requiring no further elucidation from him. "Brother, was it the Su family that cast you out?" his younger brother inquired. Shenlang nodded. Good. It is for the best." His mother responded, "I could never bear to see my son in the clutches of such heartless people. Although we are poor, your father, mother, and brother will strive to support you, ensuring you shall never suffer." Such bias was boundless. From his mother's words, it seemed Shenlang would not have to labor at home, merely subsisting on plain rice. His parents did not underestimate him, but rather, given their family's circumstances and Shenlang's less than favorable reputation, they recognized that besides his good looks, he lacked any skills for survival. Marrying a widow was already a considerable achievement. Shenlang smiled and approached his brother's bedside, lifting the hem of his trousers to reveal a significant bruise on his calf, where the bone on the right side was fractured. "Brother, I'm fine. A rest of 10 days or so will suffice. The worst that could happen is a limp. After all, you have me to carry on the family line," his brother, Shenjian, remarked. "Besides, a limp would be advantageous. I could earn money by feigning injury in Xuanwu City, running beneath the wheels of a cart to extort money." This was his brother, kind-hearted towards Shenlang, yet utterly unreliable. Without treatment, this leg injury could lead to a far graver fate. "When did this happen?" Shenlang inquired. The news of his brother's severe injury had been tightly controlled by the Su family, leaving the household in ignorance. However, the bond between mother and child was strong. Their prolonged silence regarding Shenlang's situation had naturally caused them concern, prompting his younger brother to investigate. Having departed from the Su family, his brother was surely ambushed and had his leg broken, undoubtedly at the hands of that cruel family. Shenlang's handsome visage darkened with anger, his eyes twitching at the thought. "I will treat your leg shortly. It will be painful, so brace yourself," he instructed. "Brother, when did you become skilled at healing?" his younger brother asked, surprised. Shenlang had previously needed assistance even to dress. How could he possibly treat a broken leg? In modern Earth, Shenlang had spent each day healing the sick and wounded. While he wouldn't claim to be a master physician, he certainly possessed extensive clinical experience. In his eyes, the ailments of his father and younger brother were utterly trivial, especially considering he possessed the ability of X-ray vision. Even in this underdeveloped world of medical care, healing the two would be a mere trifle. Chapter 8. A stunning performance. Delang, your mother will accompany you. There are wild beasts on the mountain. And do not lose your way, she declared, rushing out. She regarded Shenlang as if he were still a child, unwilling to let him ascend the mountain alone. "Mother, please boil a pot of water at home. Find a small knife and sharpen it. Prepare a longer and thicker needle, and gather some cotton cloth to boil in the water," Shenlang instructed with remarkable clarity and composure, despite his rapid speech. His mother, taken aback, did not question him and simply nodded, "All right." To her, her son had become astute, and every word he spoke seemed akin to a royal decree. With a bamboo basket and a small shovel slung over his shoulder, Shenlang departed for the mountain, closely followed by the 13th and 14th disciples of Tianheng, who would not stray from his side. They were determined to keep a watchful eye on Shenlang until they received their payment, at which point they intended to kill him. Shenlang harbored some concerns about whether the flora of this world differed entirely from that of Earth. However, his worries proved unfounded. Although there were many unfamiliar plants, a substantial portion mirrored those he knew. Numerous anti-inflammatory herbs thrived in the lush woods behind his home. In just over an hour, he had gathered ample amounts of perilla, honeysuckle, and dandelion, all of which possessed anti-inflammatory properties. Regrettably, this was not the arid edge of a desert or a prairie, so licorice was absent. However, to his pleasant surprise, he unearthed Isita's root. In modern Earth, Isita's root was hailed as a universal remedy. Subsequently, Shenlang continued to excavate various medicinal herbs, accumulating over a dozen types, including those for hemostasis and reducing heat, filling his bamboo basket to the brim. Unfortunately, he could not locate belladonna, rendering him unable to concoct anesthetics. As dusk fell, Xinlang returned, laden with his harvest, only to find that his mother had prepared everything. Employing his X-ray vision, he meticulously examined his younger brother's fractured leg. Fortunately, the broken bone was relatively smooth and not jagged, sparing any vital blood vessels from harm. His mother had sharpened the small knife and boiled it in water for sterilization. Gently, Xinlang made an incision at the site of the fracture to allow the stagnant blood to flow out and facilitate a more precise alignment of the bone. Regrettably, the conditions were exceedingly primitive, making the use of steel nails impossible. Once the broken bone was aligned, Xinlang sutured the wound with the boiled needle and thread, applied the crushed medicinal herbs to the injury, and secured the site with 3 wooden sticks and boiled cloth strips, binding them tightly since they had no plaster available. This leg must not touch the ground and should remain still. It will heal in 2 months, Xinlang stated. This could barely be deemed a minor surgery, completed in under an hour. Despite the excruciating pain, his brother bit down on a wooden stick, refusing to cry out. The entire process left their parents breathless. Unable to believe their eyes, they could hardly speak, let alone breathe deeply. Just moments ago, his father had observed clearly how decisively and swiftly Xinlang had acted. His demeanor utterly transformed. His brother, discarding the stick, looked at Xinlang in astonishment. "Brother, you are truly miraculous. My leg not only has reduced swelling, but also hurts less. I've seen many doctors treat broken bones, but none were as quick and skilled as you." Although his brother Xinjian was often a scapegoat among ruffians, he had witnessed enough injuries to appreciate Xinlang's astonishing skill, which surpassed even the doctors who treated their gang. The family was filled with a mixture of surprise and joy. Next, Xinlang turned to treat his father, first draining the accumulated blood from his lungs. Otherwise, his condition would worsen. This procedure was particularly challenging, as locating the hematomas within the lungs was nearly impossible to discern with the naked eye, presenting a dilemma for the doctors of this world. Yet, for Xinlang, it posed no challenge. His X-ray vision allowed him to easily ascertain the precise locations of the accumulated blood and fluid. His mother had prepared a thick needle, approximately 3 millimeters in diameter, designed for stitching animal hides, which had been boiled for sterilization. Xinlang skillfully inserted the needle into his father's lung and withdrew it, then employed a hollow plant stem to drain the blood. This stem, measuring 2 to 3 millimeters in diameter, proved sturdy enough to extract the accumulated blood. Thus, Xinlang made several small incisions in his father's lung, gradually siphoning out the hematomas. After more than an hour, he had successfully extracted the majority of the blood and fluid, leaving only a small amount that would naturally be absorbed by the body over time. The results of Xinlang's treatment were immediate. Although his father continued to cough, his breathing became considerably easier. Previously, even the slightest effort to breathe felt as if his lungs would burst with pain, a sensation that was utterly unbearable. Now, breathing was much less laborious, and the feeling of constriction in his chest had dissipated, bringing him immense relief. They say that absence sharpens admiration. This precious son had only been away for 3 months, yet he had acquired such remarkable abilities. Father feels much lighter and more comfortable now. My son is truly impressive. His father's words brimmed with pride. His mother gazed at Xinlang in disbelief, unable to fathom how her son had grown so wise and capable. Do not inquire. Your Delang was never foolish, merely possessing great wisdom disguised as simplicity, his father interjected, discouraging her curiosity. Delang's transformation brings us such joy. Why should we probe deeper? From that moment on, their parents and brother refrained from discussing Xinlang's changes, choosing instead to revel in their happiness. I am sure my son is hungry. Let me prepare a meal for you, his mother exclaimed, bustling into the kitchen. Being both diligent and swift, she had the food ready in less than half an hour. 3 bowls of porridge, a large bowl of rice, a platter of wild vegetables, a dish of greens, and a plate of cured meat with cucumber. Since his father and brother were bedridden, the dining setup was placed between 2 beds. Xinlang received white rice, while his father, mother, and brother enjoyed corn porridge. Xinlang attempted to share his rice with his father and brother, but the 3 of them firmly declined. My son is still growing. He should eat white rice while we will manage with corn porridge, his father asserted resolutely. You will not eat rice, nor will I, nor will your brother, he added. Indeed, absolutely not. His brother Xinjian chimed in from his bed. Let my son have the meat, his mother insisted, placing the few slices of cured meat into Xinlang's bowl. Although he wished to share with his father and brother, he understood their unwavering resolve. Moreover, seeing Shenlang enjoy the meat brought them greater happiness. Oh, such blatant favoritism, he lamented. Even though his father and brother were injured and recovering, they continued to ensure that he received the finest food. After the meal, Shenlang prepared medicine and administered it to his father and brother. His brother needed bone broth for his fracture and would require 2 months of rest to heal adequately. Although the blood and fluid in his father's lungs had been drained, and he was no longer in immediate danger, the treatment was only halfway complete. Further anti-inflammatory measures, lung nourishment, and physical reinforcement were necessary, but these medicines could not be found on the mountain and would require financial expenditure. Dalang, wash your feet, his mother said. Bringing over warm water and kneeling down to wash Shenlang's feet, her actions fluid and practiced, clearly a routine established over the past decade. I can do it myself. I can do it myself, Shenlang insisted, unwilling to burden his mother with such a task, deeming it disrespectful. However, his mother appeared somewhat saddened, saying, Dalang, you used to love when I washed your feet. What has changed? My hands are quite clean. She was concerned that Shenlang, after spending a few months in the luxurious life of the Su family, would come to disdain her. Shenlang realized that every time she washed his feet, it brought her immense joy, for he was her most beloved child. Thus, he found himself enveloped in bliss, observing his mother's rough hands tenderly cleansing his feet. Throughout the process, her gaze and expression radiated boundless happiness and contentment. Although Shenlang inherited this body and its memories, he did not fully inherit the emotions. Yet, within mere hours, he found himself captivated, ensnared by the love of his parents and younger brother. From that moment on, you shall be my true parents, my dear brother. He felt a profound responsibility to ensure a prosperous life for his family. At that moment, a gentle voice whispered in his ear, Shenlang, your family is truly bound by love. However, you only have 2 days. If you cannot produce 1,000 gold coins, your entire family will suffer the consequences. Chapter 9. Earning Money. Let the show begin. Upon hearing Tian Shursan's words, Shenlang responded with a smile. 13th brother, I am about to retire for the evening. Do you intend to keep watch? Tian Shursan retorted, 2 days remain. Without 1,000 gold coins, your entire family will meet their end. Subsequently, he departed. Shenlang luxuriated in his bed. His abode was dilapidated, with portions of the roof leaking. Consequently, his parents and younger brother shared a room, while Shenlang occupied one alone. Furthermore, his bed was expansive and soft, and even the thin quilt was new. Despite the family's poverty, they always provided him with the finest they could afford. In rural areas, many impoverished children seldom received new garments, even during the new year. Shenlang's family, though even more destitute, ensured he had 3 new sets of clothing annually, one for summer, one for autumn, and one for the new year. Conversely, his younger brother, Shenjian, never received new clothes, inheriting Shenlang's hand-me-downs. He was perplexed by this preferential treatment. How could his parents favor him so disproportionately? It defied logic. Shenjian might be considered unambitious, spending his days idly, but he had improved significantly compared to Shenlang's previous state. Aside from his handsome appearance, Shenlang was utterly inept. Had the earthling Shenlang not transmigrated, this imbecile would have been incapable of providing for his parents in their old age. Unable even to manage his own life, requiring constant care from his parents until their demise, followed by support from his brother. Worthless Shenlang, I shall repay the debt you owe your parents and brother with a lifetime of devotion. Shenlang vowed silently, determined to ensure his parents' prosperity and his brother's marriage, establishment, and success. The immediate priority was to overcome the present crisis. Tian Heng had granted him 3 days to amass 1,000 gold coins, and now only 2 remained. What would transpire if Shenlang failed to produce the sum within the allotted time? Tian Heng would execute his entire family, a promise he invariably upheld. Was it feasible to earn 1,000 gold coins within 2 days? The following morning, Shenlang arose, prepared medicine for his father and brother, and after washing up, consumed his breakfast. Knock, knock, knock. A knock reverberated from the front door. His mother, visibly anxious, moved to answer it. I shall answer it, Shenlang interjected. Upon opening the door, he found Tian Heng's 13th and 14th adopted sons. Time is of the essence. Let us proceed to earn money, Tian Shursan stated directly, his tone nonchalant. Darl, what is amiss? His mother inquired. Nothing, mother. These are merely 2 acquaintances, Shenlang replied. His mother responded warmly, friends of Darl are welcome. Join us for some porridge. Tian Shursan demurred with a smile. Thank you, but we have already dined. Xinlang leisurely finished his bowl of white rice porridge. Whereupon his mother pressed an egg upon him. Eat quickly. He instinctively moved to offer the egg to his father. Eat it. Eat it immediately, his mother insisted firmly, proceeding to peel another egg, dividing it in half for his father and brother. Very well, I shall eat, Xinlang acquiesced. Only after witnessing him consume it did his mother's face brighten. Mother, I am venturing into the city with my friends. A distinguished master has arrived at the academy today. Xinlang announced. Tian Shisan added enthusiastically, Madam, my home is situated in the town. We shall ensure Xinlang does not go hungry. His mother responded. That is most kind of you. Please visit our home, and I shall prepare eggs for you. Certainly, Tian Shisan replied, his smile widening. Subsequently, Xinlang departed to earn money, with Tian Shisan and Tian Shirsi following closely behind. 1,000 gold coins represented an astronomical sum for his family. 4 hours later, Xinlang had traversed over 30 miles, nearing Xuanwu City. At that moment, 2 men appeared on the road ahead, walking with agitation, muttering curses. They seemed to be a father and son, the father in his 40s and the son in his 20s. Tian Shisan stepped forward, greeting them warmly. Uncle Li, Brother Da? Long time no see. The pair halted, recognizing Tian Shisan. Their expressions shifted to embarrassment, but they quickly replaced it with smiles. Ah, Shisan, it has been a while. Tian Shisan continued effusively. Uncle, why do you not visit our home? My father misses you dearly and was just lamenting your absence over tea yesterday. Although you owe our family a small sum, please do not let it create any distance. You and my father are closer than brothers. The middle-aged man replied. I shall visit tomorrow, without fail. Tian Shisan embraced the father and son, leading them towards the rice paddies and into the woods. Uncle, you have not dined with us in some time. My father prepared fine wine that has gone sour. I was instructed to deliver some meat to your home, and I chanced upon you today. Tian Shisan's tone grew more affectionate as he guided the pair into the woods, as if they were close relatives. Oh, uncle. Tian Shisan addressed the middle-aged man. My father has declared that you need not repay the debt. The middle-aged man responded. That is most gracious indeed. Tian Shisan countered. You and my father have been friends for over a decade, closer than brothers. What is a small sum between such comrades? I used to dine at your home every other day as a child. The middle-aged man replied then. I shall slaughter a pig's head tomorrow and visit your father for a drink. Excellent, Tian Shisan responded. Abruptly, he drew a sharp blade. Thwack! With lightning speed. He plunged it into the hearts of the father and son, his movements too swift for Xinlang to follow clearly. There were no cries of agony. No wails of despair. The pair died instantly, blood spurting from their wounds moments later. 14. Summon our brethren to dispose of these bodies, Tian Shisan instructed. Yes, brother. Tian Shirsi responded. Tian Shisan meticulously wiped the blade clean with a silk cloth, carefully tucking it into his bosom. He scrutinized his person and sleeves to ensure no bloodstains remained, before turning to Xinlang. Apologies for the delay. I encountered some acquaintances. Let us proceed. Very well. Xinlang replied. Throughout the entire episode, Tian Shisan's countenance remained unchanged, adorned with a smile, even during the act of killing. The two resumed their journey towards Xuanwu City. Xinlang inquired suddenly, Tian Shisan, was that middle-aged man your uncle? Tian Shisan nodded, indeed. He and my father fled together during a period of hardship. They have been friends for over a decade, and he often held me as a child. Xinlang asked, how much did he owe? 3 gold coins. As he was an acquaintance, the interest was lower, accumulating to 25 gold coins, Tian Shisan replied. He could not repay it. Yesterday, the father and son visited the gambling den and incurred several gold coins in gambling debts. For 25 gold coins, Tian Shisan had unhesitatingly murdered the father and son. Despite their decade-long friendship, and Xinlang owed 1,000 gold coins. Tian Shisan remarked, Xinlang, I am aware that you are merely stalling for time. Amassing 1,000 gold coins in 2 days is a fool's errand. Confess now that you cannot accomplish it, and I shall grant you a swift death. Do not squander my time. With that, he produced his sharp blade, polishing it repeatedly. A mere nod from Xinlang would prompt him to dispatch him with utmost speed. 1,000 gold coins represented the accumulated wealth of hundreds of families over decades, a veritable fortune. For Xinlang, a pauper. To earn such a sum in 2 days was an impossible feat. Xinlang gazed at Tian Shisan, declaring earnestly, 2 days are unnecessary. I can earn it today. Tian Shisan exclaimed in astonishment. Indeed? Xinlang affirmed, within 3 hours, I shall amass 1,000 gold coins. Tian Shisan's eyes widened in disbelief. 3 hours? That is utterly implausible. Shenlang reiterated, precisely, within 3 hours. Shenlang and Tian Shursan entered the city of Xuanwu. Xuanwu City, one of the 8 cities of Nujiang County, governs 25 towns and boasts a population exceeding 250,000, with over 30,000 residents within the city itself. Shenlang observed that the city walls of Xuanwu towered over 12 meters high, encircling nearly 10 li. In ancient China, many provincial capitals did not possess walls of such height, which attests to a singular truth: the martial prowess of this world far surpasses that of ancient China, necessitating greater fortifications for defense. The soldiers atop the walls were predominantly clad in leather armor, with officers donning metal armor, numbering in the hundreds. Upon entering the city, the streets bustled with life, and shops lined the thoroughfares, far more prosperous than he had imagined. Shenlang halted before a grand 3-story establishment adorned with a sign that read Jinxiek. He aspired not only to amass a significant fortune here, but also to exact a fierce retribution upon the Su family. Taking a deep breath, Shenlang stepped into the resplendent confines of Jinxiek. Let the performance commence. Chapter 10. Striking Rich. The Brocade Pavilion specializes in selling silk fabrics and is a competitor of the Su family, with which Shenlang had previously formed a marriage alliance. Though smaller in scale than the Su family, the Lin family, the proprietor of the Brocade Pavilion, is renowned in Xuanwu City as a wealthy household, with branches in several surrounding cities. Most importantly, the Lin family stands as a rival to the Su family. Upon the entrance of Shenlang and Tian Shursan, a shop assistant promptly approached them, greeting them warmly. Welcome, esteemed guests. Are you here to browse our fabrics? We have just released a new batch of cotton cloth. Please feel its softness and delicacy. The sharp-eyed assistant quickly discerned that Shenlang lacked funds, and thus promoted the cotton rather than silk. Shenlang spoke directly. Inform your master that I wish to conduct a substantial business transaction with the Lin family, one that could yield an additional 5,000 gold coins annually. Upon hearing this, the assistant was momentarily taken aback. Though he maintained a smile, he inwardly scoffed at Shenlang's disheveled appearance. If you could truly earn 5,000 gold coins a year, would you still be in such dire straits? He remarked. Please, do not jest with me. At this moment, Tian Shursan interjected. I am Tian Shursan of the Black Clothes Gang. Please summon the master of the Lin family for a business discussion. The Black Clothes Gang, known throughout Xuanwu City for its gambling, brothel, and lending operations, commanded a certain respect. Although they typically kept their distance from the Lin family, it was wise to avoid antagonizing such a powerful faction. The assistant, thinking Tian Shursan might be extorting money on behalf of the gang, was caught off guard. Master Shursan, your presence is an honor, exclaimed a plump manager as he hurriedly approached. Please, allow me to serve you some fine tea. The assistant quickly brewed a pot of fragrant tea, pouring a cup for both Tian Shursan and Shenlang. The manager continued, Master Shursan, whatever business you wish to discuss. My master has long desired to befriend the leader of the Black Clothes Gang. Please accept this small token of respect. He pushed forward a box containing 20 gold coins, which could be considered a generous offering. Tian Shursan chuckled. Master Lin truly believes I am here to beg for alms. I assure you, I come with a legitimate business proposal, not to extort you. The manager was taken aback. You truly have a business proposition? Indeed, replied Tian Shursan. The manager inquired. Can I make decisions regarding this? You cannot, Tian Shursan replied decisively. Then please wait here. I shall summon my master at once. Assistant, bring some refreshments for our esteemed guests. While Shenlang and Tian Shursan enjoyed tea and snacks, they awaited the arrival of Lin Mo, the proprietor of the Brocade Pavilion. Approximately half an hour later, a middle-aged man clad in fine garments entered. He was Lin Mo, a wealthy figure in Xuanwu City. Have you come to discuss a significant business deal with me? Lin Mo inquired, showing no signs of trepidation towards Tian Shursan, as he was well established in the trade and had his own backing. Moreover, his son was excelling in the Tiannan Martial Arts School and was set to become a martial official, reducing any fear he might hold for Tianheng. Yes, indeed. I can guarantee an additional 5,000 gold coins for your family annually, Shenlang affirmed. Lin Mo furrowed his brow. He had little patience for ostentatious youth, especially one who appeared unreliable. Speak plainly, Lin Mo demanded. I possess a formula I wish to sell to you for 2,000 gold coins, Shenlang declared. The response was immediate. Lin Mo's expression darkened. My time is precious, and I have no inclination to waste it. Please leave. He rose to dismiss them, even as Tian Shursan was left astonished. 1,000 gold coins was already outrageous, Shen Lang's demand for 2,000 was utterly absurd. Regretting his decision to bring Shen Lang to the brocade pavilion, Tian Shishan shot him a cold glare. You are courting disaster. As Lin Mo prepared to exit, Shen Lang swiftly revealed a piece of silk before him, stating, Master Lin, do you believe this silk, with its hue, is not worth 2,000 gold coins? Lin Mo turned, his gaze drawn to the silk in Shen Lang's hand, which was merely the size of a handkerchief. Tian Shishan, recognizing the absurdity of Shen Lang's request, wondered how he could possibly think to sell such a small piece for 2,000 gold coins. Yet Lin Mo's eyes widened in disbelief as he approached hurriedly, seizing the silk and exclaiming, how can this be? It is golden yellow. How is this possible? Tian Shishan was taken aback, finally noticing that the silk Shen Lang presented was indeed a brilliant golden hue. Shen Lang explained, what has allowed the Su family to prosper? It is their silk, which is exclusively supplied to the emperor. Their silk is renowned for its deep, vibrant yellow. In ancient China, yellow was reserved for royalty, adorning only the garments of emperors, empresses, and royal concubines. This principle held similarly in this world, where only the emperor's family could don yellow silk. However, in this realm, the yellow silk was dyed with gardenias, producing a color that, while sufficiently yellow, lacked the brilliance of true gold. In contrast, the silk Shen Lang presented had been dyed using a revolutionary formula, yielding a vivid golden hue through the infusion of locust bean juice and alum. This was the same dye used for the emperor's dragon robes in the Qing dynasty, which still graced the halls of the Forbidden City, symbolizing grandeur and nobility. Yesterday, while foraging for herbs, Shen Lang had also gathered a significant quantity of locust beans. As for the alum, it was a traditional medicine. He had some of at home. During the preparation of his herbal concoction, he had concocted a half bowl of this golden dye and had dyed a scrap of his colorless silk undergarment, resulting in the exquisite golden silk that now lay before Lin Mo. Without hesitation, Lin Mo retrieved another piece of yellow silk, dyed with gardenias. In the absence of comparison, one might not discern the difference, but the left piece appeared dull and unremarkable, while Shen Lang's silk radiated brilliance, unmistakably superior. This silk was dyed overnight. Yet its effect is already remarkable, Shen Lang asserted. Is it truly so? Lin Mo asked, astonished. Indeed. Therefore, should you acquire this formula, the silk you produce will be even more radiant and luxurious. If you present this golden silk to the emperor's weaving house, can you imagine the outcome? It is evident that the emperor's workshop would immediately forsake the Su family's silk in favor of yours. At that time, the lucrative business of supplying the emperor would fall into your hands. The potential profits are substantial, but more importantly, it brings prestige and political leverage, Shen Lang continued. Master Lin, does this proposition not guarantee an annual profit of 5,000 gold coins for your family? Lin Mo shook his head. It will yield even more. Then, is 2,000 gold coins not a fair price for my golden dye formula? Shen Lang inquired. Not at all. It is a bargain, Lin Mo replied without hesitation. Beside them, Tian Shishan gazed at Shen Lang in disbelief. Clearly, Shen Lang had been calculating his profit since the night he agreed to pay 1,000 gold coins for his life, and now he aimed for 2,000. More astonishingly, he sought to profit at the expense of the Su family. Indeed, Shen Lang harbored a deep-seated desire for retribution. His quest for profit was intertwined with a desire to see the Su family suffer. The ramifications of the Su family losing their exclusive deal to supply the emperor would be monumental, an inevitable loss of dominance in several provinces. Why had the Su family's silk business remained unchallenged across multiple provinces? It was precisely because their silk was the sole supplier to the emperor's weaving house. Lost in rapturous admiration, Lin Mo gazed upon the golden silk, seemingly insatiable in his observation. After a prolonged moment, he inquired, how can I be certain that you are the creator of this dye? It is entirely plausible that you simply chanced upon this swatch of silk. Shen Lang replied, I have brought all the necessary components. Grant me but an hour, and I shall conjure this golden dye before your very eyes, ensuring it surpasses even the quality of yesterday's batch. Lin Mo questioned, indeed? Shen Lang affirmed, indeed. Lin Mo declared, very well. I shall allocate the entire rear courtyard to your disposal. Request whatever you require. Should you successfully produce this golden dye on the spot, it shall serve as irrefutable proof of your mastery over the formula, and the transaction shall be finalized. Shen Lang stated, 2,000 gold coins. Lin Mo countered, a price I shall not haggle over. Chapter 11. You dare to slap my face? Very well. Upon overhearing the dialogue between Shen Lang and Boss Lin, Tian Shursan was struck with astonishment and delight. Although his adoptive father, Tian Hang, had promised Shenlang support, he harbored no hope, merely gambling on a whim, as he had pledged to the Su family to eliminate Shenlang within 3 days. To his surprise, Shenlang indeed accomplished the task, and his adoptive father had received 1,000 gold coins. Thus, Tian Shursan also shared in the considerable merit. Impressive, indeed. Tian Shursan gave Shenlang a thumbs up. Shenlang entered the kitchen in the backyard, closed the door, and began to concoct dye. Boss Lin, wait for me for an hour, Shenlang stated. All right. I will prepare the gold coins, Lin Mo replied. The process of creating this golden dye was remarkably straightforward, as detailed in the 2001 publication Silk, with hands-on classes available at the Silk Museum in Hangzhou. One must simmer the locust beans in water to extract the yellow juice, then strain out the residue, resulting in the yellow dye. Afterward, adding alum and continuing to simmer would transform the color into a splendid, noble bright yellow, brilliant, and resplendent. Thus, within less than 2 hours, Shenlang produced half a bowl of golden dye. Finally, he burned the alum and excess locust beans in the fire until nothing remained. As Shenlang opened the door, Lin Mo, the owner of the Jingsiyuj, and Tian Shursan rushed forward, their expressions filled with eagerness. Shenlang handed over the half bowl of golden dye. Lin Mo's hands trembled slightly as he scrutinized the new dye under the sunlight. He could not help but quake. This was not merely a dye but the lifeblood of the Lin family's rise. This golden dye was not only striking in color, but also exhibited exceptional wet fastness on silk, showing little sign of fading after dyeing. Have you prepared the 2,000 gold coins, Boss Lin? Shenlang inquired. Lin Mo gestured to a box on the table, its lid ajar, filled to the brim with gold coins. Each coin weighed over half a tael, amounting to several dozen pounds for 1,000 coins. 2,000 gold coins represented a considerable sum. After deducting the 1,000 coins owed to Tian Hung, 1,000 remained, sufficient for a family to live comfortably. In his entire life on modern Earth, Shenlang had never amassed such wealth. What about the formula? Lin Mo asked. Shenlang presented the carefully pinned secret recipe from his bosom. Upon opening it, Lin Mo was taken aback by its brevity, only a few dozen characters. So simple? He exclaimed. Yes, indeed, it is that simple, Shenlang affirmed. And the cost is not high. Correct, very low, Shenlang concurred. Many things in this world become exceedingly simple once understood. Surely, Boss Lin does not believe that purchasing these few words for 2,000 gold coins is unjust? No. It is indeed worth it, Lin Mo smiled. Boss Lin, you can personally verify this formula now. Within an hour and a half, you can produce this golden dye yourself. Once you complete it, I shall take my leave with the gold coins, Shenlang stated. Lin Mo did not delegate the task, but chose to prepare the materials himself and validate Shenlang's formula in the backyard kitchen. Just an hour later, Lin Mo had produced the golden dye, even surpassing Shenlang's creation. This is accomplished. My Lin family shall prosper. Lin Mo laughed heartily. Congratulations, Boss Lin, on soon defeating the Su family and taking their place. Farewell, Shenlang declared, clutching the 2,000 gold coins as he prepared to leave. Wait. At that moment, a familiar voice echoed from outside, followed by the entrance of two figures, his former father-in-law, the patriarch of the Su family, and his ex-wife, Su Qianqian. Shenlang's heart sank. The Su patriarch glared at Shenlang, his voice cold. Shenlang, I expelled you from my home, and while I do not fault you for harboring resentment, you should not have stolen the formula for our newly developed dye. This is the lifeblood of the Su family. Your actions constitute theft and have offended the crown. What punishment do you deserve? Boss Lin was astonished. Patriarch Su, this formula was stolen by Shenlang? The Su patriarch continued, surely. Lin brother has heard of Shenlang's past reputation, foolish as a pig, lazy and incompetent. How could he possibly develop golden dye? This formula was painstakingly crafted by the Su family, and now this thief has betrayed us. The reason for my expulsion was his theft and his lewd advances toward the maids in my household. Such despicable character is unprecedented, and now he has deceived you. Lin brother, Su Qianqian gently added, if my assumptions are correct, he must have rifled through my drawer and copied this formula. Shenlang, I understand you resent my family, but you should not commit such a crime, she admonished. Boss Lin bowed. I apologize, Patriarch Su. I nearly fell for this scoundrel. I was perplexed as to how such a foolish person could possess such a brilliant formula. Now it is clear, it was stolen. I shall report this to the authorities and have him apprehended. The Su patriarch's gaze turned icy as he fixed it upon Shenlang. Speak the truth here. Did you steal the golden dye formula from the Su family? You have only one chance to respond. Su Qianqian implored softly. Shenlang, if you admit this crime, we will overlook the theft in consideration of past affections. But if you deny it, my father will become enraged. Shenlang felt a chill run down his spine. His body tensed for several seconds before he managed to relax. He had anticipated this scenario, yet witnessing it unfold was still disconcerting. The Lin family had always been rivals of the Su family. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. Furthermore, the new formula Shenlang presented could severely cripple the Su family. How had things turned out this way? Shenlang swiftly regained his composure and addressed Lin Mo. Boss Lin, may we speak privately? Lin Mo nodded, of course. They retreated to the backyard. Shenlang directly inquired, did you summon the Su patriarch and Su Qianqian? Yes. Lin Mo affirmed. Why? Shenlang pressed. I knew this formula would deal a significant blow to the Su family's business. Yet I still informed the Su patriarch to turn the tables on you. Lin Mo replied. Shenlang, for ordinary folk, wealth is sufficient. But for us, power and influence are paramount. Without power and influence, no amount of wealth can ensure safety. It merely awaits slaughter like sheep. Shenlang countered. If your Lin family becomes the silk supplier to the crown, you will naturally acquire power. No, such power is too ephemeral, Lin Mo stated. My son is studying at the Tiannan Martial Academy and is excelling. He is about to take the martial examination. His performance and future official position are far more crucial than the wealth of the Lin family. Do you know about Su Qianqian's new fiancé, Zhang Jin? Lin Mo continued. New fiancé? So soon? Shenlang exclaimed, realizing the Su family had scarcely expelled him before arranging Su Qianqian's engagement to Zhang Jin. Lin Mo elaborated. The Zhang family is backed by the Zhu family, and you should understand the Zhu family's prominence in the nation. The Zhu family is among the highest echelons of power in the state of Yu, being the maternal family of the queen consort. Zhu Rong is the governor of the Tiannan province, wielding immense authority. Yet, Zhang Jin marrying Su Qianqian, a merchant's daughter, likely values her beauty, but is more interested in the wealth of the Su family. Lin Mo continued. Zhang Jin's father has just assumed the position of governor of Nuzhong County, while Zhang Jin himself is a formidable warrior, recently appointed as the commander of the Xuanwu City Guard. If I were to seize the Su family's business using the new formula, it would surely provoke the Zhang family, this new power. What then would become of my son? Shenlang remarked. You are entirely free to disregard my formula as if nothing has transpired. Why then, must you betray me? Lin Mo, the proprietor of the Jinxiu Pavilion, chuckled. You are but an insignificant figure, devoid of any real worth. Your sole value lies in the animosity that both I and the Su family harbor towards you. By selling you out, I gain a favor from the Su family, which is a most advantageous exchange. Furthermore, I now possess the new formula, which I can easily share with the Su family. We can all engage in this business together. Shenlang replied, the Su family initially regarded me with utter disdain. Viewing me as nothing more than an insignificant insect, their hatred for me was negligible. However, once I sell the new formula to you, I will seize the opportunity to undermine the Su family's business, thus instantly escalating that animosity. Indeed, Lin Mo responded. This means the Su family's debt of gratitude to me has significantly increased, ensuring a brighter future for my son. Such ruthlessness from Boss Lin, I comprehend now. Shenlang said, and then he exited directly. A few warriors from the Lin family and several from the Su family completely encircled Shenlang. Meanwhile, Tian Shursen stood off to the side, appearing as if he were in a deep slumber, his eyes closed. Additionally, some officials from Xuanwu City had also arrived, one of whom was a young official serving as the chief scribe for the city's penal administration. Shenlang could not help but cast a heavy glance at this individual, recalling some memories associated with him. Su Qianqian spoke softly, Shenlang. You must inform these esteemed officials whether it was you who pilfered the formula for the new dye. Was it out of resentment for my rejection that you resorted to such actions? If you confess now, we may choose not to pursue this matter further, considering it merely a moment of folly. However, if you remain obstinate, do not blame the Su family for their mercilessness. Faced with the situation, Shenlang weighed his options carefully, then once more directed his gaze towards the chief scribe, sifting through his memories. Indeed, he felt a 6 or 7 out of 10 certainty. Ha! Shenlang suddenly burst into laughter. He had initially intended to covertly plot against the Su family, but he had not anticipated that his confrontation would come so soon. Chapter 12. What I desire is not victory. Shenlang could not help but cast another glance at Tian Shursan, for he embodied the will of the black-clad gang under Tian Hong. Earlier, while Shun Lang was preparing the dye, Lin Mo from the Jinxiu Pavilion betrayed him, sending word to the Su family to come. Tian Shisan had evidently witnessed this, but showed no intention to intervene or to warn Shun Lang. Thus, Shun Lang found himself confronting three formidable entities: the Su family, the Lin family, and Tian Hong of the black-clad gang. In this precarious situation, the most prudent course of action for him would be to confess that the formula was stolen, subsequently executing a strategy of quiet accumulation of power before taking revenge. This was made easier by Su Qianqian's public assurance before the officials of Xuanwu City that if Shun Lang confessed, all would be forgiven. She was a person who valued her reputation. Should Shun Lang admit his guilt, she would likely refrain from direct confrontation, opting instead to discreetly have Tian Hong deal with him, thus ensuring Shun Lang's immediate safety. However, to douse Shun Lang with this filth and expect him to accept it passively? That was utterly impossible. Shun Lang would never be so submissive. He fixed his gaze upon Su Qianqian and inquired, "You claim that my new formula for golden dye is stolen. What evidence do you possess?" The head of the Su family scoffed. "You, Shun Lang, are merely an untalented wastrel, while my Su family has been in the silk and fabric business for decades, excelling in dyes. This golden dye formula is the result of painstaking effort between myself and Qianqian, consuming countless resources and years of toil. We concealed this secret in hopes of surprising the royal weaving house. Yet, unexpectedly, you, a traitor from within, not only pilfered our assets and harassed our maidens, but also dared to steal a formula crucial to our family's livelihood." Then, the head of the Su family spoke coldly. "Qianqian, how could you carelessly place such an important new formula in a drawer?" Su Qianqian replied, "I apologize, father. I had complete trust in Shun Lang and never anticipated he would commit such acts." She then turned to Shun Lang, saying, "During your time with the Su family, if servants bullied you, I personally punished them and decreed that anyone who dared speak ill of you would be cast out, despite your solitude at the Su residence. I did not disdain your perceived shortcomings, but rather engaged you in conversation daily. Why would you repay my kindness with such treachery? Even if you sought vengeance for my abandonment, why would you sever the lifeline of my family? Moreover, if you had not committed those disgraceful acts, how would the Su family have expelled you?" Her words elicited peculiar expressions from the officials present. Nevertheless, they were inclined to believe half of what was said by the head of the Su family and Su Qianqian. The Su family was indeed proficient in silk dyeing, which justified their exclusive supply to the royal weaving house. Additionally, Shun Lang's reputation as an untalented simpleton had reached their ears, leading them to firmly conclude that the new formula was indeed developed by the Su family and that Shun Lang had stolen it. Shun Lang slowly remarked, "You lack evidence, and I likewise possess none, yet everyone will believe that this new formula originated from your Su family, leaving me with no means of defense." The head of the Su family internally chuckled, "At least you understand. This is quite delightful. Not only have we acquired a marvelous golden dye formula without effort, but we also have the opportunity to imprison Shun Lang." He then coldly commanded, "The truth is clear. Seize him." Under torture, "I do not believe this wastrel will remain silent." The head of the Su family was exceedingly eager. Shun Lang, however, smiled and stated, "Although I find myself at a loss for words, proving my point is rather simple. As a precaution against such a situation, I intentionally withheld part of the golden dye formula. I possess an even more advanced one." Shun Lang continued, head of the Su family, "If you wish to ascertain whether I stole the dye formula from your family, it is straightforward. If I can produce a golden dye superior to the one I just created, then the truth will indeed be revealed, will it not?" Su Qianqian laughed. "Though you have pilfered the formula from my family, you are woefully unprofessional. With a bit more diligence, you could easily create something better than what you just made." Shun Lang countered, "I may be unprofessional, but your family is renowned for expertise, claiming that the formula is stolen from you. Let the entire Su family mobilize to produce golden dye and then compare results. Let us see whose dye is more resplendent, whose silk more noble, and the superiority will be evident." Indeed, Shun Lang held back some details. The golden dye formula he had shared was from 17th century China. Yet, within his intellect, he possessed an improved formula from the 21st century. Although the primary ingredients were similar, the ratios and conditions differed slightly, and he added other components. However, the enhancement would yield only a modest increase in quality. Thus, he sought to open another avenue for challenge. "Of course," Shun Lang stated, "merely besting you in golden dye would not sufficiently demonstrate my talent. Since you excel in dyeing, I ask you, Which color is the most difficult to achieve? Su Qianqian responded, the most challenging color is undoubtedly purple. It represents the pinnacle of dyeing artistry. Indeed, in ancient times, purple was the most elusive color to produce. Not yellow. While it was not impossible to dye purple, initially using purple root for a subpar dye, and later utilizing the purple conch for a more appealing hue, such methods were costly. During the reign of Duke Huan of Qi, the value of purple fabric was equivalent to 5 bolts of white cloth, underscoring its rarity and expense. In the West, purple dye was derived from conch shells, highly coveted by the last queen of the Ptolemaic dynasty. However, both methods of extraction demanded exorbitant resources, with merely a gram of dye requiring 300 shells. At this time, the Dayan dynasty had yet to discover a method for extracting purple dye from these shells. Thus, how was purple dye produced? It was synthesized by mixing blue and red dyes. However, the results were far from commendable. The dyeing process yielded uneven colors, and the differing wet fastness of the two dyes often led to fading. Shenlang inquired, is purple dye indeed more challenging than yellow? Su Qianqian affirmed, absolutely. Purple dye is regarded as an insurmountable challenge within the fabric and silk industry. To thoroughly demonstrate my prowess in dyeing, we shall not only compete in golden but also in purple. Shenlang declared, you, Su family, will mobilize your entire clan to produce these two colors. While I shall operate alone, with minimal resources, I will create the dye at the lowest possible cost, and before the esteemed officials present. We shall see whose dye is superior and which silk is most exquisite. I will prove to all that I, Shenlang, can single-handedly surpass your entire Su family, rendering the so-called theft a complete farce. Shenlang, you are truly naive, the head of the Su family sneered. Why should we compete with you? It is a waste of our time. Seize him and torture him until he confesses. Shenlang turned to the officials present and asked, esteemed officials, what do you think of my proposal? The officials, accustomed to being well-fed and having received prior instructions from the city lord, appeared unresponsive to his query. Shenlang focused his gaze on the youngest among them, an official who oversaw the prisons in Xuanwu City, possessing the greatest influence on whether Shenlang would be captured or not. If memory served, this official would stand against the Su family. Upon meeting Shenlang's gaze, the young official hesitated for about half a minute. Then he stepped forward directly and said, Master Su, let him give it a try. If he cannot outdo the Su family, it will prove that his formula is stolen, and he should be apprehended immediately. Upon hearing this from the young official, Master Su's gaze turned icy. These officials, having been well-fed, typically turned a blind eye to the Su family's affairs. This newly appointed magistrate, though he had yet to receive any bribes from the Su family, had already received instructions from the city lord. Why, then, was he speaking against them now? Did he not know that the Su family was about to form an alliance with the governor? Master Su coldly inquired, are you certain, Lord Wang? The young magistrate replied, I am certain. This young magistrate, who presided over the prisons, would indeed have the authority to apprehend someone if he wished. Master Su furrowed his brow, ready to leverage his connections with the city lord to pressure the young magistrate. But Su Qianqian tugged at her father's sleeve. No one understood Shenlang better than Su Qianqian. He wouldn't resort to any deceit. The origin of the golden dye formula Shenlang possessed remained a mystery. But the Su family had already tested his formula, and they were far more proficient than Shenlang, resulting in a superior yellow dye. As for the purple dye, Shenlang, in his ignorance, was unaware that the Su family had just conquered a new formula for purple dye using entirely new materials, revolutionary enough to surpass all purple silks on the market. Shenlang was destined to lose. It was foolish to confront the magistrate over such trivial matters. Receiving her daughter's hint, Master Su frowned and said, let us follow Lord Wang's suggestion and see how long this useless individual can hold out. Shenlang remarked, if I win in both yellow and purple dyes, what will that prove? Su Qianqian retorted, that would prove that the previous yellow dye formula was not stolen by you, but that we wronged you. Shenlang responded, then you would have to admit to slandering me and owe me an apology. Master Su coldly stated, we shall see if you win. Shenlang declared, very well, let us set a limit of 3 hours. After 3 hours, we shall compete, and the truth will be revealed. Agreed. One official present replied. Master Su instructed, go home immediately, summon the best craftsmen, and have Qianqian personally supervised to ensure the finest purple dye is produced. Yes, Su Qianqian affirmed. This time, the Su family would mobilize all their resources. Meanwhile, Shenlang remained alone and approached Lin Mo, saying, Boss Lin, I must borrow your kitchen once more. Of course, Lin Emo replied. Once inside the kitchen, Xinlang proceeded to create the yellow dye using locust beans and alum. However, this time, he directly utilized an improved formula from the 21st century sourced from his intellect, refining the process with additional auxiliary materials, altering both proportions and cooking times. Although the primary ingredients remained unchanged, the modern enhancements elevated the resulting yellow dye to a more golden hue. Yet, improvements could only go so far. The crux lay in the purple dye. He quickly concocted the refined golden yellow dye formula and let it simmer. Next, he focused on creating the purple dye, bringing forth his secret weapon, litmus lichen. This moss was abundant and inexpensive, yet the purple dye derived from it was exceptionally vivid, vibrant, and luxurious. In the 18th century in England, Cuthbert inadvertently discovered a type of moss that produced an excellent purple dye. This discovery dominated the dye industry for over a century until the rapid advancement of the chemical industry led to cheaper synthetic alternatives. Why had Xinlang prepared the litmus lichen in advance? It was a precaution. If the golden yellow formula fell short, he could always augment it with this purple dye. Xinlang crushed the dried lichen and combined it with coal ash and urine for boiling. Soon, he produced a pure purple dye. He then used alum to enhance its brightness. Before long, an inexpensive yet exquisite purple dye emerged, far surpassing any purple dye in this world. Xinlang then took a piece of colorless silk and dipped it into the dye. After dyeing, he laid it out in the sun. In no time, a stunning purple silk appeared. What a marvelous shade of purple, so vibrant and noble, utterly eclipsing the purple silks available in this realm. However, Xinlang aimed for more than just purple. While one shade might suffice to defeat the Su family, it would not be sufficiently impressive. He seized every moment, utilizing Lin Mo's materials to create 7 distinct dyes, aiming to produce the most magnificent, mysterious, and extraordinary rainbow silk. Although he was not a professional dyer, he was indeed an avid dye enthusiast. During his time at the Silk Museum, he had indulged himself for over half a month, treating it as an engaging hobby. Moreover, during his marriage into the Su family, he had observed workers dyeing fabrics daily, leaving him with relevant memories. Most importantly, the alien notebook in his mind contained detailed notes on every step and material. Thus, while he might not achieve the highest level of professionalism, his efforts were certainly adequate. 3 hours later, Xinlang's golden yellow silk, purple silk, and rainbow silk were all completed. The purple silk alone was sufficient to secure a decisive victory over Su Chanqian. The rainbow silk, however, was his trump card, an unprecedented spectacle that would obliterate the Su family's silks into mere remnants. Chapter 13. Slapping the ex-wife and offering apologies. At this moment, Xinlang had not yet emerged. However, the golden and purple silk dyed by the Su family was already laid out on the table. The entire hall was illuminated by dozens of flickering candles, bright as day. The golden silk previously dyed by Xinlang was also displayed nearby. When viewed in isolation, it was difficult to discern which was superior. Yet, under the brilliant light, a meticulous comparison revealed that the golden silk from the Su family was more resplendent and pure than Xinlang's offering. This was entirely reasonable, for the Su family was more specialized, possessing greater resources and experience. Hence, upon acquiring Xinlang's formula, they were fully capable of producing a superior yellow dye. Nevertheless, the attention of all was drawn to the Su family's purple silk, which appeared particularly striking amidst the myriad candle flames. The most skilled dyer of the Su family bowed and addressed the lord and lady, saying, "Esteemed ones, this is our new purple dye. No longer a mere blend of blue and red, it is extracted from a special herb. We have refrained from launching it commercially as we sought perfection. Yet its dyeing effect surpasses our previous efforts by leaps and bounds." The Su family head, Lin Mo, and others gazed at the purple silk in the candlelight. Indeed, it was far more vivid, representing a qualitative leap from previous purple dyes. Not only was its color purity significantly enhanced, but it also boasted an extraordinary vibrancy. The Su family was poised to reap substantial profits once more. This was Su Chanqian's confidence, the foundation upon which she aimed to secure victory over Xinlang. The young clerk examined the silk closely, compelled to concede the excellence of this new purple hue. Although he was not of noble birth, he hailed from a prestigious lineage and had a particular fondness for purple satin, rendering him quite discerning in this domain. Su Chanqian then instructed, "Craftsman Su, please share the details regarding the new golden dye with the esteemed lords." The distinguished dyer of the Su family responded, "Honorable lords, my family has been engaged in dyeing for generations, and I have always been passionate about the craft. In particular, Yellow dye is reserved for the sovereign, prompting me to devote much of my effort to mastering both yellow and purple hues. I have experimented with over 100 raw materials, including locust beans, of which I have records as proof. He presented a tome filled with meticulous notes. The clerk in charge of the Xuanwu City prison perused the pages, finding them densely filled with various formula attempts, including locust beans. The handwriting appeared aged and authentic. The dyer continued, Shenlang was once the Su family's son-in-law. Yet due to his lack of intelligence, he was looked down upon. For reasons unknown, he wandered into my dye house while I was experimenting with locust beans for a new dye. While he did not entirely fabricate his claims, he failed to realize the necessity of adding alum to enhance brightness, which is the critical step. Without it, the outcome is inevitably subpar. Furthermore, due to procedural discrepancies, the color he extracted from locust beans was not exceptional, rendering his formula a failure. It was true that Shenlang often frequented the dye house, drawn to the vibrant colors. Based on these reasons, the Su family head and Su Qianqian held absolute confidence that the golden dye formula was not conceived by Shenlang himself. They were acutely aware of his limitations, an individual of limited capacity, utterly devoid of skill. The Su family head declared, Esteemed lords, now that we have both witness and material evidence, we can proceed with the arrest. Although he addressed all present, his gaze was fixed on the young clerk. Were it not for this meddling youth, Shenlang would have already been apprehended. The young clerk scrutinized the tome and then the newly crafted purple silk in his hand. Nodding in acknowledgement, it appeared indeed to be the case. He spoke coolly, Bring Shenlang here. Seize him, commanded the Su family head, and before the officers could act, the Su family's warriors surged forward. At that moment, the door to the back courtyard swung open, and Shenlang emerged. The Su family head coldly remarked, Shenlang, with both witness and evidence at hand, prepare to face imprisonment. Shenlang immediately turned his gaze to the young official. The clerk stated coolly, All evidence points to your theft. Shenlang first regarded the golden silk provided by the Su family, noting its brilliance. He was not surprised. The Su family, having acquired his formula, was indeed expected to produce superior results. Shenlang inquired, Is this truly the pinnacle of your golden dye? Indeed, replied the Su family head. Is it not more splendid than yours? It is indeed more exquisite than the one I previously dyed, Shenlang acknowledged. However, I have reservations about the formula. How does it compare to this piece of silk I have just dyed? With that, he revealed his own newly dyed golden silk. Utilizing an improved formula from the 21st century, all eyes gravitated toward it. Su Qianqian's eyes narrowed. She instantly discerned that Shenlang's newly dyed golden silk surpassed the Su family's by a margin of 1.5 times. How could this be? Shenlang truly produced a superior golden dye? Although the improvement was subtle, several officials present might not easily notice it. Yet Su Qianqian and the Su family craftsmen recognized immediately that Shenlang's golden silk resembled gold itself, appearing even more regal. The Su family had felt a pang of shock and envy. He had not anticipated that Shenlang had concealed an even more refined golden dye formula. Nonetheless, he doubted the officials could discern the difference. Thus, the Su family head coldly asserted, I see little difference. It cannot possibly outshine my family's golden silk. Therefore, you cannot prove that the formula was not stolen from us. Shenlang had long anticipated the Su family head's shamelessness. Thus, he shifted the focus from the golden dye to the purple one. Shenlang's gaze fell upon the purple silk on the table, questioning, Is this indeed the Su family's new purple dye? It is undeniably impressive, far superior to any purple silk available in the market. The color purity is remarkable, and it radiates vibrancy. No wonder Su Qianqian is so confident of victory. However, he perceived that compared to the purple dye he had extracted from lichens, there remained a notable gap. The purple dye derived from the herb was rather monotonous and appeared somewhat pallid, lacking spirit. Shenlang then smiled and remarked, Su Qianqian, this silk before us, this purple hue, is indeed the zenith of your family's craftsmanship, is it not? Surely, you have held nothing back. None at all, Su Qianqian replied. Shenlang, unless your purple dye surpasses ours in excellence, you remain a shameless thief, having not only stolen the golden dye formula, but also the new purple dye formula. Truly, a family traitor is the hardest to guard against. Without further ado, Shenlang produced his own dyed purple silk and presented it before all. Instantly, the Su family head and Lin Mo's eyes widened in astonishment. Initially, they displayed disbelief, which soon transformed into insatiable greed. Nothing is more perilous than comparison. While the Su family's purple silk had seemed commendable in isolation, juxtaposed with Xinlang's creation, the disparity became glaringly evident. Although the Su family's silk was indeed a pure shade of purple, it appeared insubstantial and gaudy. In stark contrast, Xinlang's silk exuded a deep, dynamic purple, entirely of a different caliber. There was no need for adjudication. The distinction was clear at a mere glance. Xinlang coldly declared, "Su family head, Su Chanqian. Am I to understand that my new purple dye was yet another theft from your family?" The Su family head and Su Chanqian exchanged incredulous glances, their hearts racing with astonishment. Xinlang had been living in her home for several months, and she was well aware of his limitations. He was intellectually deficient and utterly uneducated. A complete waste of space, completely ignorant of everything. How could he possibly have developed two such extraordinary dyes at this moment? The golden yellow and purple hues, both pinnacle colors, had the potential to revolutionize the entire market and instigate a dyeing craft renaissance. This was truly inconceivable. How could a person as foolish as Xinlang possess such knowledge? Su Chanqian's initial thoughts were correct. Yet she failed to realize that the foolish Xinlang of the past had perished, and the man before her now was the reincarnated soul of an earthling. Xinlang, with a cold smile, remarked, "Is the brilliance of this purple silk not evident enough? Then how about this?" He then unveiled his trump card, the rainbow silk. Under the bright glow of countless candles, the rainbow silk shimmered with breathtaking beauty, stunning everyone present into silence. How could this be? It was too splendid, too ethereal. Vibrant and colorful, yet devoid of any vulgarity, the transition of colors was remarkably natural. If the purple silk Xinlang had previously presented was a resounding success, then this new rainbow-dyed silk was utterly overwhelming, rendering Su's purple silk utterly pedestrian by comparison. Xinlang, with a smile, inquired, "Su family head, Su Chanqian. Could it be that my new dye formula for this rainbow silk was also pilfered from the Su family? I have long asserted that in the realm of dyeing techniques, I alone can surpass your entire Su family. To accuse me of theft is nothing short of ludicrous and disgraceful." The air seemed to resonate with the sound of slaps to the face. The Su family head and Su Chanqian gazed at Xinlang in astonishment. Had they overlooked something about this son-in-law? If he was so proficient in dyeing techniques, why was Su Chanqian entirely unaware? While this dyeing skill might hold little value to others, for the Su family, it could elevate their business to unprecedented heights. In ancient times, silk was relatively uniform. The key lay in the dyeing. Once the dyeing technique surpassed that of competitors, the silk and fabric trade would remain invincible. Xinlang addressed the young official, saying, "My lord, please render justice." The young official turned to the Su family head and asked, "Could you confirm whether this purple dye and the rainbow silk dye were stolen by Xinlang from the Su family?" Instantly, the Su family head's face twitched. The young official was truly a naive fool. Didn't his superior's hints become clear when he left the city lord's office? Su Chanqian's fiancé was the son of the governor. How could he afford to offend the Zhang family and jeopardize his future? With a resentful glance at the young official, the Su family head contemplated dismissing him. However, such actions required careful maneuvering and the involvement of the governor, and as a merchant, he could not openly disrespect an official. "No," the Su family head replied coldly. The young official then turned to Su Chanqian, asking, "Miss Su, what is your stance? Were these dye formulas stolen by Xinlang from your family?" Su Chanqian's beautiful eyes narrowed as she realized that this young official was not merely naive. He harbored animosity towards the Su family. What audacity did this young official possess to oppose the governor's kin? "No," Su Chanqian replied indifferently. "If that is the case, then Xinlang is innocent." The young official declared, "Su family head, Miss Su, you should apologize to Xinlang." The Su family head was immediately infuriated, snorting in disdain before abruptly leaving. Su Chanqian's expression shifted several times before she slightly bowed to Xinlang, saying, "I apologize for the misunderstanding that led to your wrongful accusation. Farewell." With that, she gracefully departed. After Su Chanqian left, Xinlang extended his hands in greeting to the young official, saying, "Thank you, my lord. It has been a long time. I hope you have been well. How have you fared in recent years? Is Miss Jean of the Xuanwu Marquis residence doing well?" Chapter 14. Destiny in the illustrious city of Xuanwu. A young gentleman by the name of Wang Lian, merely 21 years of age, has recently been appointed as the chief scribe after successfully passing the imperial examinations. It is noteworthy that he has not forsaken his scholarly pursuits alongside his official duties. He continues to study diligently, preparing for the prestigious Jinshi examination. This dual endeavor is unusual in ancient China. where one typically engages in scholarly pursuits solely as a preparatory measure for a bureaucratic role. Yet in this realm, such an arrangement is entirely permissible. Though not a native of Xuanwu, Wang Lian hails from the distant Nanyuan prefecture, where his reputation precedes him, rendering him well known even in Xuanwu. Additionally, he possesses a noble lineage as a distant relative of the Earl of Xuanwu. Did Xinlang know this esteemed scribe? Indeed, he did. 3 years prior, Wang Lian had tutored Xinlang for approximately half a month. At that time, Jean Mucklin was leading a hunting party and encountered a formidable black bear on the mountainside behind Xinlang's residence. The bear startled her steed, which bolted forward, while Xinlang, a then naive and intellectually challenged bookworm, sat obliviously in the path, reciting from an elementary text. His intention was not to count the ants that were relocating, but rather to protect them from being trampled by passers-by. Thus he remained stationed there, awaiting their safe passage. As fate would have it, the frightened horse charged toward him, pursued by the rampaging bear, which bore several arrows lodged in its body. Just as Xinlang was on the verge of being crushed, Jean Mucklin dismounted swiftly, single-handedly restraining the panicked steed and saving Xinlang's life. Yet, the bear continued its advance, raising a massive paw to strike Jean Mucklin. With remarkable agility, she drew her sword and severed the bear's head, a display of martial prowess that was nothing short of extraordinary. Meanwhile, Xinlang, having been brushed by the horse's hoof, fainted from sheer fright. Though his injuries were not severe, the shock rendered him unconscious. Jean Mucklin, having saved him, felt a sense of responsibility for his well-being, as he had been injured by her horse. Consequently, she arranged for a physician from the Earl's estate to attend to Xinlang and sent medicinal remedies for his recovery. She even visited him once, but alas, he remained unresponsive. Jean Mucklin was akin to a princess in Xuanwu, a figure of high nobility, far surpassing Su Qianqian in stature. At that time, Xinlang was but an insignificant insect in her world. The horse's injury to him could have been deemed justifiable. Nevertheless, this noble lady not only ensured his healing but also took the time to visit him, demonstrating the Earl's genuine care for the populace. At that time, Wang Lian had just achieved his degree and had yet to assume his duties as chief scribe. Being a distant relative of the Earl, he had come to the estate for a visit. Despite their familial connection, opportunities for interaction with Jean Mucklin were scarce due to the vast disparity in their social standings. He harbored deep admiration for her and, upon learning of her visit to Xinlang, sought to pay his respects, discovering that Xinlang was still attending school in town. Thus, he took it upon himself to tutor Xinlang, hoping that if Jean Mucklin were to witness this, it would leave a lasting impression on her regarding Wang Lian. However, during their time together, Xinlang's lack of intellect proved insurmountable. Wang Lian, who was exceptionally gifted, having achieved his degree at the tender age of 18, found Xinlang's level of comprehension to be profoundly disheartening. After a fortnight of futile attempts, he finally ceased his tutoring, as Jean Mucklin had departed for military duties. Now, upon their reunion, Wang Lian sported a short beard and donned official attire. Xinlang, whose memory was limited to only a few clear recollections, took a moment to recognize him. This serendipitous connection emboldened Xinlang to boldly challenge the Su family, presenting them with purple and rainbow dyes, aware of Wang Lian's animosity towards Zhang Jin. When Xinlang greeted him as brother, it was not born of prejudice. In this world, two crafts are regarded with the utmost esteem: scholarship and martial skill, both holding equal significance. Unlike the post-Song dynasty in ancient China, where scholars often look down upon warriors, in the realm of the Great Yin dynasty, both are esteemed members of the ruling class. Wang Lian, however, turned to Xinlang and remarked dismissively, "She is a scion of a century-old noble family, of unparalleled distinction. Her name is not for a mere country bumpkin like you to utter." With that, he departed, his expression revealing a sense of scorn. Despite having tutored Xinlang for half a month, he felt no kinship with him. The audacity of this countryman to seek a connection was utterly laughable, an epitome of naivety and ignorance. Xinlang observed this disdainful departure clearly. Wang Lian had no interest in rekindling any past rapport. After Wang Lian's exit, Lin Mo, the proprietor of the Jinxiu Pavilion, remarked to Xinlang, "You have triumphed," delivering a resounding blow to the Su family. However, the victory may prove more detrimental than defeat. Your situation has worsened. Tian Shisan of the Black Robe Gang added coolly. "Xinlang, your fate is sealed." Lin Mo continued, "The chief scribe harbors animosity towards the Su family, which motivated his actions, but he has no intention of safeguarding you. Should you encounter any troubles henceforth, He will not intervene. You are beyond his concern. Shenlang was acutely aware of this. Wang Lian, being young and hailing from a prestigious background, would surely not regard a destitute countryman with any respect. Based on his previous experiences, Shenlang understood him well enough. Yet, the mere fact that Wang Lian had suppressed the Su family was sufficient. He held no delusions of forging any alliance with him. Moreover, it would not be long before Shenlang found himself in competition with Wang Lian for Jean Mucklin's affections. Consequently, Shenlang's family remained perilously close to danger, particularly as the Su family now sought his demise. He was merely biding his time, hoping to enact his reversal plan, which required just one day to unfold. Should he succeed, he could completely alter the dynamics, rising above all others. At that point, the Su family, the Lin family, and Tian Hong would tremble at the thought of incurring his wrath. This crucial day hinged upon the value of the rainbow dye, which was the purpose behind his recent creation of rainbow silk. It was imperative that this silk be strikingly exquisite, showcasing immense value that would leave the Su family desperate to possess it. The events of the day were undoubtedly fraught with peril, yet they fell well within his calculated expectations. Indeed, shortly after Shenlang departed from Lin Mo's Jinxiu Pavilion, Su Qianqian appeared, her carriage coming into view. "Shenlang, I underestimated you," she said softly. "I never anticipated you would learn dyeing for my sake. How thoughtful of you. Why did you not mention this earlier?" It is entirely natural for her to think this way. Previously, Shenlang was indeed infatuated with Su Qianqian, willing to sacrifice everything for her. The Su family is engaged in the business of textiles and silk, and from Su Qianqian's perspective, it is only fitting that Shenlang, in his desire to please her and to become a person of worth, would take the initiative to learn about dyeing techniques. Mastering the art of dyeing requires not just intelligence, but also the persistence of a somewhat foolish individual, one who tirelessly experiments until discovering the most exquisite formula. Shenlang remained silent. Su Qianqian, with her gentle gaze, spoke softly. "Shenlang, I shall grant you 10 gold coins each month, sufficient to support your entire family. All I ask is that you provide me with the formulas for purple and rainbow dyes. I can ensure that you devote yourself entirely to dyeing techniques, preparing the finest dyeing workshop, allowing you to become an exceptional craftsman. Do you not love me dearly? Are you not willing to give everything for me? This way, you can assist me." Chapter 15. Bringing home a Shenlang. Su Qianqian truly possesses an inflated sense of self-worth. "I may cast you aside and trample upon you, yet you remain infatuated with me as always. When Shenlang is of no use to you, you are cast out. When he is useful, you enter my abode to toil like a servant." Shenlang uttered not a word and simply turned to leave. Su Qianqian remarked, "Shenlang, even if you possess dyeing skills, it does not alter anything. You remain the same as before. Do not delude yourself into thinking that your dyes surpass our family's craftsmen. We have dozens of dye artisans, most of whom are nameless." Her words held truth. The so-called dye artisans were merely lowly servants, and the notion that technology is the primary productive force did not hold sway in this world. Thus, even if Shenlang could create dyes, in Su Qianqian's eyes, he was still just a rustic villager, and no matter how handsome he might be, he was still a person of lowly status. "You cannot read, cannot fight, you possess no skills whatsoever. Without entering my family's dyeing house, you would find it impossible to earn a living." Su Qianqian continued, "And do not forget, you owe Tian Hong 1,000 gold coins." Lin Mo's refusal to purchase Shenlang's new dye formula, coupled with Su's family's intent to exploit, ensured that the 1,000 gold coins would remain unattainable. At that moment, Tian Shisan appeared before Shenlang like a specter, declaring, "As I said before, if you do not procure 1,000 gold coins by tonight, I will annihilate your entire family." The Black Cloak Gang keeps its promises. Su Qianqian gently added, "Shenlang, you are out of options. With less than a day remaining, where will you find 1,000 gold coins? The only way out is to ally with my family and unconditionally present the 2 dye formulas. This way, I can persuade Tian Hong to forgive your debt." Tian Shisan interjected, "Daylight is approaching. We will come for payment tonight. Your time is running out." With less than 7 hours remaining, Su Qianqian cautioned, "Shenlang, you do not harbor any expectations for Master Wang Lian, do you? He will not come to save you. And today he is not here to assist you, but to suppress my family due to his grievances with my fiancée, Zhang Jin. Your fate is of no concern to him." Su Qianqian's assessment was indeed accurate. Tian Shisan reassured, "Rest assured. We of the Black Cloak Gang will capture your family under legitimate pretexts and then find an excuse to make you all vanish." Your family is an outsider, akin to a rootless reed. Su Qianqian added, if my family does not receive the purple and rainbow dye formulas before nightfall, I cannot guarantee what will transpire. The Black Cloak Gang is notorious for its ruthlessness. Shenlang, though not particularly clever, you must be astute in this matter. With that, Su Qianqian boarded her carriage and departed. Shenlang, shouldering his knife, walked leisurely away. He no longer needed to follow Shenlang, for Shenlang was exceedingly filial. As long as he kept an eye on his parents and brother, Shenlang would remain trapped. Throughout this exchange, Shenlang remained silent, observing the performance of the couple. After walking a few dozen meters, Su Qianqian lifted the curtain of her carriage, glancing back at the solitary figure of Shenlang in the street, and suddenly let out a laugh. The weak truly are born sinners. He appeared almost dog-like. Shenlang, in your humble position. To be allowed to serve in my household is a tremendous privilege. Otherwise, someone as inept as you would surely starve. These thoughts were only spoken in solitude, lest they tarnish her grace and appear unkind. Shenlang stood in the center of the street. Earning money had become utterly meaningless for him. No matter how much wealth he amassed, without power and protection, it would only invite disaster. A world where the weak are devoured by the strong. The Su family, the Lin family, and Tianheng's Black Cloak Gang, all three forces loomed large over Shenlang. This evening, Tianheng and the Su family would undoubtedly act, leveraging the lives of his parents and brother to coerce Shenlang into surrendering the two dye formulas. Even if he complied, unless he intended to serve the Su family for a lifetime, continuously developing new dyes, his family would never find peace. This issue must be resolved once and for all. Originally, his long-term plan to live off others was intended for a later date, requiring careful preparation and maneuvering. Now, it appeared that he must expedite his plans. Shenlang mentally rehearsed this strategy over and over. As dawn approached, he realized it was time to leave the city and head toward the estate of the most powerful nobles within a few hundred miles, the residence of Count Xuanwu. However, at that moment, a thunderous clamor of hooves erupted behind him, shattering the tranquility of dawn and causing the very ground to tremble. Shenlang turned to see a cavalry unit approaching. This was an elite force, comprising over 100 knights, each clad in armor, mounted on magnificent steeds, wielding great swords and bearing large shields. Shenlang could discern the immense cost of assembling such a cavalry. These knights represented a formidable power. Be it in ancient China or medieval Europe, who could possess such a distinguished cavalry and command such an imposing presence? This was the cavalry of the Xuanwu Countess estate. The Jin family of the Xuanwu Countess estate was a true noble lineage, a 100-year-old family. 3 centuries ago, the Jin family had defended Xuanwu City, and even the city's name derived from the family's title. In a certain light, the Count of Xuanwu was the very lord of Xuanwu City. The leader of this cavalry, clad in silver armor and possessing a tall, slender figure, wore a helmet that concealed her face, leaving only her piercing eyes visible, eyes as sharp as autumn waters. She was a woman, and a stunningly beautiful one at that. Despite the lack of a visible visage, her identity was unmistakable. She was the legendary goddess of the region, the princess of Xuanwu City. In the dream of countless young men, the pillar of the Xuanwu Countess estate, Jean Mulan. Shenlang felt a moment of astonishment. He had intended to visit the Countess estate, but had not anticipated encountering her here. Clear the way! Clear the way! Clean the street! Shouted 2 knights at the front of the cavalry, driving Shenlang, who stood in the street, aside. With his frail frame, should he be struck by this cavalry, he would surely suffer a grievous fate. He swiftly retreated to the side of the street to make way for the cavalry. However, just as Shenlang was about to leave the street, he deliberately stumbled, slowing his pace. He had formulated a small plan on the spur of the moment. A cavalryman on the edge of the formation brushed past Shenlang, the force of the impact sending him sprawling several meters away. He is trying to extort, Shenlang thought to himself as he fell to the ground. Though he was not a professional extortionist, the timing and angle of his fall were impeccably executed. Upon hitting the ground, he bit his gums hard enough to draw blood, ensuring that he appeared pitiable. Jean Mulan's gaze narrowed, and she raised a delicate hand, causing the 100 or so riders to halt abruptly. The 2 knights in front dismounted, rushing to assess Shenlang's injuries. Yet, Jean Mulan was swifter. She leaped from her mount, soaring through the air for several meters. Shenlang was taken aback. How impressive! Jean Mulan crouched before Shenlang, removing her glove to place her delicate hand near his nostrils to check for breath. This young man was remarkably handsome, and he seemed somewhat familiar to her. This was Jean Mulan's initial impression. Though Xinlang was not gravely injured, his breathing remained steady and strong. However, being a physician, he effortlessly feigned a state of near death, his breath as faint as a whisper, compounded by the blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, creating a truly pitiable sight that caused Jean Mucklin's beautiful eyes to tremble. The entirety of Xuanwu City was comprised of his family subjects, and from a young age, her father had instilled in her the principle of cherishing the people as if they were her own kin. Despite the fact that the common folk who obstructed the army's path and perished deserved their fate, Jean Mucklin could never permit the death of an innocent civilian before her eyes. "General, allow me to take him to the nearest clinic for treatment," one attendant suggested. Well, her voice was melodious, resonating like ice shards shattering upon the surface of a lake. "Indeed," her attendant replied, then effortlessly lifted Xinlang into her arms, gracefully mounting the horse with a single step onto the stirrup. Jean Mucklin's attendant was also a woman, yet she possessed a robust and formidable physique, making Xinlang feel a sense of shame as he was cradled in her embrace, all while maintaining the pretense of being unconscious. "Shenritian, the moment that will determine your fate has arrived." Xinlang urged himself to gather strength. Whether he could save his entire family this time, vanquish the Su family, eliminate Tian Hong, and subsequently enjoy a life of luxury and prosperity depended entirely on his forthcoming actions. Chapter 16. The Matters of Marriage. The estate of the Duke of Xuanwu is situated outside the city, possessing its own manor and castle, approximately 20 miles from Xuanwu City. Previously, Xinlang had only glimpsed the grandeur of this castle from afar, awestruck by its imposing stature, yet his status rendered him wholly unqualified for entry. The Su family, prosperous and influential, held considerable power in Xuanwu City. However, the head of the Su family could only visit the castle a mere 2 or 3 times a year, typically receiving only the butler's hospitality. The Su family's residence was undoubtedly vast and affluent, yet it paled in comparison to the Duke's estate. The Duke of the Jean family was a true noble with feudal lands, in stark contrast to those who merely held titles without substance. Throughout the past few centuries, the territory of the Duke of Xuanwu once exceeded 5,000 square kilometers. However, due to political upheaval and reforms instituted by the Great Yin dynasty in the Yu Kingdom, the Duke's lands have significantly diminished. Nevertheless, the Duke of Xuanwu remains the supreme ruler of Xuanwu City. The Duke's manor encompasses thousands of acres, complete with its own fields, farms, orchards, and vineyards. The castle, perched on a hill 200 to 300 meters high, spans over 100,000 square meters. Its walls taller and thicker than those of Xuanwu City, with a garrison that surpasses that of the city itself. Thus, should war arise if Xuanwu City were to fall, this territory would not be considered lost. Conversely, if the Duke's castle were to be captured, the region would indeed be in peril. At this moment, Xinlang entered the castle, a structure steeped in centuries of history, the most noble edifice in the entire Nuzheng prefecture. The Duke's daughter, Jean Mucklin, shed her silver armor to reveal her martial attire. She practiced martial arts year-round, standing taller than most men, her legs strong and graceful, exuding both power and elegance. After shedding her serpent skin outfit, Mucklin stepped into the grand bath. After each military campaign, there is nothing more soothing than a hot bath. Once refreshed, she donned a set of men's attire, appearing even more striking and ethereal. She approached her parents to pay her respects. The study of the Duke, while not ostentatiously lavish, contained objects of great antiquity, each with a history exceeding a century. Most of the books here, too, were over 100 years old. Duke Jinzhua, in his 50s, possessed a handsome appearance and a calm demeanor, although his gaze could occasionally pierce the soul like a blade. A man of martial prowess, he seldom donned a sword, preferring to grasp scrolls instead. Despite his high rank, he rarely wore brocade garments, often opting for simple cotton or linen attire. His only display of nobility was the jade pendant that adorned his waist. Mucklin spoke. "Indeed, I have not tarnished the Jean family's reputation." The Duke chuckled. "If you say so, then it is indeed commendable." His gaze toward his daughter was filled with affection and complexity, and he sighed softly. "If only your brother possessed a fraction of your valor, our house would not fear a lack of heirs." "Alas," Mucklin inquired, "Father, is the situation that dire?" "Indeed," replied Duke Jean, "the entire Great Yin dynasty is enacting reforms, and my Yu Kingdom is no exception. The monarch's intentions are glaringly apparent. The transition between old and new powers will accelerate, and the old noble families will see their lands and military might diminished. In such tumultuous times, The incompetence of the heir to the Duke of Xuanwu may spell doom for our Jin family's centuries-old legacy. What face shall I bear before my ancestors after my demise? Speaking of his son, the Duke's frustration was palpable. Muklan asserted, with a daughter like me, the Duke of Xuanwu shall not falter. Her words were not mere bravado. She truly represented the backbone of the Duke's estate and the pride of her parents. Yet, a daughter must eventually marry, and Muklan was already 22 years old. A daughter who remains unmarried and stays to support her brother shall preserve our family's legacy. She declared resolutely, whoever forces my hand in marriage seeks to sever the lifeblood of our estate. They shall become our family's sworn enemy. The atmosphere among the three grew tense, the sacrifice of their daughter weighing heavily on the Duke and his wife, leaving them at a loss for words of comfort. Just then, a voice from outside announced, "My lord, doctor and requests an audience." "Let him enter," commanded Duke Jin. The elder physician, and Zaishi, bowed deeply. "The young man who sustained the injury has awakened and is not gravely harmed." Muklan was taken aback. Hadn't the youth been severely injured? "That is good news," replied the Duke. Though he was slightly surprised that such a trivial matter warranted his attention, surely the butler could handle it. And Zaishi continued, upon awakening, the young man expressed a desire to speak with the Duke, claiming he has important matters to discuss regarding the marriage of your daughter. This revelation piqued the Duke's interest. His expression became serious as he furrowed his brow, nodding, "If he is not gravely injured, let him come to see me." Shenlang, indeed, bore no serious injuries, although his muscles were sore, making walking somewhat difficult. After enduring a night of discomfort, his complexion appeared pale. Upon entering the Duke's study, he bowed and said, "I am Shenlang, here to pay my respects to the Duke." As a subject of Xuanwu City, he felt compelled to kneel, but coming from the modern world, he resisted that urge. The Duke's expression was not particularly warm, yet he did not feign authority. His gaze, upon settling on Shenlang's face, revealed a hint of astonishment at the youth's striking beauty. Such a visage was rare among common folk. "Student?" inquired the Duke. "What is your title?" He was familiar with the scholars and officials of Xuanwu City, but had never heard of Shenlang. "I am a student from the Hansui Town Academy," Shenlang replied, feeling a tinge of embarrassment. The academy provided only rudimentary education, akin to modern primary schools, and he had not even graduated, having been expelled. The Duke frowned. "You appear coddled, likely indulged by your parents to focus solely on your studies. Yet, at your age, to have not even entered the academy in Xuanwu City is a grave disappointment and a profound failure as a son." At that moment, the Duke harbored some disdain for Shenlang. His own son, though lacking ambition, was still more accomplished than this young man. Nevertheless, Shenlang felt a flicker of respect for the Duke, perceiving that he regarded all citizens of Xuanwu City as his own children. Swiftly chastising Shenlang as if he were his own offspring. "You were injured by the cavalry of my estate. Are you in any significant pain?" the Duke inquired. "I am well, merely experiencing some soreness," Shenlang replied. "You mentioned having important news regarding my daughter's marriage. Please, elaborate," the Duke prompted. "I have heard that the Zhu family wishes to propose to you. Zhu Hongshiwei seeks to marry Miss Jean Muklan of the Duke's estate." This was a closely guarded secret, known to very few at present. In an instant, the Count's countenance underwent a dramatic transformation. "The Zhu family? They are the pinnacle of nobility in the kingdom of Yu. The in-laws of the sovereign, with the governor of the southern province and the general of Ping, and both hailing from the Zhu lineage. Should Jean Mulan marry outside, who would safeguard the Count's estate? Who would lead the private military of the Jean family? This signifies an attempt to undermine the foundation of the Xuanwu Count's household, to sever the pillars that uphold his clan." Chapter 17. The Great Undertaking of Matrimony. After a considerable interval, Count Xuanwu finally regained his composure and inquired, "This matter concerning the Zhu family's pursuit of a marriage alliance is shrouded in secrecy. Even I am unaware of it. How is it that you came to know? Whose lips divulged this information?" Indeed, the gazes of those present shifted towards Shenlang, pondering how someone of his humble status could possess knowledge of such clandestine affairs. Shenlang responded, "The new fiancée of the Su family's daughter, Zhang Jin." "Zhang Jin," Count Xuanwu echoed. "The newly appointed leader of the garrison in Xuanwu City?" "Precisely," Shenlang affirmed. "When I was driven from the Su household by Su Tranqian after marrying into their family, her new fiancé, Zhang Jin, mentioned that a wedding would be hastily arranged, for the Zhu family intends to propose to your family. Zhu Hongshiwei seeks to wed Miss Jean Mulan." In his arrogance, he let slip this information, believing me to be a fool, and subsequently instructed Su Tranqian to keep it under wraps. At that moment, a trusted aide of the Count leaned in to whisper something into his ear, evidently informing him of Shun Lang's background. In Xuanwu City, Shun Lang had garnered a degree of notoriety. While others hesitated to marry into the Su family, he boldly stepped forward, thus achieving a certain fame. Everyone was aware of the foolish ways who had become the Su family's son-in-law. Shun Lang's entire past was laid bare, including his nearly 10 years of education without completing even the most rudimentary courses and his questionable intellect. Nearly 2 days prior, the Su family had publicly declared that their son-in-law, Shun Lang, had pilfered valuables from their home and harassed a maid, leading to his expulsion from the family. The aide's voice rose slightly, seemingly intentionally allowing Shun Lang to hear. Upon hearing this, Count Xuanwu's brow furrowed deeply. Whether Shun Lang had indeed stolen from the Su family or harassed their maid was debatable, and the Count was inclined to disbelief. Moreover, to the public eye, Shun Lang's willingness to marry into the Su family was merely an act of vanity. The Count abhorred the idea of a young man being idle and vain. Thus his impression of Shun Lang was far from favorable. Under normal circumstances, the Count would have admonished him. However, the gravity of Shun Lang's revelation overshadowed such sentiments. As it directly pertained to the fate of the Count's household, he quickly deduced that Shun Lang's words bore a semblance of truth. The Zhang family had recently risen to prominence in the state of Yu, with the Zhu family as their benefactors. Zhang Jin's father, Zhang Chong, had recently been appointed the governor of Nujiang County, entirely due to the recommendation of Zhu Rong, the governor of Tianan Province. Thus, it was hardly surprising that Zhang Jin was privy to the secrets of the Zhu family. Count Xuanwu had some familiarity with Zhang Jin, and even the elite of Xuanwu City were taken aback by the Zhang family's apparent financial struggles. The son of a governor was to marry the daughter of a wealthy merchant, a girl who had previously entertained a suitor. Count Xuanwu understood that the Zhang family's rapid ascent had left them with a shaky foundation, and to continue their expansion, they required substantial capital. With all eyes on the Zhang family, it was prudent for them to seek a financially advantageous alliance. Consequently, the union between the Zhang and Su families epitomized the marriage of power and wealth. Indeed, a trusted aide dashed off to investigate the Zhu family's connections. Turning to Shun Lang, the Count declared, "Young man, while my initial impression of you is unfavorable, the information you have provided is of paramount importance and merits significant reward. State your desires. As long as they do not contravene the law or moral standards, I shall grant them." Shun Lang's regard for the Count elevated once more. The Count's straightforwardness was refreshing. Even before verification of the information, he was ready to bestow a reward. The implication was clear. Whatever Shun Lang desired in terms of wealth or land, he need only name a figure. Furthermore, the Count was prepared to resolve any trouble Shun Lang may face. This meant that the threats from the Su, Lin, and Tian families towards Shun Lang could be swiftly neutralized. A simple message from the Count would ensure that these families would not dare to lay a finger on him. However, Shun Lang sought more than mere safety from this crisis. Such a significant bargaining chip should not merely serve to alleviate his immediate concerns regarding the Su and Tian families. His ambition was to secure a position within the Count's household, to draw closer to Jean Mulan, to continuously showcase his worth, and ultimately, to win her hand in marriage. Shun Lang vowed that with his exceptional talents and handsome visage, he could leave an indelible impression on her within a fortnight. "I wish to remain within the Count's estate and seek employment." Shun Lang bowed respectfully. He refrained from mentioning the threats from the Su and Tian families, as securing a position in the Count's household would naturally deter them from harming his family. The Count furrowed his brow at this request. His prior impression of Shun Lang had been quite poor. A young man who was idle, vain, and had even become a son-in-law to the Su family was, in his eyes, a profound dishonor. The Count suspected that Shun Lang's intentions for wanting to stay in the household were not entirely pure. Yet, since the young man had voiced his request, the Count felt compelled to acquiesce. Furthermore, Shun Lang was still young. Any flaws he possessed could be corrected under the strict tutelage of the Count's household. "Since you wish to seek a position within my estate, I shall grant your request. Your timely warning is commendable, and I assure you that you will not be relegated to menial tasks." However, the Count's tone grew stern. "Your stay in my household will not be one of leisure. You shall not be allowed to indulge in idleness. You will be subjected to rigorous discipline. Can you endure this hardship?" Endure hardship? Well, perhaps not that. Shun Lang thought. Toil and labor were the last things he desired. Yet, for the sake of his beloved, he could tolerate a few days of hardship, though no more than that. Indeed, Shun Lang readily agreed. The Count stepped closer, squeezing Xinlang's shoulder and shaking his head. Your physical condition is quite lacking, and at your age, it would be more prudent to focus on your studies rather than martial training. From this day forth, you shall study alongside the young master. Your parents have indulged you, but my household shall not. I shall ensure you are molded into a capable individual. Xinlang was taken aback. This was reminiscent of the role of a high-ranking companion scholar in the classic tale The King of Comedy. Very well, you are injured. Rest for now. Tomorrow, you shall begin your studies with the young master. I will send word to your parents and provide a sum of gold to them, the Count stated. Should you encounter any difficulties, I shall address them as well. Such generosity from a figure of prominence was truly remarkable. Yes, Count, Xinlang replied. Jin Zhong, go to the estate's tailor and have garments made for Xinlang, the Count's wife instructed. Of course, the old servant replied. A warmth enveloped Xinlang's heart. The Count and his wife were genuinely kind-hearted. Count, Countess, Miss, I shall take my leave. Xinlang bowed respectfully before exiting. Master, we have a grave situation. A trusted aide knelt, exclaiming. Our spies in Nuzhong County have just relayed a message by carrier pigeon. A prominent figure from the Zhu family arrived in Nuzhong City last night, and their destination is none other than our Count Xuanwu's estate. What? Count Xuanwu exclaimed in shock. What? Xinlang echoed internally, alarmed. This was a dire predicament. He had successfully completed the first step of his plan by securing a position in the Count's household. In the coming days, he would embark on the second step, to continuously showcase his presence and worth. Finally, he would pursue the third step, to find a way to marry into the Count's family. Indeed, it was a marriage into the family. For the current situation was clear, Jean Mulan would never consider marrying outside her own family. However, the prominent figure of the Zhu family has already arrived in Nuzhong City. And this evening he shall seek the hand of Jean Mulan at the residence of Count Xuanwu. This implies that time is of the essence. The incessant displays and attempts to assert presence are utterly futile given the scarcity of time. How could it be that I have been afforded no more than half a month, not even 3 days, nor even a single day? This means that Jean Mulan is to be wed today, leaving Xinlang with no more than 2 or 3 hours at most. Otherwise, his goddess shall belong to another, and his prospects for wealth and glory shall vanish. No, the goddess is mine. Chapter 18. Mulan's choice of a spouse. Xinlang's mind raced, conjuring countless schemes. At that moment, the grand door ahead swung shut, isolating him from the proceedings. This was entirely customary, for the esteemed Count was convening on matters of utmost secrecy. And Xinlang was but an outsider, uninvited to partake. Who is the visitor from the Zhu family? Inquired the Count. The younger brother of Governor Zhu Rong. General Zhu Lin, replied a confidant, presenting a secret missive dispatched via carrier pigeon from Nuzhong City. Upon perusing the document, the Count's countenance darkened ominously. It was indeed General Zhu Lin. The situation was exceedingly dire. This signified the Zhu family's unwavering intent. Furthermore, such matrimonial proposals could typically be approached with decorum. Yet, General Zhu Lin's clandestine arrival indicated a desire to catch the Count's household off guard, leaving the Jin family no opportunity for refusal. Zhu Hoxue's courtship of Jean Mulan was no ordinary union. It aimed to implement new policies, seeking to usurp the territory and military power of the Xuanwu Count's estate. Most critically, it sought to deprive the Count's household of its military command, for the heir of the Count was but a feckless dolt, incapable of safeguarding the family legacy. Should Jean Mulan wed Zhu Hongxue, it would dismantle the very backbone of the Count's estate, indirectly wresting away its military authority. Lady Countess trembled. My lord, can we refuse? The Count shook his head solemnly. We cannot. The Zhu family is a formidable power. An outright refusal would equate to a severance of ties. Moreover, there may be royal interests behind this proposal. Jean Mulan declared, I shall never marry outside our family. I must remain to assist my brother in safeguarding the century-old foundation of the Jin clan. Anyone who seeks to take it from me shall have to tread over my lifeless body. The Count, breathing heavily, paced anxiously within the chamber, his brow furrowed. Father, Mulan continued, I can disfigure my appearance. With that, she drew a dagger, prepared to mar her exquisite visage at the Count's command. No, the Xuanwu Count exclaimed. While I am indeed committed to preserving our family legacy, my foremost duty is to protect my daughter from harm. Even if you were to disfigure yourself, the Zhu family would still pursue you, unless I marry today, inviting a suitor into our home, and wed before General Zhu Lin arrives, establishing a fait accompli that would deter his advances. Jean Mulan asserted. Indeed, this was the only viable solution. Engagement was out of the question, as marrying a son-in-law did not necessitate a prior betrothal. General Zhu Lin was but 200 miles from the Xuanwu Count's estate and would arrive that very evening. Even if they were to invite a son-in-law, the Count intended to select carefully. To marry that evening meant invitations must be sent forth before noon, necessitating a decision within 2 hours. Gazing upon his beautiful and resolute daughter softened the Count's heart. Mulan, the Zhu family is in its prime, and Zhu Hongxue is a promising match, a splendid suitor. I cannot sacrifice your happiness for the sake of family interests. Please reconsider. Lady Jean Mulan replied, Father, my greatest joy lies in serving our family. After your passing, my brother will surely be unable to uphold our ancestral legacy. I shall not marry. The Count felt a profound pang of sympathy and emotion, and he promptly picked up a brush, inscribing 5 names on a sheet of paper. These 5 individuals were distinguished youths, the Count's ideal candidates for son-in-law. He had been seeking a husband for Mulan for 3 years. But the notion of inviting someone into their family was difficult to broach, especially since Mulan had consistently refused. Time, however, was of the essence, and a decision must be made swiftly. The first name on the list was Wang Lian, an 18-year-old prodigy, currently the chief scribe of Xuanwu City and a distant relative of the Count. The second was Mo Yi, a martial arts genius from Xuanwu City who had passed his martial examination at 16 and was diligently training for the next. Both were young men of immense promise. The remaining 3 were also outstanding young gentlemen nurtured by the Jin family, possessing both literary and martial talents, their loyalty to the Count's household beyond question. All 5 young men greatly admired Jean Mulan, longing for her affection. Jin Zhong, send for these 5 gentlemen with the utmost speed and bring them to the estate for Mulan to choose, commanded the Count, handing the list to his trusted servant. The Count, feeling guilty towards his daughter, had limited his selection to 5, but the final decision would rest with Mulan. Yes, Jin Zhong replied, pocketing the list and departing to summon a dozen knights for the task. Though time is pressing, I shall find the best match for you, Mulan, ensuring your lifelong happiness, the Count assured. At that moment, Xinlang entered, saying, Count, Miss Mulan, may I join the competition? I wish to marry you. The room fell silent, everyone momentarily stunned by his unexpected declaration. The Xuanwu Count, usually composed, could hardly contain himself, nearly erupting. Just you? You wish to marry the Count's daughter? While he possessed the looks, being handsome suited him more for a different line of work than for such lofty aspirations. What is your background? Merely a pauper residing in a thatched hut. Of course, one cannot choose their origins, and should he possess sufficient merit, the Count might consider him. However, a son-in-law aspiring to join a noble family faced insurmountable challenges. Look at yourself, Xinlang. You spent 10 years in school, yet could not even graduate from the town's academy, being expelled instead. In the context of our world, this is akin to someone who has been studying yet still hasn't completed elementary school by 18. Hailing from a poor farming household, he was unable to shoulder burdens or labor, deemed a wasteful good-for-nothing. The entirety of Xuanwu City was aware that Xinlang was not of sound mind, lacking in intellect. Compared to the 5 candidates selected by the Count, Xinlang was utterly valueless. Those 5 young gentlemen were either gifted scholars or extraordinary martial artists, whereas Xinlang was entirely devoid of merit. What was most intolerable was that Xinlang, in his pursuit of wealth, had abandoned his parents to marry into the Su family, only to be cast out by them after being rejected by Su Qianqian. Now, he dared to seek the hand of the Count's daughter? What did he take the Count's household for? How much more noble was the Xuanwu Count's daughter compared to Su Qianqian? Even in seeking a son-in-law, it required extensive consideration. He was merely a frog dreaming of eating swan meat. The Countess stepped forward, gently soothing her husband's back. My lord, do not be enraged. It is known that Xinlang is of unsound mind and just a child. Why should we stoop to his level? The Count exhaled deeply. Indeed, he was dealing with a troubled youth, a mere child. What was there to argue about? 2 guards approached, seizing Xinlang's arms to drag him away. Miss Mulan, trust that I am far more suitable than those 5 for becoming your husband. Am I not even worthy of competing? Jean Mulan gazed at Xinlang, studying him intently for a moment. I remember now. 3 years ago, while hunting, I accidentally rode into you. You were the second fool. Hey, calling me that is a bit too blunt and hurtful, Xinlang retorted. Indeed, in the village, no one referred to him by name. He was simply known as Second Fool, as there was another big fool who was his only friend at the time. Upon hearing the term fool, The Count's expression involuntarily twitched. Shenlang declared, "Miss Mulan, I too wish to marry you, and I assure you, I shall not disappoint." Mulan gazed at Shenlang with eyes that radiated warmth, infused with a touch of tenderness. 3 years ago, upon learning of Shenlang's plight and his intellectual shortcomings, she felt an overwhelming sympathy for him, visiting him several times and arranging for the finest physicians to attend to his ailments. In truth, Mulan regarded him with the same affection one might bestow upon a child. For at that time, Shenlang's intelligence was akin to that of a young one, disillusioned by the deceit and treachery of the adult world. Mulan found solace in the innocence of children. Thus, she looked at Shenlang and said, "Very well, I shall add you to the list. You two may compete fairly." While others scorned Shenlang, she did not share their prejudice. Just as the Count was about to interject, Mulan smiled and asked, "Father, what troubles you?" The Count, in a moment of self-deprecation, pondered, indeed, what was he worried about? Mulan's kindness and empathy had simply led her to include Shenlang as a candidate, and it was evident she would never truly choose him. Why then should he fret over such trivial matters and allow himself to be vexed? "Bring Shenlang to the 6th study," the Count commanded. An hour later, 5 other young gentlemen were escorted to the Duke of Xuanwu's estate, each ushered into one of the 5 studies, while Shenlang remained in the 6th. They were kept apart and remained unaware of one another's identities. Mulan herself would select the candidates, assessing them through a screen. Time was of the essence. A decision had to be reached before noon, for the wedding was scheduled for that evening, leaving them with but 1 hour to choose a suitor from the 6 contenders. Mulan entered the study, and the selection process commenced in earnest. Chapter 19. Shenlang stands out and seizes the title among the 6 young individuals. Shenlang's competitiveness was remarkably weak, bordering on non-existent. The undisputed seed contestant was Wang Lian. This young clerk, a distant relative of the Duke of Xuanwu, sat in his study, feeling a tumult of nerves, anticipation, and excitement. He was acutely aware of the significance of this day, having awaited it for many years. Although he was not originally from the Yuzhong County and should have been at home concentrating on his studies to prepare for the imperial examination, he had instead come to Xuanwu City to assume the role of the chief scribe in charge of criminal administration, a position he held no affection for. His sole motivation was to gain proximity to the coveted prize. He knew that Jean Mulan would never marry outside her family. She would only accept a son-in-law. Yet, he remained unfazed, for he had 2 elder brothers, one a martial scholar and the other a literary scholar. Since childhood, he had been captivated by Mulan, and being associated with a prestigious family like the Jean lineage, even as a son-in-law, promised untold wealth and immense power. The heir of the Duke's household was inept. Thus the authority of the Duke's estate would inevitably fall to Jean Mulan. As her husband, he would undoubtedly share in the highest echelons of power within the estate, which encompassed thousands of square kilometers of territory, 2,000 private soldiers, and a staggering fortune. Consequently, Wang Lian was resolute in his ambition to become Jean Mulan's spouse. Aside from the martial scholar Mo Yi, no one posed any real threat to him. Moreover, Jean Mulan was an exceptional martial artist, necessitating a scholarly husband to create a balance. Wang Lian was confident that he would emerge victorious in this competition. Indeed, he was not alone in this belief. Nearly everyone shared this sentiment, particularly Jin Zhong, the trusted aide of the Duke, who had personally brought Wang Lian into the fold and regarded him as the future son-in-law of the Duke's household. As Jean Mulan entered the first study, a screen separated her from Wang Lian. Sensing her presence, Wang Lian instinctively quickened his breath, overwhelmed by nerves. Soon, he would become Mulan's husband, sharing a bed with the stunning princess of Xuanwu City. His long-held dream was on the cusp of realization. "What can you offer me as my husband, Wang Lian?" Jean Mulan inquired. Wang Lian, suppressing his excitement, replied, "After our marriage, I shall take the imperial examinations. From that point onward, you shall govern the martial aspects while I handle the literary, and together we will ensure the prosperity of the Xuanwu Duke's estate, thereby perpetuating the illustrious legacy of the Jin family for generations to come." Wang Lian believed this was precisely what Jean Mulan desired. Indeed, the flourishing of the Xuanwu Duke's estate and the preservation of its legacy are my lifelong pursuits. "Thank you, cousin," Jean Mulan responded before exiting. Jean Mulan proceeded to the second room, where the martial scholar Mo Yi awaited. Mo Yi, possessing formidable martial prowess, appeared particularly composed. When Jean Mulan entered, his breath remained steady, though his heartbeat quickened slightly. His desire for Jean Moulin was no less fervent than Wang Lian's. As a martial scholar from a humble background, he had reached a plateau in his training and required abundant resources and ancient martial texts, assets that were abundantly available within the Jean family. Furthermore, Jean Moulin's beauty and figure were irresistible to any man. Moe, if you were to marry into the Duke's household, what could you offer me? Jean Moulin posed the same question. Moe replied, I will strive to pass the martial examinations, become a master of the martial arts, lead the Duke's troops in battle, and continually establish merits that will elevate the Jean family's status and power. Thank you, Moe, Jean Moulin said, rising to leave. She then visited the third, fourth, and fifth studies, asking the same question each time. What can you offer me if you marry into the Duke's household? Each of these three men, molded by the Duke's estate since childhood, provided the same singular answer. Finally, Jean Moulin entered the last room. Behind the screen, Xunlang sensed her presence, the alluring fragrance of her femininity wafting through the air. Focusing his gaze, he caught a glimpse of her silhouette, his heart racing once more. Xunlang, if you marry into the Duke's household, what can you offer me? Jean Moulin inquired. What? Xunlang thought, realizing he was perceived as somewhat foolish. Jean Moulin, suppressing a smile, gently asked, what is the most precious thing you can give me? I have preserved my purity for over 40 years. Xunlang instinctively thought. Naturally, he could only voice this sentiment internally, for uttering it aloud would invite dire consequences. Xunlang knew he could offer much more. He was a skilled gynecologist, capable of treating any ailment Moulin might have. Additionally, he possessed secret techniques for smelting steel that could enhance the quality of the Duke's armaments, making the armor of the Jean private army more durable and their swords sharper. He also had a keen eye for identifying blockages in her meridians during her training. Wang Lian would undoubtedly claim he was well suited to govern alongside Jean Moulin, ensuring the estate's prosperity and legacy. Moe would boast of his martial prowess, vowing to lead the Duke's armies to victory and further elevate the Jean family's standing, perhaps even to the rank of Marquis. As for the other three, being products of the Duke's upbringing, they would certainly pledge their loyalty. While Jean Moulin displayed a cold demeanor towards the others, she instinctively softened her approach with Xunlang, though her tone suggested she was addressing someone of limited intellect, fearing he might be intimidated. After 2 minutes of contemplation, Xunlang arrived at an answer. I can offer you the gift of freedom, as long as you do not seek other men. You may do as you please, he replied. At this, Jean Moulin paused, glaring at him through the screen, seething with indignation. What do you mean seeking others? Do you think I am such a shameless woman? Yet, she felt no significant resentment. He truly was naïve, devoid of any ulterior motives. Subsequently, she exited the room. Behind the screen, Xunlang wore a triumphant smile, barring unforeseen circumstances. He had already secured a significant advantage. Why had Jean Moulin posed this question? She was probing to ascertain whether these 6 men harbored ambitions. With the Duke's heir lacking capability, the authority of the Duke's estate would soon reside with Jean Moulin following Duke Jean's passing. She was determined to support her brother wholeheartedly. What was her greatest fear? That her husband might possess ambition and covet the Duke's power, potentially even plotting against her brother. Such actions would render her a traitor to the Jean family. Her future spouse's talent was secondary. The paramount concern was the absolute absence of ambition to avert familial strife. Wang Lian and Moe had projected an air of superiority, suggesting a partnership with Jean Moulin to govern the Duke's estate, which only heightened her anxiety. If you two are so capable, why not take the title of Duke for yourselves? This, indeed, was the answer Jean Moulin longed to hear. Meanwhile, the Duke and his wife anxiously awaited her return. Upon seeing her, they inquired, so soon? Yes, in less than 15 minutes. I have completed the selection, Jean Moulin affirmed. Daughter, have you chosen a husband? The Duke asked eagerly. If I have made my choice, I shall immediately dispatch several groups to distribute wedding invitations. We shall wed tonight. Jean Moulin declared. I have made my selection, she confirmed. The Countess rose, her voice trembling with excitement as she inquired, who is it? Wang Lian or Moe? Jean Moulin replied, the suitor I have chosen is Xunlang. Chapter 20. Shock and Resolution. What? Upon hearing Jean Moulin's words, the Earl's hair nearly stood on end. The Countess was convinced she had misheard, and the Earl's trusted aides were equally astonished. Moulin, have you lost your mind? The Earl exclaimed. With so many capable candidates, why have you chosen Xunlang? Everyone present looked at Jean Moulin in disbelief. Among the 6, Xunlang was the least impressive. He paled in comparison to Wang Lian and Moe, and was outshone by the 5 outstanding talents of the Earl's household. He was, in fact, a dim-witted fool who had not even graduated from a local school after 10 years of study, utterly incapable of self-sufficiency. Mulan, why this choice? The Earl continued. Wang Lian and Mo Yi are so exceptional, why not select one of them? The Earl fell silent, pondering her words. Mulan replied, if father were still alive, there would be no issue. But if one day you are gone and my brother inherits the title, what if my husband harbors ambitions towards the Earl's power? What will happen to my brother then? With these words, the Earl grew even more silent, and those around them began to grasp her reasoning. It must be said, Mulan had considered everything meticulously and displayed unwavering loyalty to her family. How dare that scoundrel treat my daughter so lightly? The Earl fumed. Mulan, I understand your thoughts, but you need not sacrifice your happiness for this. Even if you do not choose Wang Lian or Mo Yi, why not consider one of the 3 young men from our Earl's household? No, I cannot delay their futures, Jean Mulan replied. Moreover, they were once my subordinates. I know them too well. The Countess interjected, but Shun Lang is simply too inadequate. Are you not aware of his reputation in Xuanwu City? The Earl added. He was once a son-in-law of the Su family and was expelled, only to marry into our Earl's household. How can our Jean family hold its head high? This concerns your lifelong happiness, he continued. I would rather you marry someone like Zhu Hongxue, a paragon of excellence. Then sacrifice yourself for the family and plunge you into a pit of despair. Jean Mulan responded, Shen Lang's poor reputation might just bring some satisfaction to Lord Zhulin. If I were to marry someone of high standing, the Zhu family might not let it go easily. However, if I wed a notorious individual, their resentment towards us would diminish. Witnessing an enemy's misfortune is always a source of joy. Her reasoning was sound. Mulan was astute, well-versed in human nature. She added, I find Shen Lang rather agreeable. In truth, I have but one requirement for my future husband. He must be handsome. In this regard, Shen Lang is undoubtedly the best. However, the Countess felt as if a knife were twisting in her heart. Her son was a failure. And now her daughter's happiness was to be sacrificed to bring such a worthless individual into their family. Mulan, will you not reconsider? The Earl implored. No, it is settled, Jean Mulan declared. Time is of the essence. Father, please send out the wedding invitations immediately. Let us prepare for the ceremony and make it grand. Ideally coinciding with Lord Zhulin's arrival at the Earl's residence. Father, Mother, I have been weary from leading troops in the field, and now I shall take my leave to rest. She then bowed and exited. The Earl's heart ached, yet he could not express his frustration. Unable to vent his anger on Shen Lang, he turned instead to his own son. Where's that ungrateful boy? The Earl bellowed. The heir is studying, an aide responded. Studying? After years of this, he is still a failure. Bring him out to kneel outside. The Earl shouted. Useless wretch. If he had made any progress, my Mulan would not have to make such great sacrifices. Yes. The trusted aide hurried off. No, I shall go myself, the Earl insisted. Where's the whip? Today, I shall teach him a lesson. Dear husband, the Countess interjected. Are you attempting to stop me? The Earl retorted. I shall go with you to administer the punishment. Meanwhile, in another study, a plump boy was engrossed in his studies, feeling a swell of pride. As the heir of the Earl's household, I am diligently studying at dawn. My parents will surely be pleased and commend me. Just then, the Earl and Countess burst in. Father, Mother, you came to see me? I merely rose early to study. Surely you have come to praise me. This is what a son should do. Praise you? The Earl exclaimed, pulling out a whip. Moments later, the Earl's residence echoed with agonizing screams. Father, Mother, why are you beating me? I have done nothing wrong. I rose early to study. Do I need a reason to punish you? The Earl replied, continuing to lash out. The Countess wielded a ruler, striking her son's backside and thighs. Indeed, does a worthless son require justification? Ah! The Earl's son cried out, Sister, save me. Upon learning the outcome, Shun Lang breathed a long sigh of relief. He had finally succeeded, transitioning from one son-in-law to another. Henceforth, he would indulge in a life of luxury and comfort. What could be better than living off the fruits of another's labor? Nothing at all. Previously cornered, beset by the Su, Lin, and Tian families, now this crisis had evaporated. As the son-in-law of the Earl of Xuanwu, neither the Su, Lin, nor Tian families would dare to act against him or his family. Just wait. I, Shen Lang, will make you understand the meaning of retribution. Tian Hong, Lin family, Su family, I will leave none of you unscathed. I shall not bear the Shen name until I see you brought to ruin. Gold loyal servant Jin Zhang stood before Shen Lang, his expression grim, as if someone owed him 1,000 gold coins. Having been born and raised in the Earl's household, Jin Zhong was not merely a servant but family, the most loyal of the Jin clan. Having watched Jean Mulan grow up, how could he not feel anger at the thought of her being forced to marry this worthless man? Yet, as a loyal servant of a century-old noble family, despite his fury and disdain for Shenlang, he maintained a polite demeanor, his tone cool but respectful. Shen Shuxing, follow me, I will show you to your quarters. As Shenlang followed him, he could not help but marvel at the vastness of the Earl's estate. This Earl's residence is truly enormous. No earthly wealth could compare to such grandeur. By the way, please send someone to my home to inform my parents not to worry, Shenlang requested. I have already dispatched someone, Jin Zhong replied coldly. Could you bring my parents and brother to the wedding tonight? Shenlang asked. I will personally arrange for your family to be brought here, Jin Zhong stated before closing the door and leaving. Unwilling to gaze upon Shenlang's face for even a moment. Please hurry, as there are those who seek to harm my family, Shenlang urged. Jin Zhong's expression hardened. Despite Shenlang's lack of merit, he was still the Earl's son-in-law. Now, there were those in Xuanwu City who dared to threaten Shenlang's family. Such audacity was unfathomable. I understand. I will ensure your family remains unharmed. Shen Shuxing, rest well and prepare for the wedding tonight. Meanwhile, within the ranks of the Black Rope Gang, Tian Hung remarked, it is nearly time. 13. Bring Shenlang's family to me. If he surrenders the formula for the die, he shall be swiftly executed. If he refuses, he will face a torturous demise. Indeed, as Tian Shuxing decreed. Subsequently, he charged out of the Black Garment Gang with a dozen warriors, heading towards the residence of Shenlang. Chapter 21. Xuanwu City erupts. Tian Shuxing trembles upon the Earl's command. The Earl's mansion dispatched numerous emissaries to widely announce Jean Mulan's impending nuptials, extending invitations to Xuanwu City's luminaries for the evening's ceremony. Instantly, the entirety of Xuanwu City was set ablaze with excitement, as countless young men lamented their fate. She was the esteemed daughter of the Earl's estate, a woman of noble birth, formidable martial prowess, exquisite beauty, and a captivating figure. A veritable goddess, and arguably the most coveted maiden in the entire Nujiang region. She was the object of ardent admiration, while the affluent Su Qianqian tirelessly cultivated her renown, aspiring to become a celebrated figure in Nujiang. Jean Mulan rarely made public appearances. The label of celebrated figure was a compliment to Su Qianqian, but an affront to Jean Mulan. She was the scion of a centuries-old aristocratic family. Celebrated figure, indeed? Such a title was more fitting for those of lesser standing. Su Qianqian had many suitors, but Jean Mulan, even more beautiful and alluring, was beyond the reach of Xuanwu City's young men. They felt unworthy. It was universally believed that a woman of Jean Mulan's stature would marry into a marquis's family at the very least. The men of Xuanwu City could only dream of her, indulging in fleeting fantasies. The news of Xuanwu City's princess taking a husband was devastating, though unattainable. They wished she would remain unwed, a perpetual vision of unattainable perfection. That day, countless young men in Xuanwu City drowned their sorrows in wine, brandishing swords in drunken despair. Who dared to marry their princess? They vowed to make him suffer. Goddess, how could you? You have betrayed us. However, those with influence in Xuanwu City sensed something amiss. Who was Jean Mulan marrying? The groom's name was absent from the invitations, and no prior rumors had circulated. Moreover, the wedding was to occur that very evening, far too sudden. Such a union between noble houses was typically a grand and protracted affair, commencing with a formal proposal by esteemed envoys, followed by an engagement. Gifts would be exchanged, banquets and hunts organized, all to announce the impending alliance to the aristocratic circles. Subsequently, the families would await the sovereign's blessing. The sovereign, in most cases, would bestow felicitations and gifts upon both families. With the sovereign's benediction secured, diviners and astrologers would determine an auspicious date for the wedding ceremony. This entire process would span at least a year and a half. A wedding announced and conducted on the same day was unheard of, a breach of etiquette. Meanwhile, the Earl's mansion was abuzz with preparations for the evening's wedding. An abundance of food, fruits, and fine wines was procured. The estate and castle were adorned with lanterns and decorations. Servants received bonuses and new attire. And even the horses and hunting dogs were treated to extra rations. Despite the haste and the fact that it was a matrilocal marriage, the ceremony had to be lavish. A spectacle for the Zhu family. Although Shenlang was the central figure, he remained detached, spending his time eating and sleeping in his guest room. As the groom's name was omitted from the invitations, Tian Hung was also unconcerned. While a prominent figure in the underworld, he lacked the standing to attend an event hosted by the Xuanwu Earl's mansion. Furthermore, his benefactor was not aligned with the Xuanwu Earl. He was, in fact, grateful to Xunlang. Originally, the Su family had only offered him 100 gold coins, but Xunlang's creation of the golden die formula had changed everything, earning him over 1,000 gold coins. Both the Su family and the Brocade Pavilion's Lin family had compensated him handsomely. The Lin family had partnered with the Su family, ensuring that Lin Mo's son would greatly benefit from the military examination and subsequent appointment. Therefore, the Lin family also owed a debt of gratitude to Tianheng. Xunlang's golden die formula had been a boon, and now the three factions would collaborate to eliminate Xunlang and reap the rewards. The dirty work would fall to Tianheng. Xunlang, an insignificant pawn, was not worth dwelling upon. To demonstrate his resolve, the Black Cloak Gang's assassin, Tian Shisan, led over a dozen men to encircle Xunlang's dilapidated house in Maple Leaf Village. Surveying the crumbling mud walls, Tian Shisan sighed. Weakness is a sin. With a wave of his hand, he declared, by order of the city lord, Shunwan's family is accused of concealing land and evading taxes. Arrest them immediately, and show no mercy to any who resist. The Black Cloak Gang's warriors, disguised in militia uniforms, drew their blades and stormed into Xunlang's home. Although a criminal organization, they adhered to certain protocols, avoiding direct slaughter and instead using official pretexts to apprehend the family. Once captured, Xunlang would have no choice but to surrender the purple and rainbow die formulas. Of course, even if he complied, his family would not escape their fate. The underworld boss indeed possessed official authority. His warriors were registered as Xuanwu City militiamen, and Tian Shisan carried a legitimate arrest warrant, making everything appear legal. Bang bang. Xunlang's flimsy door splintered and flew open. However, the scene that greeted Tian Shisan was unexpected. There was no panic, no screams. Xunlang's father lay in bed, coughing and clutching a firewood cleaver. Xunlang's mother stood before the bed, holding a kitchen knife, while Xunlang's younger brother sat up, clutching a makeshift crutch. None of them begged for mercy, but instead glared coldly at the Black Cloak Gang's warriors. With Xunlang absent, their vulnerability had vanished, replaced by defiance. Tian Shisan paused, a flicker of surprise in his eyes. Old man, what's going on here? He asked with a disarming smile, drawing his iron ruler as he approached Xunlang's father. Xunlang's absence did not deter Tian Shisan. Capturing the family would inevitably draw Xunlang out. You're resisting arrest, are you? Tian Shisan asked. That's tantamount to treason. I'm afraid I have no choice but to act. With a casual flick of his wrist, he aimed the iron ruler at Xunlang's father's arm, intending to shatter it. Simultaneously, his men lunged towards Xunlang's mother and brother. A seemingly ordinary middle-aged man, unarmed, emanated an aura that sent shivers down Tian Shisan's spine. This was a master. By order of the city lord, arrest those who conceal land and evade taxes. All others, leave immediately, Tian Shisan shouted. Standing outside Xunlang's house was Jin Zhong, a servant of the Earl's mansion. He had been present for some time, but had deliberately waited for Tian Shisan to breach the door before revealing himself. A testament to his cunning. Tian Shisan felt a sense of foreboding. The man was polite and composed. In his experience, those with connections were the most collected, while the powerless resorted to empty threats. May I ask who you are? Tian Shisan inquired. If the other party indeed possesses significant influence, then one must deliberate carefully. However, if the individual lacks any substantial standing, one should not blame Tian Shisan for his ruthless nature, as he operates under the auspices of the government. Jin Zhong, the middle-aged man, spoke. Upon hearing this, Tian Shisan's expression changed dramatically. He recognized that name. Although Jin Zhong was not particularly prominent and held little power within the Duke Xuanwu's household, in Tianheng's lexicon, he was an individual to be utterly avoided, for he was a trusted servant of the Duke. What instilled even greater trepidation was the formidable figure he served, Duke Xuanwu Jinzhua. Tian Shisan felt his breath grow labored, cold sweat trickled down his back, and his hair stood on end. He struggled to regain his composure and inquired, "Might your master wish for Xunlang's parents to attend the wedding?" "Indeed," Jin Zhong replied nonchalantly. Tian Shisan immediately recalled Xunlang's handsome visage. After their parting in the early hours of yesterday, Xunlang had vanished. He had not anticipated that the other party had established connections with the Duke's household. This was a grave predicament. Having spent years on the edge, Tian Shisan sensed an ominous aura. He was uncertain how deeply Xunlang was entangled with the Duke's estate. One could only hope the ties were not too intimate, for otherwise he would find himself in dire trouble. Chapter 22. Tianheng was anxious as Su Chanqian prepared for her wedding. Jin Zhong maintained a stoic expression. Yet his politeness remained intact as he said, "Thank you for your trouble." He commanded, "Bring Lord Shun, Lady Shun, and young Master Shun to the sedan." Following his orders, a dozen warriors emerged from behind him, not wielding weapons, but carrying stretchers. The Earl harbored disdain for Shenlang, yet he held a deep respect for Shenlang's parents. This was all by his directive. The warriors from the Earl's residence carefully lifted Shenlang's family onto the stretchers and placed them into a grand sedan that was spacious enough for one to recline. 6 warriors bore the 3 sedan chairs as if they were weightless, departing silently. "Farewell," Jin Zhong said. "Take care," Tian Shursan bowed in response. Throughout the encounter, Jin Zhong refrained from any threats, for Tian Shursan's actions were entirely lawful, backed by the city lord's official arrest warrant. Shenlang's father indeed had cleared wasteland and had not paid taxes. However, countless farmers in Xuanwu City had done the same without facing scrutiny. The adage holds true. If officials do not act, the populace is not pursued. Moreover, Jin Zhong's only duty was to protect Shenlang's family. The Earl had given no other commands. Once Jin Zhong and the Earl's warriors had departed, Tian Shursan staggered. A nearby warrior approached and asked, "What troubles you, Master Shursan?" "We are about to release this family. The leader may become furious." Tian Shursan replied, "Do you know who those people were?" The black-clad warrior shook his head. Jin Zhong of the Xuanwu Earl's residence, a trusted servant of the Earl, Tian Shursan explained. Instantly, the expressions of the surrounding warriors shifted. "Which member of the Earl's residence has that pretty boy Shenlang entangled with?" one warrior inquired. Tian Shursan said, "Let us pray that Shenlang's connection with the Earl's residence is superficial. It would be best if he merely charmed his servant, treating them as a mere feather in command. Otherwise what?" the anxious warrior asked. "We will face capture." He continued. "We will die." Tian Shursan replied. Memories of his brief encounters with Shenlang flooded his mind, the striking visage always calm and composed, often adorned with a smile. Yet now, Tian Shursan perceived a lurking danger within that smile. Without hesitation, he mounted his horse and galloped toward the black-clad gang. He needed to act swiftly. If Shenlang truly established a connection with the Earl's residence, it would be too late by the time he acted. Tian Shursan spared no effort in his ride, reaching the black-clad gang's fortress in less than an hour. Situated 20 miles outside Xuanwu City, the fortress bore the insignia of the local militia, housing several hundred men. Due to recent reforms, local officials desperately sought alliances against traditional noble powers, allowing gangs like Tian Heng's to brazenly affiliate themselves with local military banners. Tian Shursan rushed into the fortress. Normally, he would engage in pleasantries with the brothers inside, as many sought to gain favor from their adoptive father, Tian Heng, to secure power. However, he disregarded all of that and dashed directly into Tian Heng's chamber without announcement. Tian Heng instinctively reached for a cup to hurl. But upon recognizing his favored son, he halted, coldly stating, "Unless you have sufficient reason, I shall remove one of your eyes." Tian Shursan knelt and pleaded, "Father, forgive my transgression. I have failed to eliminate Shenlang's entire family." Tian Heng's gaze turned icy. How could his valued son fail such a simple task? After all, he had received a hefty sum of 500 gold coins for this endeavor. Tian Shursan continued. Jin Zhong from the Earl's residence has taken Shenlang's parents and younger brother, claiming they are to attend the Earl's wedding, transporting them away in 3 grand sedans. At this revelation, Tian Heng suddenly stood, his complexion dramatically altered. "Ah!" a woman cried out, blood spilling from her lips as she lamented, "My lord, get out." Tian Heng bellowed, causing the woman to hastily scurry away. Men can be so thoughtless, Tian Shursan mused, noting how tenderly he had been addressed before being so ruthlessly dismissed. "Father, whose wedding is taking place at the Earl's residence? Is the heir taking a concubine? Could Shenlang have truly ingratiated himself with the heir, who is said to be a fool, matching his ineptitude?" Tian Heng retorted, "Do you truly believe Shenlang to be a fool?" After a moment of contemplation, Tian Shursan resolutely shook his head. The wedding at the Xuanwu Earl's residence is not for the heir to take a concubine, but rather to recruit a son-in-law. Upon hearing this, Tian Shursan's face paled, shaking his head in disbelief. "That cannot be true. It is absolutely impossible." Tian Heng concurred, "I too find it unlikely. Who is Shenlang? A poor country lad, unworthy of even a blade of grass. And who is Miss Jean? An unparalleled talent in martial arts, military strategy, beauty, and stature, the daughter of a prestigious family. Even if Shun Lang's ancestors had accumulated virtue for 8 generations, he would not be worthy of even a fraction of Miss Jin's esteem. Not even the Su family, a wealthy merchant clan, would consider him, let alone the exalted Xuanwu Earl's residence. Tian Heng nodded in agreement. Even the most imaginative minds could not link Shen Lang with Miss Jin, as their worlds were galaxies apart. However, Jin Zhong's actions in escorting Shen Lang's family to the wedding were undeniably peculiar. Tian Heng began to pace, a hint of unease creeping into his demeanor. I shall venture into the city to prepare for any eventualities, he declared. More than half an hour later, the heads of the Su family, the Lin family, and Tian Heng gathered in a secret chamber. Upon hearing Tian Heng's words, the two wealthy individuals exclaimed in unison, "Impossible. Absolutely impossible." The Su family head was particularly astounded. Tian Heng explained, shortly after Shen Lang departed from the embroidery pavilion yesterday. He was injured by the Earl's cavalry and subsequently taken to the Earl's residence. Today, news of the Earl's daughter's wedding has emerged, and Jin Zhang personally went to retrieve Shen Lang's parents and brother for the ceremony. Su Guangyan remarked. While it is conceivable that this waste of a man might have ingratiated himself with the Earl's heir, given their shared incompetence, how could Miss Jin, such a formidable figure, ever take an interest in Shen Lang? I recently cast him out. Even a village widow would hardly consider marrying a man who was expelled, let alone the daughter of a century-old noble family. Lin Mo, the proprietor of the embroidery pavilion, interjected, Brother Su. It is possible that Shen Lang is not as inept as you believe. After all, he devised a new formula for the golden dye. Su Guanyin retorted, you misinterpret. My young friend, such a breakthrough hinges on luck, and it requires a certain naive disposition to innovate. Lin Mo considered this, realizing its truth, yet found it hard to reconcile with his brief interactions with Shen Lang, who did not seem foolish at all. The crux of the matter is that when I expelled Shen Lang, he was falsely accused of theft and harassment. Would the Earl's residents be willing to tarnish their reputation by associating with someone so infamous? Upon voicing this, the three men felt a wave of relief wash over them. In Xuanwu City, many could disregard shame, yet the Xuanwu Earl's residents cherished their dignity above all. Tian Heng inquired, Su family head. Has the Earl announced the identity of the groom for today's wedding? Su Guangyun shook his head. No, there has been no word. It is absolutely impossible for Shen Lang to be the one, even if the sun were to rise from the west. Lin Mo suggested. Even if it is not Shen Lang, we should clarify the situation. How about we send someone to attend the wedding at the Count's residence tonight? Instantly, the three exchanged glances, as none of them possessed an invitation to the Count's estate. The invitations to the Xuanwu Count's residence had been sent to many, including military officers from Xuanwu City, official dignitaries, accomplished scholars, and local elites. Although the three present wielded power and influence, two were merchants, and one was a leader of the underworld. Tian Heng suddenly declared, I shall attend the wedding. Attending the Count's wedding without an invitation would not lead to expulsion. The Xuanwu Count was not so cruel. However, it required a measure of courage. Lin Mo replied, Thank you, Leader Tian. I will take care of the congratulatory gifts. Su Guanyin added, After all, the Xuanwu Count is the master of Xuanwu City. Even if we do not attend the wedding, we must prepare a substantial gift. The Su family is not lacking in wealth. Tian Heng stated, Then it is settled. You two should prepare the gifts promptly. I will set off for the Count's residence immediately. Lin Mo from the Jinxiu Pavilion said, I will begin preparations right away. He had not only betrayed Shen Lang but had also uttered many resolute words, such as calling Shen Lang a mere insect without self-awareness, suggesting that if he did not perish, someone else would. If heaven were to be blind and truly allow Shen Lang to become the Count's son-in-law, it would be a calamity indeed. One could only pray to the heavens that such a scenario would not materialize. However, upon reflection, it was evident that such a thing could never occur. How could the prestigious Xuanwu Count's residence possibly take a humble individual like Shen Lang as a son-in-law, especially after he had just been cast out by the Su family, a family of merchants? It was merely self-generated fear. In just over half an hour, the three factions had prepared 3 carts of gifts. Tian Heng set off in one of the carts towards the Count's residence, shamelessly attending the wedding of Jean Mulan without an invitation. Please, let it not be Shen Lang. Let it not be Shen Lang. Meanwhile, Shen Lang's ex-wife, Su Chanqian, was openly attending the wedding at the Count's residence, for her fiancé, Zhang Jin, was the son of the governor and also the commander of Xuanwu City. He had received an invitation from the Count's estate. Su Chanqian inquired of Zhang Jin, My dear Zhang, the Count's residence is shrouded in mystery. Who do you think the groom will be tonight? Which son of a noble or talented individual could possibly marry Jean Moulin? Chapter 23. Shun Lang's wedding ceremony. Not only others, but even Shun Lang himself harbored profound doubts about whether he was truly the groom on this night of matrimony. For the entirety of the day, apart from the delivery of meals, no one had paid him any mind. Even the servers exchanged not a single word with him. The noble earl had not summoned him, nor had the lady of the house, Miss Jean Mucklin, or even Jean Jong, made an appearance. He felt as though he had been entirely forgotten within this guest room. He began to suspect that perhaps the earl's household had discovered a more suitable candidate, for, from a certain perspective, there were far too many eligible young men in the city of Xuanwu, all willing to brave fire and water for Jean Mucklin. Finally, as evening descended, two maids entered, more accurately, two middle-aged women, bearing a splendid red ceremonial robe, the groom's hat, belt, and boots. Young Master Shin, it is time to bathe and change. Prepare for your grand wedding. The act of becoming a son-in-law, in a certain sense, resembles that of marrying a wife, requiring the bride to visit the groom's home for the betrothal. Naturally, the ceremony would also take place at the bride's residence. In rare, extreme cases, the groom might even be carried in a bridal sedan chair, veiled and adorned, to the bride's home for the nuptial rites. Unfortunately, Xuanwu City is known for its rather extreme traditional practices. As a son-in-law, a sedan chair is indispensable. Though the veil is not required, a mask must be worn. Even so, many perceive this as a violation of a man's dignity. Thus, in Xuanwu City, numerous men prefer to remain single rather than take on the role of a son-in-law. At this moment, Shin Lang donned a crimson robe and a silver mask as he sat within the sedan chair. The entire earl's residence was festooned with lights, bustling with servants. The guest list was not extensive, comprising just over 100 attendees. More than half were from the earl's household, while the remainder included prominent figures from Xuanwu City, scholars of repute, serving civil and military officials, and distinguished warriors. The marriage of the earl's daughter typically would draw a considerable crowd, not only from the Nuzhong prefecture, but also representatives from the governor's office, and even the sovereign. However, the haste of today's wedding meant that even guests from Nuzhong prefecture could not arrive in time. This occasion thus marked one of the most modest weddings in the earl's history. Within the grand hall, although guests engaged in conversation, their minds were elsewhere. All eyes fixed on the entrance. Curiosity and anticipation thrummed in the air. Who would tonight's groom be? Jean Mucklin, the princess of Xuanwu City. What kind of extraordinary man could she be marrying? Even as a son-in-law, one could only imagine the envy it would evoke, especially among the unmarried young men. Their faces clouded with a mix of jealousy and apprehension. They held their breath, staring intently at the doorway. Who could possibly be worthy of Miss Jean Mucklin? Despite not receiving an invitation, Tian Hong, the leader of the Black Cloak Gang, brazenly attended, his heart pounding with trepidation at the thought that the groom might be Shin Lang, an absolute calamity. Yet, as he listened to others extol the grandeur of the earl's household and the remarkable qualities of Miss Jean Mucklin, he felt a flicker of hope. Numerous esteemed individuals speculated about the groom. Each name mentioned belonged to a gifted young talent, at the very least, a successful scholar, either a civil or military graduate. A scholar? Don't be absurd. The groom must be a Jean Sure. Yes, the Jean family was no ordinary noble. They were truly powerful aristocrats. Many Jean Sure, though exceptionally talented, lacked the necessary connections. What could it hurt to become a son-in-law to the Earl of Xuanwu and thus acquire wealth and prestige? In the Ming Dynasty, there was a prohibition against son-in-laws participating in the imperial examinations, but in the country of Yu, no such rule existed. Moreover, the beauty and excellence of Jean Mucklin meant countless suitors longed for her hand. Without the status of a Jean Sure, one could forget about marrying her. As for Shin Lang, he was hardly mentioned, as if he were a mere frog dreaming of swans. Thus, Tian Heng found himself somewhat reassured. At that moment, Zhang Jin also fixated on the entrance, his heart filled with envy for the groom of the evening. Who was Jean Mucklin, after all? She was the dream of nearly every young man within a 100-mile radius, including Zhang Jin himself. He understood why the wedding had been so hastily arranged. The Earl's household was unwilling to marry their daughter outside, while the proposal team from the Zhu family was already en route. Zhang Jin did not care about these matters. He even felt a twinge of satisfaction that such a stunning beauty as Jean Mucklin would not be won over by Zhu Hongxue, that celestial being. Why should all good fortune fall to him? Su Qianqian noticed her fiancé's gaze and felt a pang of jealousy, but she masked it with a radiant smile, exclaiming, "I'm so curious, which fortunate man could be marrying Miss Jean Mucklin?" Just then, the entire hall fell silent as the Earl and Countess appeared at the head of the room, with a plump young man standing beside them, wearing an expression of discontent. He was the Earl's heir. A collective breath was held, for the time had come for the nuptial rites to commence, and the identity of the groom was about to be revealed. Bang, bang, bang. Suddenly, the sound of firecrackers erupted outside. The groom has arrived. Everyone surged forward, eager to catch a glimpse of this enviable individual. As all eyes focused on the entrance, a sedan chair was gently lifted to the threshold, the curtains drawn back, revealing the groom as he stepped inside. He wore a silver mask, obscuring his face, and though he appeared somewhat frail, he was tall and possessed delicate hands, indicative of a scholar. The crowd buzzed with speculation. Which eminent talent from the country of you could this be? Then, the bride arrived. Jean Mucklin made her entrance, causing nearly all the men to catch their breath, while the women's eyes widened, revealing their profound envy. As she was to take on the role of a son-in-law, she did not don the traditional crimson gown, but instead wore a striking silver dress. The gown had a somewhat androgynous cut and hugged her figure, exuding a sense of valor. This was a resounding signal to all that Jean Mucklin was a warrior in her own right, destined to fight for the Earl's household throughout her life. And no one could hope to dissuade her from this path. The silver gown accentuated her breathtaking figure, radiant and stunning. In that moment, all the men grew even more envious of the masked groom. Jean Mucklin's expression was devoid of joy or sorrow, for the sake of her family. She was entirely willing to sacrifice her own happiness. Moreover, having someone as inconsequential as Shun Lang as a son-in-law aligned perfectly with her family's interests. However, given Shin Lang's notorious reputation, his low intelligence, inability to govern his own life, and failure to graduate even from the introductory class after a decade of study, one could hardly expect Jean Mucklin to feel no sadness at the prospect of marrying such a man. The auspicious moment arrived. Everyone stood in unison. Bow to heaven and earth. Bow to the high hall. The couple bowed to each other. The ceremony was solemn yet brief. As a son-in-law, he was to keep his mask on until they reached the bridal chamber. This was exasperating. Suddenly, a voice echoed through the hall. It was Lu Qingyan, the lord of Xuanwu City. My lord Earl, although tradition dictates that the son-in-law must unveil his face within the bridal chamber, we are all consumed by curiosity. What kind of talent could possibly be worthy of marrying Miss Mucklin? Might I indulge my curiosity? Lord Lu spoke the sentiments of the entire assembly. At that moment, a wave of laughter erupted from outside, albeit somewhat cold. Ha! I was just about to pay a visit to the Earl when I fortuitously stumbled upon the wedding of your esteemed niece. The laughter pierced the ears of the guests, nearly shattering their eardrums. The newcomer possessed formidable martial prowess. With this laughter, a tall figure slowly entered the hall. The Earl of Xuanwu promptly rose to greet him. Every individual present bowed deeply in reverence, exclaiming, "We pay our respects to Lord Zhulin." This man is none other than Zhulin, the brother of the governor of Tianan, Zhu Rong, and the brother-in-law of the sovereign, holding the esteemed title of Grand General of Ping and in the state of Yu. He also serves as the deputy commander of Bayun province, concurrently overseeing the Ping'an Pass, wielding immense power and influence that resonates throughout the region. Originally, he had come to represent the Zhu family in seeking a matrimonial alliance with the Earl of Xuanwu's household. Despite his remarkable speed, covering 200 to 300 miles a day, he unexpectedly arrived at the wedding of Jean Mulan. The announcement of a marriage on the same day? What could this possibly mean? It was quite clear. The family did not wish to enter into an alliance with the Zhu family, preferring to avoid a direct rejection. Thus, they hastily wed Jean Mulan before his arrival, and to his son-in-law no less. The Earl of Xuanwu has shown a lack of loyalty, failing to inform me of my esteemed niece's nuptials. Had I not been on official business in Xuanwu City, I would have missed this altogether. Zhu Lin's eyes glinted with icy resolve as he smiled and declared, "Pray tell, what sort of young talent is worthy of my niece Mulan? Let us unveil his identity." Indeed, let us unveil. The crowd could not contain their enthusiasm, urging him on. Jean Mulan cast a glance at Shin Lang and nodded. Without hesitation, Shin Lang lifted the mask from his face. Instantly, gasps of astonishment echoed throughout the assembly. Tian Heng's eyes widened in disbelief, a chill coursing through him. Could it truly be Shin Lang? This was a serious predicament. Yet, the most astounded were Su Chanqian and Zhang Jin. At this moment, Su Chanqian could no longer maintain her composure, forgetting the decorum expected of a refined lady. Staring in disbelief at Shin Lang's handsome visage, she let out a cry of astonishment. Chapter 24. Joyfully showcasing pretense at the wedding, Su Chanqian could hardly fathom that the groom this evening was none other than Shin Lang. How could this be? Even if the sun were to set in the west, it was simply inconceivable. Jean Moulin was a figure of divine stature, while Xun Lang was perceived as a dimwit, a fool who could not even dress himself properly. Moreover, just 2 days prior, she had cast Xun Lang out of her home, accusing him of theft. How could the esteemed Count of Xuanwu possibly choose such a wayward scoundrel as a son-in-law? No, she simply could not accept such a fate. Xun Lang, having been expelled from her family, should be humbled to the dust, better yet reduced to a mere pile of refuse for others to trample upon. Now, he was to marry a woman even more beautiful and noble than herself? Was this a jest from the heavens? Beside her, Zhang Jin was consumed by jealousy, nearly choking on his resentment. How could this be? The enchanting Jean Moulin was a prize beyond his wildest dreams, and yet she was marrying this worthless Xun Lang? Suddenly, Zhang Jin erupted into laughter, drawing the attention of the crowd. Miss Jean Moulin, your wedding is but a farce, a conspiracy indeed. Jean Moulin retorted coldly. What do you mean by that? Zhang Jin pointed at Xun Lang and proclaimed, do you all know who this man is? He is Xun Lang, who spent 10 years in study yet could not master even 1,000 characters and was expelled from the academy in Hanshui town. After entering the Su family, he was driven out for stealing and harassing the maidservants. What could the Count's household possibly see in such a wastrel? How could Miss Jean Moulin possibly look upon him favorably? Therefore, this wedding is nothing but a sham. Indeed, the young talents surrounding them echoed in agreement, unable to fathom how Jean Moulin could marry such a disgrace. With Zhang Jin having initiated the onslaught, a scholar from the crowd stepped forward. I can attest to this, for I once studied with him at the academy in Hanshui town. Xun Lang is indeed a fool. Xun Lang recognized this individual, Yin Xiong, a classmate from his time at the academy. At a crucial moment, it was always familiar faces who would stab you in the back. Yin Xiong hailed from a humble background and was initially unqualified to attend this evening's wedding. However, after passing his examinations and aligning himself with a well-connected teacher, the retired Lord Zhang Boyan, he had managed to join the festivities. Not only had he ingratiated himself with Lord Zhang Boyan, but also with Zhang Jin, thereby tenuously linking himself to the powerful Zhang family. During their time at the academy, Yin Xiong was the top student, while Xun Lang was the epitome of failure, unworthy of even a glance from him. Now, witnessing Xun Lang's elevation to the rank of son-in-law to the Count and marrying the illustrious Jean Moulin, Yin Xiong could hardly contain his resentment and thus emerged, forgetting all decorum. Xun Lang stepped forward and calmly addressed Yin Xiong. You claim I am a fool. Do you possess any evidence? Haha. Scholar Yin Xiong replied, you have studied for 10 years and cannot even recognize 1,000 characters. Is that not evidence? I shall write a few characters, and if you can understand them, I shall not call you a fool. If you cannot, then you must admit your ignorance. What say you? Su Chanqian attempted to interject, but Xun Lang preemptively responded, very well. Bring forth ink and paper. Yin Xiong, initially anxious, trembled slightly at the thought of being in the Count's residence, a place where he felt his audacity might be unwarranted. However, seeing the crowd rallying behind him, he felt emboldened, eager to outshine Xun Lang and perhaps even dismantle his marriage to Jean Moulin. Though the Count's household was reluctant to provide ink and paper, several sets had been registered as gifts, and soon someone returned with them. Yin Xiong seized the brush and inscribed a few characters on the crimson paper. As the onlookers gathered to observe, a chill ran down their spines as they realized the characters were familiar, yet utterly unrecognizable to them. These characters were exceedingly rare. Even some learned individuals present could not decipher them, leaving them in disbelief. Indeed, it could be said that among 10 scholars, at least 8 would fail to recognize the 3 characters Yin Xiong had written. Such simplicity belied their complexity. If one recognized even one, they were not a fool. But failing to recognize them meant admitting to ignorance. Yin Xiong declared triumphantly. Jean Moulin cast a glance at the characters, her brows furrowing. While she was well-versed in martial arts, she had also read extensively. Yet, these characters were so obscure that without having seen them in a particular book, she would not have recognized them, as they were seldom used. When Xun Lang approached to examine the characters, he found they were, and indeed, they were difficult. Although he held a master's degree in medicine, he could only recognize the first character, while the latter 2 remained unknown to him. Haha, you cannot recognize them, can you? To manage even one is remarkable, Yin Xiong boasted. Many in attendance felt a flush of embarrassment. They too had studied for over a decade and even passed examinations. Yet they struggled to recognize some of the characters before them. Though Xun Lang could not decipher them, he had brought along an alien notebook computer filled with dictionaries, enabling him to easily look them up. Furthermore, this advanced technology had melded with his intellect, allowing him to obtain answers almost instantaneously with just a glance. All eyes were upon Shenlang, awaiting his impending humiliation. Shenlang said, "The first character sounds like Yan refers to a plant used in medicine, originating from the Book of Songs, where it states, 'The fragrant one is E, there in the middle.'" Upon hearing this, Yin Xiong was momentarily taken aback. While this character was the simplest, he had expected Shenlang, being the fool he was, to have no knowledge of it. However, he remained confident that Shenlang would not know the next two characters. Yet, without hesitation, Shenlang continued, "The second character is pronounced Su, signifying a flawed jade or a royal family." Before Yin Xiong could express his astonishment, Shenlang pressed on, "The third character is indeed rare and has multiple pronunciations. The first is Shu, meaning upright. The second is pronounced Gun, indicating a connection from top to bottom. The third is Tue, meaning to retreat. The fourth is pronounced Yi, an ancient surname derived from the ancient Zhang family. This world had once seen its history obliterated, only to unearth numerous ancient Chinese texts that became the foundation of their civilization. Many idioms stemmed from these excavated texts, not from this world's history, yet were recorded and thus became part of their legacy. Upon concluding, Shenlang turned to Yin Xiong's teacher, the former lord of Xuanwu, and inquired, "My Lord Zhang, you are a paragon of knowledge and talent. Would you say I have pronounced these three characters correctly?" The elderly lord, with his hair and beard white as snow, cast a fierce glare at his disciple Yin Xiong before smiling. "Indeed, all correct." Upon the utterance of these words, a wave of astonishment washed over the crowd. Particularly, Zhang Jin and Su Chanqian were taken aback. Su Chanqian was all too familiar with Shenlang's true nature. She comprehended the rarity of the three characters, especially the final one, which she herself could not decipher. How could it be that Shenlang, a dim-witted individual whose decade of education had yielded no enlightenment, was capable of understanding such complex characters? How could this be possible? Continuing, Shenlang remarked, "Yin Xiong, since we are engaging in the art of literacy, why not allow me to inscribe a few characters for your recognition?" Scholar Yin Xiong scoffed. "You? What characters could possibly elude my understanding? Preposterous." Shenlang then seized a brush, dipped it in ink, and proceeded to inscribe a multitude of characters. Upon completion, Shenlang inquired, "Yin Xiong, how many of these characters can you recognize? If you can identify more than 4, I shall concede to you." Scholar Yin Xiong gazed upon the array of characters, his eyes nearly overwhelmed. What sorcery were these characters? Nevertheless, a few were unmistakably familiar, prompting him to exclaim, "I am a fool." Chapter 25. The faces of the great ones struck together, stunning the audience as the name Yin Xiong was uttered. A cacophony of laughter erupted among the crowd. Even Jean Mulan could not suppress a smile, her beauty blossoming like a garden in full bloom. However, Yin Xiong's mentor, the former lord of Xuanwu City, Zhang Boyan, wore an expression of deep displeasure. "Indeed, you are a fool," Shenlang remarked. "Brother Yin, you have always been so honest since childhood." Yin Xiong was on the verge of exploding with anger, eager to confront Shenlang and contest the matter. At that moment, his mentor coldly commanded, "Stand down." "Are you not embarrassed enough?" Yin Xiong retreated in fury, feeling the weight of scornful gazes upon him, wishing he could vanish into the ground. For a scholar, reputation is of utmost importance, and the moniker of fool would haunt him for a lifetime, potentially even affecting his future examinations. Fuming, Yin Xiong exclaimed, "My lord, this is your marquise, and Shenlang is your son-in-law. Will you allow him to disgrace our decorum and tarnish the Jin family's reputation?" The Xuanwu marquis chuckled softly, remaining silent. To have a mere scholar audaciously question the marquisite's marital arrangements without repercussions was already a testament to the marquis's generosity. Shenlang interjected, "Brother Yan, those 4 words were your own. I have not uttered a single profane word." He continued, "As for tarnishing the reputation of the Xuanwu Jin family, rest assured, my family is formidable enough that such trifles cannot tarnish our name. Our reputation lies in the hearts of the people, rooted in the care shown by generations of Xuanwu marquises towards their subjects and in their loyalty to the sovereign, rather than in the empty words of shameless scholars." At these words, the Xuanwu marquis looked momentarily taken aback, as if struck at the core of his being. Previously, when Shenlang spoke of marrying Jean Mulan, he had felt a surge of anger. Now, he perceived Shenlang as a commendable individual, one who understood his sentiments. Meanwhile, Su Chanqian was astonished. Could this silver-tongued individual truly be Shenlang? Only a short while ago, he had been so inept that he could not articulate a complete thought. After being expelled from the Su family, how had he undergone such a transformation? Shameless. Zhang Jin muttered under his breath. You have just been wed. And already you claim Li Jin, truly, you know how to cling to powerful allies. Have some dignity. However, Shenlang's words had incited the ire of a significant figure, Zhang Boyan, the former lord of Xuanwu City. Not only was he Yin Xiong's mentor, but he was also a quintessential scholar. Previously, he had dismissed Shenlang's humiliation of Yin Xiong as youthful folly. Now, Shenlang's disdain for shameless scholars felt like a slap to his face, prompting Zhang Boyan to consider teaching this young man a lesson to curb his arrogance. Mr. Shen, it seems you are well-versed in obscure characters? Zhang Boyan inquired. Shenlang replied, I dare not claim expertise, merely a basic understanding. I have a character here that my students, lacking in capacity, cannot identify. Would you be willing to enlighten them? Upon hearing this, the crowd's spirits soared. With the teacher stepping in to defend his student, the atmosphere shifted. Zhang Boyan, a distinguished figure known for his extensive knowledge and passion for exploring ancient relics, had established a school within the city after his retirement, attracting many scholars to become his disciples. The Xuanwu Marquis, the lord of the entire Xuanwu city, was perplexed as to why this former lord would oppose his marquisate. For many years, the title of city lord had been held by a member of the marquis's family, typically his brother. However, approximately 11 years ago, the marquisate relinquished the title to be filled by a royal appointment, leading to a succession of city lords tasked with creating distance from the Xuanwu Marquis, engaging in clandestine rivalry. Since you wish to test me, Mr. Zhang, I shall oblige, Shenlang responded. Zhang Boyan was a renowned scholar, and it would be entirely normal for Shenlang, having only studied a few years in town, to lose to him. Seeing his mentor stand up for him, Yin Xiong was elated, rushing to prepare ink and lay out a sheet of red paper, respectfully presenting a fine brush to Zhang Boyan. Upon receiving the brush, Zhang Boyan inscribed a character on the paper. The crowd gathered around, Jean Mulan casting her gaze over as well. What an exquisite character. It flowed with elegance and depth, a product of decades of practice. After completing his inscription, the audience erupted in applause, recognizing the former lord's exceptional calligraphy, which seemed to penetrate the very paper. However, none present could decipher the character. Mr. Zhang's script is truly magnificent. Each stroke captivates the soul, someone remarked. But what character is it? Came the collective inquiry, with no one able to identify it. Scholars, including the Marquis and even Mulan, were left baffled. Some speculated, Mr. Zhang has a penchant for exploring ancient sites. This must be an ancient inscription, incredibly rare and not found in any textbook, hence no one can recognize it. Hearing this, Zhang Boyan felt a swell of pride. Indeed, the character was derived from an ancient inscription he had uncovered, and only by understanding its context could he ascertain its meanings, as it was entirely absent from any written material. As Shenlang approached to examine the character, he discovered it was a form of small seal script. The character was simple. It represented the word for sheep, with 2 horizontal strokes removed, akin to the modern symbol for currency, denoting yuan. However, in ancient times, it did not convey the same meaning. In the Daiyan dynasty, aside from a select few who studied small seal script, the majority shunned it, as it was not utilized as a writing system, but rather a niche interest. The difficulty of this character was indeed formidable. Without the aid of the alien notebook computer integrated with his mind, Shenlang would undoubtedly have faltered. Yet, with a mere glance, he retrieved the answer from his database. The Xuanwu Marquis remarked, Shenlang, this character is exceedingly difficult. Had you not fortuitously encountered it in an ancient inscription, no one would recognize it. Your ignorance is no fault. He then added, since your parents refused to attend the wedding, you and Mulan should pay them a visit. This was his way of providing Shenlang with a dignified exit. Winning against a mere Shenlang was inconsequential to Zhang Boyan, but having stumped the entire assembly with a single character filled him with a sense of satisfaction as he stood with hands clasped behind his back, exuding an air of aloofness. Mr. Zhang, if I am not mistaken, you also do not know how to pronounce this character, do you? You deduced its meaning from the context of the inscription, yet the pronunciation eludes you, Shenlang asserted. Indeed, that is correct, Zhang Boyan replied. However, knowing the meaning is far more significant than the pronunciation, is it not? How fortuitous, Shenlang said, for I happen to know how this character is pronounced. Impossible. Yin Xiong retorted. My teacher has stated that he only understands its meaning through context, hence no one knows how to pronounce it. Shenlang countered. Should I reveal the pronunciation and its meaning, Will you not strike yourself in the face for your earlier slanderous remarks about my intellect? Yin Xiong replied. What if you are mistaken, or mispronounce it? Shenlang declared. Then I shall strike myself. Very well, it is a deal. Scholar Yin Xiong proclaimed. Let all present bear witness. Lord Zhang Boyan did not intervene, for opposing the Earl's residence is deemed politically correct. Shenlang has been exceedingly arrogant this evening and deserves a proper reprimand. Shenlang replied. This character is phonetically akin to Ren. Scholar Yin Xiong laughed. Are you suggesting that it should be pronounced Azrin? Who can validate that? Shenlang continued. Moreover, the essence of this character ought to be linked with CI. Upon hearing this, the expression of Lord Zhang Boyan, the former lord of Xuanwu City, shifted dramatically, revealing an incredulous gaze. This is impossible. Am I dreaming? How could Shenlang recognize such an obscure character? Not only that, but he also knows its pronunciation? Chapter 26. Astonishing. The virtuous daughter-in-law Mulan at this moment. Words could scarcely capture the profound astonishment that enveloped Zhang Boyan's heart. Although he had never met Shenlang before, he had heard numerous accounts of him, often characterized as a dim-witted simpleton. Yet here he was, deciphering a form of small seal script that none present could comprehend. While Shenlang not only recognized it, but also understood its meaning and pronunciation. This was truly extraordinary. Scholar Yin Xiong chuckled from the side, saying, Master, he must be fabricating this, right? All eyes turned to Zhang Boyan, who was determined to outright dismiss Shenlang's correct interpretation, labeling it as erroneous. However, he was not the sole discoverer of the inscription. Two other esteemed individuals had collaborated with him, and they had collectively affirmed the meaning of the characters through their scholarly endeavors. Thus, should he publicly refute Shenlang's answer, he risked humiliation in the future, tarnishing his reputation irreparably. It was hardly worth such a peril for the sake of a mere Shenlang. Noticing his teacher's expression, Yin Xiong felt a sense of foreboding and pressed on. Master, surely Shenlang is merely fabricating this? He cannot possibly grasp the meaning of the character. The disciple's tone bore a strong inclination to mislead, attempting to turn the truth on its head. Zhang Boyan shot Yin Xiong a cold glare, but then smiled. Indeed, young Master Shen exhibits remarkable proficiency in literature, even recognizing such an obscure script and knowing its pronunciation. Truly, the youth is formidable. These words left the entire assembly in stunned silence. Shenlang was indeed so impressive. The character that no one else could identify was recognized by this so-called waste, who not only knew it but could articulate it as well. Was he not supposed to be an uneducated fool? How could he possess such capabilities? Shenlang turned to Yin Xiong, stating, Brother Yin, you boldly proclaimed before everyone that if I were to win, you would slap your own face. You, a distinguished scholar and the most outstanding figure from our Coldwater Town Academy, would not dare to go back on your word, would you? Once again, the crowd's gaze shifted to Yin Xiong. While many had anticipated Shenlang's humiliation, witnessing Yin Xiong slap himself was equally entertaining. Who was it that claimed human nature was inherently good? In a private setting, Yin Xiong could have easily retracted his statement, but with all eyes upon him, particularly the cold gaze of the Duke of Xuanwu, he felt the pressure. Shenlang, you have my attention. I will remember this day. Yin Xiong declared coldly before delivering a resounding slap to his own face. The sharp sound echoed through the air. Yin Xiong was indeed sincere, striking himself with considerable force, perhaps channeling his frustration at Shenlang. Shenlang found immense satisfaction in this. I take my leave. Yin Xiong, unable to bear the humiliation any longer, stormed off in anger. At that moment, the Duke of Xuanwu remarked, Shenlang, you should take Mulan to pay respects to your parents. With this command, a sumptuous feast was laid out before the guests, who took their seats eagerly. Regrettably, one person was absent from this scene, Wang Lian, the chief scribe of Xuanwu City and Shenlang's rival. He had initially been the favored candidate, but, after failing to win Mulan's hand, chose not to attend the wedding. Shenlang, accompanied by Jean Mulan, made his way to the backyard to honor his parents. Hold on. Suddenly, Lord Zhu Lin called out, as a true figure of significance. If he intended to make things difficult for Shenlang, the Duke of Xuanwu would indeed find himself in a precarious position. Zhu Lin regarded Shenlang, saying, You are indeed intriguing. I shall remember you. Though not a direct threat, the weight of being scrutinized by a powerful family like the Zhu clan was far from comforting. Shenlang, seemingly oblivious, bowed respectfully. Thank you, Lord Zhu, for your kind attention. Ha. Zhu Lin laughed heartily. The Duke of Xuanwu urged, Why are you still standing? Go greet your parents. Do not keep the elders waiting. Yes, father-in-law, Shenlang replied. Shameless. The collective voice of the young men rang out, nearly in unison. You, Shenlang, are so eager to call him father-in-law. It's utterly disgraceful. Shenlang's parents, feeling their humble status, were reluctant to appear in the grand hall. Although the Duke of Xuanwu's household had provided them with exquisite garments, they insisted on wearing their own, which had been purchased years ago during the new year, and were only slightly worn. Shenlang's younger brother, Shenjian, longed it on the luxurious silk attire provided by the Duke's household, but was scolded by their father. Shenwan, despite suffering from a lingering cough, stifled it as best as he could. Upon entering the backyard with Jean Mulan, Shenlang immediately bowed, saying, "Son pays respects to his parents. I am an unfilial son." His mother rushed forward to assist him, but unexpectedly, Jean Mulan followed suit, bowing as well. Daughter-in-law pays respects to her parents-in-law. In an instant, Shenlang's family was rendered speechless. Jean Mulan, the princess of Xuanwu City and the daughter of a prestigious family, bowed to Shenlang's humble farmer parents without a hint of reluctance. Instantly, Shenlang's admiration for her surged. Her hands, weathered and rough from years of labor, seemed unfit to touch the delicate Jean Mulan. Yet, she gently grasped Shenlang's mother's hands, softly saying, "Thank you, dear mother." In that moment, Shenlang's parents looked at Jean Mulan with warmth in their eyes. She was indeed a good woman, one who would not mistreat their son. "Come, let us toast to our parents," Jean Mulan suggested. "Since father is unwell, shall we use sweet rice wine instead?" Yes, Shenlang's father agreed repeatedly. Jean Mulan then filled their cups and, with Shenlang, bowed once more to offer them a toast. As the sweet rice wine touched their lips, Shenlang's parents began to feel a pleasant intoxication. Shenjian, unable to contain his excitement after witnessing Jean Mulan's gentle demeanor, exclaimed, "Sister-in-law, you are truly beautiful." At that moment, Shenlang's father nearly slapped him in response. "Thank you," Jean Mulan replied warmly, then turned to Shenlang, saying, "You and your parents must have much to discuss. I shall take my leave to greet the guests." "All right," Shenlang replied. Once Jean Mulan departed, the atmosphere lightened, and Shenlang's parents began to relax. Despite her kindness, the fact that she was a noble's daughter made them feel inferior in her presence. Shenlang spoke, "Father, mother, I am sorry. I have disappointed you." His parents had always hoped he would not become a son-in-law, regardless of the Su family or the Duke's household. The status of a son-in-law was far too low, scarcely above that of a servant. If he could not earn the favor of his wife's family, he might find himself beneath even a servant's standing. Moreover, they had longed for Shenlang to carry on the family name. Even if it meant marrying the widow Lu from the village, at least their children would bear the Shen surname, which was preferable to being dependent on others. Father Shenwan lamented, "My son, there is no need to speak. You did this to save us, to rescue our family. It is I, your father, who is useless and has burdened you." Tears shimmered in his eyes as he spoke, filled with regret and sorrow. He believed that if not for his own inadequacy, Shenlang would not have had to endure such a fate. Beside them, Shenjian whispered, "I think it's wonderful. Sister-in-law is truly kind, and most importantly, she is beautiful. There is no one within hundreds of miles who compares to her in beauty. By the way, brother, may I discuss something with you?" "What is it?" Shenlang inquired. The younger brother remarked, "You already have such a beautiful wife. Could you perhaps spare the widow Lu from our village for me?" At that moment, the mother could no longer contain herself and delivered a sharp slap to the back of her younger son's head. Shenjian, bewildered, lamented to the heavens, "Oh, parents, could you not be any more biased? Is this son of yours not flesh and blood, but rather one you picked up along the way?" After sharing a meal with his parents, Shenlang inquired, "Mother and father, will you not stay the night?" "It is quite late," the father replied. "We are not accustomed to staying here." Lord Earl and Mulan also left their banquet to see them off. "Brother, do not bother with the farewells. Go to your bridal chamber, for your wife awaits you," said the younger brother. "A moment of springtime revelry is worth 1,000 gold pieces." Shenlang waved goodbye to his family and then made his way toward the bridal chamber. Chapter 27. A new realm for Shenlang on the night of their wedding. Shenlang found himself alone in an empty room. As the hours passed, and nearly half the night had gone by, Jean Mucklin had yet to enter. He had anticipated this outcome, yet his heart remained restless. After all, it was supposed to be his wedding day. Just as he was about to extinguish the light and retire for the night, Jean Mucklin finally entered the room. Upon seeing Shenlang standing, she instructed him to sit. He complied, taking a seat across from her at the table. "I have heard many rumors about you today," Jean Mucklin began. "Some say you are vain. Others claim you are uneducated, and there are those who assert you possess a low intellect. She continued, "However, your performance tonight has truly surprised me and delighted my father." "Too kind," Shenlang replied modestly. "Can you tell me," Jean Mucklin inquired, "why your demeanor has changed so drastically since your time with the Su family? When you seemed so lost?" Shenlang answered, "I fell gravely ill during my time with the Su family, and for a moment, I felt as though I had died. It was then that I began to see things more clearly, no longer as foolish as before." "Shenlang," Jean Mucklin said earnestly, "I need to clarify something with you. I have no intention of marrying in this lifetime. My dedication lies solely with my family. However, due to pressure from the Zhu family, I had no choice but to invite you to join our household." Shenlang understood what she was about to say and refrained from interrupting. Jean Mucklin continued, "While we are officially husband and wife, that will never change, and I will never marry another. However, I must apologize as I cannot fulfill the duties of a wife at this time." Shenlang attempted to smile, saying, "I can understand. This time may very well stretch into a lifetime," Jean Mucklin added. "I still understand," Shenlang affirmed. "A proud woman like Jean Mucklin would never easily compromise, even with a nominal husband." In a way, Shenlang's entry into the Earl's household was not motivated by love, but rather by a desire to protect his family and secure his own peace. Thus, they owed each other nothing. Yet, he knew he owed Jean Mucklin a debt of gratitude, as her invitation had directly resolved the Shun family's dire crisis. "From now on, you may come and go freely within the Earl's estate. You will receive monthly provisions, and I will support and honor your parents. You may proclaim yourself my husband in any circumstance," Jean Mucklin stated. "However, we may never share anything deeper. I shall grow old in solitude. Do you agree?" she asked. Shenlang nodded in agreement. "I agree. Then it is settled. From this day forward, we are indeed husband and wife," she said. "You have endured much, my husband." Shenlang shook his head, replying, "It's quite all right." He remained calm, showing no signs of indignation. "Of course, I cannot be selfish. I can accept a life of solitude. But you must carry on your lineage," Jean Mucklin declared. With a call, she summoned a young girl named Xiao Bing, who entered wearing a red dress. She appeared to be around 18 or 19, with a pure and beautiful face, still carrying a hint of baby fat. "Xiao Bing has grown up with me, like a sister. I entrust her to you," Jean Mucklin said. "From now on, she will share your life and bear your children." Shenlang was taken aback by Jean Mucklin's generosity and thoughtfulness. This was entirely unexpected. "Xiao Bing, I leave you in his care," Jean Mucklin instructed. "Yes," Xiao Bing replied. Her face flushed. "But this seems inappropriate." Shenlang protested. Jean Mucklin replied earnestly, "I cannot be selfish. I cannot hinder your future happiness. No, I have no complaints. I accept this willingly," Shenlang assured her. Jean Mucklin's brow furrowed slightly. Did Shenlang harbor feelings for her that would prevent him from accepting another woman? She did not want to become a true wife to him. Yet she did not wish to impede his happiness either. If Shenlang remained infatuated with her, it would only deepen her feelings of guilt. "Shenlang, listen to me," Jean Mucklin said seriously. "Do not harbor any illusions. My lifelong dream is to lead troops into battle, to expand our family's territory for the sake of our nation. I appreciate your feelings for me, but please do not sacrifice your happiness. Xiao Bing is entrusted to you, which also provides a suitable explanation for your parents," she added. Shenlang gazed at Jean Mucklin for a moment before responding, "Since my lady is so generous, I shall not refuse." He then turned to the youthful maid, saying, "Xiao Bing, dawn is approaching. Let us not delay any longer." Jean Mucklin was taken aback. While she prided herself on her generosity, she found Shenlang's directness quite shocking. He showed no reluctance or attempt to mask his intentions. Shenlang, having achieved his goal of entering the Earl's household, felt fulfilled. Yet, it was clear that they were to maintain a faade of a respectful marriage, devoid of deeper connections. He had been single for over 40 years. He had no time to waste on frivolous pursuits. "Good night," Jean Mucklin said, leaving the room as Shenlang began to loosen his belt. Realizing he needed to exit before it was too late. "Xiao Bing, it is getting late. Let us rest," Shenlang instructed. Xiao Bing looked at him, her eyes filling with tears as she began to unfasten her buttons. "What does this mean? Why do you seem so resigned to your fate? As if walking into a burning pit?" she thought. "Am I really so unworthy? Xiao Bing, do you not desire this?" Shenlang asked. Xiao Bing's eyes were red, and she remained silent, tears streaming down her cheeks. Shenlang was perplexed. Did she truly find him unappealing? "Binger, do you not find me acceptable?" he inquired. Xiao Bing shook her head, crying, I don't know. "Then let it be. A reluctant partnership bears no sweetness. You may take the next room. Shenlang sighed. Instantly, Xiaobing fled the scene in haste. Wait, Shenlang called. Xiaobing stopped, looking back at him with trepidation. Xiaobing, I'm a very amicable person. I never force anyone. You will come to understand this with time, he reassured her. Xiaobing replied, looking down. However, certain matters cannot be avoided forever, Shenlang continued. I shall give you some time to prepare your thoughts. Xiaobing dashed away again. The following day, Shenlang shared breakfast with Jean Mucklin, with Xiaobing serving them. Good, Shenlang remarked. After a moment, Jean Mucklin asked, Husband, do you have any thoughts or goals for the future that you would like to share with me? I have no particular ambitions, Shenlang replied. How can one have no goals? Jean Mucklin pressed. Well, I do have one significant ambition, he admitted. What is it? She inquired. To annihilate the Su family and see Su Tranxian kneeling before me in abject despair, Shenlang declared. Jean Mucklin gasped in astonishment. Isn't it customary for men to possess grand aspirations? Regardless of their veracity, they usually express them with a sense of magnanimity. Is it truly wise for you to be so openly vengeful? I understand your feelings, husband, but I fear that may be a difficult endeavor, she responded. Surely, with the power of the Earl's estate, we could not bring down the Su family? Shenlang questioned. The Su family has allied with the Zhang family. Zhang Jin's father, Zhang Chong, is the governor of Nujiang, and they have the Zhu family backing them. The Earl's estate lacks the strength to confront them, Jean Mucklin replied. Then may I first eliminate Tianheng? Shenlang suggested. Mulan remarked, I fear that may not be feasible. Tianheng is a commander of the civilian forces in Xuanwu City, under the jurisdiction of the city itself, and has only recently allied with the Zhang family. If our count's residents were to take action against him, it would be tantamount to a falling out with the city lord's manor, thereby contravening the new regulations that prohibit nobles from interfering in local governance. Shenlang replied, Isn't the count's residence quite powerful? Why is it unable to do this or that? Mulan responded, I truly apologize for that. Shenlang continued, My dear wife, may I, in my capacity as the count's son-in-law, confront Tianheng of the Black Cloak gang? Please do not tell me that even this is beyond our reach. If we cannot even intimidate a gang leader, it would be rather humiliating for the count's residents. Mulan gazed at her husband with a troubled expression, for the first time questioning whether she had chosen the right partner. However, upon seeing Shenlang's eager eyes, she found herself inexplicably nodding and said, Well, that could indeed be arranged. Shenlang pushed his bowl aside and declared, I am full. Please take your time, my dear. I shall take my leave first. Mulan watched in astonishment as Shenlang swiftly departed, speechless at his fervent desire for revenge. Could he truly not wait even a moment longer? Chapter 28. Revenge on Tianheng, the shameless young dandy after Shenlang dashed out. Mulan gazed absent-mindedly at his retreating figure for a couple of seconds before returning to her breakfast. A nearby maid, Xiaoting, remarked, Miss, your husband is excessively vindictive. I fear it may tarnish our countenance at the Earl's residence. She was tall and somewhat slender. Upon hearing this, Mulan paused her chopsticks and directed her gaze towards Xiaoting. Mulan was known for her kindness towards her servants, which made them less fearful of her. Xiaoting, being assertive and competent, managed Mulan's affairs meticulously, earning her a position of prominence among the maids. The other servants often greeted her affectionately as Sister Xiaoting. Seeing Mulan's cold stare, Xiaoting continued, I speak the truth. Our Earl's household is known for its benevolence and integrity. Your husband's reckless behavior may not bode well for us. We must avoid trouble. Mulan's eyes glinted with frost as she coldly commanded, Bring her here, strike her 10 times. Instantly, an elderly maid entered and delivered swift slaps to Xiaoting's face. The sound of the slaps echoed. Xiaoting initially could not believe her ears. Her mistress would strike her, but as the pain registered, she cried out. After 10 resounding slaps, her once attractive face was left bruised and swollen, with blood trickling from her nose. The onlookers fell silent, astonished. Such behavior was unprecedented from their mistress, who usually tolerated playful jests from her maids. Mulan declared, Remember this. Even if your husband is an adopted son, he is still your master. Should you dare to slander him again, the consequences will be far graver than mere slaps. Xiaoting was left dumbfounded. She had always been cherished by her mistress. Mulan continued, Expel her from my quarters and send her to the embroidery room. Panic set in for the tall maid as she knelt and pleaded, Mistress, I was wrong. I shall never speak ill of my husband again. Please forgive me. Receiving 10 slaps was bearable, but being sent to the embroidery room was a dire fate. In the Earl's household, there was a clear hierarchy, Being close to the mistress elevated one's status, while the embroidery room was a place of endless toil. Despite her desperate pleas, several elder maids dragged her away. Master, young Master Shenlang has come to offer tea, reported Jin Zhong. The Earl was in good spirits. Shenlang had performed admirably the previous night, bringing him honor. However, Wang Lian and Mo Yi still outshone him significantly. Although Shenlang had previously been regarded as a complete failure, his recent performance had altered that perception, akin to receiving a windfall. Upon entering, Shenlang respectfully offered tea to his father-in-law and mother-in-law. The Earl inquired, Shenlang, what are your plans for today? He added, filial piety is of utmost importance. Do take 2 gifts for your parents as well. Shenlang responded, thank you, father-in-law. His mother-in-law, elegant and gracious, explained, Milan should accompany you to visit your parents. But her military duties keep her occupied. I apologize on her behalf. Shenlang replied, you are too kind, mother-in-law. I am humbled. Both parties avoided discussing the events of the previous night, clearly anticipating the unspoken tension. After Shenlang took his leave, the Earl's wife remarked, I find Shenlang to be quite impressive. He exhibits a commendable composure. Half an hour later, Shenlang departed from the Earl's residence. Initially intending to ride a horse, he opted for a carriage instead, accompanied by 2 knights from the Earl's household. This could be considered a glamorous return home. The luxurious carriage rivaled modern-day luxury vehicles, and the presence of armed escorts added to the spectacle. In Xuanwu City, this display was nothing short of impressive. Stop. This is the militia's headquarters. Who dares intrude? The headquarters of the Black Cloak Gang resembled a small fortress, bearing the insignia of the militia. Upon spotting Shenlang's carriage, soldiers readied their crossbows. Charge, commanded Shenlang. The 2 armed knights obeyed without hesitation, galloping forward. The soldiers stationed atop the fortress walls prepared to shoot, but a comrade swiftly intervened. Are you mad? Do you wish to die? I still want to live. This is the Earl's cavalry. Upon closer inspection, the archer recognized the Earl's insignia and felt a chill of fear wash over him. They were known as the militia, but in reality, they were a gang. Shooting at the Earl's cavalry would be tantamount to seeking death. Hurry and report to the leader, commanded a small officer atop the wall. Immediately, a gang member dashed inside to inform Tian Hong. Ha ha ha, though I have yet to see you, I can already hear your voice, Tian Hong called out from afar, opening his arms in a hearty and amiable manner. Which distinguished guest from the Earl's residence graces us with their presence? I apologize for not welcoming you properly. Hold. Shenlang halted the carriage and stepped down, lazily replying, Tian gang leader, I hope you are well. Tian Hong felt a pang of helplessness. It was indeed Shenlang. He never expected that after merely marrying into the Earl's household, Shenlang would swiftly come to confront him. The transformation in Shenlang's demeanor was startling. Just days ago, he had shown utmost reverence, now he seemed brazen. The inherent nature of a nouveau riche showed itself without reservation. Suppressing his anger, Tian Hong approached with a polite bow, warmly stating, young Master Shen, how have you been? If you had something to discuss, you could have sent a servant instead of coming personally. However, Shenlang found this remark displeasing. Tian Hong still referred to him as you rather than you, implying a lack of respect. What does this mean? Do you not regard me, Shenlang? Please, young Master Shen, come in for tea, Tian Hong invited. In Tian Hong's lavishly decorated parlor, Shenlang leisurely savored his tea. Tian Hong, inwardly disdainful, thought, can a man of your background truly appreciate fine tea? Yet he maintained a facade of hospitality. Tian Hong inquired, what brings you here today, young Master Shen? I have come regarding the debt of 1,000 gold coins. As honorable individuals, we must fulfill our obligations. Failing to repay debts is beneath us, Shenlang asserted. Tian Hong erupted in laughter, producing a promissory note for the very sum Shenlang had once inscribed with his own blood. With a simple tug, he tore the note to shreds and let the remnants burn in the candlelight. Tian Hong's understanding was commendable. The debt of 1,000 gold coins was effectively erased. Shenlang took a delicate sip of tea, frowning as he remarked, gang leader Tian, you owe me 1,000 gold coins. How could you forget and destroy the evidence? This could lead others to believe I am here to extort you. At this, Tian Hong was taken aback, nearly spitting out his tea. By the heavens! In all my years in the underworld, I have never encountered such a shameless individual. Your ability to twist the truth surpasses my own. What? Are you not planning to repay me, gang leader Tian? Shenlang inquired nonchalantly. I would never repay you. Tian Hong mentally cursed, wishing he could take a knife and turn Shenlang into paste. Yet he could not afford to act on such impulses. Taking a deep breath, he forced a smile, saying, how could that be? While I may allow others to forego their debts, I must certainly repay what I owe. Bring forth 1,000 gold coins, he commanded. Moments later, someone arrived carrying a small chest laden with precisely 1,000 gold coins, weighing over 50 pounds. Young Master Shen, please count it, Tian Hong said. Still refusing to use a respectful address. Shen Lang replied, let us consider ourselves familiar. Let's forego the interest. Tian Hang felt an overwhelming surge of anger, thinking, you scoundrel, not only have you extorted 1,000 gold coins from me, but you also demand interest? However, he quickly donned a smile and remarked, a true brother must settle accounts clearly. The interest shall be paid. He then produced 100 gold coins as interest. Does young Master Shen have any further instructions? Tian Hung inquired. Shen Lang responded, where is Tian Shi-san? Tian Hung questioned, what do you require of him, young Master Shen? Shen Lang replied, he attempted to capture my parents yesterday and has threatened to annihilate my entire family. I intend to break his legs. Tian Hang's eyes nearly bulged with indignation. Such brazen arrogance, such outrageous insolence. Chapter 29. Regret beyond measure. Tian Hang's fists were clenched tightly, his nails digging into his palms. His heart was filled with sorrow and indignation. Why? After dedicating decades to martial arts and bloodshed, he had achieved today's status. Yet, this pretty boy, who just days ago was like an insignificant ant under his foot, now dared to confront him directly. Was it merely due to his good looks? Every minute, Tian Hung felt an overwhelming urge to smash Shen Lang's face to a pulp. However, he refrained. Shen Lang furrowed his brow and remarked, he isn't here? Huh. What a coincidence. Shen Lang believed not a single punctuation mark of that. Yet, since Tian Hung claimed he was absent, Shen Lang could hardly search. Indeed. Tian Hang forced a smile. He has left. Shen Lang turned to leave. The martial warriors of the Count's residence glanced at the chest of gold coins on the table. Uncertain whether to take them, Shen Lang instructed, take the gold coins. This is a debt Tian Hung owes me and has nothing to do with the Count's residence. One of the Count's warriors stepped forward, lifted the chest, and followed Shen Lang out. As they approached the door, two warriors exchanged glances. Sensing that perhaps the young lady had chosen the wrong son-in-law, such shamelessness completely undermined the Count's family reputation. After Shen Lang departed, the black-clad gang leader Tian Hung could no longer contain himself. He smashed all the teacups on the table and ground Shen Lang's used cup into porcelain dust. Bring me the chair he sat in, split it, and burn it. Instantly, two black-clad warriors entered, drew their blades, and reduced the chair Shen Lang had occupied into kindling, which was then sent to the kitchen to be incinerated. There's no need for you to be angry, father. Shen Lang, this waste, is so arrogant and unruly. Count Chuanwu, who loves his people as his own children, cherishes his reputation, and will surely punish this scum severely. Perhaps we will soon hear news of Shen Lang's sudden demise at the Count's residence, Tian Shi-san interjected as he emerged. He certainly hadn't gone to Balan City. Tian Hang expressed disbelief. I cannot fathom how a useless wretch could transform into a young master so swiftly and naturally, learning without a teacher. He was aware that Shen Lang was not truly a waste, but this sentiment brought him some solace. He is merely a foolish individual who has risen from poverty to wealth and will never amount to anything great, Tian Shi-san scoffed. During these days, you should refrain from going out and stay within the gang to work. Do not expose yourself, Tian Hang advised. Though Tian Shi-san harbored immense resentment, he could only nod in agreement. However, he was startled and quickly sought to hide. At that moment, Tian Hung was truly furious. You scoundrel Shen Lang. Not only shameless, but also treacherous. Shen Lang confronted Tian Shi-san, stating, you led over a dozen men to my home, barged in, and sought to capture my parents and brother. Had it not been for Jin Zhong's timely arrival, they would have faced unspeakable tragedy. I merely broke your legs. Is that too much to ask? Tian Shi-san's face contorted with anger as he coldly glared at Shen Lang. With someone like Shen Lang, who sought vengeance for every slight, pleading for mercy was utterly futile, so he no longer concealed his animosity. Tian Hang closed his eyes, unwilling to accept this reality. Furthermore, after witnessing Shen Lang's entry into the Count's residence last night, he felt an acute sense of crisis and quickly sought a powerful ally, Governor Zhang Chong. Of course, he negotiated with Zhang Jin, sacrificing 35% of the profits from 5 gambling houses in exchange for the Zhang family's protection. Agreeing to this condition caused him immense internal strife, as over 60% of his annual income derived from the gambling houses. Nevertheless, this arrangement provided him with a means of self-preservation and the courage to confront the Count's residence. He did not wish to sever ties with Shen Lang entirely. But the wretch seemed oblivious to the concept of restraint. Suddenly, Tian Heng's expression darkened, his gaze icy as he slammed his fist onto the table. Bang! In an instant, the sturdy mahogany table splintered into pieces. At the same time, two warriors from the Count's residence drew their swords and stood protectively in front of Xinlang. Regardless of their personal opinions about this son-in-law, they would fight to the death to ensure his safety. Xinlang, do not provoke me too far, Tian Heng bellowed. He could not afford to break Tian Shisan's legs, not out of deep affection for his adopted son, but due to his own reputation. Tian Shisan was acting on his orders to capture Xinlang and his family. If he were to break Tian Shisan's legs under pressure from Xinlang, his authority would be shattered, and no one would dare serve him again. His reputation in the entirety of Xuanwu City would plummet. Leader Tian, you explicitly agreed to this. Yet you claim I am the one overstepping. Xinlang retorted coldly. Master Xin, it is better to resolve enmity than to create it. Spare others where you can. Tian Heng suggested. Xinlang replied icily. When I was weak and powerless, did you ever consider sparing me or my family when you sought our lives? Tian Heng fixed his gaze on Xinlang, enunciating each word. But you are not truly powerful. You merely wield the authority of others. With the facade of civility shattered, Tian Heng no longer concealed his intentions, asserting, indeed, you have become the Count's son-in-law, and I dare not harm a hair on your head. However, you are merely a consort of the Count's residence, with status slightly above that of a servant. You cannot threaten me. Tian Shisan added. Moreover, the Count, who is benevolent towards his people, will not tolerate your rampant behavior as a newlywed consort. He may even go so far as to execute you to maintain family decorum. Your triumph will be short-lived. Tian Heng continued. The Count is a man of rules. My influence does not extend to his territory. I am a commander in Xuanwu City's militia, subordinate to the city lord. As long as I do not offend the Count, he will not act against me. My reluctance to provoke you does not imply fear. To some extent, Tian Heng's words held truth. In light of the new policies being implemented in the state of Yu, Count Xuanwu had become increasingly discreet and rule-abiding, refraining from meddling in matters beyond his jurisdiction, especially local military and political affairs, lest he invite trouble. The governor's office and the prefectural office were constantly scrutinized by countless eyes, waiting for the Count's residence to make a misstep. Tian Heng declared, Xinlang, I initially sought to extend you a courtesy, even considering friendship. But you have pushed your luck, and since you refuse to show respect, do not blame me for tearing our relationship asunder. Xinlang, too, wiped the smile off his face, stating coolly, Leader Tian, I will ask you one last time. Are you willing to break Tian Shisan's legs? Tian Heng sneered, if you wish to act. Do it yourself or command the warriors behind you to do so. Xinlang taking action? Unthinkable. With his meager strength, he could never overpower Tian Shisan. Ordering the Count's warriors to act? Even less likely. These two warriors would lay down their lives to protect Xinlang, but would never heed his orders to harm another. Xinlang glanced toward the two, merely testing the waters. The warriors from the Count's residence averted their gazes, conveying a clear message. They would not follow Xinlang's commands. Xinlang, things were amicable before. Why escalate to this level? Tian Heng mocked. A person's dignity is something they must uphold themselves. Mulan had once said that Xinlang could slap Tian Heng's face, and the latter would not resist, even willingly presenting his cheek. However, breaking Tian Shisan's legs would be akin to severing Tian Heng's own arm, exceeding what he could tolerate. Thus, Tian Heng's patience snapped. Xinlang's expression tightened before suddenly breaking into a wide grin. Master Tianheng, young Master Shun. Xinlang glanced at the sky and remarked, It is rather late today, and I must visit my parents. Let us defer this to tomorrow. And what a tomorrow? Tianheng inquired with a chuckle. Ha ha. Tianheng laughed heartily, such grandiose claims. You are merely a son-in-law of the Earl's household. It would be wise to temper your boasts. Do you truly believe you can overshadow me? Such daydreams. Xinlang replied. Regardless, tomorrow will come swiftly, and the truth shall be revealed then. There is no need for you to rush, Master Tian. Then I shall await the revelation. Tianheng retorted. With a warm smile, Xinlang replied, Master Tian, I look forward to our meeting tomorrow. After all, today is but a prelude. Tomorrow, Tianheng shall learn the meaning of profound pain, regretting it to the point of bloodshed. Chapter 30. Returning home in glory, his parents and younger brother had long awaited his return, and even while still at the foot of the mountain, his mother could hardly contain her excitement as she rushed forward. My son, how does the young lady of the Count's manor treat you? She inquired eagerly. She is very kind to me, Xinlang replied. Then I can rest easy, his mother said, reassured. Two warriors from the Count's manor busily transported boxes of gifts into their home, fabrics, grains, meats, and an abundance of medicinal herbs. Mulan had been particularly thoughtful. Knowing that Shunlang's father and brother were injured, and had prepared numerous remedies and supplements for their recovery. Shunlang then presented 300 gold coins to his father, stating, "This money is for building a new house for our family with the finest bricks and tiles." His father's expression shifted slightly. "My son, you are now affiliated with the Count's household. It is acceptable for us as parents to enjoy some comforts, but we must never use the Count's wealth. We cannot allow him to think you are misusing his resources, as that would tarnish your reputation." His father's words were gentle, yet they conveyed a clear concern. He feared that Shunlang might acquire a reputation for being ungrateful or disloyal. Shunlang smiled and reassured him. "This gold is not from the Count. I earned it myself." "How did you earn it, my son?" his father asked. "I developed a new dye formula and sold it to a prominent silk merchant in the city. Previously, I hesitated to reveal it. But now that I am the son-in-law of the Count, I can use this money without worry." Of course, Shunlang could not disclose that this money was extorted from Tianhong. That would only cause his parents to refuse it outright. Even so, his father hesitated, having always indulged Shunlang and finding it hard to accept his son's money. However, this conversation solidified his father's resolve to build a new, grand house. Though he believed it improbable that the Count's daughter would ever visit their home, he could not let his daughter-in-law be without a proper place to stay, nor allow his son to lose face. A large house would only require 10 or so gold coins. 300 is far too much, his father remarked. Truth be told, he had never even touched gold coins before, having used only copper coins and the occasional silver. If he were to shop at the market, using gold coins would leave merchants unable to provide change. In the countryside, even a spacious brick house with 5 or 6 rooms, constructed of the finest blue bricks and best stone slabs, complete with a large courtyard and walls, would not cost more than 100 gold coins. The house must be large and imposing, with thick walls and high fences, Shunlang insisted. Very well, his father agreed. Meanwhile, his younger brother, Xinjian, gazed at Shunlang with eager eyes, having always been a lowly rogue. He longed to escape their small village and see the world now that his elder brother had become the Count's son-in-law. "Focus on your recovery. Once you are well again, I will take you out and ensure you have a bright future," Shunlang promised. "Ah," his brother exclaimed joyfully, "once I become impressive, I will marry Widow Lu." His ambitions remained as lofty as ever. Next, their mother prepared a sumptuous lunch, despite it already being afternoon. Shunlang enjoyed a delightful meal with his family. She invited the two warriors from the Count's manor to join them, but they politely declined, opting instead to stand outside after unloading the gifts, each munching on a flatbread for their meal. This could be seen as a mark of respect, yet it also implied a certain distance, as they were reluctant to grow too close to Shunlang's family. While they were willing to risk their lives to protect him, they still held him in contempt, making it impossible for Shunlang to command them. Naturally, he had no intention of pressing them to join the meal. If they preferred their flatbreads outside, so be it. Even when his mother offered to prepare tea for them, Shunlang suggested they simply have a bowl of cool water instead. Shunlang resolved to cultivate his own inner circle. He did not require many. Just 1 or 2 trustworthy individuals who would heed his commands without hesitation when the time came. It was impractical for him to handle every matter himself, as it would appear rather awkward. Loyalty and capability were far more important than sheer numbers. Subsequently, Shunlang prepared medicinal concoctions for his father and applied fresh ointment to his brother's injury, carefully rewrapping it with clean cloth. His parents savored this warmth and happiness, marveling at how their eldest son had grown so dutiful and understanding. It was all too wonderful. His mother's eyes brimmed with tears, yet her face radiated joy as she watched Shunlang depart. "My son, something has happened to the Shah. The situation is not good. Please go check on him," his mother urged, unable to suppress her concern. The Shah had been Shunlang's only friend, a steadfast protector since childhood. Xinjian had even fought for Shunlang, while the Shah had borne the brunt of the blows meant for him. As Shunlang made his way to the Shah's home, villagers from Maple Leaf Village pointed and peered from behind their doors, their gazes towards him filled with a complex mixture of emotions. They had not anticipated that Shunlang, once considered a good-for-nothing, would soar to such heights, becoming a son-in-law of the Count. The once dismissed fool had now ascended to a status that left the villagers in awe and envy. However, when Shunlang's eyes met theirs, their expressions shifted to one of sycophantic smiles. These villagers, while simple-hearted, possessed a cunning edge. They harbored sympathy, yet were unwilling to see anyone thrive beyond their own means. Ideally, they preferred that others fared worse, allowing them to extend a hand occasionally, thus satiating their sense of benevolence. Shenlang, undeterred by their stares, continued on his way with no intention of stopping to exchange pleasantries. He was not an emperor needing to perform for the masses. Being an outsider and having once been perceived as dim-witted, Shenlang had faced bullying and isolation from many village children throughout his youth. During such times, Desha would shield him with his robust frame, taking the hits meant for Shenlang, even enduring mud and stones thrown at him. Desha, much like Shenlang in his earlier days, was not particularly bright. He was akin to the protagonist in Forrest Gump, simple-hearted and remarkably earnest. Since birth, he had not been typical. He weighed a hefty 12 pounds at birth, and his mother tragically passed away during childbirth. Following his arrival, Desha grew at an astonishing rate. Even when food was scarce, by the age of 18, he stood over 6.5 feet tall, resembling a giant. It was a mystery why he was so different, as both his parents were normal. Desha consumed a great deal of food, yet his labor was prodigious, often equating to the work of 3 or 4 men, showcasing extraordinary strength. Despite his formidable size and strength, Desha was gentle and harmless, with a simple and sincere demeanor, never engaging in fights. When others struck him, he would simply turn his back to absorb the blows, never retaliating. When Shenlang was attacked, Desha would envelop him protectively, turning away to shield him. Desha's life had been arduous. After his mother's passing 3 years later, his father remarried, and Desha gained a half-brother. From that point on, he felt as though he had been cast aside. And had it not been for his work ethic, he might not have even had enough to eat. Even though he was capable, he often went hungry, as his stepmother provided him only a meager ration of cornmeal, strictly regulated, leaving him hungry most of the time. With the news of Desha's troubles, Shenlang hurriedly made his way to Desha's home. Shenlang arrived at the courtyard of Desha's residence, which boasted commendable conditions. His father was a renowned hunter and also served as the leader of the militia in Maple Leaf Village. Consequently, they resided in a spacious brick house with 3 main rooms and a surrounding wall. However, upon entering, Shenlang found himself alone. As Desha was nowhere to be seen, only his stepmother and younger brother were present. Upon noticing Shenlang, Desha's stepmother was momentarily taken aback and exclaimed, "Ersha, is that you?" She quickly covered her mouth, realizing Shenlang was adorned in fine attire and accompanied by 2 warriors. "Desha has gone to work," she informed him. "Do you have business with him?" "Mother said he was in trouble." "Where is he working?" "I shall go find him." Shenlang replied, "Moreover, I have brought a sum of money for your family. You must ensure he has enough to eat each day, understood?" He then produced a pouch containing no less than 50 silver coins. Once Shenlang firmly established himself within the Earl's household, he intended to take his younger brother Shenjian and Desha with him. However, for the time being, Desha needed to remain at home for a while longer. Even a fraction of this money would suffice to keep him well fed. Desha's stepmother's eyes lit up as she hurriedly accepted the pouch, nodding vigorously. "Rest assured, Shenlang, I shall ensure Dezhuang has plenty to eat every day, even meat. You are truly ambitious and compassionate, never forgetting your friends even after achieving success." Beside her, Desha, as half-brother, upon witnessing Shenlang's opulence, felt a surge of jealousy and sneered. "Desha? He is probably long dead, tossed into a ravine." The moment these words escaped his lips, Shenlang's expression darkened, and he dashed out of Desha's home. A quarter of an hour later, in a secluded ravine, he discovered the forsaken Desha. He was emaciated to the point of being little more than skin and bones, barely clinging to life, his body marred with blood. The once formidable figure, towering at 2 meters, was reduced to a mere skeleton. His chest was grotesquely swollen, and the marks of broken bones were evident. Yet, his eyes remained innocent and pure. Upon seeing Shenlang, a glimmer of joy sparked in his gaze as he weakly called out, "Ersha, you've come. I missed you so much." Desha explained, "My brother was mischievous and provoked a giant beast on the mountain. I went to rescue him and was struck several times by the beast, breaking several bones and spitting blood. Father did not have the means to treat me, so he left me here." At this revelation, tears welled up in Shenlang's eyes. What a scoundrel! How despicable! Indeed, the presence of a stepmother often heralds a stepfather as well. This younger brother of Desha was no good. He tormented Desha daily, often bullying Shenlang too, throwing dirt into Desha's food, placing insects in his bed, stealing money and framing Desha, or causing trouble and blaming it on him. Despite this, Desha still protected this wretched brother. Now, having been injured by a tiger while saving this insufferable sibling, his father had the audacity to abandon him here to await his demise. Such behavior was less than beastly. I shall not let this go unpunished. Chapter 31. Fury and the most beautiful Mulan. The foolish father, with a reasonably good financial condition, truly could not afford to save his son. Perhaps he simply was reluctant to spend the money. How long have you been left here? Shenlang inquired. The fool attempted to count on his fingers, but he could barely lift his hands. Once he had been so robust. One hand is not enough, he murmured. This indicated that he had been abandoned in this ravine for over 6 days, without food or drink, surviving only on the rainwater that trickled into his mouth. Left to bleed, to suffer broken bones, and to await death. Shenlang had already assessed the severity of the fool's injuries. 5 broken ribs, internal damage to the liver, stomach, and lungs. Fortunately, none of the fractured ribs had pierced critical areas. The fool's near-death state was solely due to being exposed to the elements for days on end, compounded by starvation, resulting in a relentless fever and extreme weakness. Second fool, I am dying. He managed to smile at Shenlang. Initially, I worried you would be bullied, but now you have become formidable. With that, he gently closed his eyes, his breathing growing faint. The fool cherished life, yet he feared not death. Rather, he felt a profound sadness. No, you shall not die. You must not die. I will save you. I will take you away, Shenlang declared. He then retrieved some ginseng slices from his pocket and placed them in the fool's mouth. He carried the ginseng with him for his own vitality, often sucking on a piece. Yet, the fool remained dazed, devoid of any will to survive. There is no greater sorrow than a heart that has ceased to hope. The moment he was abandoned by his father, he had lost the desire to live. Despite enduring abuse and hunger throughout his life, he had always believed his father loved him, albeit poorly expressing it. Now, having been grievously injured while trying to save his brother, and then discarded in the ravine, he finally comprehended that his father did not love him. Thus, he no longer feared death. Shenlang slapped the fool's face, exclaiming, "Fool, I have been bullied. You must help me." The fool instinctively opened his eyes wide, ready to embrace Shenlang protectively. "Fool, you cannot die like this. You must show your father how powerful you have become, make him regret his actions, right?" These words struck a chord within the fool. After a moment's reflection, he nodded vigorously. "Yes, I will let my father know I am useful. When he is old, I can care for him," he murmured. Even at this moment, the fool thought of supporting his father in the future, leaving Shenlang speechless. "Lift him onto the carriage," Shenlang commanded. The 2 warriors from the count's estate were momentarily taken aback, but quickly nodded in agreement. They hoisted the fool onto the large carriage. The fool's stepmother chuckled awkwardly. "We truly have no money to treat the fool. We were left with no choice. Besides, this is how people in the mountains behave. We are not the only family." "Humph." The foolish half-brother sneered. "Such a fool, if he dies, so be it. Who would mourn?" This wretched child was beyond redemption. Without a word, Shenlang stepped forward and kicked him violently. "You shall bear the consequences." The fool's brother shrieked in agony, rolling on the ground, his eyes rolling back as he foamed at the mouth. The fool's stepmother screamed, "Shenlang, what are you doing? Don't think I fear you just because you have become a son-in-law of the Su family. I will report you. I will report you." Unbeknownst to her, Shenlang had already become the count's son-in-law. "I do not strike women," Shenlang replied. He took a wooden basin and elegantly filled it with water. "Do not fear. I have promised not to strike women," he smiled, before plunging the fool's stepmother's head into the water, rendering her breathless. The vicious woman struggled desperately, but could not escape. The 2 warriors from the count's estate exchanged glances, their expressions slightly shaken, yet they said nothing. After a full 2 minutes, the fool's stepmother felt she was about to perish, utterly deprived of breath, and fainted from fear. Shenlang seized her hair and pulled her head above the water, allowing her to gasp for air as she coughed and wept. With that, Shenlang walked away. Ordinary individuals could not access the count's estate atop the mountain. But as the son-in-law, Shenlang moved freely. However, he was soon intercepted. A young officer, leading dozens of warriors on patrol, stopped him upon entry. "Halt." Shenlang did not recognize the man. His name was Jin Sheng, the head of the count's internal guard, holding the rank of Deputy 1,000 Households and practically 100 household official. He also had another identity, one of the 5 candidates for the count's son-in-law. Having grown up within the estate, with exceptional martial skills, Jin Sheng's gaze towards Shenlang was complex. As a talented youth raised in the count's estate, he revered Mulan as a goddess, his admiration ingrained in his very being. Thus, his eyes held an icy disdain when they fell upon Shenlang. Losing to Wang Lian or Mou would be bearable. Losing to Jin Shuriying would bring only bittersweet blessings, for he was his idol, his elder brother, his role model. Yet, to lose to Shenlang? Mulan was a deity, a master. Jin Qing dared not express dissatisfaction. However, he felt nothing but absolute contempt and scorn for Shenlang. What are you, Shenlang? A good-for-nothing, feeble as a chick, just a rural pauper. Not to mention, you were caught stealing from the Su family and harassing the maidens, expelled in disgrace only 3 days ago, and now you dare enter the Count's estate as a son-in-law? Is there any man more shameless and vain than you? Therefore, even though Shenlang had become the Count's son-in-law, Jin Qing could not suppress his animosity and disdain. Seeing Shenlang enter the estate with such confidence, he stepped forward to block his path. Who are you? Why do you obstruct me? Shenlang demanded. Observing Shenlang's demeanor, Jin Qing's anger intensified. You may enter, but what is that in your carriage? I must inspect it. The fool was too heavy. And Jin Qing immediately discerned that the carriage carried something substantial. He approached and lifted the curtain, revealing a bloodied figure on the verge of death. Shenlang, you are audacious. Jin Qing coldly exclaimed, you may be a son-in-law of the Count's estate, but what authority do you have to bring someone here as you please? Do you take this place for your backyard? To some extent, Jin Qing was not entirely wrong. The status of a son-in-law was only slightly above that of a servant, barely a half-master. Hence, Shenlang had no right to bring outsiders into the Count's estate. Men, throw this unidentified person out. He is not permitted to enter. Jin Qing issued a direct command. Immediately, 2 of his warriors stepped forward to throw the fainting fool out. The fool, barely clinging to life, needed immediate medical attention, and any delay could be fatal. Who dares? Shenlang drew his sword fiercely. Whoever dares to harm this injured person, I shall deal with them. Instantly, no one dared to move. Then Shenlang commanded the 2 warriors behind him, carry this injured man inside. Jin Qing retorted coldly, Shenlang, you are not yet the master of the Earl's residence. It is not your place to issue commands. The security of the Earl's estate is under my jurisdiction. What are you waiting for? Throw this unknown outsider out. Shenlang regarded Jin Qing for a considerable moment before nodding. Very well. I shall take my brother to Xuanwu City for treatment. He then took his place at the driver's seat, turning the carriage around to head towards Xuanwu City. At that moment, the Earl and Jean Mulan hastened towards them. Jin Qing stepped forward, saying, My lord, miss, the son-in-law intends to bring a stranger into the Earl's residence. And I have stopped him. This is against the rules. Shenlang chose not to complain, deeming it beneath his dignity. Instead, he stated, The one lying in the carriage is my only friend, and he is on the brink of death. If he cannot enter the Earl's residence for treatment, then I shall take him into the city to seek help. To save Desha, an abundance of medicinal herbs is required, and only the Earl's estate possesses the most comprehensive supply. Upon hearing Shenlang's words, the Earl promptly ordered, quickly summon the physician. Saving a life is paramount. Jean Mulan stepped forward and, alongside Shenlang, lifted Desha's makeshift stretcher, making their way toward the castle within the estate. At that moment, Shenlang felt a profound sense of gratitude. Mulan was at her most beautiful. Through her actions, Mulan was silently apologizing to Shenlang, and he could even perceive the sentiment in her eyes. I am sorry, my husband, for the distress I have caused you. Meanwhile, Jin Qing interjected, Miss, his actions indeed breach the rules. How can one simply bring an outsider into the Earl's residence? It poses a threat to the estate's security, and furthermore, he has brandished a weapon against us, which is utterly deplorable. After hearing his words, Mulan set Desha down. She remained silent as she approached Jin Qing, drawing her whip and striking with great force. At that moment, Mulan, the affectionate wife, appeared even more enchanting. Chapter 32. Lo and behold. Another opportunity for ostentation. With a resounding crack, the whip lashed across Jin Qing's torso, rending his leather armor asunder and leaving a crimson welt upon his skin. Jin Qing recoiled in disbelief. Lady Mulan, renowned for her solicitude towards her soldiers and her particular favor towards him, had unexpectedly struck him for the sake of a mere Shenlang. In Jin Qing's estimation, Shenlang was but a temporary, ornamental addition to the family. Far inferior in status to himself, a young prodigy raised within the Earl's manor since childhood. I strike you for 2 reasons, Mulan declared icily. Firstly, for your callous indifference, a betrayal of the Xuanwu Earl's code of conduct. Secondly, Shenlang is my husband, and thus your master. Your demeanor lacked proper deference. I trust you will rectify your attitude henceforth. Jin Qing's countenance faltered momentarily. Your humble servant understands, he murmured. Subsequently, Mulan and Shenlang carried the litter bearing Desha into the Earl's manor's dedicated infirmary. There, physician Anzici was already awaiting their arrival. After a swift examination of Desha, he pronounced, the primary concerns are fractured ribs, internal trauma to the viscera, internal hemorrhaging in the lungs and stomach. and potential minor bleeding in the liver. Shenlang marveled at N's diagnostic prowess. Without the aid of X-ray vision, he had accurately assessed the injuries based solely on experience and external symptoms. Shenlang, eager to assist, approached, intending to collaborate with an entreating Desha. His chief concern was N's potential inability to pinpoint the precise locations of internal bleeding and hematomas, where he could offer invaluable assistance, and meticulously examined the external wounds. Marking Desha's body with a brush, the wounds are consistent with a tiger attack rather than a martial arts expert, aligning surface injuries with internal trauma, making the identification of internal bleeding points relatively straightforward and explained. The initial step is to drain the blood, followed by the setting of the fractured ribs. Shenlang observed that N's markings of internal bleeding and hematomas were remarkably accurate. A true master, he mused. Of course, Shenlang's medical expertise surpassed his, particularly in addressing complex ailments. With access to X-ray vision, it was virtually impossible to find anyone in this world who could surpass Shenlang's medical skills. However, in treating Desha's specific injuries, N was exceptionally proficient. Even with his advanced knowledge, Shenlang would struggle to surpass N's expertise under the given circumstances. Physician N, can he be saved? Milan inquired. Assuredly, N replied. It will require time and the use of precious medicinal ingredients. This hulking simpleton possesses remarkable resilience. Anyone else would have succumbed long ago. He meticulously commenced Desha's treatment. His assistant carefully administered a potent ginseng broth to Desha. Desha's robust constitution was evident as his complexion regained a rosy hue, and his breathing became more pronounced after consuming the broth. And marveled at the young man's physique. Deeming it exceptionally rare, he skillfully drained the accumulated blood from Desha's body, and his vital signs gradually stabilized, with his breathing becoming more regular. Husband, your brother is out of danger, Milan reassured him. He is Desha, not my brother, my dear, Shenlang quipped playfully. At that moment, the Earl entered the room. Shenlang, accompany me to the study, he instructed. Shenlang cast a reluctant glance at Desha. Rest assured, husband, Milan said. All will be well. Father wishes to discuss important matters with you. Within the confines of the study, the Earl's countenance was stern. Shenlang, do you acknowledge your transgression? Shenlang shook his head. Father-in-law, I am unaware of any wrongdoing. The Earl's expression faltered, momentarily taken aback. His mere stern visage typically silenced all within the manor. His question, do you acknowledge your transgression? Invariably prompted immediate supplication. Yet, Shenlang stood defiantly, asserting his innocence. Indeed? The Earl remarked gravely. I am eager to hear your explanation. Desha is my dearest friend, Shenlang said. He has protected me since childhood. Could I abandon him in his hour of need? While bringing him into the manor may have contravened protocol, the manor's physician is skilled, and the medicinal resources are abundant, enhancing his chances of recovery. I offer my apologies for any breach of decorum. Nay, your actions were justified, the Earl countered. Have you engaged in any other imprudent behavior today? The matter concerning Tian Hung and the Blackrobes gang? Shenlang inquired. You are remarkably well informed, father-in-law. Indeed. The Earl retorted. Scarcely had you departed from the Blackrobes gang before they lodged a formal complaint, alleging that you exploited your association with me to extort 1,000 gold coins from Tian Hung and threatened to cripple his adopted son. Your audacity is astounding. Are you aware that Tian Shirsan is a militia captain in the city lord's army? Tian Hung filed a complaint. Lord Lu Wuyan, the city lord himself, personally requested that I restrain your unruly behavior, the Earl stated. Shenlang was taken aback. The city lord's personal involvement indicated a severe escalation of the conflict. Father-in-law, Shenlang began. When the Su family expelled me, they paid Tian Heng 100 gold coins to assassinate me, to safeguard my life. I signed a promissory note to Tian Hung, obligating me to pay him 1,000 gold coins within 3 days, failing which he would exterminate my entire family. The Earl's gaze narrowed. Elaborate, he commanded. I devised a novel formula for golden dye, intending to sell it to Lin Mo of the Brocade Pavilion for 2,000 gold coins, Shenlang continued. Just as the transaction was about to conclude, the Su family claimed that the dye formula was stolen from their estate. Shenlang recounted the entire sequence of events to the Earl. The Su family, Tian Hung, and the Lin family conspired to bring about my demise, Shenlang declared. Tian Heng, in particular, dispatched his adopted son, Tian Shirsan, to abduct my family in an attempt to coerce me into surrendering the formulas for purple and rainbow dyes. Under these circumstances, was I wrong to retaliate against Tian Hung? The Earl paused in contemplation. Nay, you were not. Tian Heng's dispatch of men to apprehend your parents was procedurally lawful, the Earl elucidated. Your parents did indeed cultivate land without authorization and failed to pay the requisite taxes. The arrest warrant was issued by the city lord's office and contained no irregularities. Shenlang was acutely aware of this fact. Shenlang was deeply moved by the Earl's words. However, the Earl's manner must adhere to established protocols, the Earl continued. With the new policies gaining momentum, Tian Heng is affiliated with the city lord's office. As an established landed nobleman, the sovereign is wary of interference in local governance. Countless eyes are upon us, including Zhang Chong, the governor of Nuzhong County, and even the esteemed Governor-General Zhu Rong, all awaiting our misstep. Any perceived infraction will be exploited to our detriment. The Earl's assessment was not an exaggeration. The situation was even more precarious. However, the Earl's conduct was undeniably conservative. I understand, son-in-law, Shenlang replied. Do you know who else filed a complaint against you today? The Earl inquired. I do not, Shenlang admitted. Not only did the city lord personally visit, but so did Zhang Jin, a military commander from the Xuanwu city garrison, the Earl revealed. For such a minor matter. These two dignitaries of Xuanwu City personally lodged complaints at my manor, ostensibly condemning your actions but, in reality, affronting me. The political dynamics of Xuanwu City were more intricate than Shenlang had anticipated. You publicly declared before Tian Heng and all present that you would ensure that he personally broke Tian Shisan's legs tomorrow, did you not? The Earl pressed. Indeed. Shenlang affirmed. Words spoken are like water spilled, Shenlang declared. If I fail to deliver on my promise and cower within the Earl's manor, I will be utterly devoid of honor. I believe you, the Earl said. Shenlang bowed respectfully and said, Esteemed father-in-law, I must go tomorrow. I am a man of my word. I promised that Tian Heng would personally break his adopted son's legs, and I shall see it through. This is my own vendetta. When I must avenge myself. The Earl, realizing Shenlang's earnestness, felt a surge of warmth in his chest. Shenlang continued with heartfelt sincerity, Please believe me, esteemed father-in-law. I will ensure that all actions are within the bounds of the law, leaving no trace of wrongdoing. Should I fail to go tomorrow? The disgrace would not only be mine but would also reflect upon the entire Earl's household. His tone grew more impassioned. They may bully me. But to strike at the honor of the Earl's estate, to tarnish your name, is simply unacceptable. Tomorrow, I will ensure that Tian Heng breaks Tian Shisan's legs before my very eyes. Upon hearing this, the Earl felt a mixture of admiration and concern for the reckless youth. However, he maintained his stern demeanor, declaring, No means no. From this moment, you are under house arrest. Remain within the confines of the Earl's residence and do not venture out. As an elder, it was his duty to guide the young man properly. Shenlang's parents had entrusted him with this responsibility, and he intended to uphold it. Jin Zhong, take 4 men and guard the entrance. The son-in-law is to remain in the study and is forbidden from leaving, the Earl commanded. How could this be? Words once spoken are like water spilled. Shenlang had vowed to have Tian Heng break Tian Shisan's legs. If he failed to act, remaining confined within the Earl's residence, he would become a subject of ridicule. A coward in the eyes of others. Would that not only serve to embolden Tian Heng? Yet, Shenlang understood that his father-in-law's intentions were for his own good. And he could not afford to be ungrateful. Immediately, he replied with respect, Yes, esteemed father-in-law, I shall heed your words. The Earl nodded in satisfaction, recognizing the potential in the young man. Shenlang then inquired, May I ask, esteemed father-in-law, how long will this house arrest last? When shall I regain my freedom to come and go as I please? After a moment of contemplation, the Earl realized he could not unjustly confine Shenlang indefinitely. That would portray him as an unreasonable elder. Soon, a plan formed in his mind. He retrieved a book from the shelf and stated, This is the Jin family instructions, a treasured heirloom passed down through generations. The longevity of our Jin family over the centuries is largely due to the wisdom contained within this tome. You shall regain your freedom once you have memorized its contents. Just so you know, it took me an entire month to commit it to memory. Chapter 33. The joy of contesting with my father-in-law. Suddenly taken aback, the esteemed Earl opened the family instruction book, his gaze filled with emotion. Although I have memorized this tome thoroughly, I still peruse it frequently to avoid forgetting its teachings and consequently losing my way. Shenlang. As my son-in-law and now a member of the Jin family, you possess both the privilege and the obligation to study this manual. Yes. Shenlang respectfully accepted the book. The Earl continued, Every member of the Jin family must memorize this instruction word for word. Once you have completed your recitation, the house arrest shall be lifted, and you may go wherever you wish. Shenlang was taken aback. How many words does this instruction contain? Not many, Merely 50,000 words. I took a month to memorize it, while Milan, being exceptionally clever, completed it in just 23 days. The Earl asserted. You must commit every word to memory before you can leave this study. Do you understand? 50,000 words. Memorized word for word? Shenlang exclaimed. How long would it take the esteemed graduates of 985 and 211 universities to accomplish such a task? The more words there are, the more difficult it becomes, as the challenge increases exponentially. For the Jin family's offspring, reciting the family instruction is a painful memory passed down through generations. Seeing Shenlang's distressed expression, the Earl felt a sense of satisfaction. The higher the magic, the greater the virtue. I can subdue any young man, and you, Shenlang, are no exception. Father-in-law, are you serious? If I memorize this Jin family instruction, will I truly be granted my freedom? Shenlang inquired. Of course, the Earl assured him. You must focus diligently. Until you have finished, you are not permitted to leave even a step. Meals and clean clothes will be delivered to you daily. Inwardly, the Earl mused. By the time you finish this, it will be over a month from now. You shall not be allowed to cause any mischief tomorrow either. Jin Zhong. Did you hear that? Until my son-in-law has memorized the book, he is not to leave the study. The Earl commanded once more. Yes. Jin Zhong replied loudly. With that, the Earl departed, leaving Shenlang to rapidly flip through the tome of 50,000 words. Moments later, Milan entered with the prepared meal. Though she was the daughter of the Earl and Shenlang was the son-in-law, she never displayed any airs before him, aside from their separate quarters. She diligently fulfilled her duties as a wife. My husband, your elder brother has emerged from danger. Doctor says he will awaken in 2 or 3 days. Mulan informed him. Shenlang corrected her gently. Dear wife, he is the great fool, not my elder brother. He is the great fool, and you are the second fool. Does that not make you brothers? Mulan teased. Shenlang was at a loss for words. You are beautiful, and you have a splendid figure. Everything you say is right. Shenlang recounted the plight of the great fool to Mulan. How outrageous. To have such a father is worse than a beast. Mulan exclaimed angrily. Do not worry. My husband, we will do everything in our power to ensure the great fool is well cared for. He will stay with you and will never go hungry again. Shenlang paused, looking at her tenderly. Thank you, my dear. Mulan felt somewhat uneasy under his gaze and asked, What were you doing just now? I am under house arrest by my father-in-law and must memorize the Jin family instruction to gain my freedom, Shenlang replied. Memorizing this book is the nightmare of every Jin family descendant. It took me 23 days to finish, Mulan stated proudly. And that is considered an outstanding achievement in the Jin family over the past decades. Mulan then asked earnestly, Are you eager to go out, my husband? Shenlang was indeed anxious to leave. If he could not persuade Tian Hang to break Tian Chursan's legs by tomorrow, he would lose all face. I will go to my father and plead for the lifting of your house arrest, Mulan offered. Shenlang smiled and shook his head. No need. That would undermine my father-in-law's authority. I must consider his position. Thank you, my dear, he said. However, the enmity with the Su family, Lin family, and Tian Hung must be avenged by him personally. He was already content to leverage the Earl's influence and would not rely on him for vengeance. That would be utterly disgraceful. After Mulan departed, Shenlang began the arduous task of memorization. Or rather, he was flipping through the book, spending no more than half a minute on each page. It appeared as though he were taking photographs rather than memorizing. Indeed, Shenlang was akin to a camera. The alien notebook within him had transformed into a cognitive apparatus, his eyes functioning like lenses, allowing him to record information flawlessly after a single glance. This Jin family instruction spanned approximately 200 pages and contained 50,000 words. In just over an hour, Shenlang had memorized it entirely. To be precise, he had completely recorded it, without a single error. Had there been punctuation marks, he would have noted every one of them accurately. The Earl had taken 33 days, while Mulan had taken 23. The Earl's son, to this day, had not finished, forgetting 300 words for every 1,000 he memorized. It seemed he would never complete it. Shenlang's achievement was truly unparalleled. The study contained a bed, and Shenlang reclined comfortably upon it. He hesitated, contemplating whether to confront his father-in-law and flaunt his accomplishment now or wait until the next morning. Ultimately, he decided it would be wiser to wait until morning. One must possess a conscience. His father-in-law was a good man, and it would be too harsh to confront him immediately. The joy of contesting with my father-in-law. Alas, when will my 40-some years of solitude finally come to an end? The loneliness is unbearable. How can I sleep soundly? 5 minutes later, Shenlang was fast asleep. Hearing his snores from outside, Jin Zhang couldn't help but feel disdain. Was it not still early? It was barely the hour of the pig, around 9 o'clock in the evening, and this son-in-law had already gone to bed, neglecting his studies. Even the Earl's son knew to study late into the night. At this rate, he would likely remain under house arrest for a year and a half. A lack of ambition is simply a lack of ambition. In the Earl's chamber, the Countess remarked, I find this Shen Lang to be quite commendable. He is not as uneducated as the rumors suggest. He may appear like a wayward youth, yet he is indeed a good child. I have an impeccable eye for character. He possesses a decent disposition but is overly impulsive and frivolous. He requires proper guidance, the Earl replied. I have placed him under house arrest to prevent him from causing mischief, he added. House arrest? The Countess said softly. He has just joined our household. And you punish him? Would this not breed resentment? Not at all, the Earl asserted. I have tasked him with memorizing the Jean family instruction. He shall regain his freedom once he has completed it. Only family members are entitled to recite this manual. This signifies that I do not consider him an outsider. My dear husband, you are quite cunning, the Countess remarked. The higher the magic, the greater the virtue. I refuse to believe I cannot tame this rascal, the Earl chuckled. Just wait, he will not finish those 50,000 words in less than 50 days. Nor will he emerge from the study. That may not be the case, the Countess countered. Everyone claims he is uneducated, yet after our wedding, he demonstrated literacy that even Zhang Boyan could not surpass. Perhaps he will complete it in under a month, even surpassing you. Impossible, the Earl replied. It took me 33 days. Shen Lang will need at least a month and a half, even if he is not as foolish as the tales suggest. How could he possibly be smarter than me? Perhaps he is quite clever. He may very well outdo you. I have a keen eye for character, the Countess said with a mischievous glint in her eyes. Shall we make a wager? The Countess, nearing 40 this year, exuded elegance while still retaining her beauty. A glimmer of cunning charm flickered in her eyes, reminiscent of her youthful visage at 20, which endeared her to the Count. My dear husband, should Shen Lang triumph over you, certain matters must be decided by me, declared the Countess. The Count inquired, what matters? She promptly handed him a list. And upon reading it, his face flushed crimson. What a scandalous affair, he exclaimed. The contents were indeed outrageous, such as the suggestion of adding salt to the tofu pudding for breakfast, or the notion of the Countess disguising herself as a man within the estate. A lady of noble birth should not utter such audacity, the Count protested. This is a disgrace. Humph, retorted the Countess. You are so narrow-minded. In my youth, I traversed the world disguised as a man. What is so improper about that? Will you agree or not? The Count responded, is this not a reversal of roles? Preposterous. Utterly preposterous. The Countess insisted, let us set a month as the deadline. If Shen Lang can recite the entire Jean family instructions within that time, we shall consider it a draw. If he finishes a day early, you must grant me one request. 2 days early, 2 requests, and so forth. Absurd, absurd. The Count huffed, steeped in his old-fashioned ways. The Countess affirmed, it is settled then. If I cannot even manage this small matter, what purpose does it serve to be a wife? The Count replied, my dear, the roles of husband and wife are not defined in such a manner. She challenged, are you merely flaunting your education, my husband? I lack such knowledge. Rising from the bed, the Countess donned her garments and exited the room. The Count, perplexed, asked, where are you going? Surely, my son-in-law is studying diligently through the night. I shall prepare a bowl of walnut and lotus seed soup to nourish his mind, she responded. An hour later, having finished cooking, the Countess packaged the soup and personally delivered it to Shen Lang. Upon arriving outside the study, she noted the light still aglow within. She mused to herself, indeed, he is a good son-in-law, persevering even at this late hour. The rumors claiming Shen Lang to be idle and gluttonous were clearly unfounded. Greetings, my lady Jean Zhong. Upon seeing the Countess, immediately bowed in astonishment. The light is still on. He must be toiling away inside, she remarked. He truly deserves this nourishment to alleviate his fatigue. Such a good mother-in-law, Jean Zhong awkwardly stated. However, my lord has already fallen asleep. Ah, the Countess felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her. When did he retire? She inquired. Not long past the hour of the pig, Jean Zhong replied. This is more laziness than even my son displays. He studies late into the night. She thought indignantly. What an ungrateful wretch. The rumors hold true. He is indeed idle and unstudious. Anger flared within the Countess as she turned to leave, fearing her wager with her husband would end in utter defeat. Chapter 34. A magnificent performance that left the in-laws astonished upon entering the room. The Earl lifted the covers to greet his wife and remarked, is Shen Lang still studying? He should retire early. Otherwise, he risks straining his eyes. The countess, visibly displeased, retorted, "He retired before the hour of the high. Sleeping before 9 o'clock is indeed excessive." Furious, the earl exclaimed, "A good-for-nothing wastrel who is both unlearned and indolent. If he cannot memorize within 2 months, I shall discipline him tomorrow." Yet, in his heart, the earl mused, "Dear wife, you are destined to lose this battle. The dynamics of our marriage cannot be reversed." As dawn broke, Xinlang opened his eyes to find the earl standing before him, his expression as cold as frost. "Xinlang, do you harbor discontent towards me?" the earl inquired. Xinlang rose and respectfully saluted. "Not at all, esteemed father-in-law. My admiration for you is as boundless as the flowing river." The earl continued, "I assigned you the task of memorizing the Jin family precepts out of goodwill. Yet you not only failed to comply but also chose to sleep early. Is this not indicative of your dissatisfaction?" Xinlang replied, "You misunderstand, venerable father-in-law. I have indeed completed the task." Seething with rage, the earl trembled. "Nonsense. You must be out of your wits. It took me an entire month to memorize this. And even Mulan, who is exceptionally gifted, required 23 days. How can you claim to have done so in merely one night? Are you dreaming or treating me as a child?" Xinlang insisted, "I assure you, I have truly memorized it. If you wish, you may test me." The earl, eyeing the whip at his waist, hesitated. As a father-in-law, he could not strike his son-in-law as he would his own son. However, should Xinlang continue to act so foolishly, he would not hesitate to discipline him. It was not a grave matter if Xinlang failed to memorize or chose to be lazy. After all, as a son-in-law, he bore no significant responsibilities. However, the lie was a serious offense. At that moment, the countess rushed in, exclaiming, "My husband, if he cannot recite it, let it be. Do not resort to the family discipline. Xinlang is delicate and gentle, unlike our son, who has grown accustomed to punishment. If you truly hurt him, how would we explain it to his parents? It's acceptable if he cannot recite it, but speaking nonsense before his elders warrants punishment." The earl asserted, "Both sets of parents are reasonable individuals. I trust they will understand." He removed the whip from his waist, prepared to enforce discipline should Xinlang fail to recite the text. The countess urged, "Langer, you must apologize to your father-in-law at once." Xinlang replied, "Rest assured, esteemed mother-in-law, I will not disappoint you." The earl's whip hung ominously in the air. Just then, Mulan burst in, saying, "Father, do not be angry. Xinlang is my husband. If he has erred, I shall apologize on his behalf." With clarity and precision, Xinlang recited the 5th section of the family precepts, totaling over 2,000 words, without a single mistake. His enunciation was clear, his intonation perfect. The earl, countess, and Mulan were left utterly dumbfounded, scarcely believing their ears. How could this be possible? The earl doubted, attributing it to luck, thinking Xinlang merely happened to recite a section he had already memorized. Yet Xinlang continued without pause, eloquently reciting, "The teachings of the inner and outer realms are fundamentally one, gradually diverging into differences of depth and shallowness. The initial teachings set 5 prohibitions, while the outer teachings of benevolence, righteousness, propriety, wisdom, and faith all align with them. The benevolent prohibits killing, the righteous prohibits theft. The proper prohibits evil, the wise prohibits alcohol, the faithful prohibits falsehood." In just 3 minutes, Xinlang completed the recitation flawlessly. This was a remarkable feat in his youth. The earl had struggled for hours daily, taking over a month to master the precepts. Mulan, too, had taken 23 days. The sheer astonishment was overwhelming. Mulan's eyes widened as she scrutinized Xinlang's face. Could this truly be her husband, the one rumored to possess limited intellect? The countess, being a woman, quickly regained her composure, recognizing the tremendous significance of the achievement. "Langer is truly remarkable. He has made me proud," she thought, gazing at him with affection. Turning to the earl, she declared, "My dear husband, I have won the bet, 29 points. Confused, both Xinlang and Mulan wondered what this meant. Did their parents have some hidden agreement? The earl's face flushed, and he waved his hand. "Enough. My dear wife, please take Mulan outside. I wish to speak with Xinlang." The countess, both elated and slightly annoyed, exited. The earl asked, "What are you doing?" To which she replied, "Punishing our son for being as foolish as a pig." A certain plump individual felt a sudden chill, fearing he might suffer an undeserved fate. The earl had once pondered whether Xinlang had previously memorized the Jin family precepts, but he quickly dismissed the thought. Such knowledge was reserved for family members and had never been shared with outsiders. Besides, it was not a martial arts manual that outsiders would covet. "Langer, how did you achieve this?" the earl inquired. Lang replied. On a day in late summer, before the heat completely dissipated, the locusts had been harvested, and the second crop was just being planted. Speak plainly, the Earl urged. Lang continued, for days ago, I was gravely ill at the Sioux family home, on the brink of death. When I revived, I found my mind unusually clear and my memory exceptional. I could remember everything at a glance. Is this akin to a near-death experience? The Earl asked. Lang affirmed, one might say so. The Earl contemplated for a moment, then stated, this is the so-called enlightenment. Though rare, it is not unheard of. An ancestor of our Gene family, a century and 80 years ago, experienced a similar awakening at death's door, transforming from a useless individual into a martial genius, achieving great feats for our family. The monarch wished to elevate his status, but he declined, instead requesting new land grants. Under his leadership, our family's territory peaked at 5,000 square kilometers, yet now only a third remains. Then, the Earl spoke gravely, this is your fortune. But you must learn to be humble and not become complacent. Do you understand? Yes, Lang replied. The Earl continued. You spent 10 years studying and did not even graduate from the town's academy, which reflects poorly on your capabilities. Now that your mind is sharp, do not squander this opportunity, focus on your studies. Yes, Lang responded. Study? In his past life, Lang had endured years of education, growing weary of it. Yet, he resolved to comply with whatever his father-in-law demanded. At last, the Earl concluded his admonishments. Lang articulated, esteemed father-in-law, you previously avowed that upon my recitation of the entirety of the Gene family precepts, the confinement order would be rescinded, thereby restoring my liberty. It appears you were anticipating this moment. The Earl inhaled deeply, realizing the recalcitrant nature of his son-in-law. Despite outwardly acquiescing and appearing obedient, he promptly disregarded his promises. The Earl harbored a desire to refuse. Yet he was bound by his word. Having pledged to lift Lang's confinement, he could not recant. Very well, your confinement is hereby lifted, the Earl declared, albeit grudgingly. This marked the most ephemeral confinement order in his memory, lasting merely a single night, during which Lang slumbered in the study. Do you still intend to engage in a contest with Tian Hung? The Earl inquired. Indeed, I shall depart forthwith, Lang affirmed. As I stated yesterday, I am resolved to compel Tian Hang to publicly shatter the legs of his adopted son, Tian Shursan, with his own hands, forcing him to sever his own arm and suffer a complete loss of prestige. One must uphold their pronouncements, lest they forfeit all credibility and be forever unable to hold their head high. Chapter 35. A simple and brutal approach. The Earl's gaze softened, and with a grave tone, he addressed Lang. My dear, you must understand that you cannot achieve this. The times have changed. Under the new regime, we, the old aristocracy, are precariously positioned, living in constant fear of making a misstep that could be used against us. In the past 3 years alone, 3 noble families have lost their fiefs and titles, and one even lost his life. At this point, the Earl's expression turned sorrowful. He merely wished to preserve the legacy of his ancestors. What fault was there in that? He continued, in the past, dealing with someone like Tian Hung would have been an effortless task for me. However, now not only you, but even I find it exceedingly difficult to eliminate him. After all, he holds an official position in the court, and nobles are forbidden from interfering in local governance. The consequences of such actions could be dire. At that moment, Lang deeply sensed the Earl's helplessness. Regardless of whether the new policies were beneficial or detrimental to the kingdom of Yu, they certainly conflicted with Lang's interests, and thus were unfavorable. With the Earl's resources, it would undoubtedly be easy to eradicate Tian Hung. The challenge lay in navigating the laws of the land and avoiding any incriminating evidence, an endeavor fraught with difficulty. Yet, the Earl still agreed to Lang's request. Lang, with a serious demeanor and earnest eyes, said, Father-in-law, Tian Hung, the Sioux family, and the Lin family are my enemies, and I must personally avenge myself. Otherwise, I shall never hold my head high again. My marriage into the Earl's household has already afforded me immense protection from these families. Upon hearing this, the Earl felt a sense of comfort, believing that Lang was finally opening his heart to him. I appreciate your thoughts, the Earl replied, but you truly underestimate them. My child, Xuanwu City is no longer our domain. It belongs to the court, to Lu Wuyan and Zhang Jin, both of whom are Tian Hang's supporters. You cannot contend with him. Lang countered, but do they dare to kill me? Dare to strike me? Who would be so bold? The Earl responded coldly, we cannot provoke trouble. But our family still boasts 2,000 to 3,000 troops. Should anyone dare to harm a member of the Earl's household, they would face the full might of our army. Shunlang bowed respectfully and assured, "Father-in-law, I promise to ensure that Tianheng suffers a self-inflicted defeat within the bounds of legality, without leaving any incriminating evidence." "You must believe in me." The Earl inquired, "What is your plan?" "I cannot disclose it. It is not appropriate to speak of," Shunlang replied. "Some matters must be acted upon rather than spoken of." In truth, Shunlang feared the Earl's reaction should he reveal his intentions. "Do you understand the consequences of failure?" The Earl pressed. "I shall be ridiculed, unable to step foot in Xuanwu City ever again," Shunlang admitted. After a long pause, the Earl gritted his teeth and declared, "You are a determined individual. If you insist on proceeding, I cannot stop you." "Thank you, father-in-law," Shunlang replied. "Remember this, never violate the law of the land, and leave no incriminating evidence behind. Winning or losing is of little consequence. At your young age, a single defeat is not critical. Your reputation may suffer, but it is not the end of the world." Shunlang bowed once more, affirming, "I shall heed your advice and, moreover, I am confident I will win. Even with Tianheng's connections to the Lord's office and the governor's office, I will ensure he is utterly defeated." "Your son-in-law is departing," Shunlang announced. As the sun rose, he departed the Earl's estate in a carriage, heading towards Xuanwu City. How does one deal with a person like Tianheng? What strategies should be employed? To be frank, it is quite challenging. The Earl himself stated that defeating Tianheng within the bounds of the law and without leaving any incriminating evidence is exceedingly difficult. Indeed, Tianheng has committed numerous crimes, his hands stained with countless lives, sufficient to condemn him to the guillotine. Yet, the Earl's household cannot interfere in local governance. Capturing or judging Tianheng falls under the jurisdiction of the Lord of Xuanwu City. Unless Tianheng were to commit a crime within the Earl's fief, it would be a simple matter. However, he is not foolish enough to act so recklessly. Thus, the Earl's assertion that Shunlang cannot prevail against Tianheng stands true, for the latter is backed by both the Lord of Xuanwu City and Zhang Jin. Shunlang contemplated many schemes and stratagems, intricate and convoluted, some appearing as grand as Zhuge Liang's plans in the Romance of the Three Kingdoms, bordering on the fantastical. Yet, all were in vain. The more complex the strategy, the higher the probability of failure. What method proves most effective? The simplest and most direct approach. Shunlang's plan to confront Tianheng was indeed simple, even brazenly shameless. Tianheng operated numerous enterprises, including gambling houses, brothels, and lending businesses. Which of these is the most lucrative? Undoubtedly, the gambling houses, which account for over 60% of his income. His lavish lifestyle and the hundreds of subordinates under him are, to a significant degree, sustained by the profits from these establishments. In all of Xuanwu City, Tianheng owned 5 gambling houses, maintaining a monopolistic grip on the industry. Others wishing to open similar establishments would find themselves thwarted before they could even get started, as the Lord's office would swiftly shut them down. The Rich and Noble Square was the name of Tianheng's gambling house, opulently designed with 3 full floors, offering an array of food, drink, and entertainment. Even pawnshops and brothels operated within the casino. Thus, Shunlang's approach to Tianheng was straightforward: to win vast sums of money at his gambling houses, winning continuously, far exceeding Tianheng's threshold and that of his patrons. What is paramount to someone like Tianheng? Loyalty? Please. It is, of course, money. Only money can secure the allegiance of the Lord's office and the military. With wealth comes influence. Without it, one is powerless. Shunlang was convinced that both the Lord of Xuanwu City and the governor of Nujiang were likely receiving funds from Tianheng's gambling houses. Should Shunlang's winnings surpass the psychological limits of these influential figures, Tianheng would find himself in a precarious position. Previously, even winning a mere 100 gold coins would have resulted in him being crippled and cast into the river to drown. However, now, with the protection of his status as the Earl's son-in-law, winning any amount in Xuanwu City is no longer an issue. His only concern is whether his father-in-law might chastise him. Of course, Shunlang's intentions extend beyond merely winning. The subsequent performance is equally crucial, aimed at ensnaring everyone involved. The Earl had dispatched 4 warriors to guard Shunlang. Clad in resplendent garments with a jade crown adorning his head, he entered the city in a lavish carriage, immediately becoming the center of attention. Countless eyes directed towards him, whispers of envy and disdain filled the air. In Xuanwu City, Shunlang had become a legendary figure. Notorious yet legendary nonetheless. A seemingly incompetent individual who, after being ousted from the Su family's wealth, had transformed into the esteemed son-in-law of the Earl's household within mere days. Was that not remarkable? a meteoric rise. Thus, upon encountering Shenlang, adorned in his opulent attire, many were left seething with jealousy, turning away with disdain. How arrogant this good-for-nothing is, flaunting his status as the Earl's son-in-law. They sneered. Just look at those clothes. They could sustain my family for 3 years. Utterly shameless, beyond all decency. Instead of studying or farming, he seeks to live off others' fortunes. The Earl must have lost his senses to choose such a worthless son-in-law. Mark my words, within half a month, he will be expelled from the Earl's household. His arrogance will be his downfall. Listening to these disparaging remarks, Shenlang remained unfazed, even shifting to a more comfortable position within the carriage. Upon arriving at the entrance of the rich and noble square, Shenlang disembarked and entered the gambling house. The expressions of the 4 warriors from the Earl's household shifted dramatically. The son-in-law intends to gamble? What is happening here? The etiquette of the Earl's residence is exceedingly strict. Even a scoundrel like the heir would not dare to step foot in a casino, for he would face the Earl's wrath and have his legs broken. Who would dare enter a gambling den? A prodigal. And you, Shenlang, are merely a son-in-law of the Earl's family, who ought to conduct himself with utmost caution and propriety. Yet, you flaunt your finery in the streets, and even more audaciously, you boldly enter a casino. However, the 4 warriors of the Earl's household possess the authority only to protect Shenlang, not to offer counsel. The crux of the matter is, they have no desire to advise him. What right does a wastrel like Shenlang have to be worthy of Miss Milan? If he wishes to court disaster, let him do so. It would be best if he were to lose thoroughly, and then have the Earl break his legs and cast him out. In the minds of these warriors, only Lord Jean Shurying is deemed a suitable match for Miss Milan, as he is their idol and the Earl's adopted son. At this moment, it is Tianjiu, one of Tian Heng's adopted sons, who oversees the gambling den at the wealthy lane. Upon seeing Shenlang enter, Tianjiu is initially taken aback, then filled with elation. What is a gambling house? A den of iniquity. Shenlang has willingly stepped into the lair of the Black Cloak gang. Is he not courting death? Ah, is this not the esteemed son-in-law of the Earl's residence? Welcome, welcome, Tianjiu exclaims. Bring forth tea, the finest tea. Soon, a servant presents a pot of the best tea. Shenlang takes his seat and savors the brew. Dear son-in-law, are you here for a mere visit, or do you wish to indulge in a few games? Tianjiu inquires. Shenlang replies, since I am here, I shall certainly partake in a few games. Welcome, welcome, Tianjiu responds, brimming with excitement. His adoptive father, Tian Heng, has a vendetta against Shenlang and has been searching for a way to eliminate him. After all, he is the son-in-law of the Earl. Who would dare to act against him? Little did they expect Shenlang to walk into his own demise. Let him lose a fortune of over 10,000 gold coins, and then present the IOU to the Earl's residence. Shenlang would be utterly ruined, at best, expelled from the Earl's household, and at worst, have his legs broken before being cast out. As for the possibility of Shenlang winning, that notion never even crossed Tianjiu's mind. This is his gambling house, his territory. Even the mightiest would have to lose. Chapter 36. Unprecedented, it seems that heaven has chosen to bestow this grand achievement upon me. Tianjiu, the steward of the rich fortune gambling house, felt that his moment of fortune had arrived. He exchanged a knowing glance, prompting the casino manager to dash out and convey this monumental news to Tian Heng. At that moment, Tian Heng was within the confines of Xuanwu City, engaged in discussions with the head of the Su family. May I borrow some money for a few rounds? Shenlang inquired. Certainly, certainly, Tianjiu replied, his excitement palpable. I was worried you wouldn't borrow. It would be splendid if you borrowed 10,000 gold coins and lost it all. Then, Tian Heng would go to the Earl's residence to collect debts, and Shenlang would be left at the mercy of the Earl's wrath. I'll borrow 1,000 gold coins first, Shenlang said. What is the interest? As a distinguished guest, your annual interest is merely 10%, no compounding, Tianjiu assured. This rate was exceedingly low. In truth, Tianjiu would gladly lend even without interest, just to see Shenlang fall into ruin. After all, the money would remain within the gambling house, like meat left to stew. Very well, prepare the loan agreement, detailing the interest clearly, Shenlang instructed. Of course, as you wish, Tianjiu complied. Once the loan agreement was prepared, 1,000 gold coins were placed before Shenlang, who promptly exchanged them for chips. What would you like to play, Master Shen? Tianjiu asked, fawningly. What is the simplest game? Shenlang inquired. Betting on high or low is the simplest, replied Tianjiu. Then let us wager on high, Shenlang declared. Tianjiu immediately escorted him to the betting table for high or low. At that moment, Shen Lang was treated like a celebrity, as many gamblers ceased their own games to observe. Is this really Shen Lang? First, he became a son-in-law of the Su family, and now of the Earl's residence. He truly is strikingly handsome. Why can't I, too, find my way into the Earl's household? Having known you this long, I never realized you were so dishonest. Did the toilet not tell you the truth while you were relieving yourself? Shen Lang's audacity to gamble was seen as reckless. Regardless of the outcome, the Earl would likely break his legs. Ignoring the murmurs, Shen Lang addressed the dealer at the gambling table. Let us begin. Tianzhou nodded. In the face of such a seemingly inept player, even cheating felt beneath him. The dealer behind the table began to shake the dice, and after about half a minute, slammed them down onto the table. High or low? The sum of the 3 dice. Below 9 is low, above 9 is high. With his X-ray vision, Shen Lang effortlessly discerned the numbers. 13. Bet high. He pushed all his chips worth 1,000 gold coins onto the table. Instantly, the crowd erupted in excitement. Incredible. He betting so much on his first round. The onlookers held their breath in anticipation. Bet locked in, the dealer announced. Open, open, open. The crowd urged. The dealer dramatically lifted the cover. 13. High. Shen Lang had won. The spectators erupted in exhilaration. Tianzhou's expression remained unchanged, still smiling. He considered it a mere stroke of luck, nothing significant. Honestly, he had feared Shen Lang might lose his first hand, thus ending the game prematurely. Only by winning a few times would he be tempted to continue playing. Winning the first round often marked the beginning of a gambler's tragic journey. The second round commenced. Still betting high or low. The dealer's demeanor grew serious as he shook the dice for an entire minute before slamming them onto the table. This was merely a theatrical flourish to heighten the tension for the gamblers. However, for Shen Lang, even if the dice were shaken for 100 minutes, the outcome would remain the same. Once again employing his X-ray vision, he discerned a total of 15. Bet high, he declared, pushing 2,000 gold coins forward. The atmosphere grew tense, as if the air had thickened. Has this son-in-law of the Earl gone mad? Betting this much? Tianzhou's expression shifted slightly. If Shen Lang won again, that would total 4,000 gold coins, a considerable amount even for Tianhong. The gambling house, though opulent, would not see a net profit exceeding 2,000 gold coins in a month. For 1,000 gold coins equated to over 10 million in modern currency. The dealer's hands trembled as he prepared to reveal the outcome. Open, open, open. The dealer lifted the cover. 15. High. Shen Lang had triumphed again, securing 4,000 gold coins. The onlookers were beside themselves with excitement over such a staggering sum. Tianzhou's expression darkened. Shen Lang was indeed reckless, pushing all his winnings without hesitation. His luck had been extraordinary, winning both rounds. This had been the largest loss the gambling house had incurred in years. Typically, losing 400 or 500 gold coins was rare, seen only among wealthy outsiders. Shen Lang could not continue winning. Tianzhou needed to intervene personally. Once he did, Shen Lang would inevitably lose. With a forced smile, Tianzhou said, Come, Master Shen, I shall personally roll the dice for you. He was a skilled dice roller, able to dictate outcomes at will. However, the true mastery lay in his ability to alter the numbers after rolling. This technique was unique to Tianzhou, which is why he had become the adopted son of Tianhong and the manager of the gambling house. Shen Lang realized that his opponent was preparing to cheat. No, he laughed. I've suddenly lost interest in betting high or low. It's all chance with no skill. I wish to play Pai-Gao instead. Very well. Tianzhou responded, his smile masking his intentions. He could not allow Shen Lang to escape. Should his adoptive father discover that not only had he failed to ruin Shen Lang but had instead allowed him to win 4,000 gold coins, he would surely face dire consequences. Tianzhou possessed remarkable skills. Otherwise, he would not have become Tianhek's adopted son and a formidable figure in the rich fortune gambling house. Within Xuanwu City, he was unmatched in gambling prowess, especially in Pai-Gao, which required a degree of skill. He could ensure that Shen Lang would lose everything. In this world, the rules of Pai-Gao were straightforward, far simpler than those on Earth. 32 Pai-Gao tiles would be placed face down on the table. Each player would draw 2 tiles, and the winner would be determined based on the tile values. There was no need to roll dice. Players simply drew 2 tiles and compared their values among them. The supreme treasure is paramount, akin to the combination of 3 and 9, though each individual score is modest. Together they form the most formidable pair. Following closely are the 2 heavenly cards, and then the 2 earthly cards. The rules need not be elaborated upon, as they hold little significance. Just as the game was about to commence, Shen Lang suddenly declared, I harbor distrust towards your cards. Send someone to procure a new deck, and I shall only continue the wager after my inspection." Upon hearing this, Tion Sergio slightly furrowed his brow. Each card in use bore subtle markings that he could discern from the reverse side. "If that is the case, I shall take my leave. Kindly exchange my 4,000 gold coins." Shenlang stood to depart. Wait. Tion Sergio implored. Buy a new deck." He could not allow Shenlang to walk away. His defeat would be inevitable if Shenlang left. Then, Tion Sergio instructed an attendant. "Go purchase 10 new Paigao decks, but remember, do not buy from our own establishment." Without hesitation, the man dashed out to acquire 10 new decks. He selected the most ordinary deck, devoid of any markings, with internal textures and densities perfectly uniform, ensuring there was no possibility of deceit. "This deck will suffice." Shenlang gestured nonchalantly. "Very well," Tion Sergio replied indifferently. After all, he was the unrivaled master of gambling in Xuanwu City, certain of victory even without cheating. The duel of chance commenced in earnest. "How about you draw first?" Shenlang suggested. Tion Sergio nodded and drew 2 cards from the 32 available. Shenlang, utilizing his X-ray vision, effortlessly discerned his hand. Tion Sergio was fortunate, having drawn 2 clubs, ranking as the 6th largest combination. 100 gold coins, he wagered. Given that Tion Sergio held the 6th largest combination, Shenlang opted for the 5th, a double pair, and boldly placed his bet on the table without a glance. 1,000 gold coins, Shenlang announced. His audacity was reminiscent of a true gambling deity. The onlookers gasped as they witnessed Shenlang. Without so much as a glance at his cards, stake 1,000 gold coins. It was a spectacle they had never before encountered. After a moment's hesitation, Tion Sergio, confident in his hand, declared, "I'll match 1,000 gold coins. Let us reveal our cards." The 2 unveiled their hands, and Shenlang emerged victorious. Cold sweat trickled down Tion Sergio's brow. Yet, this was merely the beginning of an unprecedented nightmare. For every subsequent round, Shenlang repeated his strategy of not examining his cards, continually wagering 1,000 gold coins. And he kept winning, until Tion Sergio trembled, chilled to the bone. Dizzy and questioning his very existence. Heavens, this is utterly preposterous. It must be a ghost. Note, a new week has arrived. I humbly seek your support. Thank you. Everyone. Chapter 37. Shenlang's dominance and Tion Heng's dismay. Tion Sergio was certain that the Paigao tiles were unmarked, precluding any possibility of deceit. Yet, Shenlang won every single round. Was this merely a stroke of incredible luck? Had his recent marriage into the Earl's manor imbued him with such imposing momentum? The audacity of this novice was astounding, wagering 1,000 gold coins per hand without even glancing at his cards, occasionally escalating to 2,000 on a whim. Where did he derive such temerity, such brazen confidence? Of course, Shenlang was assured of victory, possessing the uncanny ability to discern each card with absolute clarity. Winning was effortless. The onlookers were utterly captivated, enthralled by the spectacle. Never had they witnessed such a display. A few consecutive wins were not uncommon, nor even a dozen. Fortunes fluctuated in the gambling den. However, Shenlang's nonchalant streak of 8 consecutive wins, amassing over 10,000 gold coins, was unprecedented. Truly astonishing. Finally, as Shenlang secured his 9th victory, Tion Sergio teetered on the brink of collapse, drenched in cold sweat, his hands paralyzed. How could this be? He, the self-proclaimed gambling prodigy of Xuanwu City, was being utterly vanquished. I'm doomed, he muttered, as Shenlang's winnings reached 13,000 gold coins, totaling 16,000 after deducting the initial loan. Shenlang, you are insufferable, he thought, arriving penniless and absconding with 16,000. This astronomical sum would surely incite his godfather's wrath. I suddenly feel faint. Please excuse me. Tion Sergio stammered, unable to endure further losses. He had not anticipated such a catastrophic outcome, fueled by his insatiable desire to recoup his losses and ensnare Shenlang. Inexorably, he had squandered 16,000 gold coins, nearly the casino's annual profit. Further losses would be fatal. Staggering to his feet, Tion Sergio nearly succumbed to unconsciousness before fleeing the gambling hall. Making a beeline for the Sioux residence, he had to alert his godfather immediately. The situation had spiraled out of control, portending utter ruin. However, Tion Sergio's departure merely heralded the true onset of the casino's calamity. Subsequently, Shenlang swept through every table, leaving the casino's staff, managers, and croupiers ashen-faced and trembling. The patrons were in a frenzy, witnessing a spectacle of unprecedented proportions. Why do you stand idle? Shenlang proclaimed. Wager alongside me. The gamblers initially hesitated, then succumbed to the madness. Hundreds of them mirrored Shenlang's every bet, amplifying his success. The demise of Fortune Pavilion had arrived. Previously, Shenlang had been winning alone. Now, the entire clientele was reaping the rewards, leaving Tian Heng's casino as the sole loser. Another croupier, unable to withstand the pressure, clutched his chest and collapsed, convulsing and frothing at the mouth. Gambling god! Gambling god! Gambling god! Long live Master Shen! Long live! The casino erupted in pandemonium as Shenlang became a celebrated hero among the hundreds of gamblers. Ordinarily, Tian Sergio or the casino manager could have halted the games or even temporarily closed the establishment. However, Tian Sergio, paralyzed by fear, had fled to inform Tian Heng, leaving the casino vulnerable. Thus, Shenlang, accompanied by hundreds of gamblers, mercilessly plundered Fortune Pavilion. Within the Su residence, Tian Heng roared with laughter. Ha ha ha! Tian Heng exclaimed. Do you know? Yesterday, Shenlang, in my very presence, vowed to make me sever my own limbs and break Shursan's legs. He even swore an oath. Is that not ludicrous? The Su family had responded. Based on what? He has become arrogant after marrying into the Earl's manor. Tian Heng said. I would not dare to touch him after he became the Earl's son-in-law. Even if he came to extort me, I would have to concede. But to make me sever my own limbs is a pipe dream. The current situation is clear. The monarch wants to seize the power of the old noble families. The Earl of Xuanwu cannot interfere in local affairs. As long as I do not commit offenses on the Earl's territory, what can he do to me? His words were rather presumptuous. Without the support of the city lord's mansion and the prefect's office, he would have already apologized to Shenlang. On the night of Shenlang's marriage into the Earl's manor, Tian Heng ceded significant benefits to Zhang Jin, thereby securing the Zhang family's protection and becoming emboldened. Even if we wanted to kill him after he married into the Earl's manor, we would not dare to do so, not even touch a hair on his head. Tian Heng said. But who would have thought that this good-for-nothing would voluntarily walk to his death, venturing into my casino? The Su family had said. He is just getting carried away, a petty person's face. Tian Heng said, What is my casino? It is a den of iniquity. Even if Shenlang were an expert, he would be utterly defeated. I will not let him go until he loses at least 10 or 20,000 gold coins this time. The Su family had said. Once he loses more than 10,000 gold coins, we will not have to lift a finger. The Earl of Xuanwu will take the initiative to expel him from the family and sever ties with him. Tian Heng said, or beat him to death alive. In any case, Shenlang is doomed this time. He is seeking his own death, effortlessly. The Su family head said, a good-for-nothing is always a good-for-nothing. Never able to amount to anything. Let us wait for the Earl to uphold justice and beat this wretch to death. Just then, Tian Sergio from Fortune Pavilion rushed in. Pale and bloodless. He knelt before Tian Heng, his voice trembling, Godfather, Godfather, something terrible has happened. But he found that he could not speak, his throat as if blocked. Tian Sergio was skilled in gambling and very useful, able to guard the casino for Tian Heng, which was why he had become one of his adopted sons. Seeing Tian Sergio panting, Tian Heng was furious and shouted sternly, rash and impetuous. What kind of behavior is this? You only know how to ruin women every day. What is the state of your body? Running a few miles has made you pant like this. Unable to speak clearly, shameful. Tian Sergio listened and kowtowed to Tian Heng. The Su family had laughed. Brother Tian Heng, your adopted son is truly filial. Tian Heng said, Who are you putting on a show for here? Where is that wretch Shenlang? Has he been dealt with? How much has he lost? If it is less than 10,000 gold coins, I will skin you alive. Tian Heng had calculated that 10,000 gold coins were probably the Earl's bottom line. After all, it was a century-old wealthy family with deep foundations. However, the Earl's manor was also short of money, because their fiefdom had been reduced by 80% compared to its heyday. Now, the Earl of Xuanwu's manor needed to use 20% of its fiefdom to support an army of nearly 3,000 people. The pressure could be imagined. Moreover, the Earl of Xuanwu cherished his people and hardly exploited them in his territory, although the Earl's manor's economic situation was top secret. According to the estimates of the Su family head and Tian Heng, the current Earl of Xuanwu's manor should be in a deficit state every year, already eating its old capital. 10,000 gold coins was also a considerable sum for the Earl of Xuanwu's manor. If Shenlang lost this money, he would either be expelled from the Earl's manor or beaten to death alive. Listening to his godfather's triumphant words, Tian Sergio was now completely engulfed in fear and dared not speak. Once he said that Shenlang had won 16,000 gold coins, his godfather would probably kick him to death. The Su family had said, "Brother Tian Heng, what if the Earl's manor does not recognize the debt?" Tian Heng sneered. "Shenlang borrowed my family's gold coins to gamble. The IOU is clear in black and white. Moreover, it was Shenlang who voluntarily came to my casino to gamble. Rather than me coercing or enticing him to enter, many can attest to this. Even if this lawsuit were to escalate to the governor's mansion, I would still have my say." Master Su remarked, "In that case, you have irrevocably offended the Earl's residents." Tian Heng sighed inwardly. He did not wish for this outcome. After all, he was merely a gang leader, and despite holding the title of 1,000 households in Xuanwu City, he remained a gang chief, burdened with numerous blemishes on his character. It was only due to the current regime's rampant reforms that the venerable Xuanwu Earl, an old aristocrat, was retreating strategically, refraining from meddling in local governance. In the past, Tian Heng would never have dared to provoke the Earl's residents. Even now, he had no desire to antagonize the Xuanwu Earl. Yet, he found himself with no alternative. Shenlang, that scoundrel, was pushing him into a corner, showing no mercy in his rise to power. He could not possibly go so far as to break the legs of his adopted son, Tian Shisan. Such an act would strip him of any dignity in Xuanwu City. These inner thoughts were ones Tian Heng would never voice. Instead, he spoke lightly. "Now I have the backing of the city lord's mansion, the governor's mansion, and even the provincial governor's office. The entire nation is implementing reforms, and suppressing the Earl's residence is simply a necessity of the times. What does it matter if I offend the Earl? Once the nobles lose their fiefs and military power, even a century-old aristocrat becomes less than a mere chicken." Tian Heng's words were delivered with righteous fervor, presenting the image of a gang leader who also loves his country. "Well said," Master Su chuckled. "Why has the reform in Xuanwu City faltered? Is it not because of the Earl's residence acting as a stumbling block? We shall use Shenlang as a breakthrough, marrying him into the family, which would certainly be a misfortune for the Earl." Tian Heng smiled in agreement, though only he knew the pain hidden within. Having severed ties with the Earl's residence, Tian Heng had sought support from Governor Zhang Chong, paying an annual sum of 5 figures in gold coins, which exceeded most of his income, from 5 gambling houses. He was obligated to remit 35% of the net profit to Governor Zhang Chong. The individual handling this gold was none other than Su Guangyun before him. Master Su assured him, "Brother Tian, rest assured, Governor Zhang Chong will certainly stand by your side in this matter. You can confidently take Shenlang's IOU to the Earl's residence to demand payment." Tian Heng was well aware that he had become a pawn in the struggle between the governor's office and the Xuanwu Earl's residence, but he had no other choice. "Excellent," Tian Heng exclaimed with a hearty laugh. "I may lack many skills, but I possess courage. This afternoon, I shall take Shenlang's IOU to the Earl's residence and witness the Earl's expression at that moment, as well as the tragic fate of that scoundrel Shenlang." "Ha ha." Master Su laughed heartily. "A mere buffoon, hardly worth considering." Tian Heng inquired, 19, "Is your breathing steady? Speak up, how much did Shenlang lose? How much does he owe?" "Ha ha ha." Tian Heng laughed heartily. "Well done, well done." Master Su beamed, 16,000 gold coins. Having lost so much, Shenlang is doomed. Truly doomed. The Earl was blind to choose such a wastrel as a son-in-law. He deserves it. Tian Heng stood, declaring, "Let us go. We shall take the IOU to demand payment from the Earl's residence." Master Su reassured him, "Fear not. The city lord's mansion will certainly dispatch 3 officials to accompany you. If the Earl's residence kills Shenlang, then so be it. If not, we shall escalate matters, having Governor Zhang Chong send someone to exert pressure. After all, it is only right to repay debts." Tian Heng asked, 19, "Where is Shenlang's IOU?" Tian Shurjiu felt a wave of anxiety. At this moment, whether he extended his neck or withdrew it, it would be a fatal choice. He suddenly bowed his head forcefully against the ground, causing blood to flow. "Adoptive father, it is not Shenlang who lost 16,000 gold coins. It is we who have lost 16,000 gold coins." After saying this, Tian Shurjiu felt utterly drained. Meanwhile, the hearty laughter remained on Tian Heng's face, yet his gaze appeared vacant, as if he had turned to stone. Chapter 38. Shenlang's astonishing victory. Tian Heng on the brink of madness. It was utterly unexpected. Had he misheard? Was his mind playing tricks on him? Tian Heng turned to glance at the head of the Su family, who wore an equally astonished expression. "What did you say?" Tian Heng inquired, his voice tinged with disbelief. "Shenlang won. He won 16,000 gold coins," Tian Zhou declared. The confirmation struck Tian Heng like a bolt from the blue, leaving him momentarily speechless. 16,000 gold coins? An astronomical figure. The entire annual profit of his Fuguang casino barely reached that sum. Moreover, the combined earnings of the other 4 casinos might not even surpass that of Fuguang. Now, all of it had been lost to Shanlang? Not only could he not harm Shanlang, but he would also face dire consequences himself. But how could this be possible? Tianjiu was an unparalleled master of gambling in the whole of Xuanwu City. And this was Fuguang, his own territory, where victory was as easy as closing one's eyes. Even if a gambling god were to descend, the outcome would only be the loss of their trousers. No amount of imagination could explain Shanlang's uncanny ability to see through every card, rendering the notion of a gambling god utterly moot. How could you lose to a worthless fool? Tian Hung bellowed, gripping Tianjiu by the neck, lifting him off the ground. Tianjiu struggled for breath, tears streaming down his face. I don't know. It was as if I were seeing ghosts. Shanlang won every single hand. Did he cheat? Did he use tricks? Tian Hung pressed. No. That's exactly what makes it so unbelievable. Tianjiu cried out. Tian Hung turned toward the head of the Su family, his voice trembling. Su, did you not say Shanlang was utterly incompetent? How is it that he can recognize obscure characters and gamble with such prowess? His face contorted in anguish. Why won't this wretch just die? The head of the Su family screamed. At that moment, Su Qianqian stepped forward, saying, Father, Tian Gang, there's no use in venting your anger here. We should go to the scene and see what truly transpired. It's better to adapt accordingly. Indeed, that is sound advice. Tian Hung rose, eager to head to his Fuguang casino without delay. What had Shanlang done to his establishment? A voice echoed behind him, Tian Gang. Do not forget that the city lord's mansion and the governor's mansion are your backing. Upon hearing this, Tian Hung felt a slight sense of reassurance. With these 2 formidable allies, he still had room to maneuver. He swiftly mounted his steed and raced toward Fuguang. In but a quarter of an hour, he arrived at the magnificent entrance of the Fuguang casino. The place was already teeming with a throng of people. Upon seeing Tian Heng, countless gamblers and onlookers surged forward, shouting, the owner is here. The one who can make decisions has arrived. Pay up, pay up. The strikingly handsome Shanlang emerged, smiling at Tian Hung. Tian Gang, I trust you are well. You arrived just in time. I've won 19,000 gold coins from your casino. Let us settle that now. Oh. And these few hundred people who bet alongside me also won 7,000 gold coins, so please settle that for them as well. What? Hadn't it been 16,000 gold coins? Now it had transformed into 19,000? And these few hundred gamblers had also won 7,000? Together, that amounted to 26,000. Hearing this dreadful news, Tian Hung felt darkness engulf him, nearly fainting. 26,000 gold coins. This was indeed a significant portion of his wealth. While he earned money daily, it was not solely his to keep. He had to share it with many others. Furthermore, he had to support hundreds of individuals, incurring substantial expenses. Losing this 26,000 gold coins would not just be a setback, it would nearly bankrupt him. Yet, if he failed to pay, his casino's reputation would be tarnished. And who would come to gamble again? After what felt like an eternity, Tian Hung regained his composure and focused on Shanlang's remarkably handsome face. You wretch. How ruthless you are. He pondered what schemes Shanlang might employ against him. He envisioned complex, esoteric strategies. But never did he anticipate that Shanlang would resort to such shameless, straightforward tactics. Accusing him of cheating? How absurd. Had this been before, Shanlang would have been thrown out with broken legs after losing a mere 100 coins. Now, however, he was the esteemed son-in-law of the Earl's estate, who would dare touch a hair on his head in Xuanwu City. Not only did the 4 warriors from the Earl's estate stand protectively behind Shanlang, but hundreds of gamblers also rallied to his side. The despicable Shanlang, having won for himself, also sought to share in the spoils with the crowd. Now, he had become their hero, and these hundreds of gamblers, driven by self-interest, were bound to stand with him. Pay up, Shanlang declared. Tian Hung, as a figure of your stature, surely you do not intend to default? Yet he could not. He dared not. Then, as if his demeanor had shifted in an instant, Tian Heng donned a warm smile. Young Master Shan, shall we discuss this matter further? After a moment's contemplation, Shanlang nodded in agreement. The two entered the Fuguang casino together. However, the crowd of hundreds of gamblers was incensed, fearing that if Shanlang and Tian Hung struck an underhanded deal, they would be betrayed. You can't leave. You must exchange chips for cash first. They clamored. Normally, they would scurry from Tian Hung like mice fleeing a cat. But now they felt emboldened by their numbers, especially with Shanlang, the Earl's son-in-law, as their backbone. Moreover, gamblers, in pursuit of wealth, often cast aside fears for their lives. When winning, they hardly knew the meaning of fear. Rest assured, everyone, I shall not betray your interests. I will provide you with a satisfactory resolution, Shenlang assured them. Yes, trust young Master Shen. He is the Earl's son-in-law. How could he deceive us? Young Master Shen. I adore you. Wait, who is this interloper? Thus, Shenlang and Tianheng entered the Fuguang casino. The 4 warriors from the Earl's estate closely followed, and the grand doors of Fuguang closed behind them. Inside, Tianheng's smile vanished instantly, replaced by an icy glare. The reputation of the Earl's estate is paramount, Shenlang stated earnestly. But my reputation, I can forego. Those words rendered Tianheng momentarily speechless. Truly, the audacity of the lowly knows no bounds. You wish to coerce me into breaking Tian Shisan's legs using this 19,000 gold coins as leverage? Tianheng scoffed. Precisely, Shenlang affirmed. You think I would be so short-sighted? If I were to break his legs, the loss would encompass more than just limbs. It would be my dignity at stake. Having navigated the underworld of Xuanwu City for years, Tianheng was no fool. He understood the ramifications. Should he proceed with such an act, everyone would know that he, Tianheng, had lost to a mere son-in-law. His reputation would be in tatters. Someone like me, once stripped of my fearsome reputation, who would ever fear me again? Money can be earned anew, but a lost reputation is irretrievable. Now fully composed, he took a sip of tea and continued. So, Shenlang, you think you can use 19,000 gold coins to compel me to maim Tian Shisan? You are sorely mistaken. I am not so foolish. Nor will I indulge in your daydreams. Tianheng chuckled coldly, arms crossed, his brow furrowed in disdain. Let us observe what stratagems Shenlang possesses. He perceived Shenlang's intentions with perspicacity. This ungrateful wretch, motivated by avarice, having amassed such a sum, is solely preoccupied with its realization. Having utterly disregarded the matter of mending Tian Shisan's legs, Tianheng has resolved that Shenlang shall not possess the entirety of those 19,000 gold coins. Perhaps a mere 1,900 would suffice. Furthermore, Shenlang must implore him before he relinquishes even that sum. I had not contemplated utilizing these 19,000 gold coins to barter for Tian Shisan's legs, Shenlang stated. My proposition is as follows. Not only shall you, Tian, recompense me with the 19,000 gold coins I have won, but you shall also see to the breaking of Tian Shisan's legs. Curse you. I shall slay you. You pretty boy. Chapter 39. A desperate situation. Tianheng nearly leaped from his chair. The 4 warriors from the Earl's residence, feigning ignorance, were nonetheless taken aback by his words. Shenlang, have you lost your mind? Are you speaking nonsense? Tianheng bellowed. He was not alone in this sentiment. The Earl's warriors deemed Shenlang's aspirations as nothing short of folly, a self-inflicted humiliation. There was no way Tianheng would break Tian Shisan's legs, nor had he any intention of relinquishing the 19,000 gold coins. It would be remarkable if he agreed to even one of those demands. Yet Shenlang sought both? Was this not sheer madness? Ha ha ha, Tianheng laughed in a fit of rage. So I am dealing with a madman? Shenlang swayed slightly in his seat and crossed his legs. Tianheng fixed his gaze upon Shenlang and declared, I have made it abundantly clear. Tian Shisan intends to annihilate your entire family, and I send him forth. But I will not lay a finger on him. Nor will I allow you to humiliate me by demanding that I break his legs. This is but a dream. Furthermore, I will not hand over a single coin of the 19,000 you think you've won. With tensions rising, Tianheng continued, if you dare, summon your lord to demand the funds from me. Let us see if he will break your legs instead. Others may lack shame, but the Earl holds his dignity dear. To ask him to reclaim a gambling debt of 19,000 gold coins on your behalf? Utterly impossible. Breaking your legs would be more feasible. For centuries, the Earl's household has upheld strict rules. No scion has ever dared to gamble. If the Earl were to advocate for you, rumors would spread like wildfire, claiming the Xuanwu Earl's household is in financial ruin, relying on a son-in-law to gamble for survival. Thus, Tianheng planned to be unscrupulous. Do you wish to incite the hundreds of gamblers outside? Tianheng laughed heartily. Dream on. They won 9,000 gold coins, and I will repay them in full. However, your winnings? Not a single copper coin will I part with. What can you do about it? With that, Tianheng threw open the window and shouted to the throng of gamblers below. I, Tianheng, can afford to run a gambling house. And I can afford to lose money. All your winnings will be repaid. Bring forth chips for all customers. At his words, the crowd of gamblers erupted in ecstatic cheers. Soon, dozens of staff members were busy exchanging chips for the hundreds of gamblers. Within half an hour, the 9,000 gold coins won had all been redeemed. Long live Chief Tian. Chief Tian is a hero. Chief Tian, I adore you. Amidst the cheers, Tian Hung sneered. Shenlang, do you see how sycophantic these people are? I have repaid their money. Do you think they will stand by your side to create a ruckus? Of course not. Shenlang believed this implicitly. He knew that within a week or so, the gambler's money would remain forever elusive. A gambler's fate is eternally sealed in the realm of losing. Winning is merely a phase, while losing defines the outcome. The only distinction among gamblers is the degree of their losses. They will not join you in causing chaos. And the Earl shall never beseech me for your debt, Tian Hang sneered. The 19,000 gold coins you think you've won are of no consequence to me. I shall not yield a single coin, and you dream of me breaking Tian Shirsan's legs? Clapping his hands, Shenlang remarked, Chief Tian, splendid. Your shamelessness rivals my own. But taking a sip of tea, he added, it is futile. You believe your trickery will shield you from fate? Chief Tian, your struggles are in vain. I possess the skill to conquer the casino. Do you think I care for the 19,000 gold coins? Ha ha. Shenlang laughed sinisterly. As long as your casino remains open, your wealth is mine to claim. I shall win as much as I desire. Not just for myself, but for all the gamblers alongside me. Unless you close your casino, I will ensure your bankruptcy, doing a service to countless gamblers by stripping you of your entire fortune. Do you dare to bar my entry to the casino? Do you dare to harm me in any way? Then, addressing the multitude of gamblers below, Shenlang called out, everyone, do not leave. I will lead you to continue gambling and winning. Together, we shall bankrupt Chief Tian. Without further ado, Shenlang turned and departed, leading the throngs of gamblers in a relentless sweep of the casino. As it turned out, Shenlang was not deceiving. He truly possessed the skill to conquer the casino. Achieving victory after victory, the staff and managers of the establishment found themselves pale and trembling, overwhelmed by despair. The frenzy among the gamblers escalated. Winning had never been easier. As long as they followed Shenlang's lead, victory was guaranteed. Eventually, the staff of the Fortune Square, including dealers and managers, could no longer withstand the immense pressure and fell into a faint, foaming at the mouth. The manager rushed upstairs to report to Tian Hong, Master, we have lost 3,000 gold coins. Master, we have lost 5,000. Master, we have lost 7,000. Shenlang wins a single gold coin each time, while the rest are all taken by those rascally gamblers. Tian Heng's complexion turned ashen, his body trembling uncontrollably. His adopted son, Tian Shirsi, rushed in, shouting, Father, I will expel Shenlang immediately. With that, Tian Shirsi stormed downstairs, intent on forcibly removing Shenlang. Shenlang, holding his forehead, inquired, What are you doing? Do you intend to strike me? My health is quite poor. One touch from you, and I would collapse. Who would dare to harm the Earl's son-in-law? My wife would annihilate your entire family. Tian Hong, listening from above, could hardly fathom how such brazen words could flow from Shenlang's mouth. How shameless. In a fit of rage, Tian Shirsi pointed at Shenlang and roared, What if I do lay hands on you? Someone, throw Shenlang out. Yet, in the next moment, the 4 warriors from the Earl's residence encircled Shenlang, drawing their swords with force. Humph. Do you ruffians from the Black Clothes gang wish to confront the Earl's warriors? Do you intend to harm the Earl's son-in-law? Indeed, during this new regime, the Earl's household could not interfere in local affairs nor apprehend members of the Black Clothes gang. However, should you dare to provoke us, your demise would be inconsequential. Within a minute, these 4 warriors would unleash their wrath. Even if the Black Clothes gang united to attack, facing dozens against one, should you best these warriors, your troubles would only multiply. Next, the Earl's cavalry would surge forth, trampling the entire Fortune Square. The Xuanwu Earl's household does not seek conflict, but we do not fear it. Let it be clear, if one does not offend me, I shall not offend them. But should one provoke me, I will obliterate your entire family. This was Shenlang's protective talisman. Not only the Earl's warriors surged forth, but countless gamblers also rushed to shield Shenlang. What are you doing? Can't the casino afford to lose? To harm our Shenlang, you must first tread over my chest. Cough, cough. What a sycophantic bunch. Moments ago, they cheered for Chief Tian after receiving their chips, and now, with Shenlang leading them to victory, they shouted his praises. What now? Expel all the gamblers? Regret would come too late. If time could be rewound, he vowed to eliminate Shenlang at the very first opportunity, to dismember him and feed him to the dogs, resolutely refusing to heed his words. To release a tiger back into the mountains is to invite calamity. Alas, this world offers no remedy for regret. What shall be done in the face of the current predicament? Tian Heng, with his eyes closed, declared, let us temporarily close the fortune pavilion. Understood. Tian Shirsi and the shopkeeper replied, gritting their teeth in pain. Subsequently, the shopkeeper's voice echoed below. Today, the fortune pavilion will cease operations. All winnings shall be exchanged tomorrow. Immediately, Shen Lang suggested, Leader Tian has 4 other gambling houses in Xuanwu City. Shall we conquer them one by one? Indeed. The throng of hundreds of gamblers responded with fervor. Thus, Shen Lang led the multitude, resembling a swarm of locusts, surging towards Tian Heng's next gambling establishment. Tian Heng, in agony, shut his eyes tightly. After a considerable pause, he rasped, suspend operations at all gambling houses. Yes, Tian Shirsi replied through clenched teeth. Little did they know the depth of Tian Heng's anguish in making this decision. These 5 gambling houses accounted for over 60% of his daily income, a veritable golden nest. Now, with them shuttered, what would be the extent of his daily losses? Only heaven could fathom. Yet, he would rather bear such immense losses than compromise with Shen Lang. Should he publicly sever Tian Shirsan's legs, his reputation would be irrevocably tarnished, and the morale of the Black Cloak gang would plummet. Who would then fear him? Shen Lang, if you expect me to self-sabotage, you are sorely mistaken. However, Tian Heng's troubles were only just beginning. These gambling houses were not solely his. Many were invested in them. Merely half an hour later, someone sought him out. Lord Zhongjin requests your presence. He has a task for you. Tian Heng felt darkness descend before his eyes. The very scenario he most feared had come to pass. Indeed, the deadliest blow often comes from one's own ranks. Chapter 40. A stain of eternal disgrace. Tian Heng was once again summoned to Su Guangyun's residence. This time, however, he was met not by Zhongjin, but by the head of the Su family. Gang leader Tian, Su's patriarch, began. I hear you've shuttered several gambling dens? Indeed. Tian Heng confirmed. It's remarkable how quickly the appellation shifts from brother Tian to gang leader Tian, isn't it? Of course, Su's patriarch was not asking for himself. He had no stake in the gambling dens. He was inquiring on behalf of Zhongjin. After offending the Earl's manor, Tian Heng had swiftly offered 35% of the gambling den's profits to Zhongjin, thus aligning himself with the prefect's office. This was his only recourse to defend himself before the Earl. Yet, before the gambling dens could even turn a profit, Tian Heng had closed them down. So, the Zhang family is to receive nothing from this venture? He continued. Closing them implies a reluctance to compensate us. Do you harbor some grievance against Zhongjin? Or perhaps against the prefect himself? Zhongjin would never appear directly, as the funds were being laundered through Su's patriarch and presented to the Zhang family as a dowry. Why close such lucrative establishments? Su's patriarch pressed. Tian Heng responded, if I hadn't, we would have been utterly ruined. Su's patriarch's face darkened. Is Shen Lang's gambling prowess truly so formidable? Indubitably, Tian Heng affirmed. His skill is uncanny. Su's patriarch fell silent. As Shen Lang was under the Earl's protection, assassination was out of the question. This is all you're doing, Su's patriarch accused. Tian Heng himself had released Shen Lang, when he could have been quietly disposed of. Tian Heng's eyes flashed with anger. Perhaps we could eliminate him discreetly? Su's patriarch scoffed. Is it worth the risk? Do you dare? Indeed, was it? Shen Lang was constantly surrounded by the Earl's guards, necessitating a highly skilled assassin. Eliminating Shen Lang would invite the Earl's wrath. Regardless of the circumstances, the Earl would undoubtedly seek retribution. What does Shen Lang desire? Su Guangyun inquired. Tian Heng replied. He demands that I break Tian Shirsan's legs in public. Su's patriarch's face twitched. Then concede to his demands. Breaking legs is a small price to pay. You have many adopted sons. Even Su's patriarch found his own words unbelievable. Tian Heng hissed. Shirsan is one of my most capable adopted sons. To cripple him would demoralize my men and tarnish my reputation. Tian Heng held his honor dear. He would rather forfeit money than his standing, which was the foundation of his power. Suddenly, Zhang Jin's voice echoed from the adjacent room. Concede to his demands. He spoke on behalf of the prefect's office and the Zhang family, Tian Heng's most crucial allies. Do not delay, Zhang Jin urged. Each day's delay is a monetary loss. It is better to concede sooner rather than later. Tian Heng trembled, his teeth grinding so hard that his gums bled, filling his mouth with blood and spittle. Zhang Jin continued, I promise you, one day we will kill Shen Lang, and you shall have the honor of delivering the final blow. Tian Heng remained silent. He rose and declared, very well, I shall comply. Tian Heng returned to Shen Lang. I concede to your demands. I will break Tian Shisan's legs in public. Now, cease your disruptions. Xinlang shook his head. That was the price earlier. Now, the price has changed. Your other adopted son, Tian Shisi, dared to shout at me and threaten me. Most egregiously, he pointed at my head. Break both his arms and legs as well. Xinlang, damn you to hell. Tian Him thought, how dare you? He repeated the sentiment inwardly. However, that was all he could do. Do you refuse? Xinlang sneered. Then the price will increase again. Not only must you break Tian Shisan's legs and Tian Shisi's arms and legs, but all the Black Robe Gang members you sent to my home that day must have their legs broken. Tian Hung closed his eyes, his face flushed and his head swimming. He desperately resisted the urge to capitulate, especially to Xinlang. But he had no choice. If he refused, Xinlang would continue to bring hundreds of gamblers to bleed him dry, unless he closed his gambling dens permanently, which the prefect's office would never allow. Xinlang, you will pay for this, Tian Hung vowed inwardly. Opening his eyes, he said, very well, I will break Shisan's legs and Shisi's arms and legs in public. I concede to everything. At the entrance of Fortune Quarter, Tian Shisan and Tian Shisi knelt on the ground, their faces filled with anguish. They were surrounded by a growing crowd of over 1,000 people. Something momentous was unfolding. Tian Shisan and Tian Shisi were two of Tian Heng's most formidable adopted sons, as well as military officers of the city guard. They were accustomed to flaunting their power with impunity. Now, they knelt prostrate before the crowd. Who had they offended? Observing the vast crowd, Tian Hung wished he could vanish into the earth. But he had to continue the charade, or Xinlang would never be satisfied. Tian Shisan. Tian Shisi, you are my adopted sons, whom I cherish greatly, Tian Hung declared with false righteousness. However, due to a personal vendetta against Xinlang, you engaged in clandestine acts of revenge without my knowledge, nearly causing a catastrophe. The crowd exchanged bewildered glances, their attention focused on Tian Hung. Was Xinlang the cause of this? Tian Hung felt as though his face was being torn off. But he had to continue. In the realm of victors and losers, there was no room for reason. Xinlang is not only the son-in-law of the Earl of Xuanwu, but also a close friend of mine, Tian Hung thundered. How dare you, my disobedient sons, offend him? If I do not punish you severely, how can I uphold my family's honor? Bring me the rod. Another adopted son presented him with a thick, unyielding rod. Tian Hung inhaled deeply and approached Tian Shisan. Shisan, do not blame your father, Tian Hung murmured. This enraged Tian Hung. Was he attempting to sow discord and undermine his authority? Tian Hung raised the rod and brought it down on Tian Shisan's legs with a resounding crack. Tian Shisan's legs were broken. He emitted only a low groan, suppressing any sign of pain. Like a wounded beast, he merely growled, refusing to cry out. Tian Shisi was not as stoic, trembling uncontrollably. He was indignant. He had acted in the best interests of his adopted father and the Black Robe Gang. Now his adopted father was going to break his arms and legs. Was there no justice in this world? It was his adopted father who had offended Xinlang, who had lost to Xinlang. Why were he and Shisan being sacrificed? Was this how his adopted father showed his love? Where was the loyalty he always preached? Tian Shisi roared, I refuse to accept this. Tian Heng's anger flared. Tian Shisi's outburst shattered his facade. He raised the rod and brought it down on Tian Shisi's legs. A blood-curdling scream erupted as Tian Shisi's legs were broken. Tian Hung then struck again, shattering Tian Shisi's arms in a compound fracture. Chapter 41. Tian Hung vomits blood, a new zenith awe. Tian 14 emitted an incomparably shrill scream, sending shivers down the spines of all who heard it. Subsequently, he fainted outright. Instantly, a grimace contorted the faces of everyone present. They felt the pain vicariously, as if their own hands and feet were being broken. The warriors of the Black Robe Gang, in particular, and Tian Heng's other adopted sons, were chilled to the bone. It was a case of sic transit gloria mundi. How disheartening. How loyal had 13 and 14 been to their adopted father. Yet, when trouble arose, they were the first to be sacrificed as scapegoats. Who would have imagined that their chieftain, usually so seemingly righteous, could be so callous? If he sacrificed 13 and 14 without hesitation today, what about tomorrow? Would it be their turn? Surely it would. 13 and 14 were already the most favored of the adopted sons. Compared to them, the rest were as insignificant as a feather. When necessary, the chieftain would undoubtedly sacrifice anyone without a second thought. Instantly, Tian Heng's standing in the eyes of his adopted sons plummeted. If they had been keeping score, his approval rating would have crashed. With this single act, Tian Hung lost the hearts of his gang. As the saying goes, when the people's hearts are scattered, the army is hard to lead. Moreover, there were countless onlookers. Tian Heng had previously seemed so imposing and domineering. But now he was being forced by Emir Shenlang to break the limbs of his own adopted sons? It was a total loss of face. And this event would soon spread throughout the entire Black Tortoise City, causing countless people to greatly diminish their fear of Tian Heng. His standing in the martial world would also decline sharply. Today's spectacle would be a disaster, a lifelong disgrace for Tian Heng. Tian Heng gnashed his teeth and said, "Shenlang, are you satisfied now?" Shenlang replied, "Almost. Chieftain Tian, you must have a very profound memory of what I said to you yesterday. I am a man of my word." Indeed, how could he not? It was etched into his very bones and soul. How much would he have to pay in the future to make up for today's losses? He never imagined that Tian Heng, who had lived his life with such success, would stumble so badly because of this pretty boy, Shenlang. Who could have imagined that Shenlang could actually pull it off? But Tian Heng still had a chance, as long as he held tight to the thigh of the prefect's office. Once he helped the prefect and the governor-general destroy the Black Tortoise Marquisate, he would be the deputy city lord. Everything would be worth it. Once he had power, what did martial morality matter? But today's humiliation had to be swallowed whole. "Let's wait and see. Let's wait and see." Shenlang said, "Chieftain Tian, it's getting late, and our business is just a little bit away from being concluded." Tian Heng's expression changed drastically. "What? It's not over yet? I've already broken the legs of 2 adopted sons in public, and it's still not over?" "Shenlang, don't push me," Tian Heng roared. Instantly, Tian Heng's eyes were bloodshot, and he was about to explode. He couldn't possibly give out this money. And he couldn't give it out even if he wanted to. His casino had already lost tens of thousands of gold coins today, and the vaults of the wealthy manor were almost empty. Where was he going to find so much money? Giving money was absolutely impossible, unless you had the Marquis himself come to collect the debt. Shenlang said, "Of course, I am still a very righteous person. What if you can't come up with so much money? I can't force you to sell your wife, can I? How about you pay me back 2,000 gold coins first and write an IOU for the remaining 17,000. Shenlang estimated that this was the maximum amount that the wealthy manor could come up with at this time. Tian Heng really didn't know that a person could be so relentlessly greedy. Heavens, why doesn't lightning strike such a despicable and shameless person? Shenlang said, "Chieftain Tian, give me 2,000 gold coins and write an IOU, and today's matter will be over. Otherwise, I'm really afraid that one day I won't be able to control my hands and feet and will involuntarily walk into your casino again. It would be awkward for everyone to meet at that time." Then, Shenlang looked at the sky and said, "It's really getting late. And my wife is really going to get anxious. The food won't taste good if it gets cold." Even 2,000 gold coins, Tian Heng was unwilling to give. Because it was the last straw that broke the camel's back. Even if it meant a public falling out, he was unwilling. But at this moment, he suddenly heard a voice in his ear. "Give it to him." It was Zhang Jin's voice, coming from the second floor of the wealthy manor. He had been upstairs the whole time, watching this scene coldly. Zhang Jin was right. If Shenlang lost money in the casino, it would be a huge blow to the reputation of the Marquisate. What level of depravity had the Jin family fallen to? Tian Heng thought for a moment and immediately knew that Zhang Jin was right. So he said in a cold voice, "Okay, I'll give it. Someone. Young Master Shenlang has won money in our casino. Immediately go to the vault and get 2,000 gold coins for him." A moment later, 2 of his adopted sons carried over a box filled to the brim with 2,000 gold coins. "Where's the IOU?" Shenlang said. "I'll write it," Tian Heng said. But everyone knew that this IOU would never be repaid. After writing the IOU, Tian Heng handed it to Shenlang and said, "Young Master Shen, are you satisfied now?" Shenlang took the IOU and carefully looked it over. Then he opened the box and grabbed a handful of gold coins, enjoying the heavy, wonderful feeling. The golden light almost blinded everyone around him. Tian Heng sneered inwardly. Take it. I'm waiting for the Black Tortoise Marquis to break your legs." This irreversible damage to the Marquisate's reputation, Tian Heng could almost imagine how angry, how disappointed the Marquis would be when he saw this money. However, Shenlang gave a smile that could topple kingdoms, and then his face suddenly became righteous. He said righteously and passionately, "How could I possibly care about a mere 2,000 gold coins? Tian Heng, how many people have been ruined in your casino over the years? Their families broken apart and scattered? How can you bear it? My father-in-law has always told me to love the people like my own children. I am teaching the wealthy manor a lesson today, not for myself, but for the countless citizens of Black Tortoise City. I won't take a single gold coin of this money. It will all be taken from the people and returned to the people." Shenlang suddenly grabbed a handful of gold coins and scattered them towards the countless onlookers. "Fellow citizens, this money belongs to you. Shenlang desperately scattered the gold coins. Instantly, all the people went completely crazy. 2,000 gold coins, a huge sum of money. Shenlang just scattered it all to the citizens of Black Tortoise City. The hundreds of people present were completely boiled. What's this called? Throwing money around like dirt. It was so invigorating. Long live Shenlang. Long live the Marquis. All the onlookers shouted in unison. And Tian Hong, watching this scene, was completely unable to stop it. He was about to explode. You not only forced me to break the legs of 2 adopted sons, but you also used my money to buy people's hearts? You not only insulted my character, but you also insulted my intelligence? Tian Hong was already holding back a breath, and at this moment he couldn't bear it any longer. That breath was ramming around in his chest and abdomen. A burst of sharp pain. He really couldn't hold it back any longer and suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. Shenlang, Tian Hong, will never rest until we have destroyed each other. Never. After saying that, Tian Hong staggered and almost fell backward, and Zhang Jin and City Lord Lu Wuyan, who were inside the wealthy manor, were completely dumbfounded when they saw this scene. Holy crap, it can be acted out to this extent. This pretty boy is so cunning. Chapter 42. The Lord of the City joins the fray. Returning home victorious, Zhang Jin and Lord Lu Wuyan exchanged glances, both acutely aware of the gravity of the situation. Naturally, the Lord of the City had a vested interest in the gambling establishment, yet, given his status, it was wholly inappropriate for him to appear publicly. How could it feel as though so much time had passed since Shenlang had seemed a mere fool days ago, now transformed into a cunning figure? Given the current chaos, do you think Shenlang is particularly prone to experiencing a tragic downfall? Zhang Jin suddenly inquired. Lord Lu Wuyan nodded in agreement. Indeed. He is a natural adversary to the Earl's residence, and thus to Shenlang as well. Zhang Jin continued, with thousands of people gathered around Shenlang to collect money. Any potential trampling incident would hardly implicate us, would it? Certainly not, Lu Wuyan replied. What if, by misfortune, Shenlang were to be trampled and rendered incapacitated? That would be entirely normal, wouldn't it? Zhang Jin suggested. Normal, Lu Wuyan affirmed. In such tumultuous scenes, if Shenlang were to be injured in a stampede, it would solely be his own fault for being so ostentatious. The Earl could hardly seek retribution from the thousands of onlookers, could he? After all, aren't you the one who professes to care for the people? Moreover, one could hardly blame Tian Hang and his cohorts. They were already in a dire state, having been thoroughly beaten and left bloodied. Suddenly, Lu Wuyan remarked, if a trampling incident were to occur, it would likely claim many lives, dozens, if not hundreds. In that case, both Shenlang and the Earl's residence would be held accountable. At these words, Zhang Jin was momentarily taken aback. Was he truly contemplating using this as an opportunity to implicate the Earl's residence in a catastrophe that could cost lives? Zhang Jin looked at Lord Lu Wuyan, astonished. While he aimed to deal with Shenlang alone, the Lord sought to bring down the Earl's residence by the dozens. Truly, the cunning of civil officials surpassed that of their military counterparts. Did he not fear the repercussions for future generations? The two influential figures nodded in unison, determined to seize this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to orchestrate a grand incident that would ensnare the Earl's residence. Shenlang's trampling was merely a side note. Long live the Earl. Long live Lord Shen. Outside, the throngs of citizens continued to cheer. A dozen warriors, disguised in the garb of common folk, infiltrated the crowd from various directions. They began to converge on Shenlang, instigating a commotion in the guise of competing for gold coins. They swiftly pushed aside the 4 warriors near Shenlang, knocking him to the ground, and one struck a blow that incapacitated him. This would incite a massive uproar and lead to a calamity that could claim dozens of lives, with all blame conveniently shifted to the Earl's residence. What a nefarious scheme. Yet, Shenlang sensed danger almost immediately. In a chaotic crowd, the potential for trampling was ever present, and he could see the warriors approaching him, their intentions clear. Today's events had escalated significantly, and the absence of Tian Hang's backers was suspicious. It was evident these men were not aligned with Tian Hong. They aimed to amplify the chaos and create disaster. Silence. Everyone, remain still, Shenlang shouted, his voice ringing out as the distribution of coins came to a halt, his authority peaking. Upon hearing his command, the gathered citizens fell silent, all eyes turned towards him. Consequently, the disguised warriors stood out, their actions appearing increasingly conspicuous. Did you think to thwart me now? It is too late. Tian Hong has already been incapacitated, leaving only you, Shenlang, to bear the burden of responsibility should a trampling occur. Shenlang produced Tian Hong's promissory note. which amounted to a staggering 17,000 gold coins. "This is the debt Tian Heng owes me," he declared loudly. "I will not take a single coin." Where did Tian Heng acquire this wealth? From the coffers of the affluent district, derived from the blood and sweat of the citizens of Xuanwu City. Therefore, this sum belongs to all of you. He raised the note high, proclaiming, "This debt does not belong to Tian Heng alone, but to the people of Xuanwu City. Trust that Lord Lu Wuyan will advocate on your behalf." Upon hearing this, Lord Lu Wuyan's expression darkened. What had he done to deserve this predicament? Those dozen warriors continued to feign the guise of commoners, inching closer to Xinlang. They intended to incapacitate him first, creating a catastrophic stampede. However, Xinlang suddenly dashed toward the affluent district with remarkable speed, forcefully pushing open the door. Without hesitation, Lu Wuyan attempted to retreat through the back exit. "Lord, you are indeed here," Xinlang exclaimed, drawing attention to him as he seized Lu Wuyan's sleeve. "Fellow citizens, the Lord is indeed present," he called, rallying the crowd around him. The citizens surged forward, confirming Lu Wuyan's presence, who appeared astonished and embarrassed. Xinlang entered the affluent district, confronting Lu Wuyan directly. The cunning Xinlang had turned the tables, revealing Lu Wuyan to the public. In that fleeting moment, the warriors outside halted their advance. If only Xinlang remained. The responsibility for any ensuing tragedy would lie solely with him and the Earl's residence. However, with the Lord of the City present, he would bear the brunt of the accountability, relegating Xinlang to a mere secondary role. Thus, the treacherous scheme was thwarted. Given the magnitude of the situation, Lord Lu Wuyan had to intervene, for he too had profited from the gambling establishment. Unbeknownst to him, Xinlang had thrust him into the spotlight. With utmost sincerity, Xinlang placed the promissory note in Lu Wuyan's hands, stating, "My lord, this document represents the hope of countless impoverished souls in Xuanwu City. As you care for your people, I entrust this heavy responsibility to you." All eyes turned to Lord Lu Wuyan, and the already faint Tian Heng felt faint once more. This promissory note was merely a formality. Repayment was impossible. The Earl would never seek to collect this debt, rendering the note effectively worthless. Zhang Jin and Lu Wuyan felt a wave of panic. Though the gambling house appeared to belong to Tian Heng, the majority of the profits had lined their pockets. The loss was theirs. Lu Wuyan's eyes twitched, yet he managed to smile. "Rest assured, I shall not betray your trust." What could the Lord do? Would he dare ignore this matter? It was under the scrutiny of the public eye. Xinlang had elevated the issue to that of the life-saving funds of the impoverished citizens of Xuanwu City. If Lu Wuyan refused to accept this responsibility, rumors would spread that he and Tian Heng were in cahoots, casting him as the protector of the gambling establishment. Why else would he hide in the affluent district? Should that occur, it would not only be Tian Heng's reputation that suffered. The Lord of the City bore a smile upon his face, yet within, it felt as though 1,000 alpacas had trampled over his heart. The sting of a serpent's bite penetrates deep into the bone. "Xinlang, you are indeed a venomous snake." However, with countless eyes upon him, the Lord of the City could neither unleash his fury nor reveal anything but a cordial countenance. "Rest assured, young Master Xin," the Honorable Lord Lu Wuyan said with a warm smile. "Thank you, my lord," Xinlang replied, bowing respectfully. "It is getting late. I shall take my leave now. Farewell, my lord." Amidst the adoring gazes of many and the seething hatred of a few, Xinlang ascended the opulent carriage and departed with a flourish. Today's battle had been truly exhilarating. From this day forth, tales of his exploits would echo throughout the entirety of Xuanwu City. Within the Earl's residence, the Earl himself paced anxiously in the hall, frequently glancing outside. "Not yet, my lord," Jin Zhong reported. "Still nothing, my lord," he added. "Are the men we dispatched to covertly protect Xinlang sufficient to handle any potential crises?" the Earl inquired. "More than a dozen men should suffice," Jin Zhong assured him. The Earl lifted his gaze to the sun above, his unease intensifying. Regret gnawed at him internally, though he refrained from voicing it. He truly should not have allowed Xinlang to venture out alone. That young man, unaware of the dangers that lay ahead, had recklessly confronted Tian Heng. Even if he were to lose, it would be a trivial matter. What he truly feared was the potential for grave misfortune. After all, behind Tian Heng stood Zhang Jin and Lord Lu Wuyan. Xinlang risked not merely defeat, but the possibility of calamity. Note: thank you to Macui for the generous monetary gift. Chapter 43, Son-in-law, you truly stand out. The Earl felt a twinge of regret. He was too concerned with his own reputation, unwilling to go back on his word, which led him to allow Xinlang to venture out. Yet, Who could have anticipated that Xinlang would manage to memorize the entire family instruction overnight? Reluctantly, he had to lift Xinlang's house arrest. The Countess comforted him, saying, "My dear, it is not a matter of great concern for the young to face challenges. After all, Tianheng would not dare to harm Lang, would he? He certainly wouldn't resort to violence." The Earl replied, "Tianheng is backed by Lu Wuyin and Zhang Jin. One is cunning and the other ruthless. Xinlang is merely an inexperienced youth, unaware of the dangers that lie ahead. He thinks he merely faces a gangster leader. I fear not for his losses, but for the traps that may ensnare him, leading to grave misfortune." There was, of course, a thought the Earl did not voice, that if Xinlang were to fall into the trap set by Tianheng and his ilk, it could bring ruin upon the Earl's household. However, he would never speak such words aloud, for Xinlang was but a child, too young to bear such a heavy burden. The Countess remarked, "The young must venture out to understand the treacheries of the world. This way, it will be easier for you to guide him in the future. Lang is a thoughtful individual. He must come to his own conclusions and cannot be forced." The Earl scoffed, "Let him suffer a significant loss this time. Perhaps he will learn to be more prudent in the future." The Countess added, "He is still young. I hope Tianheng possesses enough sense not to overstep, not to take advantage of his connections with the governor's office to truly provoke us." In the Earl's view, Xinlang alone could not hope to contend with Tianheng in Xuanwu City. He would face not only Tianheng but also Zhang Jin, the Su family, and even Lu Wuyin. The only uncertainty lay in the extent of Xinlang's impending losses. Surely, Lu Wuyin was astute enough to recognize the balance of power and would not dare to completely enrage the Earl's household. At that moment, a figure rushed in, kneeling on one knee. "I greet you, my lord, my lady." It was Jin Hui, a skilled protector sent by the Earl to secretly safeguard Xinlang, leading a group of over a dozen men. The Earl inquired, "What news? How grave are Xinlang's losses? Did Tianheng dare to harm him?" Jin Hui's expression was peculiar as he replied, "My lord, my lady, the son-in-law has achieved a resounding victory. He nearly brought Tianheng to bankruptcy, forcing him to publicly break the legs of Tian Shisan and Tian Shisi, and even made Tianheng vomit blood before everyone." The revelation left the Earl and Countess in stunned silence. They exchanged incredulous glances before the Earl finally stammered, "How could this be? Indeed, how could this be?" The Countess echoed, "Xinlang was but one individual confronting the formidable Tianheng and the powerful factions behind him. Xuanwu City was their territory. Did Zhang Jin and Lu Wuyin not intervene?" The Earl pressed. Jin Hui explained, "Zhang Jin and Lu Wuyin, with malicious intent, sought to harm the son-in-law amidst the chaos and orchestrate a major disaster, intending to place the blame for countless innocent lives lost squarely upon him and the Earl's household." Upon hearing this, both the Earl and Countess sprang to their feet. Were these two truly so deranged? The Earl's household had maintained a low profile, never meddling in local affairs. What was the result? The Earl asked in a chilling tone, struggling to comprehend how Xinlang, a mere son-in-law, could navigate such perilous circumstances. Jin Hui continued, "We were prepared to rescue the son-in-law, but unexpectedly, he turned the tide himself, not only averting the crisis, but also outmaneuvering the governor, forcing him to feign a smile while gritting his teeth in frustration." He then recounted Xinlang's exploits at the gambling den, a time when the Earl's household had appeared to be in dire straits, reduced to relying on their son-in-law to win money at the tables. The blow to the Earl's reputation was immense. Jin Hui added that Xinlang, inspired by the Earl's benevolence, could not bear to see the citizens of Xuanwu City suffer at Tianheng's hands, thus he stepped in to assist, purely out of chivalry. Countless people hailed the Earl, proclaiming him a hero. The Earl fell silent, astonished. This audacious young man had seized the opportunity to enhance the household's reputation. The Countess's eyes sparkled with pride as she envisioned Xinlang's remarkable poise during those moments. "What a splendid son-in-law! What a remarkable child!" she mused. Jin Hui elaborated on how Xinlang had deftly navigated an even greater crisis, cleverly outmaneuvering Lu Wuyin. He reported that Xinlang had coerced Tianheng into writing an IOU for a staggering 17,000 gold coins, which he then delivered to the governor, requesting the repayment be used to aid the impoverished residents of Xuanwu City. Thus, not only did Xinlang thwart the schemes of Lu Wuyin and Zhang Jin to incite chaos, but he also redirected the ire towards the governor himself. Tianheng, overwhelmed, had bled before the crowd. The Earl and Countess could only imagine the fury Lu Wuyin must have felt, yet utterly powerless to retaliate. After a long pause, the Earl remarked, "This wretched boy is astoundingly cunning." The Countess replied, "Evil begets evil. I believe Lang's character is inherently good, as evidenced by his filial piety. Who would have thought Shenlang would confront Tian Hong in Xuanwu City single-handedly? Not only did he emerge unscathed, but he also triumphed magnificently, forcing the once mighty Tian Hong into a corner. Lu Wuyan was outmaneuvered and left helpless. Who could have imagined? His capabilities are truly extraordinary. The Earl felt a mix of pride, relief, and anger. Although Shenlang had won today, it had been a perilous victory. The Earl felt a lingering sense of unease. Moreover, this audacious young man would likely become even more reckless in the future. I cannot allow this to continue. I must seize this opportunity to temper his arrogance. My lady, you must assist me, do not falter, or this boy will soar beyond our reach, the Earl commanded. The Countess smiled knowingly. Fear not, my dear. I shall wholeheartedly support your efforts to teach this boy a lesson. As Shenlang stealthily entered the Earl's estate, he aimed to reach his quarters as swiftly as possible, hoping to avoid an encounter with his father-in-law. Although he had emerged victorious, he had still taken risks at the gambling den. Given the Earl's conservative nature, he was likely to disapprove of any recklessness. However, as Shenlang opened the door, he was met by the stern yet handsome visage of his father-in-law. Shenlang was taken aback. My lord, you, a dignified Earl, are hiding behind the door to ambush me? This is unbecoming of your status. When did you, a man of such integrity, learn to speak in such a sarcastic manner? He felt a surge of indignation but maintained a facade of innocence. Without hesitation, he stood at attention. My lord, I was in the wrong. The Earl's voice boomed. Shenlang, how dare you? You claimed to have a strategy to defeat Tian Hong, and I assumed it was a clever plan. Instead, you resorted to gambling. My Earl's household has a history spanning centuries, and never before has a member stooped to such depths. Before the Earl could finish, Shenlang bowed deeply. My lord, I shall never repeat such folly again. Shenlang stepped forward, allowing the Count's finger to rest upon his forehead. Dear father-in-law, I solemnly vow never to enter a gambling den again. Shenlang spoke earnestly. Every fault lies with me. Please do not let your health suffer from anger. The Count trembled with rage. You scoundrel, knowing your transgressions, why do you repeatedly interrupt my attempts to admonish you? Your words may sound pleasing, yet your heart is filled with deceit. You are absolutely right, dear father-in-law. Your teachings are indeed wise, and I shall adhere to your guidance henceforth. Shenlang replied. At that moment, the Countess approached, soothing the Count and gently patting his chest. Calm down, calm down. What is there to be angry about? Langer is still young. Can't we converse amicably? Besides, his intentions are good. It is merely his methods that are misguided. Do not continue to berate him. What did you just say? To assist me in reprimanding this rascal, lest he becomes too audacious in the future. The Countess recalled her previous promise and feigned seriousness as she addressed Shenlang. Langer, you must refrain from entering such establishments in the future. Should you do so again, I shall have to impose a punishment upon you. Do you understand? Yes, dear mother-in-law. Shenlang's tone became even more melodious. The Countess continued. Now, Langer, I presume you must be hungry. Let us dine. Ah, Shenlang exclaimed. The Count, at a loss for words, wondered if this was how the lesson concluded. Note, thank you to Macui for the generous tip. Chapter 44. My lady, I was wrong. Madam, a doting mother often spoils her children. However, you are quite stern with your biological son, readily resorting to punishment. Why then? Have you lost your resolve in the presence of your son-in-law? Is it merely because of his handsome visage or his sweet tongue? Witnessing Shenlang's innocent demeanor akin to that of a lamb in front of his mother-in-law, the Earl could hardly contain his anger. You rascal! Do you think I am powerless against you? The Earl declared. From this day forth, Shenlang, you are once again under house arrest. What? Shenlang exclaimed, taken aback. Hadn't the previous confinement just concluded? The Earl continued. You may roam within the estate, but you are not to leave the Earl's residence. Understood? Shenlang timidly inquired. How long will this confinement last, my lord? The Earl replied. Until I deem you trustworthy. This condition was far too vague. Shenlang suggested. Perhaps you could specify a condition, and upon its fulfillment, my confinement could be lifted, such as not memorizing texts or recognizing characters. The Earl swiftly interrupted, dismissing Shenlang's thoughts. He stated, no tricks will work. From today onward, you will remain within the estate to cultivate your character. You shall not be released until I am confident you will not cause further trouble. My lord, you have changed. You were once so straightforward. Shenlang protested. Could the Earl not learn from experience? Just yesterday, he had ordered Shenlang to memorize the family precepts of the Jin clan, believing it would ensure Shenlang would remain docile for a month or two. To his dismay, Shenlang had completed it overnight, forcing the Earl to restore his freedom. as he could not go back on his word. Little did he expect that upon leaving the house today, Xinlang would embroil himself in such significant trouble. Although he had emerged victorious and fought splendidly, it was undeniably perilous. The Earl, ever the conservative, could not abide reckless gambits. Moreover, he genuinely worried that Tianhang might take matters into his own hands and directly confront Xinlang. Yet, this concern was one he would never articulate. If that scoundrel Xinlang were to discover my concern for him, it would be the end of me. Indeed, everyone chorused, casting peculiar glances at Xinlang. Reveling in his misfortune, young Master Jin Muzong was perusing military texts. This morning, he had been reprimanded by his mother, believing it was due to his reading of the Book of Songs, which contained numerous verses on love. Thus, he resolved to study military strategy, convinced it would please his parents, who surely wished for him to inherit the family legacy. Indeed, shortly after, his parents entered the room. Father and mother, I am engrossed in military literature, determined to uphold our ancestors' wishes. He ingratiated himself. Enough of that. Lie down, the Countess commanded. Moments later, the young lad found himself expertly restrained in a large chair by a pair of adults, one wielding a whip and the other a ruler, administering a sound thrashing. Why? Is studying military texts also a crime? Must I be punished for this? He wailed, genuinely perplexed, as he had committed no offense, diligently reading, albeit without truly absorbing the material. Why, after being punished in the morning, must I face punishment again in the evening? He lamented, Father and mother, why do you strike me again? The young master could only express his silent bewilderment. In truth, the Count and Countess had come to chastise their son purely out of whimsy, their minds in sync. Xinlang's brilliant performance only highlighted their son's shortcomings. Thus the unfortunate lad bore the brunt of their frustration. Mulan, clad in armor, stood resolute. Xinlang was taken aback. Mulan, why are you still in armor at home? He questioned. She replied, in case my husband encounters trouble in the city, I shall lead the troops to rescue him. Xinlang felt a warmth in his heart at her words. Though her tone was calm, he was deeply moved. Come, let me help you remove your armor. It is time for dinner, he said gently. Mulan, taken aback, opened her arms to allow Xinlang to assist her. Thank you, my lady, for waiting at home. Fearful for my safety, he expressed. Mulan replied, it is my duty. Your victory today was a delightful surprise, one I take great pride in. However, you must consider carefully in your future endeavors, as both your father and I, along with myself, worry for your well-being. I understand, Xinlang said, feeling even more touched as he embraced Mulan gently. She was momentarily startled, her body stiffening slightly, yet she did not resist. For his display of warmth and familial affection was palpable. My husband, where is your hand placed? She inquired. It shall not happen again, she added. Xinlang solemnly vowed, I swear, should there be a next time, you may chop off this hand. 3 seconds later, Mulan seized his descending hand, stating earnestly, Husband, a man's word must hold weight. Perhaps you should indeed have this hand severed. Honey, I was merely speaking in jest. One cannot take a man's word seriously. It is better to believe in the infidelity of a centenarian than in the mouth of a man, Xinlang retorted. Mulan gazed at her husband's strikingly handsome face, finding it hard to believe that such a visage could harbor such audacity. Let us eat, she commanded, freeing herself from Xinlang's grasp and heading to the dining table. She mused that had it not been for Xinlang's striking looks, she would have already taken action against him. After their meal, Mulan quickly washed up, her pearly teeth sparkling clean, and took a sip of rose water, savoring its delightful fragrance. Regrettably, she could not indulge. She then donned her armor once more. My lady, where do you intend to go at this late hour? Xinlang inquired. I shall lead the cavalry on a night patrol along the coastline, Mulan replied. Xinlang felt a pang of concern. Stay home, my dear, and do not seek trouble, she cautioned. In the young master's chamber, he was receiving supplementary lessons in arithmetic. Although the imperial examination did not require arithmetic, and it was one of the 6 arts of a gentleman, most scholars neglected it. Conversely, noble families placed great importance on this subject, particularly old aristocrats with fiefs, as it proved quite practical and sharpened the mind. Young Master Jin Muzong sighed. Teacher Su, why must my life be so difficult? In the past, my parents had reasons for punishing me. Now they do not even bother to find excuses. The teacher he referred to, Su Wenxiao, was the most renowned arithmetic master in Xuanwu City. He held considerable weight in the Earl's household, not only serving as the arithmetic instructor for Jin Muzong and Jin Mulan, but also responsible for the financial and material accounts of the Earl's estate, overseeing trade and other dealings. He had been the Earl's advisor and the chief steward of the estate's accounts for over 2 decades. Teacher Su, do you think I might not be my parents' biological child? The young master queried. Su Wenjiao smiled gracefully, resuming his meticulous work. His duties were paramount. The production from the Earl's fief and all financial transactions were managed through him, giving him significant authority within the Earl's household. Pausing his writing, Su Wenjiao's thoughts drifted to Shen Lang, and a shadow crossed his features. Whoever obstructs my path is my enemy. After a moment's hesitation, he stated, Young master, your father's punishment stems from Shen Lang. Why? The young master exclaimed in surprise. Su Wenjiao explained, Shen Lang has a tarnished reputation. He is known for stealing from the Su family and for his inappropriate advances towards a maid, leading him to be expelled. Yet, he has now come to marry into the Earl's household. As it was Miss Milan herself who made the selection, the Earl found himself unable to refuse. He was filled with vexation, lamenting your lack of ambition, which had led to Miss Milan marrying such a notorious individual. Hence, he had struck you a few days ago. The heir, Jin Mutsong, suddenly sat up and exclaimed, So that is the case. Su Wenjiao continued. The Earl struck you again today due to Shen Lang's actions at the gambling house, which tarnished the Earl's reputation. However, since Shen Lang had won against Tian Hang and is, after all, a son-in-law, the Earl found it improper to strike him, thus venting his frustration upon you. The heir, now infuriated, sprang to his feet and declared, Well then, I have found the true culprit behind my misfortunes. It is this scoundrel. At that moment, Su Wenjiao's attendant interjected. By the way, Your Highness, I saw Binger secretly weeping today, and when I inquired about the matter, she remained silent. The heir, filled with greater wrath, responded, It must be because of Shen Lang. He previously harassed the maidservants of the Su family, and now he dares to torment those of my household? How dare this impoverished country bumpkin bully me? I shall not let this transgression go unpunished. With that, he stormed out. Shen Lang, I shall ensure your demise, he proclaimed. Then, inquiring about Shen Lang's martial prowess, he asked, What is his skill in combat? Su Wenjiao replied, He possesses no martial ability. He is as feeble as a fledgling chick, gasping for breath after a few steps. The heir, emboldened by fury, bellowed, Summon my men. We shall take action against him. Thus, the furious Jin Mutsong, accompanied by a dozen or so companions, charged towards Shen Lang's residence in a tempest of anger. Chapter 45. A tragedy befalls the gilded youth. Jin. With Mulan gone, Shen Lang remained alone in his study, lost in contemplation. Confinement was unacceptable. He needed to find a way to regain his freedom. Granted by his father-in-law, he had a significant matter to attend to in the coming days. Just then, Xiao Bing rushed in, her voice laced with urgency. Master, it's dire. You must conceal yourself at once. The young master is coming to inflict harm upon you. Shen Lang was taken aback. Jin Mutsong, that corpulent layabout, coming to assault him? Xiao Bing implored, Master, you must seek refuge immediately. I shall inform the madam at once. Shen Lang retorted, Nay, do not alert my mother-in-law. Xiao Bing cautioned, Master. Our young master is impetuous and heedless of consequence. It would be a grave misfortune should he strike you. Even if the Earl were to punish him subsequently, it would be of little solace. Shen Lang replied, Very well, I know how to proceed. You may leave. Xiao Bing stamped her foot in exasperation. Master, do not act rashly. Hearing that Shen Lang would not seek shelter, she glared at him. Ungrateful wretch. I shall disregard you. Xiao Bing cast a resentful glance at Shen Lang before hurrying away, still intent on informing the madam. The young master was reckless and indiscriminate. It would be disastrous if he were to injure the master. Once Xiao Bing had departed, Shen Lang chuckled softly. If he could not contend with a mere lummox, what purpose would he serve in the Earl's manor? He possessed ample knowledge of Jin Mutsong, despite their lack of interaction. Physically inept, mentally dull, and prone to bluster. Dealing with such a person would be facile. Shen Lang seized a brush and began to inscribe name after name upon the blank wall. The names were written with flamboyant strokes, exuding a palpable aura of menace. Moments later, a clamor arose from outside. The sound preceded the man himself. Shen Lang, emerge at once. Jin Mutsong bellowed. If I do not leave you prostrate and toothless, I shall renounce the name of Jin. How dare you, a mere son-in-law, mistreat the handmaidens of our Earl's manor? I consider Xiao Bing as a sister, and you dare to abuse her? You have a death wish. The young master, Jin Mutsong, roared, determined to vent the pent-up rage from his earlier beating upon Shen Lang. It is all your fault, you instigator. Soon, Shen Lang beheld a portly figure charging in. Brandishing an iron rod, his face contorted with fury. His dozen or so attendants stood guard outside the door, hesitant to strike the master but willing to secure the exits. Upon entering, Jin Mutsung found Shen Lang perched upon a stool, inscribing names upon the wall. "Shen Lang, what are you doing? Get down here." Shen Lang remained aloft, unwilling to descend and risk a blow from Jin Mutsung's iron rod. "Young master, I am writing names." Indeed, the wall was covered with a multitude of names: Tian Shisan, Tian Shirsi, Tian Heng, Lin Emo, Su Chanqian, Zhang Jin, Su Guanyin. Curiosity piqued, Jin Mutsung inquired, "Why are you writing these names?" Shen Lang explained, "These are my adversaries. Lest I forget them, I inscribe their names upon the wall, reminding myself to harbor no respite until vengeance is achieved." Shen Lang then dipped his brush in crimson ink and marked a large X over the names of Tian Shisan and Tian Shirsi. The marks as stark and malevolent as fresh blood. "And what is the meaning of these crosses?" the young master asked. Shen Lang declared, "These two have been dealt with. Vengeance has been exacted." The young master was perplexed. What manner of grievance would compel Shen Lang to inscribe names upon the wall? Shen Lang continued, "I remind myself at every moment, vengeance, vengeance. Each morning, I recite the names of my adversaries thrice, and thrice again before sleep." The young master shuddered. The animosity must be profound, a blood feud of epic proportions. "What was the nature of your quarrel with Tian Shisan?" the young master inquired. "Was it the murder of your father, or the abduction of your wife?" Only such heinous acts could inspire such deep-seated resentment. Jin Mutsung had heard tell of Tian Shisan and Tian Shirsi, formidable figures renowned for their martial prowess. Shen Lang replied in a frigid tone, "Tian Shisan once dared to threaten me. I had Tian Hung break both of his legs, shattering them into fragments." "Ah," the young master winced. "And Tian Shirsi?" Shen Lang spat. "He was even more contemptible. Our enmity runs deep. He not only threatened me, but also dared to point at my head. I despise nothing more than being pointed at. Therefore, both his arms and legs were shattered, pulverized." Jin Mutsung, realizing that his iron rod was still pointed at Shen Lang, hastily retracted it, utterly aghast. Such trivial grievances?" he stammered. "You inscribe their names upon the wall and recite them thrice each morning and evening? How vindictive! How petty can you be? Are you a demon? Never in all my days have I encountered such a vengeful soul." Noticing Shen Lang's cold, appraising gaze and the menacing twitch of his brush-wielding hand, Jin Mutsung inquired, "Why is there such a large empty space? Why not fill the entire wall with names?" Shen Lang sneered, "Life is long. Who knows what new enemies may arise? I leave this space blank to accommodate the names of future adversaries." The young master felt a chill run down his spine. Tian Shisan and Tian Shirsi were merely threats, a pointed finger. Yet their limbs were shattered and they were left to die in their homes. And Shen Lang seemed poised to add Jin Mutsung's name to the wall at any moment. Shen Lang inquired, "Young master, to what do I owe the pleasure of your visit?" "Oh, nothing," the young master stammered, discarding the iron rod. "I merely came for a stroll, having eaten too much." Shen Lang retorted, "I thought I heard someone threatening to strike me." With that, the young master, Jin Mutsung, fled with an agility that belied his corpulent frame. Shen Lang could not help but chuckle. What a craven coward! As the young master scurried away, he collided with the one person he feared most, his mother, the countess. "So, you rebellious whelp, you actually came to strike Shen Lang?" the countess roared, seizing the young master's ear and dragging him away. "If I do not beat you to within an inch of your life today, I am not your mother." The young master wailed, "Mother, I did not strike him. I have not yet struck him. Not yet struck him? So, you harbored the intention?" The countess retorted, "It seems I have not beaten you enough. Fear not, Jin Mutsung, I shall grant your wish. Your brother-in-law has just brought honor to our earl's manor. And you dare to strike him? I disown you." The young master sobbed, "Mother, how did you arrive so swiftly? How did you know?" The countess explained. "Xiao Bing came running to inform me. I could scarcely believe it, but it seems you are indeed so audacious." The young master wept openly, tears streaming down his face. "Xiao Bing, I came to avenge you. Yet you betrayed me. I treated you as a sister, and you treat me as an enemy." Jin Mutsung was overcome with grief, tears coursing down his cheeks. "Heavens, what sins did I commit in my past life that you must punish me so?" He knew that he would be confined to his bed for half a month after this beating. A mother knows her son best. His mother may appear beautiful, elegant, noble, and gentle, but Jin Mutsung knew that a tigress resided within her, and she possessed formidable martial skills. She would beat him to within an inch of his life. As promised, at that moment, Shen Lang emerged. The countess, once as cold as winter towards the air, now radiated warmth akin to spring upon seeing Shen Lang. "Fear not. My dear son, I shall ensure you regain your honor, she declared. Shenlang replied. The heir merely sought a chat. There was no argument or conflict. Please, spare him this time. Is that so? The countess inquired gently. Indeed, Shenlang confirmed. With a swift motion, the countess delivered a resounding slap to the back of the heir Jin Mutsong's head, nearly rendering him unconscious. Shenlang couldn't help but wonder if this unfortunate lad had been subjected to such treatment since childhood. Look how considerate your brother-in-law is, pleading on your behalf. You scoundrel, the countess scolded. However, do not bother to plead for this fool. He must be taught a lesson today, so he learns to respect you in the future. With that, the countess began her assault. Each strike of her hand landed squarely on Jin Mutsong's broad back, causing him to tremble as if he might be flattened. Even Shenlang winced at the sight. Mother, mercy! Spare me! Jin Mutsong cried. Shenlang hurriedly intervened. Dear mother, please cease at once. Do not jeopardize your health. He is simple and straightforward. Allow me to speak with him. The countess's gaze softened once more as she looked at Shenlang. Ah, my dear son. You are so understanding, filial, and magnanimous, she said. As his brother-in-law, you must discipline him well. If he proves disobedient, do not hesitate to strike him. I shall retire now. With that, the countess turned to leave. Jin Mutsong let out a long sigh of relief, grateful to have survived this encounter. Yet, unexpectedly, the countess spun around again, twisting Jin Mutsong's ear. Dare you sigh? What does that mean? Do you dissent? Are you harboring grievances against me? At this, Shenlang felt tears welling up. It was truly remarkable that this little brother-in-law had managed to survive until today. Chapter 46. A touch of sophistication. The son-in-law truly exemplifies wisdom. The mother-in-law released Jin Mutsong and said, For the sake of Langyer, I shall spare you this time. Should you dare to show any disrespect towards your brother-in-law, I will have your skin peeled off. As she departed, she couldn't help but feel a pang of regret, wishing her son possessed even half of Shenlang's cleverness. Brother-in-law, I am deeply grateful for your mercy today. I shall remember this kindness, Jin Mutsong declared, thumping his ample chest. If you ever require assistance, do not hesitate to ask. I pride myself on my loyalty. Shenlang inquired, Then tell me. Who incited you to attack me? Jin Mutsong recoiled, shaking his head vehemently. No way. I would never betray my comrades, not even under duress. The essence of camaraderie is paramount. Observing this unfortunate lad, Shenlang finally comprehended why his in-laws often felt compelled to reprimand their own son. If he had such a foolish child, he too would feel the urge to vent his frustrations daily. However, Shenlang refrained from further questioning. Although the heir's loyalty was rather foolish, it was indeed a commendable trait. If he demonstrated loyalty to others now, he would likely do the same for Shenlang in the future. Should trouble arise, it would be convenient to have him shoulder the blame. Thus, it was vital to preserve this traditional virtue. Instantly, Shenlang raised his thumb in approval. Indeed, the heir is truly noble-hearted. I admire your spirit. With a hearty laugh, Jin Mutsong proclaimed, You shall find me a true friend, as you have experienced firsthand. Meanwhile, Shenlang closed all the doors and produced a bag of rye, some of which was slightly moldy, scraping off the ergot fungus with great care. Should anyone knowledgeable witness this, they would undoubtedly tremble with fear. Questioning whom Shenlang intended to harm with this, he was merely preparing for a rainy day, for this substance could potentially turn the tide in critical moments. The lady of the house was exceedingly busy with military affairs, and Xiaobing continued to attend to Shenlang's needs. Xiaobing, may I pose a question? Shenlang asked. Of course, my lord, Xiaobing replied. Do you know why the white tiger is so rare and precious? Xiaobing widened her eyes, pondering for a moment before responding. Because most tigers are yellow? No, Shenlang corrected. It is because time is more valuable than gold. One cannot purchase time with wealth. Xiaobing's beautiful eyes filled with confusion. What was the connection? The young master was speaking in riddles. Alas, the ignorance of young girls is truly alarming. They remain oblivious even when teased. I will ask the young lady tonight what it means, Xiaobing said. Shenlang felt a shiver run down his spine. However, given Mulan's innocence, she likely wouldn't comprehend either. Thus, he hoped to escape any repercussions. He recalled an incident from the previous day when Jin Mutsong had declared he would confront Shenlang, claiming that Shenlang had bullied Xiaobing. Feigning nonchalance, he inquired, Xiaobing, did you cry yesterday? Not at all. Why would I cry? She responded, bewildered. After breakfast, Jin Zhong, the trusted aide of the Earl, appeared before Shenlang. This man appeared perpetually somber, though his gaze towards Shenlang had softened considerably, unlike before when it seemed as though Shenlang owed him 1,000 gold coins. The master has instructed that you accompany the young master in his studies, lest you neglect your education, Jin Zhang stated before departing. Study? Could you assist me, please? I, Shenlang, am already well-versed. Do I truly need to continue studying? Yet, given that my father-in-law was in a foul mood, it was wise to avoid provoking him. A brief charade of attending classes for a few days would suffice, and it would conveniently allow him to investigate the motives behind the hostility directed at him. The Earl's estate boasted a dedicated academy with over 100 students. Accompanying Jin Mutsung in class were a dozen peers, ranging in age from 15 to 20. All contemporaries of Shenlang and Jin Mutsung. Upon Shenlang's entrance, the classroom erupted with excitement. Dozens of eyes fixated on him, openly displaying their animosity and envy. The reason was simple. Shenlang had captured Milan's attention, the dream girl of every boy from the age of 8 to 28. After exchanging glances, the group of young men approached with malicious intent. Their youthful minds were straightforward. They aimed to deliver a beating. What is the meaning of this? Jin Mutsung questioned as he approached Shenlang, draping an arm around his shoulder. This is my brother-in-law. Show him the respect he deserves, or else I shall have to retaliate. He brandished his robust fist. Clearly, Jin Mutsung wielded some influence in the academy, being the heir of the Earl. The group of young men reluctantly dispersed, yet their gazes remained laced with provocation. This was akin to a modern-day standoff after school. Shenlang, I value loyalty. Jin Mutsung added, patting his ample chest. Sit beside me, and I shall ensure no one dares to harm you. Moments later, the instructor arrived, a venerable scholar with half-white hair, emaciated and likely weighing no more than 80 pounds. The students affectionately referred to him as Old Master Lin. Not only was he the heir's teacher, but he was also a trusted advisor to the Earl, possessing profound knowledge. Today's lesson focused on the Book of Changes, a revered philosophical work of ancient China encompassing all aspects of existence. The deeper one delved into the text, the more one realized their own superficial understanding. Thus, Shenlang listened intently, while the others appeared lost in thought. After an extensive discussion lasting over half an hour, the old master suddenly remarked, We have a new student today? Shenlang remained speechless. How could you only just notice? Such a handsome lad. What a pity he is a man. The old master mused. Shenlang was left dumbfounded. This elderly gentleman seemed rather unorthodox. Narrowing his eyes, he wondered if this venerable teacher was attempting to provoke him. Have you studied the Book of Changes before? The old master inquired. I possess a rudimentary understanding, Shenlang replied. The old master scrutinized him with a discerning gaze. Heaven moves in cycles. The noble man strives for self-improvement. What is your interpretation? Shenlang responded. The natural order of the heavens is perpetual and unyielding. None can impede it. Thus, the noble man must emulate this celestial path, striving for self-reliance and relentless endeavor. The old master continued, the soaring dragon regrets. Abundance cannot last. What is your interpretation? Shenlang elucidated. A dragon that ascends too high will inevitably face regret. Extremes often lead to reversals. One must not pursue perfection to the point of leaving no room for imperfection. The interpretations were utterly accurate, leaving no room for error. The old master expressed mild surprise. Was this indeed the reputed dullard, lacking in knowledge? The rumors were utterly unfounded. However, mere interpretation was insufficient. True wisdom lay in comprehension and practical application. The old master decided to pose a challenging question to this striking young man. In light of the current reforms in the transition of power, many old nobility have lost their fiefs and military authority. If you were to select a phrase from the Book of Changes to articulate the essence of this matter and counsel the Earl, which would you choose? This question was both challenging and simple. The Book of Changes is a remarkable text, capable of providing insight into any contemporary situation, whether from 2 millennia ago or 2 millennia hence. However, to pinpoint a phrase that precisely encapsulated the essence of the current reforms was indeed a daunting task. The commonly referenced phrase was the soaring dragon regrets. Abundance cannot last. This was often used by Old Master Lin to describe the reforms. Yet, this phrase had already been mentioned. After pondering for a moment, Shenlang swiftly articulated a profound statement. This singular piece of philosophical wisdom aptly encapsulated the current state of the new policies in the state of view, gradually unveiling the truth and essence behind it. The venerable sage remarked, It is no matter if one cannot conceive. This set of questions is excessively intricate and profound. Shenlang then proclaimed, There is no journey without a return, between heaven and earth. The sage was momentarily taken aback, his eyes reflecting a mix of disbelief and admiration. Excellent, excellent, he exclaimed, slamming his hand upon the table with fervor. He approached Shun Lang and said, "The rumors are utterly absurd. Is this the work of simpletons? It is merely the envious mediocrity that resents the capable. How astute and wise you are, young Master Shun. Your words penetrate deeply, leaving me incredulous that they originated from the lips of a youth. I could scarcely have devised such counsel for the Count myself." The sage continued, however, "After hearing your insight, I am convinced that there exists no phrase more suitable to describe the current situation of the Count's estate and the new policies of our state of you." Bravo, bravo. The sage clapped. Such an intelligent child ought not to grace this classroom. The old sage's praise lingered for several minutes, leaving the other 10 or so students in a state of bewilderment, whispering amongst themselves. What are they speaking of? I cannot comprehend a single word. What does Shun Lang's statement even mean? What did he say? The sage had never lavished such commendation upon anyone before. Surely he had lost his wits. Indeed, he appeared to have gone mad, particularly for someone with a penchant for youthful charm. Yet, the sage's enthusiasm was not exaggerated. Shun Lang's quote from the Book of Changes completely struck at the heart of the essence of the new policies in the state of you. There is no journey without a return. Between heaven and earth. What does this phrase signify? Merely from its annotation, it may seem unremarkable, yet it is directed not at the Count, but at the sovereign of the state of you, your Majesty, as you fervently implement new policies, relentlessly stripping the old nobility of their fiefs and military power, consolidating all authority within your grasp. Do not forget that although your state of you is formidable, it remains merely a vassal of the De Yin dynasty. Today, as you appropriate the lands and powers of the old nobility, who is to say that tomorrow the Emperor of De Yin will not similarly strip you, the sovereigns, of your authority? The hunter of today may very well become the prey of tomorrow. In your actions, are you not weaving a web of your own entrapment? Therefore, do not be so absolute in your endeavors. Thus, Shun Lang's statement incisively addressed the essence of the new policies, a remarkable insight indeed. It is no wonder the sage bestowed such fervent praise. Chapter 47. The genius always attracts attention. Talent. Undoubtedly exceptional talent. The venerable teacher is one of the trusted advisors of the Count, who believes that those who pass the imperial examination are not truly remarkable. With a bit of cleverness, diligence, and good fortune, one can achieve success in the exams. True talent requires profound wisdom, the ability to discern the essence amidst chaos, much like Master Shun. Only with such insight can one avoid missteps and prevent a family from descending into ruin. It is astonishing that fate bestowed upon him not only an extraordinarily handsome visage, but also a remarkably astute mind. The venerable teacher resolved to inform the Count of this matter, for it would be a grave injustice to let such a gem remain obscured. As class drew to a close, the venerable teacher felt a pang of reluctance. In the past, he had eagerly awaited the end of classes, finding it a futile endeavor to teach a group of dullards. However, with the young lord present, he could not simply appoint anyone to teach. Yet, the young lord was particularly dim-witted. Imparting such profound wisdom to him felt akin to playing the lute to a cow. Only a jewel like Shun Lang could allow any teacher to relish the joy of educating. After class, the young Lord Jin Mutsong cast a jealous glance at Shun Lang and inquired, "Do you have friends, Shun Lang?" "None," replied Shun Lang. "Why do you think that is?" Jin Mutsong pressed. "Because I am too handsome and too exceptional. I outshine everyone else. Others are invariably envious of me. How could I possibly have friends?" Jin Mutsong felt an urge to clench his fists, inexplicably wanting to strike someone. However, recalling the names of Shun Lang's adversaries he had seen written on the wall the previous day, he quickly faltered and, brimming with indignation, declared, "I shall not sit with you." Jin Mutsong retreated to the back of the classroom, leaving Shun Lang isolated at the front. A group of young people nearby began to whisper and point. What is he showing off for? If he is truly so impressive, why doesn't he take the imperial examination himself? It is only those lacking ability who become live-in sons-in-law. Just a pretty boy living off others. What is so remarkable about that? Listening to their remarks, Shun Lang felt a sense of resignation. It seemed that his reputation for magnanimity had yet to reach these nameless individuals, who showed no fear of him. This simply would not do. Next came the arithmetic lesson, a subject often neglected in many schools due to its absence from the imperial examination. However, noble academies tended to be more pragmatic, cultivating specialized talents across generations. Thus, arithmetic was not only taught at the Earl's Academy, but was also deemed highly significant. Su Wenjiao, an advisor to the Count, was in charge of managing the finances and resources of the estate, wielding considerable power. Having held his position for a long time, he had grown arrogant and disdainful. Typically, Those proficient in arithmetic often lacked social grace, and Su Wenjiao was no exception. As the most distinguished mathematician in Xuanwu City, he naturally became the arithmetic instructor at the Count's estate. Upon entering the classroom, his gaze fell upon Xin Lang, who stood out dramatically due to his striking appearance. In that moment, Su Wenjiao's eyes darkened with a hint of malice. Xin Lang, perceptive as ever, sensed the animosity emanating from Su Wenjiao, realizing it was deeply rooted. But why? Was it jealousy? No. Su Wenjiao was in his 50s and could not possibly harbor any illusions about Jean Milan. Given his advanced age, it was questionable whether he could even grasp the complexities of mathematics anymore. Moreover, Xin Lang had never interacted with him, nor was there any apparent conflict of interest. Xin Lang opted to continue observing. Su Wenjiao, after that fleeting moment of hostility directed at Xin Lang, began his lecture without further comment or action against him. However, Xin Lang found himself drifting off, as the material was exceedingly elementary, akin to fifth-grade arithmetic focused solely on multiplication and division. Suddenly, Su Wenjiao's sharp voice pierced the air. "Xin Lang, stand up." The abruptness and volume of his command startled not only Xin Lang, but also roused several drowsy students, causing one to fall to the floor in shock. Xin Lang rose from his seat, and Su Wenjiao approached him with a ruler in hand, coldly instructing, "Extend your hand. You shall receive 10 strokes." Xin Lang discerned that Su Wenjiao's intent was not to harm him maliciously, but rather stemmed from his own resentment and arrogance. Having held his position for so long, he had become increasingly haughty, acting with bluntness rather than subtlety. Perhaps, he thought, it was because he had inadvertently blocked Su Wenjiao's path? Quickly, Xin Lang analyzed the situation. Could it be that Su Wenjiao was a relative of Wang Lian, Mo Yi, or Jin Shireen? Having emerged victorious among 5 candidates to become the Count's son-in-law, he had thwarted Su Wenjiao's ambitions, making him a thorn in his side. Was it possible that he had instigated the young Lord Jin Muzong to confront Xin Lang the day before? Indeed, Su Wenjiao was that narrow-minded. He had been nurtured by the previous Count and held considerable seniority. His exceptional arithmetic talent had allowed him to meticulously manage the estate's finances for over 2 decades. The Count and his wife, lacking in financial acumen, had increasingly relied on him, tolerating his eccentricities, which only served to inflate his arrogance. Not only Xin Lang, but even the young Lord Jin Muzong would not escape Su Wenjiao's ire. "Why are you dawdling? Extend your hand." Su Wenjiao barked. "You are a stubborn fool. 10 strokes shall serve as your wake-up call." Such words bore a veneer of righteousness, and the teacher's authority to discipline his students was unquestionable. Yet, among the dozen or so students in the classroom, hardly any were paying attention. Many had succumbed to sleep. For Su Wenjiao to single Xin Lang out was clearly an act of revenge. "Sir, I neither slept during class nor disrupted the order. Why do you strike me?" Xin Lang queried. Su Wenjiao retorted fiercely, "If you do not pay attention in class and let your mind wander, should you not be punished? But sir, I have already mastered the material you were teaching, so I need not pay close attention, do I?" At this, Su Wenjiao was momentarily taken aback. After years of teaching at the Countess estate, he had seldom encountered a student who dared to respond in such a manner. Su Wenjiao was used to exercising his authority without question. Even the young Lord Jin Muzong had been on the receiving end of his reprimands multiple times. The Count had only ever encouraged him, stating, "Well done, keep it up." The respect for teachers and the doctrine of education was not mere rhetoric. Now, a mere son-in-law dared to retort? "You still dare to speak back?" Su Wenjiao's face contorted with rage as he coldly declared, "This shall not be just 10 strokes. You will receive 30, and then kneel before Confucius for 3 hours." "I cannot comply," Xin Lang replied defiantly. Instantly, he felt the weight of numerous complex and admiring gazes upon him. Su Wenjiao was known as the most fearsome teacher, and no one had anticipated that Xin Lang would have the audacity to speak back. Su Wenjiao, seething with rage, snapped, "Indeed, you are a stubborn fool, a worthless scoundrel. So brazen and reckless. I shall see how the Count deals with you. Prepare yourself." With a resounding crack, Su Wenjiao slammed his ruler onto the desk, snapping it in 2, before storming out of the classroom to report the incident to the Count. The young Master Jin Muzong appeared somewhat pale as he approached and said, "Xin Lang, you have truly landed yourself in trouble. You shall receive at least 30 lashes." Xin Lang replied, "Is this how Master Su Wenjiao has always been?" Jin Muzong nodded helplessly, having himself endured Su Wenjiao's wrath on several occasions. He was the living ledger of our Count's estate, possessing a wealth of financial knowledge that his father greatly valued. Jin Muzong continued, "His temper is exceedingly irritable, and many within the household fear him. This is not surprising. Those skilled in mathematics often lack emotional intelligence. Shenlang inquired. Was it he who urged you to strike me yesterday? Jin Mutsong quickly shook his head. I cannot disclose that. To do so would betray my loyalty. No need to say more, Shenlang replied. He then asked, what connection does he have with Wang Lian, Mo Yi, and Jin Shiying? Jin Mutsong explained. He is the uncle of Wang Lian, who is also a distant relative of my mother. Wang Lian, the young scholar, serves as the chief clerk of criminal records in Xuanwu City. The truth began to unfold. Indeed, it was Shenlang who had obstructed Su Wenjiao's plans. Wang Lian was to have become the son-in-law of the count's household, only to be usurped by Shenlang. It was no wonder Su Wenjiao regarded him as a thorn in his side. Shenlang remarked, this man is so narrow-minded, seeking revenge for the slightest grievance. At that moment, the portly Jin Mutsong cast a sidelong glance at Shenlang. Do you truly think yourself qualified to make such a statement? Are you not aware of who among you is more narrow-minded? Nevertheless, this rotund fellow was quite loyal, hastening to offer Shenlang advice. Shenlang, you must plead with my mother for leniency. My father is exceedingly stubborn and cannot abide disrespect toward one's teachers. If Master Su were to report you, he would undoubtedly see you punished. Alternatively, you could take refuge in my sister's military camp for a while. Jin Mutsong, still shaken, added, 30 lashes would be sufficient to confine you to your bed for half a month. How absurd. Such a trivial matter requires me to seek my mother-in-law's intercession? That would only lead her to look down upon me. Being looked down upon by one's mother-in-law is trivial. Being scorned by one's beloved wife is of far greater consequence. If a woman disdains you, it is indeed a blow from which one may never recover. If I, Shenlang, cannot even rid myself of a flawed wild accountant, then I need not remain in the count's estate. Chapter 48. Stand aside. The handsome man is about to strike. Moreover, Shenlang had painstakingly cultivated an image of a free-spirited and carefree individual in the eyes of his mother-in-law. Now, merely due to the presence of Su Wenjiao, he was expected to plead for leniency, which would undoubtedly tarnish his carefully crafted persona. Su Wenjiao was, after all, a distant relative of his mother-in-law. If Shenlang were to seek her favor, it would place her in an awkward position. How could he possibly put his superior in such a predicament? Did he wish to jeopardize his standing? Thus, Shenlang remained composed in his seat, patiently awaiting the arrival of Su Wenjiao with his father-in-law. Aren't you going to run? Jin Mutsong remarked. When the time comes for punishment, no one will be there to save you. Indeed, moments later, hurried footsteps echoed from outside. My lord, I can no longer teach this class. I have never encountered such a boorish individual. Su Wenjiao's voice reached everyone's ears from afar. The dozen or so students sat in perfect order, their eyes alight with anticipation, eager to witness the unfolding drama. In our esteemed Yan dynasty, we hold the principles of heaven, earth, sovereign, kin, teacher, and scholar in the highest regard, yet Shenlang behaves with utter disregard for authority, Su Wenjiao declared sternly. His actions, though they may seem trivial, could corrupt his peers and, on a larger scale, undermine the esteemed reputation of the Earl's household. Such transgressions are unforgivable. I implore you, my lord, to administer punishment. Otherwise, if left unchecked, our academic integrity will be irreparably damaged. Shenlang found himself at a loss for words. Did Su Wenjiao truly believe he would endure silently only to later seize an opportunity to ensnare him? To orchestrate a significant calamity that would result in his expulsion from the Earl's estate? Even if the Earl were to strike him with 30 lashes today, it would only serve as a fleeting satisfaction for Su Wenjiao, ultimately yielding no substantive resolution. With that thought, he tightened his grip on the whip in his hand. He was a man of conservative and rigid principles. When conflict arose between student and teacher, the student was invariably at fault, with punishment being a foregone conclusion. Jin Mutsong had endured countless beatings. Whenever a teacher lodged a complaint, he would invariably be the one punished. Thus, this chubby heir had learned to be exceedingly docile before his instructors. My lord, the Earl intoned, if you cannot articulate a satisfactory explanation today, do not blame me for my lack of mercy. It appeared that escape from the impending 30 lashes was unlikely. Father-in-law, I assure you I have committed no wrongdoing. Shenlang asserted. My lord, look at him. He remains utterly unrepentant. Su Wenjiao sneered. May I inquire, Mr. Su, have I engaged in whispering during your lecture? Shenlang challenged. Humph, Su Wenjiao retorted. Have I read any extraneous materials or dozed off at my desk? Shenlang pressed further. Humph, came the same dismissive response from Su Wenjiao. Since I have committed none of these offenses, how can I be accused of disrespecting my teachers? Shenlang concluded. Su Wenjiao responded. While I lectured, your mind wandered elsewhere, which constitutes a lack of respect for your instructors. The scholars pour their hearts into imparting knowledge, and yet you choose to drift away. Does that not tarnish the academic atmosphere? Why is arithmetic emphasized in our Earl's estate when it is not included in the imperial examinations? Shenlang countered. The 6 arts of a gentleman include rites, music, archery, charioteering, writing, and mathematics. Mastering arithmetic allows for an understanding of economic livelihoods and the ever-changing phenomena of the universe. Our emphasis on mathematics is a testament to the Earl's foresight and prudence. This eloquent defense visibly softened the Earl's demeanor. Though my son-in-law may be mischievous, he still comprehends my intentions. Mr. Su, I hold deep respect for the arithmetic you impart, Shenlang continued, and I harbor no thoughts of disrespecting my teachers. Su Wenjiao retorted. You claim to respect me while you are lost in thought? How shameless. Such nonsense. Mr. Su, your teachings are quite elementary. I have grasped them all. If I were to feign attentiveness, would that not be a waste of time? That would be the greatest disrespect to you. Thus, I have chosen to extend my thoughts on the arithmetic you presented, exploring deeper avenues of knowledge, which is the true essence of learning and respect for our teachers. The surrounding students were momentarily stunned. Shenlang truly possesses a gift for persuasion. Why is it that even when I know he is spouting drivel, it still sounds remarkably convincing? Su Wenjiao erupted in laughter. You find my arithmetic simple? Indeed, exceedingly so, Shenlang replied earnestly. You claim to have mastered my arithmetic? Su Wenjiao questioned incredulously. Not only have I mastered it, I wield it with ease, Shenlang responded with sincerity. Su Wenjiao laughed once more. You, a mere child, who has spent 10 years at the Coldwater Town Academy without even completing the great learning, have never encountered arithmetic and yet dare to assert you have mastered it. Such boastfulness is laughable. On this point, Su Wenjiao is absolutely certain. Though arithmetic is considered one of the 6 arts of a gentleman, it is not tested in the civil or military examinations, leading to a genuine lack of practitioners. Moreover, the academy Shenlang attended had instructors who were equally unversed in arithmetic. In the entire Xuanwu city, those proficient in arithmetic could be counted on 2 hands, with Su Wenjiao being the most distinguished among them. Other subjects could be self-taught, but without a teacher, one could not even grasp the fundamentals of arithmetic. Thus, Shenlang's grandiose claims of mastery were indeed foolish. Su Wenjiao then declared, since you profess to have mastered it, I shall present you with 10 problems. If you answer 3 correctly, it will prove that you indeed comprehend my teachings, and I shall not impose punishment. Should you fail to answer 3 correctly, you will receive 30 lashes. If you answer none correctly, it will demonstrate your utter ignorance of arithmetic, and for such deceptive intentions, you shall receive 100 lashes. What say you? Upon hearing this, the Earl frowned. He felt Su Wenjiao had overstepped the bounds and interjected. Shenlang, apologize to Mr. Su, and let this matter rest. Do not let your mind wander in class again. Very well, my father-in-law still cares for me, Shenlang thought. Meanwhile, the heir Jean Machong was astonished. Father, you are not usually so lenient. Why is it that when it comes to Shenlang, an apology suffices? The Earl, though conservative and rigid, was not blind. He understood Su Wenjiao's motives. It was evident that his nephew Wang Lian had not been selected as a son-in-law for the Earl's household. However, Su Wenjiao had long been a trusted elder of the Earl's estate, diligently managing accounts for over 20 years, earning the Earl's utmost respect. Consequently, the Earl felt compelled to appease him. Su Wenjiao, however, became agitated. Simply receiving an apology would not suffice. He was determined to punish Shenlang today to quell his own grievances. My lord, he insisted, if we allow mere apologies to suffice, every student will follow suit, and the academic integrity of our Earl's estate will be utterly destroyed. Suddenly, Shenlang interjected, if I answer 3 questions correctly, I shall be exempt from punishment, correct? Indeed. Su Wenjiao affirmed, answering 3 correctly will validate your claim of comprehension. And if I were to answer all 10 correctly? Shenlang inquired. Impossible. Do not indulge in fanciful dreams, young man, Su Wenjiao scoffed. Arithmetic is vast and profound. You, a mere child, will find it nearly impossible to grasp even the basics. To suggest you could answer 10 correctly is preposterous. Even if you managed to answer 5, it would demonstrate true mastery, and I would publicly apologize to you. Then it is settled, Shenlang replied, bowing. Let my father-in-law and the esteemed scholars present bear witness. The Earl was about to reprimand Shenlang for his audacity when the venerable teacher of the I Ching behind him chuckled warmly. Very well, I shall bear witness. The venerable sage, aged over 70, is not only the mentor of Jin Muzong but also serves as the tutor to the esteemed Count. Given his authoritative presence, the Count cannot refuse his request. Humph. The Count cast a disapproving glance at Shen Lang and remarked, "Such audacity. Should you face punishment, do not lament excessively." Su Wenjiao interjected, "As the teacher, I shall administer the punishment myself," concerned that the Count might be too lenient. He intended to personally ensure Shen Lang received a thorough chastisement, ideally to the brink of death. The Count was about to voice his objection. Yet Shen Lang bowed respectfully and said, "Mr. Su, please present the problem." Humph. The Count felt a surge of displeasure. Shen Lang, unaware of his own folly, seemed eager to court disaster. While it is true that his memory is exceptional, without several years of immersion in arithmetic, he would hardly glean any knowledge. Su Wenjiao possessed profound expertise in mathematics. Competing against him would be akin to striking a stone with an egg. Naturally, Su would present the most challenging problems, hoping that Shen Lang would be unable to solve even one, thus allowing for 100 lashes to be administered, rendering him half dead. Su Wenjiao was acutely aware that the Count harbored a bias in favor of Shen Lang. Should he inflict 100 lashes, it would likely displease the Count. However, what of it? Su Wenjiao's own prospects were at a standstill, and he had no need to swallow his pride. Furthermore, he held dominion over the financial accounts of the entire Count's estate, making it the Count who relied on him, not the other way around. Thus, he felt emboldened. For a full half hour, Su Wenjiao strained his intellect and applied all his acquired knowledge. At last, he devised 10 exceedingly difficult problems, each more challenging than the last. He could confidently assert that none of the students present could solve even the first one. In fact, within the entire Xuanwu city, few could answer the first question correctly. Yet, this was merely the simplest of the 10. The subsequent problems were so arduous that they bordered on the absurd. Some were derived from ancient mathematical texts, far beyond the comprehension of an ordinary individual. For someone as inept as Shen Lang, solving even a single problem would be a remarkable feat. Su Wenjiao could vividly envision the scene when he would punish Shen Lang. He placed the 10 problems before him and stated, "Remember this. If you solve 3 correctly, I shall refrain from further action. Otherwise, 30 lashes await. Should you fail to answer even one, it will be 100. Today, I shall impart to you the significance of respecting one's teacher and the essence of arithmetic." Su Wenjiao silently mused, "Young man, do not presume that your handsome visage grants you license to act with impunity. You are still too inexperienced to contend with me. Soon enough, I shall bring you to your knees." Chapter 49. The Genius Crushes You to Dust. Su Wenjiao was momentarily taken aback. Naturally, he did not finish his statement. Should Shen Lang answer more than 5 questions correctly, it would signify that Su Wenjiao had stirred up trouble for no reason and would be compelled to publicly apologize to Shen Lang in front of everyone. But was that even a possibility? It was as likely as the sun rising in the west, so it hardly bore discussion. Remember, the answers must be submitted within half an hour. Late submissions will not be entertained. With that, Su Wenjiao personally lit a stick of incense. The incense would burn for exactly 1 hour. Observing this, the Earl could not help but shake his head in resignation. Shen Lang was bound to face hardship today. Su Wenjiao had always been this way in his youth, intolerant and fiercely competitive. However, as a successful leader, the most crucial quality is the ability to utilize talent effectively, placing key individuals in pivotal roles. It is essential that each individual is employed to their fullest potential. The Earl had previously succeeded in this regard, but now, faced with the current predicament, he felt somewhat helpless. To the left sat his son-in-law, who, despite his mischievousness and the generational gap they shared, was someone the Earl genuinely admired and liked. To the right was his trusted confidant, who had managed the Earl's finances for over 20 years and was someone he greatly relied upon. Thus, there were moments when even a master could find it challenging to act according to his whims. For the dozen or so young people present, however, this was nothing short of a captivating spectacle. They were nearly unable to contain their excitement. Shen Lang had dared to confront the notoriously harsh Su Wenjiao, a rare occurrence that promised thrilling entertainment. Their anticipation was palpable. Although a part of them rooted for Shen Lang, they were even more eager to witness his public humiliation. After all, he had dared to marry their goddess. If he did not experience misfortune, how could they find joy? Upon receiving the 10 questions, Shen Lang couldn't help but exclaim inwardly, what could I expect from Su Wenjiao after he had agonized for over an hour to devise these questions? They turned out to be so simple. To have a distinguished master's intellect tasked with solving these arithmetic problems felt akin to using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. Take the first question. The first person holds 1 grain of rice, the second holds 2, the third holds 3, and there are a total of 100 individuals. The question asks how many grains of rice there are in total among them. Was this a problem for 4th or 5th grade mathematics? As Xin Lang recorded his answer, he felt a bit foolish for even attempting such an elementary question. Of course, while this problem seemed ludicrously easy to him, it was still sufficiently challenging for the inhabitants of this world. In fact, among the group of students present, it was nearly impossible for anyone to arrive at the correct answer in a short time. This question had appeared in a mathematics Olympiad for 4th graders in a certain city back in 1993. And someone had failed to solve it. Don't ask how I know. Next, Xin Lang glanced at the second question. Oh, this one was somewhat intriguing. Though still simple for Xin Lang, it posed a significant challenge for the people in this world. There exists an unknown quantity of items. When counted in 3s, there is a remainder of 2. When counted in 5s, a remainder of 3. When counted in 7s, a remainder of 2. The total does not exceed 100. What is the quantity of the items? Well, they even employed equations. In less than 3 seconds, Xin Lang deduced the answer, 23, without even needing an alien computer. The third question was even more engaging. 3 people travel 70 miles. 5 trees blossom with 21 branches. 7 children reunite at the full moon. Divide 105 to ascertain the result. Did he think that writing it in verse would conceal the fact that it was merely a simple math problem? Xin Lang effortlessly arrived at the answer once again, as he progressed through the 4th, 5th, 6th, and 9th questions. He found that not a single problem posed even the slightest challenge. None of them took him more than 2 minutes. Thus, he placed all his hopes on the final, climactic question. This last question spanned an entire page, and upon glancing at it, Xin Lang's eyes widened. This problem had some substance and presented a genuine challenge. It was indeed exceedingly difficult. There are 20 trees, with 4 planted in each row. What is the maximum number of rows that can be planted? Illustrate your planting method. If it is fewer than 14 rows, your answer is considered incorrect. This question, while seemingly straightforward, was a millennium-old mathematical conundrum on Earth. The average person would think that with 20 trees, per row, there would only be 5 rows. However, this was far from the truth, as trees could be planted in irregular shapes, allowing for many more rows than 5. In the 16th century, the Romans achieved a configuration of 16 rows. In the 18th century, the renowned mathematician Gauss completed 18 rows. It wasn't until the end of the 20th century that 2 computer experts managed to arrange 20 rows. This was a record. Yet, in the 21st century, a new record emerged, with someone achieving 23 rows. This question was Su Wenjiao's pride and joy, discovered from an ancient arithmetic classic. He had devoted more than a decade of his life to finally mastering the 14-row arrangement. Moreover, he took great delight in challenging everyone with this question, including his colleagues at the Earl's estate, the Earl himself, and those newly crowned scholars. No one possessed the mathematical prowess to match his. Now, he presented this question to Xin Lang as the final challenge, fully expecting that Xin Lang would be unable to solve it. This was merely an opportunity for him to flaunt his superiority. Let this country bumpkin witness just how remarkable Su Wenjiao truly is. Indeed, for Su Wenjiao, being able to solve the 14-row arrangement was a commendable feat, yet for Xin Lang, that accomplishment paled in comparison to the 16th century achievements. He could effortlessly illustrate the arrangement of 23 rows, placing him thousands of years ahead of Su Wenjiao's solution. 20 trees per row. And yet he managed to plant 23 rows. It was nothing short of miraculous, thoroughly eclipsing Su Wenjiao's 14 rows. One could only imagine how utterly astounded Su Wenjiao would be. Xin Lang completed the first 9 questions in under 10 minutes. The final question, however, demanded nearly half an hour of his time. While he arrived at the brilliant and record-breaking answer swiftly in his mind, transcribing it onto paper required careful precision. It was a geometrically intricate design, and even the slightest error would be unacceptable. Thus, he devoted a full half hour to this task. In the remaining time, he continued to sketch and write, preparing for the unforeseen. During the answering process, to alleviate any pressure on him, the Earl and the old scholar refrained from hovering nearby. Su Wenjiao observed Xin Lang from his seat, feeling a profound sense of satisfaction. He had been closely monitoring Xin Lang and noticed that the latter spent almost no time on the first 9 questions, instead dedicating the majority of his efforts to the final one. This was a perfectly reasonable behavior in Su Wenjiao's eyes. To him, the first 9 questions were rigid. Either one knew the answers, or one did not. He believed Xin Lang was entirely incapable of solving them, and thus would hastily glance over the problems, scribbling down random answers. The final question, while the most difficult was more subjective in nature. 20 trees. For Perot, what is the maximum number of rows? Any individual encountering this question would feel a glimmer of hope and would be driven to explore various alternative methods. Yet, they would soon discover that even after months of effort, they would be unable to arrive at a solution. Su Wenjiao devoted a full decade and more to arranging the 14 lines. Thus, it can be conclusively determined that Xin Lang would be incapable of solving even a single problem halfway through. The decision to administer 100 lashes had become inevitable. Why was Su Wenjiao so resolute? The reason lay in the fact that Xin Lang had demonstrated no calculations whatsoever for the first 9 problems, nor had he utilized any counting tools. In this day and age, who can perform calculations without such aids? The absence of these tools could only signify one thing. He was utterly inept, merely scribbling aimlessly. This sentiment was not exclusive to Su Wenjiao. Even the nobleman shared the same conviction. Xin Lang had not employed a single counting tool, and it seemed he truly could not solve even one problem. This posed a dilemma. Would they truly stand by and witness him receive 100 lashes? The lad, delicate and tender-skinned, would undoubtedly suffer under Su Wenjiao's heavy hand. What if he were to be seriously injured? Thus, the nobleman swiftly exchanged a knowing glance. Instantly, a servant outside dashed off to inform the countess. As Su Wenjiao prepared to whip Xin Lang, the nobleman found it inappropriate to intervene, yet the lady, being a woman, had the authority to intercede. After completing all 10 problems, Xin Lang could have submitted his paper, yet he deliberately chose not to, continuing to scribble and gaze into space during the final minutes. Su Wenjiao felt a surge of satisfaction. The audacious young man, even if he stared at the problems for a decade, would never grasp them. How foolish to challenge him. To obstruct his path, to steal his nephew's fortune? I shall deal with you shortly. With the wind blowing, the incense stick burned down in less than an hour. Su Wenjiao's voice turned cold. Time up. Submit your paper. He then descended and snatched Xin Lang's exam paper from the table. An unlearned fool. Who dares to speak arrogantly after neglecting his studies? Ignorance breeds fearlessness, Su Wenjiao remarked indifferently. He then glanced at Xin Lang's answers. Upon examining the first question, Su Wenjiao dismissed it with a glance, instinctively preparing to mark it incorrect. To his astonishment, the answer was correct. How could this be? Although the first question was the simplest, it far surpassed the content he was currently teaching. Those unversed in advanced arithmetic could only add 1, 2, 3, and so forth. By the time they reached 100, the incense would have long since burned out. Yet, Xin Lang provided the most precise method and answer. Upon inspecting the second question, he was again taken aback by a correct response. The third question yielded the same result. Su Wenjiao began to feel uneasy, his expression shifting dramatically. The fourth and fifth questions were equally correct, to an extent that Xin Lang's problem-solving methods surpassed even his own expertise. Cold sweat began to beat on Su Wenjiao's back. He had publicly declared that if Xin Lang answered 5 questions correctly, he would apologize before all. Now, with Xin Lang having answered all 5 correctly, what was he to do? Next, Su Wenjiao turned his gaze to the 6th, 7th, 8th, and 9th questions. He was no longer merely sweating. He was utterly astounded. This was beyond belief, an absolute marvel. Chapter 50. A cruel humiliation. Su Wenjiao clearly observed the situation. In merely a moment, Xin Lang had effortlessly solved the first 9 problems, producing answers without any visible calculations. Su initially presumed that Xin was writing indiscriminately, only to discover that every answer was correct. The absurdity of it all was overwhelming. These 9 problems were complex arithmetic challenges, and scarcely anyone in the entire Xuanwu city could solve them. Yet, Xin Lang accomplished this in mere moments. How could he achieve such a feat? Crucially, he did not even employ counting rods. How was he calculating? It seemed implausible that Xun had never encountered arithmetic before. Was he naturally gifted? This was utterly terrifying. Su Wenjiao closed his eyes to compose himself before examining the 10th question. Given that Xin Lang had answered the previous 9 correctly, Su's dignity was already tarnished. The 10th problem was a matter of arithmetic honor, a test of his mathematical intellect. 20 trees, with 4 planted per row. How many rows are there in total? This question had come from ancient arithmetic texts, and Su had spent over a decade arriving at the solution of 14 rows. He firmly believed that Xin Lang would be incapable of solving it, as it required genuine mathematical wisdom. However, upon merely glancing at the question, Su felt a chill run down his spine. How could Xin Lang possibly have gone beyond 14 rows? As he began to count, 15, 16, 17, 18, 23. A staggering 23 rows. This was beyond comprehension, a chilling revelation. How could he have done this? 20 trees for per row, yet he produced 23 rows. How was this possible? Su Wenzhao had taken over a decade to achieve 14 rows himself. And Xunlang? He had done it in less than half an hour. For a fleeting moment, Su questioned his own intellect and felt utterly disheartened. He had a profound love for arithmetic and prided himself on his aptitude. Though he had not achieved accolades in the imperial examinations, he believed himself unmatched in this field. Thus, he managed the finances of the entire count's estate, playing an indispensable role. His pride was now shattered, reduced to mere dust. How could he not feel crushed? Meanwhile, the countess was painting, though highly skilled in martial arts. She had been compelled to practice from a young age and held no affection for it. Her true passion lay in painting, though her talent was modest. Nevertheless, no one within the estate dared criticize her work. At that moment, a servant rushed in to inform the countess, "Madam, the master requests your immediate presence at the academy." She replied nonchalantly, "What is it? Is Jin Mutsong going to be punished? Let the teacher handle it." The servant clarified, "It is not the young master being punished. It is." Before he could finish, the countess interjected, "It is only natural for teachers to discipline their students. Others should be treated the same." The servant continued, "It is Lord Xunlang. Su Wenzhao intends to whip him 100 times. With a swift stroke, the countess ruined her painting. What madness is Su Wenzhao exhibiting? Has he lost his mind? How could he punish such a clever and obedient boy? With that, she flung her brush aside and strode toward the academy, leaving the servant trailing behind, unable to keep pace. He couldn't help but feel sympathy for the young master. Su Wenzhao trembled as he held Xunlang's answer sheet, his complexion pale. What should he do next? Should he truly concede defeat and apologize to this young upstart in front of everyone? Where would his dignity remain? In life? One's face is paramount. No, absolutely not. Su steeled himself, tearing Xunlang's answer sheet to shreds, barking, "What nonsense is this? Not a single answer is correct." Once torn, there would be no evidence left to confront him. Witnessing this scene, Xunlang was momentarily taken aback. Su Wenzhao's behavior was beyond mere pettiness. It bordered on a profound character flaw. Were all mathematicians this emotionally impaired? How had the count tolerated him for so long? The count furrowed his brow. Even if Xunlang had answered incorrectly, why was it necessary to destroy his entire paper? After Su completely shredded Xunlang's submissions, he coldly declared, "All incorrect. Utter nonsense. What do you propose we do?" Yet, Xunlang remained unfazed, producing an identical answer sheet. He had anticipated such an outcome, preparing accordingly. How fortuitous that he had written 2 sets of answers out of sheer boredom. He handed the paper to the venerable Mr. Lin, the teacher of the I Ching. "You are adept in arithmetic. Please evaluate how many I answered correctly." Upon hearing this, Su Wenzhao stood in shock. "Well played, Xunlang, how cunning." His body swayed as if he might faint. Mr. Lin accepted Xunlang's answer sheet. Those who study the I Ching often have a fondness for arithmetic. Though my skills may not match Mr. Su's, I can discern correctness. He began to grade the paper, and after thorough examination, he was utterly astonished. He had held confidence in Xunlang, believing he could at least solve 3 or 4 problems. To his disbelief, every answer was correct. Some of the problems were indeed quite challenging. The most astonishing was the last question. He had dedicated years to mastering it himself. Su had achieved 14 rows. He had managed 15, though he had never disclosed this. Yet Xunlang had accomplished 23? This was simply extraordinary, an arithmetic genius. The count, observing intently, inquired, "Mr. Lin, what is your assessment?" Mr. Lin bowed to the count. "Congratulations, my lord, you have discovered an arithmetic prodigy. This is unprecedented." The count pressed. "How many questions did he answer correctly?" Mr. Lin replied, "All correct. Moreover, Xunlang's arithmetic prowess has surpassed the limits of these 10 questions. I find myself humbled in comparison." The count was left incredulous, overwhelmed with joy. His son-in-law had previously surprised him several times, particularly with his remarkable memory. Yet arithmetic typically required guidance from a teacher. Was it possible for someone to possess such innate talent? "Langer, how did you achieve this?" The count could not help but ask. Xunlang responded, "Father-in-law, I am self-taught." The count pressed further, "But without a teacher's guidance, how could you reach such a level?" Xunlang replied, "Father-in-law, sometimes genius is simply that exceptional, leaving one in despair. Mathematics relies 99% on talent and 1% on effort." At that moment, not only did Jin Mutsong wish to ignore him, but even the count felt inclined to chastise him. "No wonder you, Xunlang, have no friends." The count intended to confront Su Wenzhao about why he had torn Xunlang's paper, but with a dozen students present, he refrained. He could not publicly humiliate Su. However, this was precisely what Xinlang relished. Mr. Su, why did you tear my answer sheet? Did you hope to erase all evidence? He inquired. Instantly, Su Wenyao's face turned an ashen green, his teeth clenched in fury. Xinlang remarked, Mr. Su, you once stated that if I answered 5 questions correctly, you would extend an apology to me. Now that I have answered 10 correctly, how shall we proceed? Of course, as a student, I would never dare to demand an apology from you, my esteemed teacher, for I am one who deeply respects the principles of education. However, Mr. Su, as a paragon of virtue, you surely adhere to your own words, do you not? Upon hearing this, the gathered students erupted with excitement. Could it be that the notoriously harsh and domineering Su Wenjiao was about to be humiliated? All eyes turned towards Su Wenjiao, who felt a burning embarrassment wash over him. This was an unprecedented moment of disgrace. He wished fervently for the ground to open up and swallow him whole. Was he truly to apologize to this young, inexperienced Xinlang? How could he maintain any semblance of dignity? With a huff, he contemplated leaving, intending to evade responsibility. He had already resolved that, at worst, he would cease teaching altogether and instead manage the finances of the Earl's estate, thereby avoiding these students entirely. Just then, the Earl spoke, Mr. Su, as an educator, the most crucial aspect of your role is to lead by example and to embody the principles you teach. The gravity of the Earl's words weighed heavily upon Su Wenjiao. Despite his inclination to storm out, he ultimately hesitated, for this was, after all, his superior. Shortly thereafter, the Countess gracefully entered the room. Her voice gentle yet resolute. When one has erred, one must take responsibility. When promises are made, they must be honored. As a distant relative of the Countess, Su Wenjiao considered her a significant ally. With both of his superiors having spoken, he could no longer afford to act with impunity. Thus, gritting his teeth, Su Wenjiao approached Xinlang. Each step felt as though it bore the weight of the world. Bowing respectfully, he addressed Xinlang. I apologize, Xinlang. I was reckless and unjust in my accusations against you. The humiliation was profound, an unparalleled disgrace. Oh, Earth! If only you would open a chasm for me to hide within. Chapter 51. No one is superior to me. You are doomed. Su Wenjiao felt as though his face was being struck repeatedly without sound. The eyes of everyone around him were filled with schadenfreude. His face flushed with embarrassment, and it felt as if every hair on his body was ablaze. His scalp tingled, and his heart felt as if it might explode. Unable to endure any longer, he turned and left in a huff. Xinlang, wait for me. From this day forth, it is a matter of life and death between us. The 10-odd students present gazed at Xinlang with admiration. Incredible! He had actually compelled the bully Su Wenjiao to apologize. At that moment, the Earl suddenly said, Xinlang, extend your hand. Xinlang timidly replied, Father-in-law, why? Just do it, the Earl insisted. Xinlang extended his palm, and the Earl struck it lightly with a ruler. Even in victory, you must endure a strike. Though it does not hurt at all, it is to temper your pride, the Earl admonished. You old stickler. You stubborn old man, Xinlang thought, though he replied obediently, yes, father-in-law. His expression was one of feigned compliance, while inwardly he felt quite the contrary. He understood that the Earl meant well, wanting to prevent jealousy among the students. Moreover, the Earl could not abide Xinlang's smug demeanor and felt an inexplicable urge to reprimand him. Alas, the relationship between father-in-law and son-in-law is inherently adversarial, despite the Earl's fondness for him. However, news of Xinlang's triumph spread quickly throughout the Earl's estate and soon reached Xuanwu City. Naturally, it was not Su Wenjiao's notoriety that drew attention, but rather Xinlang's. At this juncture, Xinlang had become a prominent figure in Xuanwu City. Having first married into the Earl's family and subsequently dominated the gambling scene at Tianhing's establishment, it was nearly impossible for him to remain inconspicuous. Su Wenjiao resolved to avoid the Earl's estate for the next few days, at least until the storm had passed. Just as he was drowning his sorrows in drink, an unexpected visitor arrived. Tian Heng, the enemy of my enemy, is my friend. Tian Heng sat before Su Wenjiao and said calmly, Mr. Su has merely lost some face, while I have suffered grievously. Xinlang and I share a deep-seated enmity. Su Wenjiao felt a measure of comfort in his words. When one is down on their luck, what could be more uplifting than encountering someone even more unfortunate? Tian Heng continued, do you wish to eliminate Xinlang, that wretched creature? Eliminate? Su Wenjiao was taken aback. What do you mean by eliminate? To put him to death, Tian Heng replied bluntly. Su Wenjiao shook his head. That's impossible. The Earl dotes on him. Who in Xuanwu City could harm Xinlang? Precisely, Tian Heng said. With the Earl's protection, no one can touch Xinlang. unless the Earl himself decides to abandon him. How could that be possible? Su Wenzhao argued. Xinlang is not as useless as rumored. The Earl is more likely to cherish him than to forsake him. Why not? Tian Heng countered. It is precisely because Xinlang is so exceptional that the Earl might consider letting him go. Su Wenzhao was taken aback once more. Tian Heng continued. What is the Earl's greatest concern? His son is too incompetent, Su Wenzhao replied. Correct. The heir is inept, and the new policies are in full swing. Once the Earl passes, if Xinlang continues to shine, how can the heir maintain control over him? I fear that discord will arise within the Earl's household. And the title of Earl may one day belong to Xin, not Jean. Su Wenzhao took a sip of his drink. That makes sense. Tian Heng pressed on. When 5 men competed to marry into the Earl's family, why did only Xinlang succeed despite the others' talents? Because he harbored no ambition. Appearing utterly incapable and having a poor reputation, Su Wenzhao explained. Indeed, Tian Heng said. But is he still displaying that ineptitude now? He has shown remarkable prowess, far surpassing the heir, Jin Muzong. Yet Xinlang lacks ambition, Su Wenzhao insisted. Look at his actions. First extorting you, then winning at your gambling house, and forcing me to apologize. He clearly embodies the traits of a petty, shameless scion, devoid of ambition. Tian Heng replied, he may lack ambition, but we can mold him into a figure of great ambition. I will spread rumors about how exceptional Xinlang is and how foolish the heir is. In time, Xinlang will undoubtedly take his place, and you must speak ill of him before the Earl and his wife, repeating it 10 times, 100 times, 1,000 times. 10 men make a tiger? Su Wenzhao mused. Exactly, Tian Heng confirmed. If a lie is repeated 1,000 times, it becomes truth. Su Wenzhao remarked, even so, the Earl would only become wary, it would not harm Xinlang in the slightest. That is precisely the point, Tian Heng said. We want the Earl to grow cautious, to hesitate at a critical moment in protecting Xinlang. The rumors and your slander are merely the opening notes. We possess the true means to deal with Xinlang. What means? Su Wenzhao inquired. That cannot be disclosed, Tian Heng replied. As long as the rumors are potent enough and your slander venomous enough, this fire will blaze. And we shall strike true, eliminating Xinlang. Can it truly be done? Su Wenzhao asked. Tian Heng extended his hand. We shall coordinate our efforts to seize the opportunity and eliminate Xinlang in one fell swoop. Instantly, their hands came together in agreement. As night fell, Su Wenzhao disguised himself, cloaked in a black robe, with a box cradled in his arms, exiting his home through the back door. No sooner had he left than 2 warriors followed closely behind. Moments later, he entered a secret courtyard, one known to only a select few. A warrior led Su Wenzhao into a room. Unable to see the owner within, he caught only a glimpse of a shadow. My lord, this is my humble offering for the past 6 months. Su Wenzhao placed a larger box on the table, opening it to reveal a treasure trove of gleaming gold coins, at least 1,000. Isn't that a bit excessive? A voice, belonging to Zhang Jin, echoed from within. Not at all, not at all, Su Wenzhao replied, producing a smaller box and placing it on the table. As the wedding of my lord approaches, I cannot attend. So this is a gift for your wife, all heirlooms from the Earl's estate. Upon opening the small box, it sparkled with jewels and finery. Zhang Jin remarked, what else do you have? You know what we desire most. Su Wenzhao presented a dossier. This contains some confidential information I gathered from the Earl's estate this month. A warrior entered to take the dossier. Zhang Jin perused it and said, why are these merely trivial matters? What we need to know is the Earl's true financial situation, how many gold coins are in reserve, and how long they can sustain current expenditures. This is crucial to defeating the Earl's estate. The most vital information is the location of the Earl's secret treasury. My lord, Su Wenzhao responded. These core secrets of the Earl's estate, while I hold considerable power, are known only to the Earl himself. However, rest assured, I have an inkling. I feel that I am close to discovering the Earl's core treasury. Indeed, this is of utmost importance, far more so than the gold coins you have brought. You must devote your efforts to this, Zhang Jin instructed. Rest assured, we will not overlook those who contribute, Su Wenzhao replied. What about my son's martial examination? Highly likely, Zhang Jin stated plainly. Su Wenzhao's joy was palpable. Thank you, my lord. As he could no longer contain himself, he uttered, how much longer can that beast, Xinlang, stir up trouble? I can hardly endure another day. Zhang Jin furrowed his brow and replied, he is but a mere insect, insignificant. Our primary focus must be on defeating the Earl's estate. Yet presently, Su Wenzhao harbored an intense desire to eliminate Xinlang to alleviate his own resentment. Zhang Jin suggested, Isn't Tian Hang planning to deal with Xinlang? You should collaborate with him within the Earl's estate. Su Wenjiao replied, Indeed, I shall infiltrate the Earl's estate tomorrow. Spreading slander incessantly, I yearned to crush this vile creature beneath my heel at once. Today he had achieved a resounding victory, thoroughly diminishing the audacity of the scoundrel Su Wenjiao. However, Xinlang felt no triumph. He had gathered much intelligence and conducted numerous investigations, leading to a decisive resolution. Xinlang possessed many life maxims, ever-evolving, yet a few remained constant. For instance, there will always be malicious individuals seeking to harm me. Another is the necessity to interpret others' actions with utmost suspicion. Xinlang, employing his own experiences to gauge others, pondered the perspective of Su Wenjiao. How would a narrow-minded individual like Su Wenjiao react when dealt a stinging blow? Surely, such a petty soul would seek revenge, and with relentless fervor throughout the day. He might even conspire with adversaries against me, such as Tian Hong. As for the manner in which Su Wenjiao would retaliate against Xinlang, that was utterly inconsequential. For Xinlang would ensure that he would not be granted the opportunity for retribution. When faced with someone brimming with hostility, who perpetually seeks to harm you, what should one do? Wait until they strike before retaliating? The only viable strategy is to take the initiative, eradicating the enemy at its inception. I apologize, but I sense you may wish to harm me. Therefore, I must act preemptively. Of course, there are exceptions, where one must await the enemy's first move to trigger the conditions for a counterattack, as in the case of Tian Hong, who has been biding his time for several days. In conclusion, all words can be distilled into a single phrase. Su Wenjiao, I shall eliminate you. Tomorrow, I shall take action. No, time is of the essence. I shall act tonight, this very moment. I shall strive to ensure your demise by tomorrow. Alas, with such striking looks, such keen intellect, and such ruthlessness, how could I possibly be undone? Chapter 52 Come. Feel the genius magical power. Xinlang arrived outside the Earl's residence. Both the Earl and his lady had already retired for the night. Mother-in-law, father-in-law, Xinlang called out with a melodious voice. Humph, that's your father-in-law, came the retort. What's wrong, Lang? Replied the mother-in-law, her tone gentle as a summer breeze. See, this is the consequence of placing the mother-in-law before the father-in-law, remarked the Earl, somewhat irritated. Is there nothing that can wait until morning? How can a dignified Earl have a temper? It's barely 9 in the evening. Why retire so early? The lady interjected. Langer means well. Can't you speak kindly? Moments later, the lady's voice beckoned from within. Langer, come inside. Xinlang hesitated for a moment before stepping in, wishing to avoid any inappropriate scenes. The Earl wore an expression of displeasure, while the lady gazed at Xinlang with a smile. Pray tell, what schemes do you harbor? The Earl inquired. What is most vital when dealing with family? Trust. Be astute without treating others as fools, Xinlang replied. I suspect Mr. Su Wenjiao has embezzled funds from the Earl's estate, hence my desire to examine his accounts. Absurd, the Earl thundered, slamming his palm on the table. He disdained Xinlang's vengeful spirit. Yet, the mother-in-law admired this trait, believing her husband too lenient. Xinlang continued, Father-in-law, Mr. Su's annual salary is a mere 200 gold coins, yet his sons adorn themselves in gold and silk, marrying multiple wives and amassing properties throughout Xuanwu City in the Nuzhong Prefecture, exceeding 1,000 acres. This far surpasses his salary. The Earl furrowed his brow, replying slowly, Langer. Clear waters harbor no fish. This remark revealed the Earl's awareness, though he often chose to turn a blind eye. Father-in-law, you are too kind-hearted. Perhaps Mr. Su's greed is beyond your imagination and tolerance? Xinlang suggested. Langer, tell me, why do you target Su Wenjiao so? The mother-in-law inquired gently. Mother-in-law, while it is true Mr. Su is petty, why does he seem so eager to retaliate against me? Is it merely his close ties to his nephew Wang Lian? Or is there something more? Am I obstructing their path? This struck a chord. Before Su Wenjiao's slander could take effect, Xinlang's accusations had already emerged. The Earl and his lady fell into contemplation. Xinlang then produced 2 ledgers, stating, these are Mr. Su's accounts, though seemingly trivial records of banquet purchases. I have uncovered severe corruption. Is that so? The lady asked. Where did you acquire these ledgers? The Earl questioned. Cough, that is of little importance, Xinlang replied. I had the young master retrieve them from the accounts office. Retrieve? More like steal. The Earl's face twitched at his foolish son. Old Master Lin is adept at arithmetic. He is principled and regards wealth as mere refuse. I wish to enlist him to audit the Earl's accounts. Xinlang clearly indicated his impartiality. suggesting the upright Lin serve as a supervisor. The lady accepted the ledgers, trusting her son-in-law's judgment despite her limited understanding. If he says the issue is serious, it likely is, she stated. Husband, it would be prudent to investigate. However, the Earl hesitated, for Mr. Su was a distant relative of his wife, which had previously influenced his leniency. Since marrying into the Jin family of Xuanwu City, I have become one of them and must prioritize the family's interests, the lady asserted. If Mr. Su is innocent, all the better. If he has embezzled, even if only slightly, we shall overlook it. But should the embezzlement be significant, we cannot be lenient. The Earl pondered for a long while. He was reluctant to assume the role of the villain. Despite Su's narrow-mindedness and arrogance, he had been with him for decades, contributing both effort and labor. Father-in-law, I shall merely audit the accounts and present my findings to you without any bias, Shenlang assured. The Earl furrowed his brow before conceding, very well. Shenlang bowed, acknowledging, I will seize every moment. Yes, father-in-law, Shenlang declared, I shall attend to this immediately. After Shenlang departed, the Earl pointed in the direction he had vanished. Look at this rascal, so vengeful. I wonder where he garners such a fierce desire for retribution. I find it rather admirable, the lady remarked. His authenticity is refreshing. He harbors no secrets from us, though he is simply a playmate from the village. He treats him well. I feel reassured that Mulan has wed such a man. The Earl, feeling envious, retorted, It is good that Mulan married Shenlang. Does that mean marrying me was not good? The lady chuckled. Oh, dear husband, you are wonderful, albeit a tad old-fashioned. I cannot abide his lack of magnanimity. The Earl said, It suffices for one of us to be generous. Mulan is already quite so. If Langer were to be any more generous, we might suffer for it. In the accounts office, Shenlang was taken aback. My word, this is an astounding quantity. The office was piled high with thousands of ledgers. Old Master Lin remarked, These are records spanning over 20 years. Could there be any less? To review them all would take months, and to conduct a thorough audit requires dozens of people. A month may not suffice. With such an abundance of ledgers, it would be impossible to complete the review in less than a month. How much time did Shenlang have? Uncertain, he thought perhaps 4 or 5 days, at most one night. The Earl's soft-heartedness would surely not allow him to refuse. Thus, Shenlang's audit might remain unresolved, an endeavor in vain that would ultimately lead to embarrassment. After the ledger clerk exited, his demeanor darkened. He rushed to inform the accounts manager of the situation. This young upstart dares to investigate the accounts? We must notify Master Su at once. With the Earl's gates sealed, no one could leave until dawn. Should we set the accounts office ablaze? Eliminate that young upstart within? The clerk suggested coldly. The middle-aged manager shot him a glance. What a fool you are. Do you wish for us all to perish? He scolded. Notify Master Su before dawn. What can be uncovered in a single night? Another manager scoffed. Thousands of ledgers. It would take at least a month to even glance at them. That fool believes he can resolve this in a night. He truly is deluded. Let him wait for Master Su to confront him tomorrow. Yet, this young upstart's scheming intentions to investigate our accounts cannot be overlooked. We must devise a plan with Master Su to deal with him. Such is the ruthlessness of interest groups. Master Lin remarked, Son-in-law, had you expressed your intentions earlier, I might have devised a means to send Su Wenjiao away for a few days. Shenlang replied, Do you also harbor suspicions about Su Wenjiao? It is not mere suspicion, it is certainty, Master Lin asserted. The Count is excessively lenient and underestimates the malevolence of human nature. I have long contemplated scrutinizing the accounts to discern just how much Su Wenjiao has embezzled. I even dispatched a student to infiltrate his accounting office. At this revelation, Shenlang was taken aback. Master Lin continued, That young man spent 3 long years earning a modicum of Su Wenjiao's trust, only to finally uncover crucial information. Tragically, he succumbed to illness and passed away unexpectedly. Perhaps he was poisoned, Shenlang suggested. I share your suspicion, Master Lin replied. Thus, I summoned the esteemed physician Zai to examine the body, and he determined the cause of death to be a severe case of enteritis, the most virulent kind. Having witnessed Zai's remarkable medical prowess, Shenlang acknowledged its validity. Master Lin lamented, since that incident, I have been unable to unravel the intricacies of Su Wenjiao's accounts. Yet, I am firmly convinced he has embezzled a substantial amount, possibly an exaggerated figure. However, he has managed the accounts with such meticulousness that they exhibit no flaws. Every individual involved is a loyal disciple, and his mathematical acumen is exceptional, rendering the ledgers seemingly impeccable. There are no truly flawless accounts, merely the appearance of perfection, he sighed. Alas, son-in-law, you are too hasty. Su Wenjiao has overseen the accounting office for decades, and without assistance. It would take us at least a month to clarify these accounts relying solely on the two of us. Is one night insufficient? Indeed. Relying only on Shun Lang and Master Lin would not suffice. Even a month might fall short. Yet, it is unnecessary to examine every ledger. Merely the core accounts for each year would suffice. Admittedly, that still amounts to a substantial number of ledgers, requiring at least 10 days to 2 weeks. However, Shun Lang possessed an advanced intellect, evolved beyond the ordinary. It is time for you to witness the might of genius. We are not the same. Chapter 53, The Masterful Shun Lang. A startling encounter. Seeking torment, Shun Lang remarked, "Old master, though the night is brief, it need not be insufficient. Let us seize every fleeting moment. You possess a considerable understanding of these accounts, so please select the pivotal ledgers for me. I shall expedite their examination." With thousands of ledgers at hand, it was impractical for Shun Lang to scrutinize each one. He needed only the essential records for verification. Even among the crucial ledgers, there were numerous volumes to consider. Old Master Lin responded, "Even if you were to peruse them, it would require several days and nights. With less than 5 hours until dawn, it is nearly impossible to decipher all these ledgers." Implicitly, he indicated that even with divine intervention, the task was too daunting. Shun Lang chuckled, "How can we know without trying? Let us commence." Subsequently, Old Master Lin selected the key ledgers from the towering stacks, focusing on those that encompassed an entire year's or quarter's financial transactions. Having spent decades in the Earl's residence, he could discern the vital ledgers with ease. Eventually, he no longer needed to flip through the pages. He could identify the critical records by their titles, indices, and even by their weight and paper quality. As he worked, Old Master Lin sighed. To the servants, the Earl was the finest of masters, yet he lacked the firmness of a true ruler, being overly lenient and compassionate. Especially with the new policies flourishing, the Earl prioritized social stability and unity, turning a blind eye to the unscrupulous deeds of some subordinates. While this approach was noble, it also provided ample opportunity for greed to flourish. There exists a threshold, and Su Wenjiao had certainly crossed it. Having grown up in the Earl's household as the late Earl's adopted son, Lin could not permit any parasite to deplete the century-old legacy of the Jin family. Old Master Lin spoke these words with utmost sincerity. Su Wenjiao had amassed extensive properties and lands outside, while Lin had acquired not even a tile to call his own, residing entirely within the Earl's estate. As he continued to work, he efficiently extracted one crucial ledger after another, placing them on the table before Shun Lang. Shun Lang opened the ledgers, swiftly flipping through their pages. He was no longer merely reading. He was photographing the content with his mind, extracting the data and organizing it into tables. When he had memorized the Jin family precepts, he had only begun to master his intellect, taking half a minute per page. Now, he could turn a page in no more than 10 seconds. Old Master Lin, witnessing Shun Lang's remarkable speed, was utterly astounded. Such rapidity surely meant he could decipher but a few words, let alone memorize and analyze the relevant data. Consequently, he harbored no hopes for the account review that night. "I should not have held any expectations," he mused inwardly. Nevertheless, he remained diligent, continuing to select the key ledgers, placing them before Shun Lang. While he could not control Shun Lang's performance, he was determined to fulfill his own responsibilities, albeit with dwindling hope. After more than 5 hours, Old Master Lin presented 35 critical ledgers to Shun Lang. "Young master, I have completed the task you assigned. While there may be some omissions, the majority of the essential records are here." "Thank you, Old Master," Shun Lang replied. "It is late, and you are of advanced age. Please retire for the night." "Is there anything else you require of me?" Old Master Lin inquired. "None," Shun Lang responded. "You should rest now." Old Master Lin gazed at Shun Lang as he rapidly examined the ledgers, contemplating whether to voice his thoughts, but ultimately refrained. "We shall do our utmost and leave the rest to fate," he resolved. Yet, he felt a pang of regret for not uncovering the treachery of Su Wenjiao. The Earl's excessive compassion had been noted by Lin, who had previously raised this concern, only to be dismissed by the Earl. In these extraordinary times, the unity of hearts outweighed all. Su Wenjiao had several faults, yet Lin believed him to be loyal to the Earl's household. These were the Earl's own words, leaving Old Master Lin with little room to argue, as he lacked conclusive evidence. To speak further would only portray him as envious of his peers and a disruptor of unity. Old Master Lin decided that when his time came, he would leave a written testament for the Earl, one that would surely awaken his awareness. "Then I take my leave," Old Master Lin said. He had lost all hope regarding Shun Lang's actions that night. "May you walk carefully," Shun Lang replied. Lin resumed his rapid examination of the ledgers, his pace increasing as he grew more adept at utilizing his intellect. After another hour, Shunlang finally completed his review of the critical ledgers, extracting all relevant data into his intellect and compiling it into detailed tables. Next, he would employ his intellect for swift calculations, seeking the discrepancies within these records and uncovering just how much Su Wenjiao had embezzled from the Earl's estate over the past 2 decades. Even the most skilled modern accountants could not fabricate flawless accounts, let alone Su Wenjiao, an amateur in the field. However, normal calculations would require at least a month or 2, even with an abacus. Yet for his intellect, many complex computations were mere moments. As Shunlang calculated rapidly in his mind, he also drafted tables on paper, clearly presenting the computed data for even an outsider like the Earl to comprehend. Thus, page after page of tables emerged under Shunlang's pen, leaving Su Wenjiao's fraudulent accounts utterly exposed. Yet, as the figures materialized clearly on paper, Shunlang was momentarily taken aback. He had anticipated Su Wenjiao's greed, but not to such an alarming extent. As dawn broke, the gates of the Earl's residence opened, and dozens of individuals, some on horseback and others in carriages, exited the estate. These were regular personnel, their movements beyond control. Among them, one individual hastened with utmost urgency to Su Wenjiao's residence. Master Su, dire news. Shunlang and Old Master Lin unexpectedly entered the accounting room last night. Old Master Lin departed around the early hours, yet Shunlang has yet to emerge. They must be investigating the accounts and seeking to retaliate against you. The breathless messenger reported. Su Wenjiao was initially taken aback, then burst into laughter. Ignorance breeds fearlessness. What is there to fear? Investigate my accounts? My records are impeccable, with no discrepancies for over 20 years. How long can Shunlang take to review? Even granting him 10 days or half a month, he would uncover nothing. With thousands of ledgers, he alone would require a month just to glance at them. To expect him to find any issues overnight is sheer folly. Su Wenjiao, brimming with confidence, added, moreover, he has little time left. He soon shall face his demise. Knowing Tian Hung well, he was certain that he would not act without strategy. He claims to possess a lethal strike capable of ending Shunlang. He undoubtedly has a plan. Shunlang, I intended to eliminate you. Yet you have come seeking your own end? Su Wenjiao thought vindicatively. This is fortuitous. I now possess a reason to slander you. He understood the Earl's nature well, kind-hearted yet magnanimous, always considerate of the old man's dignity. Once Su Wenjiao graces the Earl's manor with his presence, particularly within the accounting chamber, rest assured that the Earl will promptly direct Shunlang to cease his audit and vacate the premises. Amidst the fervent progression of Yu's new policies, the Earl's paramount concerns lie in the realm of public sentiment and unity. Consequently, Shunlang's endeavors will not only prove fruitless, but will also culminate in a humiliating rebuff. Should Su Wenjiao instigate further turmoil, the Earl, in a bid to pacify the populace, may very well resort to chastising Shunlang. This would serve to exacerbate the already volatile situation, enabling a coordinated assault with Tian Hung to utterly dismantle Shunlang. A callow youth dares to provoke me? He courts death. Upon entering the Earl's manor, Su Wenjiao, his eyes ablaze with fervor, knelt resolutely before the Earl. My lord, do you harbor doubts regarding my fidelity? Su Wenjiao implored, his voice choked with emotion. The Earl, attempting to maintain composure, responded, such notions are unfounded. Su Wenjiao retorted, yet, as I traversed past the accounting chamber, I espied Shunlang within. Does this not signify a lack of trust in my stewardship and intent to scrutinize my accounts? Thereafter, Su Wenjiao's oration erupted like a torrent of firecrackers, incessant and unyielding. I may possess sundry shortcomings, yet my allegiance to the Earl and the Jin family remains unwavering. For over 2 decades, have I not toiled with utmost dedication and fervor? Su Wenjiao lamented, his forehead striking the ground with each word, drawing blood. Though merely in my 50s, my hair has turned as white as snow, a testament to my exhaustive efforts. And now, solely on the basis of a fledgling's capricious pronouncements, you cast aspersions upon a loyal servant who has diligently served you for over 2 decades? What purpose, then, remains for my continued existence? With these words, Su Wenjiao lunged forward, poised to collide headfirst with the wall. Chapter 54. The Earl's Astonishment. Do not leap. Upon witnessing Su Wenjiao's reckless dash towards the wall, the Earl hastened to intervene, positioning himself before Su. Even though he discerned that Su was merely performing, he felt compelled to act. Otherwise, it would reflect poorly on his character. Seizing the moment, Su clung to the Earl's legs and fervently declared, my master. I have been a part of the Earl's residence since my adolescence, having grown up before the late master. No one within the Earl's estate is as steadfastly loyal as I am. If it pleases you, I would gladly lay open my heart to reveal whether it beats red or white. As he spoke, he thumped his chest in anguish. His meaning was unmistakable. Despite my unwavering loyalty, I am subjected to such treatment. Are you attempting to drive this old man to despair, my lord? Rise, rise. The Earl gently urged. Wen Zhao, I certainly believe in your fidelity to the Earl's estate. Yet, Su remained on the ground, sobbing uncontrollably, showing no inclination to rise. The Earl was well aware of Su's intentions. Someone, fetch the steward from the accounts room and cease this charade, commanded the Earl. Su persisted in his prostration, exclaiming, My lord, should you suspect any disloyalty on my part, or if you believe I have committed any wrong against the Earl's estate, then send someone to confiscate my possessions. That would clarify everything. The Earl furrowed his brow. To utter such a thing about confiscation would surely chill the hearts of everyone in the Earl's household. With a resigned sigh, he instructed, Go at once and summon the steward to me. Yes. The second wave of attendants swiftly departed for the accounts room. Satisfied, Su finally rose to his feet. Though the Earl felt displeasure simmering within, he could only offer words of consolation. Su's face was awash with gratitude. Yet his heart brimmed with pride. Shenlang, you foolhardy creature, do you truly wish to challenge me? Su understood the Earl's temperament all too well, intelligent yet merciful. He preferred to proceed with grace and poise, always mindful of the dignity of his subordinates. Openly severing ties was an act he could hardly bring himself to perform. Bang! The door to the accounts room swung open violently. A middle-aged steward, accompanied by 4 servants, burst in, casting a fleeting glance of hostility and triumph at Shenlang. Humph! Do not think that just because you are the Earl's son-in-law, you hold any real weight. You are but a mere consort, inferior to our esteemed Su. The steward thought to himself. Nonetheless, he maintained a facade of respect, bowing slightly as he addressed Shenlang. Sir, the Earl commands you to cease all activities and vacate the accounts room. Shenlang opened his eyes and glanced outside. Had dawn arrived? Time had flown, and the sun had risen without him noticing. The steward, witnessing this, felt further disdain. This son-in-law was truly delusional. He could hardly expect to complete even one ledger in a single night, yet he aspired to audit the accounts. How foolish! To conduct a thorough audit would require dozens of professionals over several months. Shortly thereafter, a second wave of attendants rushed in, declaring loudly, Sir, the Earl has ordered you to proceed to the main hall and apologize to Mr. Su Wenjiao immediately. Upon hearing this, those present felt a surge of triumph. These individuals, all stewards and aides from the accounts room, had intertwined fates with Su. Their fortunes rose and fell together. Shenlang nodded, acknowledging, Understood, I shall go at once. He tucked a thick stack of white papers into his cloak and made his way to the hall. The middle-aged steward contemplated snatching the papers from Shenlang. Eager to discern their contents, yet he lacked the audacity to act on such a thought. After all, what could Shenlang possibly uncover in just one night? In the hall, the Earl occupied the head seat, while Su Wenjiao sat in the lower left corner. The Earl contemplated the words of Tian Heng regarding a decisive move against Shenlang. He was eager to learn what this strategy entailed. Ordinarily, Su would have awaited Shenlang's apology before sowing discord, but he could not restrain himself. My lord, there is a matter I am uncertain whether to disclose. Su hesitated. Speak, the Earl urged. Su continued, in Xuanwu City, I have heard whispers claiming that Shenlang is merely feigning ineptitude, biding his time with hidden depths. Upon hearing this, the Earl's displeasure was palpable. Though he often admonished Shenlang, he held a fondness for him. This charming, clever, mischievous lad, with his sweet words and propensity for trouble, was precisely the type that endeared him to elders. The Earl, despite his conservative nature, secretly admired Shenlang's free-spiritedness. Seeing the Earl's furrowed brow, Su misinterpreted the reaction as encouragement and pressed on. Miss Milan chose Shenlang as her spouse precisely because he appeared the least ambitious. Yet now, he exhibits a burgeoning ambition. The Earl's irritation grew. What? You claim Shenlang is ambitious? Though I, Jinzhua, am kind-hearted and lenient, my eyes are not blind. That rascally youth's greatest aspiration is likely to take revenge on Tian Heng and Su Tranqian. If he had any real ambition, I, the Earl of Xuanwu, would be foolishly dreaming of the throne myself. My lord, while you are present, all is well. In your absence, with the heir's talents, how could he possibly restrain Shenlang? Su argued. Of course, there is also Miss Milan, but as his wife, she is his closest ally. Given Xinlang's good looks and silver tongue, it is feared that discord may arise within the Earl's household. At this juncture, Su spoke with utmost sincerity, "My lord. These thoughts keep me restless at night, which is why I am so adamantly opposed to Xinlang. These are my heartfelt words." Su, ever eager for quick results, wished to ignite his ambitions without realizing the complexities involved. Just then, Xinlang entered. "Greetings, esteemed father-in-law." Typically, Xinlang bore a languid demeanor, his handsome face exuding a roguish charm. Yet at this moment, he appeared unusually solemn. The Earl, disliking Su's machinations, longed to conclude this matter swiftly and gradually reclaim his authority. Thus, he interjected, "Xinlang, offer your apologies to Mr. Su. You were, after all, somewhat impudent yesterday." The Earl's intent was clear. He wanted Xinlang to apologize for his demeanor the previous day, rather than for the audit. This indicated his firm belief that Xinlang's actions regarding the audit were justified. However, Su, in his triumph, failed to grasp the Earl's underlying tone and pointedly accused Xinlang. "What have I done to offend you, Xinlang? You are so narrow-minded as to wish to investigate my accounts. Do you think I am embezzling? I, Su Wenjiao, am forthright and honorable, with the heavens as my witness." Xinlang remained silent, merely observing Su's performance. Su raised his voice. "You, Xinlang, are so petty, so eager to drive me away. Do you harbor some nefarious intent?" He then turned to the Earl. "My lord, in these turbulent times, as the old aristocracy trembles, our Xuanwu Earl's estate is seen as a thorn in the side of the governor. Xinlang's actions to stir unrest and sow discord cannot go unnoticed or unpunished. Have you finally concluded your performance? Now it is my turn." Xinlang cast a glance at him and remarked with a hint of disdain, "Su Wenjiao, I anticipated your propensity for embezzlement, yet I never fathomed you would pilfer so much. As merely the head of the accounts at the Earl's residence, you have managed to misappropriate nearly 30,000 gold coins over 2 decades. Truly shocking and utterly depraved." Xinlang's voice escalated in intensity, resounding with anger. "Su Wenjiao, where has your conscience vanished to? Has it been devoured by a beast?" Upon hearing the staggering figure, Su Wenjiao nearly leapt from his seat. "Langeroth, is that truly the case?" The Earl abruptly stood, his eyes wide with disbelief. He had suspected Su Wenjiao's hands were not entirely clean. Yet he assumed the total embezzled amount would not exceed 2,000 or 3,000 gold coins. Never did he anticipate that Xinlang would assert a sum of 30,000. A tenfold increase. Most alarmed was Su Wenjiao himself, for he was acutely aware of the total amount he had illicitly acquired. He was intimately familiar with every transaction. Over the past 20 years, his embezzlement indeed hovered around 30,000 gold coins. Therefore, when Xinlang uttered that figure, his heart nearly ceased to beat, and his legs trembled violently. A ringing filled his ears. Yet, he quickly compelled himself to regain composure. Xinlang must be wildly guessing. What could he possibly uncover in just one night? It would take a miracle to conduct a thorough audit. Without a multitude of individuals working for a month, clarity was impossible. "Xinlang, you are truly shameless and laughable," Su Wenjiao retorted sharply. "You accuse me of embezzling 30,000 gold coins without a shred of evidence? Where is your proof?" Following this, he abruptly knelt before the Earl, exclaiming, "My lord, I, Su Wenjiao, have served the Earl's residence loyally for 20 years, contributing in both merit and toil. Now, Xinlang dares to slander me with such accusations. It is an attempt to drive me to despair. He is merely a lowly consort, yet so brazen. Once the Earl is gone, will he not seize the opportunity to usurp the foundation of the Jin family in Xuanwu City? Su Wenjiao, I once believed your falsified accounts would be impeccably crafted, yet I am astonished by the multitude of flaws," Xinlang replied with a light chuckle. "Do not jump too eagerly, your demise is imminent." He then meticulously laid out the results of his audit, presenting them on the table for the Earl to examine with utmost clarity. Chapter 55. Truly a genius. Despair. Su Wenjiao, you have crafted these accounts into a dazzling tapestry, with thousands of volumes detailing expenditures and incomes, and hundreds of data points recorded each day, Xinlang remarked. To think you could conceal the truth within such convoluted accounts is sheer folly. No matter how ornate your records, I shall focus solely on the core data, the annual income and expenditures of the Earl's estate. The Xuanwu Earl's estate has 4 primary sources of revenue: grain from the fief, silk, iron from Wangyao Island, and salt. Your embezzlement lies chiefly in the repetitive salary disbursements, construction projects on the fief, and the procurement of daily necessities. Shen Lang asserted sternly, with an army of approximately 2,700. The composition of infantry and cavalry has not changed significantly, considering fluctuations in market prices and soldiers' salaries. Why then does the expenditure for this army escalate each year at an accelerating rate? Su Wenjiao's face turned pale, and he exclaimed, "My lord, even if I were to be utterly depraved, I possess no authority to meddle in the Earl's private military affairs. To accuse me of embezzling military funds is ludicrous." "Indeed. You lack the authority to embezzle military funds," Shen Lang scoffed. "However, every year, the military's horses, armor, and weapons sustain losses and require replacement. What then becomes of the discarded armaments and armor? Why is the output of the iron from the smelting workshop not reflecting this increase? Or rather, why does the annual increase appear to diminish?" Shen Lang continued, "Moreover, one of the primary sources of the Xuanwu Earl's estate's finances, the salt and iron. Why is their annual production visibly declining?" Su Wenjiao retorted, "How would I know?" He then laughed heartily. "You possess no evidence, merely conjecture." "Evidence?" Shen Lang replied with a cold smile. "Your greed blinds you. The salt and iron you've embezzled must be packaged in burlap sacks and bamboo baskets and transported by carts and boats. If the production of salt and iron is declining, then the procurement of sacks and baskets should also decrease, yet it has increased instead. This is the evidence, and it reveals your flaws." Subsequently, Shen Lang pointed out the data on the report to the Earl. "My lord, the figures here are crystal clear. A mere glance suffices for understanding." When the Earl received Shen Lang's report, his hands trembled slightly. Though soft in nature, he was perceptive and instantly recognized Shen Lang's confidence contrasted with Su Wenjiao's bluster. Thus, even before reviewing the report, he had formed a judgment. However, upon truly seeing the report, the Earl was taken aback. Shen Lang's ability to clarify the financial data, income, and expenditures was remarkable. Even as an outsider, the Earl could immediately grasp the situation. Such a skill was indeed impressive. Despite Su Wenjiao's ornate accounts, Shen Lang uncovered numerous loopholes, each supported by irrefutable evidence. Su Wenjiao's methods of embezzlement were truly varied, astonishing the Earl. As he trembled while perusing Shen Lang's reports, the Earl's heart was a tumult of anger, astonishment, and delight. Anger directed towards Su Wenjiao, while astonishment and delight were reserved for Shen Lang. He never anticipated that his son-in-law could be so astute and insightful, unraveling the accounts so thoroughly in just one night. How could this be achieved? The Earl, unskilled in arithmetic, found it beyond comprehension. At this moment, he should have been enveloped in fury over the betrayal and the substantial losses to the estate. Yet he found himself with enough mental space to feel joy in his son-in-law's brilliance. "Summon Mr. Lin," the Earl commanded. Moments later, the venerable Lin arrived. "Look here. This is the account Shen Lang compiled last night," the Earl said. Lin took the report and meticulously examined it, utterly astounded. Initially shocked by the extent of Su Wenjiao's embezzlement, something he had somewhat anticipated, he then felt a surge of joy upon realizing that this parasite was finally undone. And the truth had at last come to light. Most astonishing was the clarity of the new accounts. He first glanced at Shen Lang, then buried himself in the reports. How could this be possible? In just one night, Shen Lang has managed to clarify all the accounts. How is this achievable? It defies belief. An outsider might not perceive the magnitude of this accomplishment, but Lin, being an insider, found himself at a loss for words to convey his shock. "How is it?" the Earl inquired. "A genius, a prodigy," Lin bowed and declared, "Congratulations, my lord. Heaven has bestowed a talent upon the Xuanwu Earl's estate. Such mathematical prowess and accounting skills are beyond anything I have ever heard or seen." The Earl smiled faintly and turned to Shen Lang, saying, "Do not become arrogant, understand?" "Yes," Shen Lang replied. The Earl then cast a cold gaze upon Su Wenjiao, saying, "For over 20 years, how much trust have I placed in you? I suspected your hands were not clean, yet I chose to turn a blind eye, never anticipating such depths of depravity." The Earl, rarely given to anger, was truly furious at this moment. Su Wenjiao's face turned ashen, trembling uncontrollably. He felt as if he could scarcely breathe. Cold sweat dripped from his back, and his entire body felt devoid of warmth. The Earl's voice grew stern. At this juncture, "Su Wenjiao, what do you have to say?" Su Wenjiao gasped for air, knowing that he could not confess. Doing so would mean his end. He must resist to the bitter end, awaiting rescue from his powerful allies. The hidden gold coins he had stashed away were his lifeline. Grinding his teeth, Su Wenjiao said, "My lord, what crime cannot be fabricated? The Earl's estate suffers financial losses, and you seek to pin the blame on us? If you wish to arrest me, do so directly. Why slander my name?" The Earl trembled with rage. Waving the several pages of documents in his hand, "Are these not evidence?" Su Wenjiao countered, "To catch a thief, you must catch him in the act. You accuse me of embezzling 30,000 gold coins? Where are those coins? Present the evidence." He shouted, "To catch a thief, you must catch him in the act. Accusing me of embezzlement, where are those coins? Where are they?" Shen Lang, with no knowledge and ulterior motives, seeks to condemn me with his baseless accusations? I will never submit. My lord, I am merely employed by you. I am not a servant of the Earl's estate. You have no right to act against me. I have merit in the great Yu kingdom. This is what it means to fight back when cornered. To understand that those who seek to destroy must first drive one to madness. Su Wenjiao played this entire ugly scene to perfection. The Earl was genuinely shaken with anger. He had not anticipated that once the mask of civility was torn away, human nature could be so base. Had his previous leniency fostered such audacity in this scoundrel? Su Wenjiao cried out, "Everyone, come see. Young Master Shen is purging dissenters. Someone is about to act against us old guards of the Earl's estate." However, the fate of the gold coins Su Wenjiao embezzled remained the most crucial aspect. The Earl tightened his grip on the cup, taking a sip of tea to quell the rising anger within him. He spoke calmly, "Su Wenjiao, surrender the gold coins. Considering our 20-year relationship, I may spare your life." The Earl was acutely aware of the financial crisis plaguing his household. This realization solidified Su Wenjiao's conviction that the gold coins were his lifeline. While his own life may hold little value, the coins were of immense significance to the Earl's estate and undeniably alluring to the powerful figures backing him. Su Wenjiao declared loudly, "I have not embezzled. How can I surrender the gold? This is all a scheme orchestrated by Shen Lang. I implore you, my Lord Earl, to discern the truth, lest you dishearten the elderly within your household." Su Wenjiao desperately sought to escalate the situation, instilling fear among the people. The Earl's estate needed stability and unity above all, and he intended to create an atmosphere of insecurity, knowing that he was not the only one lining his pockets. Shen Lang stepped forward, his tone calm yet firm. "Su Wenjiao, you have just severed your last hope for survival." Su Wenjiao retorted with a cold laugh. "I have not embezzled. Produce the evidence. Show me the gold that I supposedly stole. A lack of shame renders one invincible. I will ensure your demise is both swift and agonizing." Shen Lang crouched down, saying, "You might not believe it, but I truly know the location of your secret treasury. You must be dreaming." Su Wenjiao laughed disdainfully. Only he and his eldest son were privy to the existence of this secret treasury. Not even his wife knew its location. "You think you can extort me? Do you take me for a child of 3? Shen Lang produced a note from his pocket and handed it to the Earl, saying, "Father-in-law, let us proceed to this location and uncover Mr. Su Wenjiao's secret treasury." Shen Lang asserted confidently, 99% certainty. The Earl commanded loudly, "Jin Zhong, Jin Hui, you are to lead 100 cavalrymen and escort Su Wenjiao to excavate his secret treasury. Follow my son-in-law's orders without question." Chapter 56, Shen Lang's incisive revelation. The esteemed son-in-law, benefactor of the Marquis half an hour later, Shen Lang, Jin Hui, and Jin Zhong, leading 100 cavalrymen from the Marquis, escorted Su Wenjiao towards a certain destination at a rapid pace. Subsequently, Su Wenjiao's complexion grew increasingly pale, and his entire body trembled more and more violently. Eventually, the squadron of cavalry halted in a secluded valley. There was nothing there but a dilapidated stone outpost, almost entirely derelict. "Descend, Mr. Su Wenjiao," Shen Lang said impassively. By this point, Su Wenjiao was utterly incapable of movement, his legs as limp as overcooked noodles. This place should be quite familiar to you. To others, it might seem insignificant, but to you, it holds paramount importance, Shen Lang stated. "Am I mistaken, Mr. Su Wenjiao?" Su Wenjiao could barely breathe, yet he stubbornly retorted, I don't know what you're talking about." Still defiant in the face of death, the 100 cavalrymen immediately established a defensive perimeter, while Jin Zhong and Jin Hui, accompanied by a dozen warriors, entered the dilapidated outpost. Bang! With a forceful kick, the door burst open, and a dark figure darted out, attempting to escape. Jin Hui, a formidable expert, swiftly seized the figure by the neck, lifting him effortlessly. Swish! A poison dart suddenly shot out from the figure's sleeve. Jin Hui rapidly shielded himself with his arm, deflecting the dart with a small shield. Then, with lightning speed, he effortlessly snapped all the limbs of the shadowy figure. Crack! Crack! The black-clad figure emitted a piercing scream of agony. "No!" Su Wenjiao also cried out in anguish. Jin Hui stepped forward and tore off the figure's mask, revealing a terrified and hateful face. It was Su Wenjiao's son, Su Tian, who had been stationed there to guard the secret vault. This outpost is abandoned. What are you doing here? Jin Zhong inquired. What's it to you? Su Tian retorted coldly. Can I play here? Shenlang interjected. Spare the pleasantries. There's a hidden entrance underground. Unearth it. A dozen warriors moved forward to commence the excavation. After more than half an hour, the ground within the derelict outpost had been excavated to a depth of over 2 feet. Indeed, a hidden entrance appeared, secured with a massive iron lock. Jin Hui stepped forward and struck it with his blade. However, the lock remained unscathed, while the blade shattered. The lock is crafted from tungsten iron. It cannot be cut with a blade, Shenlang explained. It must be opened with a key. If I am not mistaken, Mr. Su Wenjiao carries the key on his person. Instantly, Su Wenjiao began to struggle vehemently. Jin Zhang stepped forward and searched him thoroughly but could not find the key. However, he removed Su Wenjiao's hairpin, noting its unusual weight. With a sharp tug, the outer casing was removed, revealing the key's form. Jin Zhong, holding the key, successfully unlocked the sturdy lock and pushed open the heavy door. The door was also crafted from iron. Beyond the door, a staircase descended into an underground chamber. Jin Zhong and Jin Hui escorted Su Wenjiao down the steps and into the subterranean chamber. It was pitch black. Jin Zhong ignited a torch. Then, everyone present was astounded. Gold. The chamber was filled with gold coins. The shelves within the small chamber were laden with chests, all brimming with gold coins. Moreover, there were various jewels, antiques, calligraphy, and paintings. It was a veritable treasure trove. Su Wenjiao, Su Wenjiao. Shenlang retrieved a ledger from the shelves, a complete record of Su Wenjiao's corrupt activities. Mr. Su Wenjiao, is the evidence now conclusive, irrefutable? Shenlang inquired with a smile. Su Wenjiao gasped desperately, unable to utter a word. He collapsed to the ground, utterly defeated. However, he harbored one lingering question. How could Shenlang have known the location of the secret vault? Su Wenjiao asked Shenlang. I never revealed the location of this secret vault to anyone. How did you find out? Shenlang retorted coldly. Su Wenjiao, you were too avaricious. Even using the Marquisite's funds to construct your vault. 9 years ago, you embezzled 20,000 caddies of iron and purchased 25 caddies of tungsten iron. And among the outposts abandoned in those years, only this one remained. This outpost also utilized over 130 laborers, ostensibly to dismantle the interior and exterior. Did you think everyone was a fool? You imbecile, you revealed the secret location of your vault in your own ledgers. Su Wenjiao was driven to the brink of madness. Pointing at Shenlang and screeching, are you a man or a ghost? Su Wenjiao's eldest son, Su Tian, lay on the ground, his limbs broken. His gaze filled with venomous resentment. Shenlang declared, execute this man and sever his head. Su Tian exclaimed in alarm, you dare? The new state policies forbid local nobles from executing officials. Shenlang scoffed, fool, who will know if we kill you here? Your body will be burned to ashes and scattered into the sea, vanishing without a trace. Jin Hui stepped forward to sever Su Tian's head. Shenlang suddenly interjected, perhaps. I shall try. He did not desire to kill, but he needed to experience the harsh realities of this world firsthand. Jin Hui hesitated, then handed the blade to Shenlang. Subsequently, Jin Hui, with his expertise, firmly restrained Su Tian, preventing him from struggling. Shenlang held the sharp blade, gently touching and pressing it against Su Tian's neck, then lightly slicing. Jin Hui's eyes twitched. The entire convoy returned fully laden. When the Marquis beheld the gold coins, jewels, and antiques, he was filled with a mixture of elation and profound sorrow. He began to question himself. Was I truly mistaken? Have I nurtured a viper in my bosom through my leniency? Am I merely a foolish and incompetent lord? Were it not for his son-in-law, Shenlang, Su Wenjiao would have continued his embezzlement, draining the Marquis of its wealth. Good son-in-law, good son-in-law. Thanks to Shenlang, the financial crisis currently plaguing the Earl's residence has begun to ease. The Earl gazed upon Shenlang, a multitude of unspoken words lingering in the air. As he was akin, expressing gratitude felt overly formal. The Earl's icy gaze then shifted to Su Wenjiao, and he spoke with deliberate clarity. Su Wenjiao, do you have anything left to say? Su Wenjiao trembled, then suddenly knelt upon the ground, crawling forth to clutch the Earl's legs, exclaiming, my lord, it is all my fault, blinded by foolishness. Every error lies solely with me. Please, do not let your health suffer because of my misdeeds. The Earl, in a fit of rage, kicked him aside and declared sternly, cease your theatrics. How could I have been so blind as to trust and rely on you? I never imagined the depths to which human treachery could sink. Yet Su Wenjiao crawled back to the earl, clinging to his legs, weeping bitterly as he pleaded, "My lord, spare my life. For the sake of our old master, for the sake of the lady, for the loyalty I have shown over these 20 years, I beg you. Grant me mercy." The earl kicked him away once more, his heart utterly shattered. Desperate, Su Wenjiao crawled to Shen Lang, fervently bowing his head, weeping and beseeching, "Son-in-law, it is I, Su Wenjiao, who has erred in not recognizing your greatness and offending you. I am foolish beyond measure, heartless and ungrateful. I implore you, consider my old age and spare my wretched life. I beg of you, I beg of you. If you grant me this mercy, I shall serve you faithfully, toiling like a beast or a dog for the rest of my days." Chapter 57. The reasons for guilt. As Shen Lang spoke softly, "Father-in-law, Su Wenjiao must die." The words startled those present. Su Wenjiao, who had been clinging to Shen Lang's leg, froze in disbelief. The Lord Marquis was known for rarely resorting to murder, especially against an elderly man like Su Wenjiao, although he had embezzled a considerable sum of gold coins. The worst he could expect would be confiscation of his property and a quiet life in the countryside. Yet, Shen Lang had audaciously called for his death. Old Master Lin interjected, "Son-in-law, Su Wenjiao is not a servant of the Marquis' estate. He is merely an employee. We have no authority to execute him. We can only hand him over to the city lord's office." This was part of the new reforms in Yu country. No noble had the right to interfere in civil matters, except for slaves bound by a contract, and even then, they had no authority to judge or execute officials. Shen Lang continued, "Su Wenjiao has not only embezzled vast sums of gold, but has also colluded with foreign enemies. If we hand him over to the city lord's office, he might soon escape to a place far beyond the Marquis' reach." Su Wenjiao trembled at these words. How could this young man, whom he had pleaded with like a dog, still hold on to him so tenaciously? "Shen Lang, do not slander me," he exclaimed. Shen Lang replied, "You have embezzled nearly 30,000 gold coins, yet your hidden treasury only contains 11,000. You have purchased numerous estates and lived a life of extravagance, yet these total no more than 5,000 gold coins. Adding the bribes to your accountants, that amounts to at most 2,000. So where has the remaining sum gone?" The Lord Marquis' gaze sharpened at this revelation. "If I am not mistaken," Shen Lang continued, "you have likely given these gold coins to the city lord's office or the prefect's office. Where has your second son gone in Xuanwu City? I fear he has gone to the capital, and if I am correct, he will be among the next candidates for the martial examination. Su Wenjiao, you are not merely guilty of embezzlement, but also of treachery against the Marquis' estate." Su Wenjiao retorted sharply, "You have no evidence. Do not attempt to frame me." Shen Lang forcefully threw the secret ledger of the hidden treasury at Su Wenjiao's face, declaring, "Open your eyes and see. You have meticulously recorded every bribe you made." The Lord Marquis took the ledger and confirmed that each entry was detailed, albeit using codes such as number 1, number 2, and number 3. However, one could easily deduce which factions they referred to. The Lord Marquis closed his eyes to compose himself and slowly asked, "Su Wenjiao, why? Have I wronged you in any way over the years?" Facing the overwhelming evidence, Su Wenjiao knew he could no longer argue. Instead, he found his resolve and replied coldly, "My lord, have you forgotten? 3 years ago, I sought to recommend my second son to serve in your private army, and you refused. Have you truly forgotten? Is that why you would betray me?" The Lord Marquis questioned. "I offered him an opportunity, but he failed both the martial and literary examinations. How could I appoint him as a 100-man captain?" The Lord Marquis defended. "My private army is the foundation of the Jin family's legacy. I cannot abandon fairness. Even my own nephew was rejected." Su Wenjiao scoffed, "I have been loyal to you for over 20 years, yet you would not even grant my son a future. What else is that but heartlessness? Moreover, with the new reforms in full swing, the Xuanwu Marquis' estate is like a sinking ship. Why should I go down with it? Should I not seek another path? Your alternative path is to betray the Jin family?" The Lord Marquis replied angrily, "I shall kill you." He suddenly drew his great sword. "My lord, you cannot kill me." Su Wenjiao laughed. "The gold coins I distributed were not only for my son's future, but also for today. I am merely your employee, not a servant of the Jin family. No matter what crime I have committed, you have no right to punish me, let alone kill me. Otherwise, you would be interfering in local governance, violating the law of the land. Moreover, I have merits in Yu country." Old Master Lin rushed to restrain the Lord Marquis, urging, "My lord, you cannot kill him. If you do, it would create a huge scandal. Remember how the East Sea Marquis met his end at Zhang Chong's hands." Shen Lang interjected, "Father-in-law, This scoundrel deserves death, but it cannot happen here, not now. He personally killed Su Tian, and no one was aware. The body was burned to ashes and cast into the sea. But now that Su Wenjiao is in the Marquis' estate, with countless eyes watching, if you kill him, it would violate the new reforms, and I fear the king's reprimand would arrive shortly. Seeing this predicament, Su Wenjiao suddenly grew bold, proclaiming, "My lord, you are a man of principles. The only thing you can do is hand me over to the city lord's office or the prefect's office, and submit the evidence of my corruption for them to judge. Once in the prefect's office, the outcome is predictable. They will find a lookalike to execute. While I remain free, in the Xuanwu Marquis' estate, no one can kill me. Otherwise, it would be a violation of the law," Su Wenjiao declared loudly. Shenlang smiled enigmatically, saying, "No, we can kill you, and it will not violate the law at all." Su Wenjiao laughed heartily. "The prefect's office and even the governor's office are watching you, waiting for you to make a mistake. If I die within the Marquis' estate, the governor's office will send someone to investigate within 2 days. Su Wenjiao, why are you so naive? I assure you, we can indeed kill you," Shenlang insisted. "Dream on," Su Wenjiao sneered. Shenlang turned to the old clan leader. "Now, it is time for you to clean house." At that moment, several figures entered. Su Wenjiao's face drained of color, and his heart raced, for it was the clan leader of the Su family, accompanied by 3 elders and several strong men from the family. Shenlang knelt down, stating, "The Marquis' estate cannot kill you, but the Su family's rules certainly can." The old clan leader bowed to the Lord Marquis, saying, "My Su family has relied on the Marquis' estate for many years. Yet we have produced such a treacherous and ungrateful traitor. It is our failure in discipline, and I apologize to the Marquis." With that, the clan leader knelt down. "Absolutely not. Please rise." The Lord Marquis hurriedly assisted the old clan leader. Su Wenjiao struggled desperately, crying out, "On what grounds? Even if I embezzled within the Marquis' estate, I have not violated family rules. The ancestral hall has no authority to execute me." Shenlang approached, stating, "Su Wenjiao, your crime is not merely embezzlement but seducing your aunt-in-law, displaying a severely flawed character." At this revelation, Su Wenjiao was utterly stunned. How could this secret be known? Although the woman was his aunt-in-law, she was merely in her 30s, still possessing her charm. "Su Wenjiao, not only do you have financial issues, but your moral conduct is also questionable. You have truly disappointed the family and the people who nurtured you." Shenlang added, "However, I underestimated you at your age. I thought your vitality had waned, yet you managed to attract a young and beautiful woman. What can't you achieve with wealth? Money can indeed entice even the most reluctant. The crux of the matter lies in discerning who possesses the deepest pockets." With profound anguish, Su Wenjiao exclaimed vehemently, "The treacherous wench! How dare she betray me? Does she not fear being paraded through the streets and beaten to death?" Shenlang responded. A sum of money was offered to facilitate her divorce from that feckless husband and ensure their departure to distant lands. Naturally, she was amenable to speaking. "Drag this abomination away," the elder of the Su clan commanded. Su Wenjiao desperately cried out, "Lord Earl, spare me. I am willing to implicate others, to confess. I have bribed the city lord's office, the prefect's office, and even those close to the governor general." Lord Earl's expression flickered. Shenlang demurred, "It is futile. The city lord would not personally accept his money. Zhang Jin also had the Su family receive the gold coins on his behalf, laundering them through the Su family before presenting them to the Zhang family under the guise of a dowry. Moreover, to whom shall we present Su Wenjiao's confession of bribery? The prefect? The governor general?" At that juncture, the following scene would unfold. Who dares to accuse this official before this court? Should you present this confession to the sovereign? The sovereign would immediately ponder, "What is the meaning of this, Xuanwu Earl? Why are you so eager to depose the principal officials in your fiefdom? Is this defiance of the administration? Is this discontent with me?" With a sigh, Lord Earl abandoned the notion. Su Wenjiao was dragged away, his body writhing. "Lord Earl, I possess a secret of immense importance to impart to you. Shenlang, my good son-in-law, Shenlang, my esteemed benefactor, I have wealth, I still possess wealth. Shenlang, someone seeks to harm you. Tian Heng seeks to harm you." Several hours later, within the ancestral hall of the Su clan, Su Wenjiao was stripped bare, his emaciated form exposed to the elements. Then, before an audience of hundreds, he was beaten to death. Chapter 58. 3 days without a beat. The roof is uprooted. Su Wenjiao has passed away, his death far from serene. It is said that his intestines were brutally extricated. The noble earl is in a foul mood. Yet he treats Shenlang with affability. "I desire my wife," Shenlang muses inwardly. "Dear father-in-law, issue a command, and I shall comply without hesitation." Otherwise, you might dispatch several skilled maidens to bind Mulan, compelling her to share the bridal chamber with me. Of course, such thoughts he dares only entertain in his mind. To voice them would be tantamount to courting death. This is merely the duty of a son-in-law. How could I dare to seek any reward? Shenlang remarked. The Earl responded, I entrust the entire accounting of our estate to you. From this day forth, you shall manage the finances of our noble household. Shenlang hastily declined. I came to the Earl's residence to enjoy a life of luxury, not to be burdened with the drudgery of accounts. Such tasks are better suited to others. Moreover, those engaged in such tedious calculations often toil late into the night, aging prematurely and even succumbing to sudden death. How could a strikingly handsome gentleman such as myself engage in such exhausting and mentally taxing work? I believe Lin Laofu is loyal and upright. Not to mention proficient in arithmetic, it would be most fitting to entrust the accounts to him. Shenlang continued. I can impart a fresh method of bookkeeping to the staff, ensuring that all accounts are clear and comprehensible, thus achieving efficiency while significantly reducing the risk of embezzlement. The Earl fell silent. Su Wenjiao had claimed Shenlang was ambitious, yet he hardly appeared driven in this moment. His unruly demeanor was indeed infuriating. Unbeknownst to the Earl, he harbored a fondness for this son-in-law, despite the urge to reprimand him. Naturally, he felt both disdain and a desire to chastise his own son, Jin Muzong. The two sentiments were fundamentally different. A reward must be given for merit. Speak of what you desire, the Earl stated. Shenlang pondered for quite some time, genuinely unable to identify a single object of desire. All he could think of was his wife. However, that matter was beyond his father-in-law's control and hinged entirely on his own capabilities. Of course, not obtaining his wife immediately was of little concern. Securing Xiao Bing's companionship would suffice for now. Yet soon, Shenlang had a realization. Father-in-law, if you truly wish to reward me, please lift my house arrest, he implored. The Earl immediately grew wary. What are you plotting now? Hearing the heartfelt tones of Shenlang, the Earl was deeply moved. Shenlang awkwardly replied, Oh, is that so? I nearly forgot. So much has transpired these days that it feels as though an eternity has passed. The Earl inquired, Have I made your time within my household feel like a year? Not at all, Shenlang replied. You are magnanimous, and my mother-in-law is kind and loving. The air is also agreeable. In essence, I feel as if I am in a honey pot, overwhelmed with happiness. The Earl remarked, If you are so content, remain in the estate and refrain from causing trouble. Ah, did I just flatter excessively? The Earl continued, Su Wenjiao's son, Tianheng. And even the city lord's residents harbor a deep animosity toward you. It is perilous for you to leave the Earl's estate. I cannot allow you to act recklessly. But, father-in-law, you promised me a reward, Shenlang protested. The Earl replied, You have rendered a great service. I shall grant your father 300 acres of arable land. And that is settled. As for lifting your house arrest, I would prefer you refrain from mentioning it again. With that, the Earl strode away, leaving Shenlang muttering behind him, I don't want 300 acres, I merely desire freedom. Meanwhile, Xiao Bing had been tirelessly patrolling the territory for 2 days and nights, leading cavalry to expel numerous trespassers. While bathing, she eagerly recounted the day's events to Mulan, exclaiming, My lord is truly remarkable. He toppled a figure as significant as Su Wenjiao overnight. The servants now fear him greatly. Su Wenjiao merely scolded him in class, and yet he met his demise. Mulan's cheeks flushed, and her eyes sparkled. Initially, she had thought she married a dim-witted fool, but for the sake of her family, she resigned herself to her fate. Yet, no woman wishes for her husband to be a fool. To her astonishment, her spouse was not only intelligent and capable, but also possessed a captivating charm. Most importantly, he was exceedingly handsome. The more she gazed, the more her heart fluttered. At that moment, Mulan felt a subtle ripple of affection within her. Now, the servants are discussing how the Lord should be rewarded for his great achievements, Xiao Bing noted. Upon hearing this, Mulan frowned, saying, Xiao Bing, henceforth, no one is to speak of my lord having slain Su Wenjiao or the extent of his accomplishments. Xiao Bing was taken aback. Why not? Mulan explained. Su Wenjiao's death was warranted. It was not my lord's doing. Such talk would paint him as petty and vindictive, causing the household to view him as fearsome rather than approachable. Oh, Xiao Bing replied. But why should my lord's achievements also remain unspoken? Mulan clarified. My lord and I are family. The Earl's estate is his home. Only subjects earn accolades. How can a master claim credit for their own accomplishments? If we continuously proclaim my lord's feats, it would seem impolite, and he himself would not find joy in it. Ah, Xiao Bing said. Miss, you think deeply. Yet it seems quite reasonable. Then, Xiaobing recalled something and exclaimed, "By the way, my lord asked me a question yesterday." "What question?" Mulan inquired. Xiaobing replied. "He asked why the white tiger is the most precious." Mulan remarked, "That is true. Tigers are typically yellow, making the white ones exceedingly rare." Xiaobing continued, "However, my lord said the rarity of the white tiger lies in the saying, 'Time is as precious as gold.' Not a moment can be bought with a fortune. My lord was merely speaking nonsense. What connection could there be between the white tiger and time?" Suddenly, Xiaobing stopped speaking. Her gaze fixed upon the reflection of Jean Mulan in the water. Her cheeks instantly flushed. She finally grasped the connection between the two concepts. Mulan, too, felt her face heat up, her entire being suffused with warmth as she curled her legs. At that moment, she was breathtakingly beautiful, a vision of stunning allure. What audacity! How dare he tease me? And how did he uncover this deeply private secret? Could it be that he spied on me while bathing? Impossible. The truth is, with my martial prowess, he would never have gone unnoticed. Perhaps this rogue has been prying into my privacy. Where is my lord? Mulan demanded, rising to her feet. Her enchanting figure rendered all who beheld her unable to look away. Even Xiaobing felt her heart race at the sight of such a devilishly alluring silhouette. "Prepare my attire," Mulan commanded. Xiaobing timidly replied, "Miss, what do you intend to do?" "To punish the rogue," Mulan declared resolutely. "Xiaobing, remember this. Men must be kept in check. 3 days without a beating, and the roof will be uprooted." "You mean you intend to strike my lord?" Xiaobing stammered. "Humph. Women of the Jin family never strike their husbands. A day apart feels like 3 autumns." However, just as Xinlang stepped into the courtyard, his instincts compelled him to halt. "Something is amiss. I sense hostility." At that moment, Mulan's stunning visage appeared before Xinlang. Her voice, unexpectedly soft and delicate, was a rare occurrence. Surely, there was some scheme afoot. Note: thank you for the generous reward in the future. Thank you. Chapter 59. The 6-Animal Frolic with Utmost Sincerity. Xinlang clasped his hands in a respectful bow. "My dear wife, please rest well. I still have a few books to peruse. Farewell." He then promptly made his way toward the study. Whoosh, a fragrant gust of wind. Mulan's fiery and lithe form gracefully bounded, appearing directly before Xinlang. Good heavens! Such resilience! Xinlang genuinely feared he might not be able to withstand it in the future. And those super long legs of Mulan's. To be caught between them might not only shatter one's soul but also one's very bones. Is it too late to start exercising? The word game conjured a multitude of images in Xinlang's mind, such as being bound by ropes or subjected to flagellation. And Mulan's attire, that serpentine, form-fitting suit was indeed quite fitting. "What sort of game are we speaking of, my dear?" Xinlang inquired, his heart stirred. Mulan elucidated. "It is akin to a primal, animalistic exercise, a game involving vigorous physical engagement." Xinlang's heart pounded like a drum, his breathing quickened. However, an overwhelming instinct for self-preservation urged him to depart immediately. Xinlang feigned innocence. "My dear, perhaps it is best we abstain. Dinner is imminent, and such strenuous activity would be unseemly." He lowered his head, poised to leave. In the subsequent moment, he found himself immobilized, and his nostrils threatened to erupt in a torrent of blood. For Mulan's incandescent figure executed a maneuver before him, a back arch. Her devilish physique, encased in the constricting garment, performing such a feat was enough to detonate the very core of any man's being, even if it meant plunging into a fiery abyss. One could not resist. Xinlang inwardly cried, "Escape, escape at once, or who knows how you will meet your end." Yet, outwardly he uttered, "Since my dear wife extends such a gracious invitation, I would be remiss to decline." 3 minutes elapsed. "Aya. Oh, my dear, gently, gently. It is my first time. You see, I fear something will snap, truly." In that instant, Xinlang truly comprehended the meaning of the inferno. A man who had never performed a split in his life was now subjected to having his legs forcibly pressed to a full 180 degrees, flush against the ground. The agony surpassed the pain of a maiden's wedding night 100-fold. A man who had never engaged in any form of exercise was now being folded in half, his head forced to emerge from between his legs. He was in utter agony. He attempted to flee, but a pair of fragrant, exquisite claws gripped his shoulders, preventing any escape. "I truly regret this," he lamented. "Had I not become the Earl's son-in-law, I would not suffer this torment. Had I not transmigrated, I would not have become the Earl's son-in-law. Had I not traveled to Africa, I would not have been blown into transmigration by a bomb. Had I not gone to the laboratory that night, I would not have been disfigured by sulfuric acid and sent to Africa. If that fat fellow in the dormitory had not borrowed my newly purchased Japanese disc, I would not have gone to the laboratory. That damned fat fellow. This is all your fault. Why did you have to borrow my disc? No wonder I felt a sense of animosity upon meeting Jean Mutsuan. My dear, did you not say we were engaging in a game of primal, animalistic engagement? Shen Lang stammered. Mulan replied, indeed, this game is called the Six-Animal Frolic, an imitation of primal movements. My dear husband, your physique is far too frail. You must engage in more exercise. As it happens, I have some time to spare, so I shall assist you in your training. Am much obliged, my dear, Shen Lang said, drenched in perspiration. Mulan responded, we are husband and wife. No need for such formality. My dear husband, let us repeat this 10 times more. 10 times? Shen Lang inwardly wailed. My dear, you are indeed ruthless. Can you bear to witness such a handsome man as myself being so abused? My dear, I was wrong. I was truly wrong. Mulan stated earnestly. Where have you erred, my dear? You have done nothing wrong. I am merely assisting you in strengthening your body. Shen Lang declared, regardless of what has transpired, all faults 1,000 times over are mine. My dear wife is eternally correct, just, and magnificent. Should there be any ambiguity, please refer to the previous statement. Mulan inquired. Do you truly acknowledge your error? Shen Lang avowed, I am in error. I am utterly mistaken. Of course, he had no inkling of where he had erred. But that was of little consequence. The important thing was to admit fault. Mulan's cheeks flushed crimson. Then tell me, how did you come to know this secret? Know what? Shen Lang asked. Instantly, his mind raced. Within a mere second, he discerned the cause of his wife's ire, his jesting remark to Bingo. An inch of time is worth an inch of gold. But you have already betrothed Bingo to me. How could you be so incensed by my teasing her? No. There is more to this, a hidden matter, a secret. Considering Mulan's words, how did you come to know this secret? What secret? Shen Lang understood in a flash. Could it be? Has heaven truly blessed me so? Does my wife possess a hidden treasure? His gaze involuntarily drifted toward Mulan. And then, he felt his nostrils threatening to unleash a torrent of blood. Mulan, witnessing her husband's expression, wished the earth would open and swallow her whole. She, too, realized that her rogue husband was utterly ignorant of her secret, that he had merely stumbled upon it while jesting with Bingo. Her overreaction had inadvertently revealed the secret. Shen Lang declared gently and earnestly, My dear, rest assured, I shall never discriminate against you for this. Upon uttering these words, he regretted them and immediately covered his mouth. I have become carried away. I have become arrogant. Now, I shall suffer the consequences. As expected, Mulan said calmly, My dear husband. Let us repeat this 10 times more. Immediately, Shen Lang's pig-like screams echoed throughout the courtyard. Half an hour later, it was finally over. Shen Lang felt as though his entire body was no longer his own. His limbs seemed on the verge of splitting apart, severing from his torso. He was in too much pain to even scream. My dear, I am famished. Shall we dine? During the meal, Shen Lang's hands and legs trembled uncontrollably. My dear husband, you do not resent me, do you? Mulan asked. How could I? Shen Lang replied. I could never resent my dear wife, regardless of the issue. I must seek the fault within myself. My dear wife is like the sun in the heavens, forever radiating light, greatness, and justice. Mulan affectionately placed food into Shen Lang's bowl and said softly, My dear husband, your health is somewhat lacking. You must replenish yourself. For some reason. Perhaps it was merely a hallucination. Shen Lang thought he saw a pair of demonic horns sprouting from Mulan's head. After the meal, Mulan prepared a tub of medicinal broth for Shen Lang. Shen Lang disrobed and entered the bath. The invigorating and soothing sensation was almost enough to make him cry out. After soaking in the medicinal broth, Shen Lang felt his body become lighter and stronger. His hands no longer trembled, nor did his legs quiver. What is the most terrifying punishment in the world? I am punishing you for your own good. Shen Lang was now in such a predicament. After being thoroughly dealt with by Mulan, this enchantress, he could not even bring himself to harbor any resentment. That night, Shen Lang lay in bed, asleep. Instinctively, his body curled into a fetal position. This was a habit he had formed in his previous life. As though only by curling up could he feel safe and escape loneliness and sorrow. His face, usually mischievous and cheerful during the day, now bore an expression that spoke of neither loneliness nor sorrow. Mulan felt a slight pang in her heart. She gently lowered her face and lightly kissed Shen Lang's hair, a touch so delicate that it was imperceptible. Then, she gracefully departed. Shen Lang opened his eyes, stretching his body, a smile gracing his exquisitely handsome face. When it comes to seduction, understanding the depths of a beauty's heart, and acting, who can surpass Xinlang? Ha ha ha. In the dead of night, Mulan was already asleep, as was Xiao Bing. They were undoubtedly asleep. You needn't inquire how Xinlang knew. In any case, he was still awake. At this moment, Xinlang, with gloves and a mask, was as if facing a formidable enemy. After spending several nights and using hundreds of pounds of moldy rye, he had extracted a tiny amount of something exceedingly precious. This was Xinlang's trump card for his next move. For decades, even the CIA of the United States had been using this stuff. Is it not powerful enough? Now that Su Wenjiao is dead, Tianheng and City Lord Lu Wuyin should be extremely eager to deal with me, shouldn't they? And they have already prepared a deadly move, wanting to kill Xinlang with one blow, right? I have long been prepared, just waiting for you to come. Even before forcing Tianheng to sever his own arm, Xinlang had already begun plotting and taking action, carefully sealing the substance, then removing his gloves. Xinlang's handsome face revealed a wicked smile. Tianheng, did you think that after slapping your face, I would let you go and wait for you to find a chance to harm me? Don't be ridiculous. How could that be possible? Foe, you can die. Under the candlelight, Xinlang's smile truly resembled that of a villain, yet he was still incomparably handsome. Inside a secret chamber within Xuanwu City, Su Wenjiao is dead. Tianheng said, killed by that pretty boy. The city lord's confidant replied, I know. Tianheng said, our plan must proceed immediately, lest things change. That pretty boy Xinlang is too vicious and cunning. The city lord's confidant said, no, the fire hasn't been lit yet. The time is not ripe. Whether the fire has been lit is irrelevant. We must ensure a fatal blow, Tianheng said. Delay breeds unforeseen problems. The sooner that pretty boy Xinlang dies, the sooner we will be relieved and at ease. The city lord's confidant said, the governor's envoy is already on the way and will arrive in Xuanwu City tomorrow. You can make your move tomorrow night. Yes, Tianheng replied.